everybody, it's Matthew, or Meachew, or Peach. I'm going to be live streaming my 20th live stream, like at least commentary, and I will be having multiple audio videos at once. Also, before I get into the stream fully, I am actually going to. So something I've realized is that sometimes I'll be having too much audio stuff playing at once. So I'm going to put audio mostly on the lower end for most of them, because I have multiple audios going at once, and they kind of just drown each other out. And I feel like that. It's like I don't mind. It's a good listening and sleeping experience for me, and I don't mind it. But I figured that I should probably have most of it down lower, not because I need to do it or anything, but because I think it's better for other people even if I have multiple videos going on at once, that it is a better listening and viewing experience if there's like a main audio tab with the other audio and video tabs still playing, but they're more in the background. It's meant for more white noise than anything else, I think. So really quickly, I'm just going to go over it first. I'm just going to go over it a little bit. So the top left tab is the main tab, and there's multiple audio tabs I'm playing. The first tab is Lo-Fi Hip Hop Radio Chill Hop by Steezy as F, or the Steezy as Fuck video, which I like. The next one is Criminally Listed, and it has all about killer kids. He deleted his first one for some reason, and this is going to be the main one. I'm only watching it for Elisa Bustamante, and she's pretty cool. I think, even though she murdered a 9-year-old, which that wasn't very cool, but she was a emo LDS, and I hope she's getting her life better. The next tab is Cozy Hobbit SPA on a winter night, intense snowfall, warm fireplace and hot tub, water sounds, sleep by Relax with Nevo's Dreamscapes. The next one I'm playing is a scary playlist from the LDS Emo, which is my second channel. My regular channel is meachew, and it's currently what's playing is freaky unnerving images with unnerving music by What Shall We Do Next. The next one is the Calm Streams one on my main meachew account. The Calm Streams playlist that I have currently, it's playing Celestium, and she's just chatting. It's called Thursday Night Praying Minecraft Edition, and the next one is the Intelligence playlist from my second channel called LDS Emo Boy. Currently what's playing is Andrew Wilson, Twitter X Spaces, and and then the one on the upper right is playing Ant Venom. It's called Minecraft. End of the World Part 1 by Ant Venom. The third one, the one that's lower down, is it's playing Bohemian Grove videos by Dancer1, and he was someone who allegedly went in there, and I thought the first time I watched it was years ago, and I thought it was relaxing, so that's why I'm playing it. And I think it's good background noise and stuff. And the fourth one, the one on the lower right, is I'm playing my own video, my 11-hour, my almost 12-hour video, meachew commentary 19, and it's got 4 different screens in that one, and it's I'm playing all of these at 144p because it's less hardware resources than OBS. I use OBS Studios to stream, and I figured this would be better than anything else. So, and I'll be playing games while listening and watching audio. The one on the upper left for the lower right video is my own live streams with its own 4 videos. One of them is my live streams. One of them is Dark Souls by Hunter StarCraft. One of them is some RPG game that I don't know. And I actually don't remember the last video, but anyway, I'm going to be playing it. So if people don't like it, they can stop watching if they want. And after I watch or listen to the criminally listed video with I guess with Elisa Bustamante, I will switch to watching a different one. The upper left is my main, it's my main video. Because some people have said you play too much, and you play too much like videos and stuff, and it's kind of, yeah, I'm kind of weird, but that's what I like doing, I guess, because, well, for one, it makes it, I think, for a little bit unique video watching. And but before I get into the game, I just want to make sure the audio is good. I don't know what kind of games I do want to play different games too, like I want to play some different games, like what other games? I do want to play some different games, like different games. Wait, is there? I don't know if there is a. I can't remember if. Well, I was gonna say if there was an AI that could help me, maybe skip to the Elisa Bustamante part, I would just skip to it. But I can't find it, so should be here somewhere. Oh wait, no, it's closer to the beginning. Like way closer. Like Oh, you know what? It's more at the beginning. Okay, you know what? We'll just skip to the beginning. Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna play Left 4 Dead 2 and Splitgate 2 also, like, after. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for, but I don't know. Okay. Let's see. What's that static thing? Hold on. That static thing is so annoying. Hold on. Is it? Is it my mic? Hopefully not. Because it's never done this before. Sorry, I tried to turn my fan down lower. Is that the... Is that my headphones maybe? Hold on. I gotta try another set. If it's not... Okay, so at least a busted one just popped up. Anyway, so if it's not my headphones, then it's, maybe it's my mic gain. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Come on, Matthew, why are you so weird? So weird. Wait, maybe it was my phone. Lo-fi is so, and I love the lo-fi playing in the background. Okay. So the Bohemian Grove one isn't working. Well, looks like it crapped out on me. Okay, finally, we're back now. Alright. Actually, it might be better with the fan. Yeah, I like the white noise that comes with it. Okay. Okay, let's turn some of this up a little. Okay. All right. So Okay, what do I want to... what do I want to watch or listen to now? Since I finished at least a Bustamante apart from criminally listed, I will talk about other things too, or at least I want to, but what do trying to think, because I have white noise, lo-fi, scary stuff, calm streams, intelligent stuff, all going on. So, what else? What else could there be? What else do I want to watch? I kind of want to watch obscure stuff that a lot of people don't know. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll go to my likes first, because there's a lot of videos that I like that nobody else has reactions for. And I'll show you a good example. Let's see. For example, okay. Well, so for example, I will be going back to watching, well, not an hour of indie horror game screenshots with ambient music. I do like that, but I've watched it before, and I'll watch maybe a little bit after, but first, or maybe I'll probably actually, because I like different things. I like listening to different things. I like watching different things. But I like reacting to more obscure things. The reason why I like doing that is that I think it's better that way, is because if I, like, for example, okay, so here it is, for example, this is one that I don't really see a reaction to, is one of them, and I'll give you an example. For example, it is called 9 of the Creepiest Video Game Hacks, Bootlegs and Mods by Blame It On George. I believe he unlisted the video, so you can still watch it, but it's harder to find. And I think he did it because it doesn't really fit his channel or something. But I like it. So I've reacted to it before, but this was months ago, and so I'm going to react to it again by Blame It On George, and then I'm going to react to some other videos too that, well, I'll just react to what I want to, and, you know, whether it's villainesses or whether that's like aesthetics. So let's go play. I'm gonna play Call of Duty. Now, how long am I gonna play Call of Duty for? I haven't decided, but probably maybe until I hit like a clip. I'm playing IW4X Modern Warfare 2. It's a mod of Modern Warfare 2 2009, the classic one, but it has like dedicated servers, and it's got more stuff than the Steam version. And usually before I can run it with everything on max at full settings, The reason, and I could do it before, but it was laggy, and the reason why it was laggy was because I didn't use the dedicated GPU, and instead I used the integrated GPU, which is basically you're using the CPU, but if you use a dedicated GPU, which is what I try to use for everything now, is that the CPU will have resources cleared up that so that'll make it to where the GPU can focus on rendering and run the game properly, while the integrated CPU can still run it, but it will do a much better job at it. So I think it's better that way. It's a better way to do things, I would say, and there's nothing wrong with that. And so what should I talk about first? Today I went to the gym earlier, and I'm a Latter-day Saint Brown Mormon emo. But I try to love everyone, and I don't judge people of the same group the same way, and I don't always agree with the popular interpretation of the scriptures or the LDS Church, and I believe in not judging people of the same group the same way. I believe that the most important thing about people is behavior. I think there should be more female villains and more female villainesses, and I think my favorite villainesses or villains are from because a lot of movies today are taboo. And what do I mean by that? It's the same way with video games. For example, a lot of movies today, they won't a lot of movies today, they won't have children being killed on screen, or children. They basically almost have a plot armor because children are basically taboo. And I think if you like fiction, it's fine. Even if that fiction is a little bit extreme, I think that art should in some ways disturb people who don't like it, because it tells you that sometimes what not to do in real life. For example, just because you like something in fiction doesn't mean you like it in real life. I don't have a problem, I guess, with kids getting killed in fictional stories, because I think it adds realism, but it also adds more what not to do. I think there needs to be more female villains in movies and stories and fictional stories as well, because I think that it would be better. For example, my favorite, or one of my favorite villains is a female. Her name is called Kali, 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 from a movie called The Crow, and she kills Danny. He's a child, and she killed him in cold blood. And as she was going over there to Danny, she was singing "Hush Little Baby, Don't You Cry," the lullaby. And I thought it was interesting because they usually don't have female women being both cold-blooded and arrogant and taunting children before they kill them, and laughing about it and smiling and being giddy. And I thought that was a cool, different. That was it. To me, it broke away from the status quo. I thought that was cool. It's called The Crow. Klie, Kali. She is probably maybe my favorite villain or villainess in all of fiction. And Kali the Crow. The Crow to the City of Angels, 1996. And she just kills them. And I thought that was cool to see because that usually doesn't happen. And most things, but going on to another subject, most things I'm not bothered in my life. I'm a very reserved person who tries to be Christ-like, who doesn't try to allow things to get under their skin. I try not to mock people because I think in life that life has many ways of humbling us, and I think we always must remember that life can humble us all, and I think it's better that people stay humble. People should stay humble. They should stay wise. They should stay humiliated. And I think it would be more improved if people would just stay humble, because you never know when your time is going to be up, and it's better to stay humble and humiliated, because you'll be humbled by something. Inevitably you'll be humbled. So there's that. I guess I'll just talk about it now. Most things don't bother me except when people who are self-righteous hypocrites but are not consistent with their own, people who are self-righteous but are hypocrites, but people who are inconsistent and hypocritical and inconsistent, and they have a double standard. They don't apply the same kind of logic to themselves as they do others. And what do I mean by that? For example, if someone experiences cognitive dissonance, they fall into groupthink because they need other people to be in groupthink, because if they can have groupthink, these people will retreat into their own inner fog. They'll retreat into their own inner world that they can't actually be consistent as much as they think. And so rather than face the cognitive dissonance head on, they go into groupthink. They will shut down any critical opposition or any critical self-thinking, and they'll just go with people who agree with them, and they'll stay into it, and they'll continue to have cognitive dissonance, and they'll lie to themselves to protect themselves from themselves, so they don't have to face the reality that they could be wrong in their own beliefs. I think it's very hypocritical and inconsistent. For example, white nationalists, people can like what they want. I don't care who people like. People have a right to like who they want, and they really do. I don't really care who they actually like. And but the reason why I think a lot of people have cognitive dissonance about things is because if they had to critically think um, about their own beliefs, they would have to realize that maybe much of their beliefs, even when context, don't make sense. So I guess for the first example is I'll go into is white nationalists, pagans, Nazism versus Hitler. Now, white unity and white unity, while is good, and I think people should take pride in their race, they should not make race the ultimate factor because they're going to lose. For the first one, and I think people are going to not like is many white nationalists, is Hitler and Nazi Germany. People will say, well, Hitler, he recovered a good economy. Hitler was justified in being a self-righteous hypocrite who was inconsistent, and he was. He killed a whole bunch of white people. He sterilized them. T4 Action stuff, which killed a whole bunch of Nazi Germanys and disabled people. So clearly he did not think that white people were as valuable as maybe some think he was, because he killed his own German people. He did a whole bunch of drugs. So people say, oh, well, Hitler advocated for the youth and fitness, and he stopped animal cruelty. It's like, yeah, he did some good things, and I think there's some good things about Hitler. I think he was charismatic. I think he was a good leader. I think he cared for his people somewhat. But this doesn't erase the bad he did, and let's go over let's not even get into the Holocaust, because whether people believe that the Holocaust happened or not, and if it did, which, I think there is a strong chance that it did happen, even if people didn't think it happened in a certain way, or that most Jews died from typhus, or that there was wooden doors. A lot of people don't want to admit that Hitler did not really recover the economy, because the economy was already recovering before Hitler got into power, So I think the issue that we're running into is that people think that Hitler, people think that Hitler was running the, he brought Germany back to rise. But the thing is, Germany was going on the rise before he took leadership, or chancellor, or the Führer, I believe. So I think people, while you can say a true thing, some of it is taken out of context. So that's why I think a lot of people need to watch out for that, because they have cognitive dissonance. The other one is that, Hitler was this white savior, and I'll debunk that basically because even if you want to say that Hitler was even if one wants to say Hitler, if someone wants to say Hitler, Hitler did some good things and stuff, even if you want to admit that, the problem with admitting the problem with admitting that Hitler did some good things or he recovered the economy is that the economy was already going back up before he got into power, and so basically that undercuts that. Another thing that a lot of people they don't want to get into it is that Hitler, he killed his own white people. If he's the white savior, why did he not care about disabled white people? Why did he kill a whole bunch of Polish people or Slavs or raise multiple white communities to the ground? He killed a whole bunch of white people just because they weren't useful to him, and that's really, I think, the big issue is that people think that the good outweighs the bad. For another example is that he banned animal cruelty, which I appreciate that, and I do like that he did that. The problem is that he still ate meat, and much of this was because a doctor said so. And so you can't even know if he did that, and did he do that because he really believed it? Did he do that just for the public and in private he thought about it? It's the same thing with Christianity. Now, Hitler grew up a Catholic, I believe. I believe Hitler, he grew up a Catholic. I think he was baptized, I believe. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But even if you want to say he was baptized, the problem with saying he was baptized is that, or he was Christian, or he said some good things about Christianity. The problem is, I don't think in public he even believed that. I think in private he might have believed that, but in public, I don't think he did. I don't think he believed it in public. I think in private, I think a lot of people, they think that, Hitler, he said some good things about Christianity. Well, people can say things about Christianity in public and still not fully believe it. They can just use it. A lot of people will use Christianity to get the Christian vote, and they don't believe it publicly. And I don't know why I don't know why it's hard for people to accept that. It's simply possible that that Hitler could just be saying that stuff out of obligation, and he doesn't actually believe it. So I think people need to be very, very careful about putting that stuff to Hitler and saying, he was a Christian because he said some good things. Well, Donald Trump said some good things about Hitler too. Or Donald Trump said some good things about Christianity. Doesn't mean that what he said about it is valid. People can use Christianity in public and not care about it in private. Non-believers can go into, say, Christianity is good without being a Christian. You can be for pro-Christianity and not be a Christian. And so I think people need to be careful about that. Another thing about Hitler, I talked about, I talked about how he was inconsistent, talked about how he wasn't the white savior, and he didn't do things that he didn't do things that he didn't do things that he actually believed, I'd say, and I think a lot of it was just like rhetoric. Another thing that a lot of people, I think that people don't understand is that Hitler, while he was smart in some ways, I think he was a good military strategist and he was a good leader and he had charisma. He made a lot of mistakes, and a lot of Hitler fans or white nationalists do not want to admit that he was not perfect. He killed a bunch of his own people. He was inconsistent. He said a lot of things in public that he probably didn't believe in private. Even like a lot of Nazi Germany people say, and they can like it if they want, but a lot of Nazi Germany people say, well, look at what some good he did, so that erases all the bad he brought. Another thing that a lot of people, or a lot of Nazi fanatics and Hitler fanatics would go into, is that they don't seem to want to admit that a lot of people and a lot of Hitler fanatics, they don't want to admit this, is that they don't want to admit that Hitler had a lot of bad people in his army, and he hired them and he allowed them in there knowing that they would be in there. So what do I mean by this? Well, he had someone called Durlinger, I don't know how to say his name, but it was like in the SS army, and he was really bad. He was a horrible person. They would go around killing people. Durlinger, he actually had a lot of bad stuff that he did. For example, the people who were with him said that they went to towns and they went to like an orphanage or church or whatever, and there was a whole bunch of children in there, and they like set it on fire, and children were in there, and he didn't care, and he was probably pretty gleeful, him and his team. It got so bad that a lot of other Nazis said that they had to chill and cut it out, and Hitler basically allowed this stuff, this child abuser, child predator, to be in the army. And when I bring this up to a lot of white nationalists and Nazis and people, they just brush it aside and say, well, it doesn't really matter that much. I think it's kind of crazy to say that. I think it's very, very weird to say that Nazis and it's very weird to say that like Nazis, like white nationalists, Germans, they all say stuff that that oh well, Hitler, he would release the Epstein files. He would get rid of a whole bunch of people, and that he would release the Epstein stuff. Well, I want to believe them, and maybe he would. Even if we grant that he would, it doesn't change that he still allowed bad people into his army, and he knew it, and he still allowed bad people into his army. And a lot of people say, oh well, Hitler would never protect CP people, or he would never protect child abusers. But with Wenger, he seemed to do that. He did protect. He did protect child abusers. He did protect pedophiles. Well, okay. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag now. But he did protect those type of people. Wenger is one of those people. And when you bring it up to people that he protected bad people, they will just scoff over it because it's a contradiction. It's a double standard. They say, well, Jews and Zionists run everything. I do believe to some degree that Zionist Jews do run things, but the problem is that they think that correlation always means causation. So, for example, you can say Jews run everything, or Zionist Jews run the media, propaganda, and still admit that Hitler was in the wrong too. Just because you believe there's a bigger enemy doesn't mean, or just because Hitler did some good things doesn't erase ultimately the bad that he did. I think Hitler did more bad than good. I think a lot of online Nazis are either fake or they don't know how to argue with consistency. They argue from incredulity. They basically say there's no way Hitler could have been, there's no way that Hitler could have gotten money from Jews, even though there's something called the Havara Agreement, which was a peaceful deal between Jews and Nazi Germany and Israel. Well, Israel at the time wasn't in 1948 Israel. It wasn't the big Bible Israel either. It was Palestine. But he sent a whole bunch of Jews to Palestine. Dr. Quigley, I think, goes into this. There's a book called Who Financed Hitler by James Poole. And it goes into, and others go into the Havara Agreement and basically says that Hitler was financed by Jews, or the Bank of England, which the Rothschilds, Rockefellers. But even if they weren't, don't some Hitler people find it pretty suspicious that Hitler people, don't they find it a little bit suspicious that Hitler, he was able to turn around Germany so quickly? Isn't that kind of suspicious? It's funny because he also had non-white people in his army, which is weird because if he was such a great Aryan, white Chad, basically white Jesus savior, as some white nationalists and white Germans or white people think, why would he have non-white people in his military? And people can even look it up too. If there was non-white people there was basically non-white people in his army, and a lot of people don't realize because a dilemma. On one hand, they want to say Hitler was such a nice Chad, and maybe he did like other races, maybe he didn't. But even if he did like other races, you could argue that a lot of him liking other races is just because a lot of him liking other races could be that he only liked other races just because they were useful. if he killed a whole bunch of white people and not white people, if they weren't useful to him, he approved the T4 Action experience. He approved that Germans and non-Germans get sterilized. He approved of Derwanger, which was a child abuser, and he killed a whole bunch of children and innocent people. How can they possibly argue that Hitler wanted the best for his people? If you weren't useful to Hitler, he would just basically want you dead, and he knew what was happening too. I don't know how people can look to Hitler and say, yeah, this is the guy this is the great white hope, when a lot of things about Hitler are taken out of context or wrong or inconsistent. And to me, that's really I think a big problem, is that when you get down to it, when you try to argue with these people, a lot of them are just simply not consistent. They take things out of context, and they're not really reliable. And I don't understand why white people and people like him can't see it. I don't understand it. Well, actually, I think I understand it a little. A lot of it is just cognitive dissonance to people, and they can believe whatever they want, but whenever you try to say this stuff about people, they just say, well, you're either a Jew, they respond with, you're brown, and they don't contend with the argument. And I think I just got a 5 on screen over there. They don't contend with the argument. They either don't contend with the argument, they don't contend with everything else. I'll just record that clip and see. I'm pretty sure I got something. But they don't contend with the argument. They don't contend with the inconsistency. There seems to be a lot of cognitive dissonance. And once you point that out, as I said before, a lot of these people will curl up in a ball, or they'll basically play possum, they'll play stupid. They will not contend with the actual arguments. And once that happens, you realize that they're not arguing in good faith. It's a bad faith argument to bring up, when you bring up all that stuff against Hitler, even if you want to grant he did some good things, the fact that people think he was as good as he thinks. Now, I think propaganda can be, there's either against propaganda or for propaganda. So, for example, you can believe someone is a good person and still admit a lot of things don't match up. They don't make a lot of sense. You can think that somebody is a great leader and still not fully agree with them. You can like something in fiction and not agree with the ideology. You can like the aesthetics of something and not like the ideology. For example, I love the Nazi Germany uniforms. I think Hitler looked good in the Nazi Germany uniforms. But there's not much good, I don't think, to say. Yes, I think they did some good things. I like that they advocated for, and also something they don't realize, that Nazis banned a whole bunch of things, and if they didn't like you, they didn't like the ideology, they would just burn it. They would just burn the books. They would ban things they didn't like. And he was a democratic social, yes, I know, maybe he wasn't a socialist in the way some people think, but he still was he still was he was still somebody that, and the ideology was, it was still something that they thought, that people think that just because they think a little bit of good outweighs a lot of bad, and that just doesn't do it. They're inconsistent. These people need to look up the Havara Agreement. They need to look up context, because it's not just it's a multi-layered thing. But all in all, do I think Nazis and Germany did a little bit of good things? Yes. But ultimately, it doesn't erase the inconsistency. It doesn't erase the bad. It doesn't erase that they killed a whole bunch of their own race. Even if you want to say the Holocaust never happened in the first place, you want to say that the Nuremberg trials were a sham and a fraud, and if you want to say anything else was not true at all, you have to have some major cognitive dissonance to say that they had no hand, and they didn't know what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. And like I said before, if Hitler is so wholesome as people think, why did he allow Durerwinger in his army when he doesn't have to? I think it's really suspicious that he would allow people to say, oh well, you see, like he would be against Epstein because look, he made children get like burn stuff, and he banned some stuff, so that completely let him off the hook. Why did he allow Durerwinger in his army then, and why did he allow a child abuser to abuse more children and kill innocent people? There's just no arguments, and it falls under almost kind of like Occam's razor, and maybe Hitchens' razor too. Occam's razor says the simplest explanation is usually the correct one, although I do think that is fallacious in many ways. And if you want to go with Hitchens' razor saying extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, I think that could be a fallacy too. But in the Nazi Germany case, there's too much evidence to say that, oh well, there's no way that we can prove that Hitler and the Nazi Germans didn't they care about their own people. It's like, yeah, maybe they did care about their own people, but they only care about their own as long as you were useful to them, I say. Because if you weren't useful, or if you were disabled physically, mentally, or any way they didn't like, they would kill you. And no, I don't think he fled to Argentina either, because he had a whole bunch of health problems, and if he loved his people as much as people say, why would he abandon his own people? It's like, is that what a strong leader does? There's too many conflicting information to truly say, wow, Hitler, you're a great person, man. You did really good job. You did a really good job. I think it's ridiculous when people say, oh, I don't know. I've rambled on, I think, long enough. But it's funny because he had Goebbels or Goebbels or whatever his name is. He allowed a Jewish, I think basically handicapped person in his army. So just more hypocrisy, more inconsistency. And to me, that's really I find a big problem with the Nazi Germanys and the white nationalists, is that there's no consistency there's not, even with context, there still isn't any consistency from them, because you pointed out they don't really have any good comebacks, which means that the only arguments left are basically ad hominems, and on hominems are fallacies, due to the fact that if you do ad homs, they basically can't still man your argument either, because they can't really say your argument back and might have a problem with it. I just think that the people who are for white unity and white nationalism, like, I don't think it's bad to be white nationalism, but I do think there could be problems if you make false idols of something that can't really overcome something like death, because if you say that death is the ultimate, then you're basically saying almost that death is essentially your god, and that doesn't work either, because if you say death is, you say that other stuff is not. If you say stuff like, if this stuff, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, if you rely on false idols, then basically it's almost like you're saying death is your god, because nothing so far has shown to be death. And if you say, well, morality and morals are subjective and relative, which many of them do, or many false idols do, they'll basically go into that they don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to handle that a lot of things and a lot of people are not consistent. And I think the bad thing about this is that I think a lot of the problems is that these people think that they're arguing in good faith. They're still not. They're still not arguing in good faith. And so the whole issue of, like, there's no consistency. There's no consistency. There's nothing else. No consistency. There's no I like Nakatoro. It's an anime and manga series. It's pretty cool. But there's no consistency. There's just nothing else there. And I think people need to get over themselves, and that they need to realize that a lot of what people say they can't defend. And so, yeah, I think the best thing about Nazis and Germany and Hitler was really the uniforms. Like, it's like they looked cool, they did a little bit of good stuff, but ultimately it doesn't outweigh the bad. And people need to get over it. People need to admit that Hitler wasn't perfect. He was inconsistent. He was hypocritical. He had double standards. He was inconsistent. He had a lot of bad, I think, in him. He did a lot of bad things. He excused a lot of bad things. And they just don't want to go through it. They don't want to go through it. I don't know why people want to make excuses for Hitler. I don't know why. Because if you try to make excuses for Hitler, and I don't know why you would want to do that, is that I think that these people are I don't know. I think these people are just insane. And so yeah, but I think you can say this about a lot of things too. I think religion is a better unifier than race or nationality, because it's still going strong many years later, whereas white unity or black unity or any unity is just under religion. So you can have white unity, but that really only works if you still keep it in a religious value, because even politics, I think, has now become a religion, and people need to figure out that there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong there's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with saying stuff like I don't know. I think there's nothing wrong with saying that people are. I think that the issue that people are running into really is that the issue that you're running into is that people don't want to admit that people like you can. It's like I said before, you can like something and still admit that maybe you don't have a full grasp of it, and I don't know why that it causes cognitive dissonance, because if you truly care about your beliefs, you would not be afraid to have it questioned. That's really the rubber meets the road here. And I think what's happening now is that people are realizing that politics doesn't cut it, race unity doesn't cut it. Now, but I will say this as a black person, I think white people outside of Jesus have done the most for humanity. We use white people inventions. Even if you want to say that black people built them, I believe it was under white people rule that happened. But even if you want to say that, like they, like something happened that was like good, it still feels, and I guess to try to put it simply is this: the reason why I still don't have race over religion in terms of, even though I just said that even if I just said that like that, I think, it's not wrong to be I don't think it's wrong to be a Christian nationalist or a white nationalist. I think you can have pride in your race. place, and I think you can have pride in your nation, and you want it to stay that way, because you don't want people who are basically coming to your house and not respecting it. And even if like they're in there legally, that doesn't mean they'll assimilate. And I think if white people want to keep the United States a majority white, or have a white-only community, I think they should be allowed to do that if they want. And there's nothing wrong with it. The problem, I think that other people are missing is that white people I think the issue that we're running into is that white people they don't understand how religion was actually a better unifier over the other unifiers first. And what do I mean by this? Well, basically what I mean is that the reason why I can say this is because trying to resize this split gate Reno window, but the reason why I can say this, I think, is very simple. The reason why I think a lot of people they don't realize that there was no white unity before Christianity, in any real sense anyway. There was no white unity in pagan lands. There was no white unity in ancient Greece or ancient Rome. There was no white unity. There was no white unity. There was no white unity in the ancient days because they were killing each other. In the Viking days, they were killing each other. In the pagan days, they were offing each other. They were killing each other in the bat off days, and that it's just something that I don't really believe. I don't understand how people can, because it's like the Vikings, they killed each other, but the Vikings killed each other, and the Vikings killed each other, and that didn't work. The Vikings killed each other, and they didn't get along. Before they converted to Christianity, so it's like, where was the white unity then? Where's the white unity in ancient Greece? Where's the white unity in ancient Rome? Where's the white unity? They weren't exactly the best places to live. Where was the white unity before Christianity and Jesus did it? Jesus is a better white unifier than race is for whites, blacks, and anybody else, because race is not God. People think it is, but it's like Jesus says before, if you make something an idol, you're going to be disappointed by it. You're going to be disappointed because the more you try to idolize something, the worse it's going to be for you, because you're going to ultimately run into issues, and it's really going to be bad for you. It's really going to be bad, and I think Um, and I think that people need to, and I think that people need to get over themselves and want to themselves and understand that um, it's really, really bad for people that that people don't realize that I don't I guess I don't understand why people maybe it's just me, but I don't really understand why people have like basically a hard time admitting that yeah, it's like basically it's like there's a hard time admitting that yeah, there wasn't ancient Greece, ancient Rome, the Viking days, the pagan days. If white unity was so good, why do they kill each other? And you could say this about a lot of other races too. I could say this about black people. I could say this about Native Indians. And a lot of people thought that Europeans were doing bad things before then. And colonization. And a lot of people say, oh, they're the first Americans. But you can't, but the problem is there was no America. There was no America before then. There was no America. There was no America before then, and I think people really need to stop blaming white people for what they did, because I honestly think white people are more nicer and less racist than a lot of other people think. The only reason why people say it is because I think most of it is really jealousy. I honestly think that most anti-white people are anti-white not because not because of some logical, consistent reasoning. They're actually racist because to white people because they don't want to admit that their race didn't accomplish as much as white people did. I'm black, but I'll admit that white people has done more for black people than a lot of black people, because like my community, a lot of black people are, I think on average, are more violent. 13% of the population does 50% of the violent crime. That I don't think stats are racist, but I think there needs to be a better help in the black community in wanting self-improvement and not only self-improvement but self-awareness, self-control. And I think the black community would be better for it if that was the case. But instead, it's like it's always the victim. It's always blaming other people for problems, when I think most of the black people's problems are because of black people. I'm black, and most of the racism, I think is directed towards me. And the reason why I think that is because, they say I'm basically a raccoon. They say that, oh, well, you suck, white, you suck, you're sucking, a white dick. Why not be kind of like us? And it's like, I'm a black person, but I don't hate people of a group just because I'm supposed to. I don't fall into groupthink, and I get in trouble from other black people because I just try to say, hey, I think white people built America. Black people did help too, but that I think was mostly slave labor. Wasn't like they came up with the Bill of Rights or Declaration of Independence. And I think that's a fair assessment to say that. But that's not saying the truth about stuff is not a bad thing. It's just different, and I think people need to get over it. I think So white, I don't think I think white people deserve respect, and I think that there's nothing wrong with white people. There's nothing wrong with having white people. There's nothing wrong with having white people. Uh, there's nothing wrong with having white. Uh, there's nothing wrong with having white people want their own communities, because let's face it, black people, a lot of them, they move to white countries or white homes or white communities, and then they basically bring their problems and they make black people problems their problems, and then it causes white flight, and then black people follow them, and the cycle restarts. Because just like I said about the Nazis and a lot of white nationalists, the issue that black people run into is a lack of accountability, a lack of self-control, a lack of self-responsibility, a lack of self-improvement. And I think on average, black people are more tend to violence, more violent outbursts, and there's less rationality. There's less rationality in it. Do I think that there's a ton of good black people? Yes. For example, I'll go through it. For example, there is some African countries named Seychelles, there's another African country called Mauritius, and a lot of basically the African island countries. Those African island countries, they are countries that are thriving. There's very little violence. Do I think that the main continent of Africa, do I think that there's a lot of corruption? Yes. But my issue here is that white people and others had to start over too. It's like, if white people can start from scratch and be successful, why can't black people, on average, start from scratch and do it? And I just don't know why. I don't know why they can't seem to do this. I don't know why they can't seem to. I don't know why they can't seem to do it. They can't do it for some reason, maybe. Well, I actually think that they can, because if black people couldn't be successful, there wouldn't be Mauritius or other African countries that have long lifespans. Seychelles, Mauritius, those are two African countries, yes, albeit they're island African countries, but they still are African countries that perform very well. And it shows that, there's a lot of successful Indians peoples too. There's successful people everywhere. Every race has it. I just think on average white people are more successful on average, and I don't think it's racist to say, I think a lot of people say, because a lot of the word racist, I think is said by a lot of people who don't even know what that word means. Do I think racism is actually wrong? Like actual racism, where you hate someone because of their skin color? Yes, I think that's wrong, and I think it's unfortunate that happens. I don't like that. But, I think it's wrong for white people to experience racism too, and it's like whenever that happens, where's the national story for that? Where is the national story for black crime? Where's the national story for black people killing other black people on average? Where is that? Because I don't see it anywhere, and I think it's sad. It's like, do people not care about? Do people not care about white people and their, Canon Hiddens, who was killed by a black person, and do black people not realize that a lot of Black Lives Matter movement is because a lot of black people, I think, just feel entitled. They feel entitled. They can't handle no. They can't. A lot of people can't handle it either. I'll say that. Yes, if you add up because a lot of black people do not like, per capita. Per capita is not, I don't think, is racism. And I think I'm offering a very fair take. To me, saying the truth is not racist. I think saying something like, oh, well, you're black, so you'll never be successful because of your skin color. Well, that's probably not racist much either. I think it's harsh, but I think it's fair. Maybe given the circumstances and that white people, because people don't see things through the same lens as you do. But I think saying stuff like, oh, well, but look at that, white people, black people, like, I'm trying to understand a good racist thing in a way that is accurate, because a lot of people will say stuff that's like accuse something that's racist that I don't think is. I don't think saying truth about laws of averages is racist. I think there's just saying true things. It's like, I'm black, but even I can admit and say that I think black people on average are less successful than, because some of it is because of on average, I think black people on average are less successful. It's not because, it's not because, it's because of, to me, it's not because black people, it's not because black people are like lesser. Most white people are actually very nice, not racist. And even if, because I don't judge people of the same group the same way, even if somebody is a white nationalist, Nazi, like racist, that doesn't mean they'll hate other races, even if they say they are. A lot of that stuff, I think, is like, you have to nuance or strip it out, because a lot of stuff online is just to get a reaction. If you don't get a reaction, they get bored and leave. But a lot of people need to understand that that a lot of it is reaction. But yeah, saying the truth about racism, I don't think is racist. I don't think saying the truth about racism and how it's made to think that that white people are the bad guy and the minorities are the good guys, even though it's ironic, white people are actually a word's minority. So ultimately, white people are a minority, but they're in a white majority country, so they don't count as a white minority, even though they are a word white minority. I just think that's very funny that people will say, "Oh look, look, they're not a white minority. They're not a white minority. They're not a minority at all." It's like, they are a minority. It's just that they're not a minority that they're not a minority that like they're not a minority that is is very you know they're not a minority that's just in their own country, maybe not a minority, but they're still a minority. So saying that they're not a minority, I think, is really suspicious. It's really suspicious. So yeah. So what else am I? Okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard to play in a small screen for Splitgate. Oh yeah, so I just watched a video about what it would look like to go at light speed. The last video, in the upper left. So, and I think it's cool now because I really like the universe stuff. Going off on that, well, actually, let's just talk about it next because I've already said what I think about how I don't think telling the truth is racism, and I don't think it's wrong, and I don't think it's actual racism to say that you want to stay in a country that's your own. But yeah, he's going through because I love the universe and I love space and black holes. I like how because something that's always fascinated me is time dilation and going at light speed. So going at light speed in fiction is different than going light speed in real life. Going light speed in real life is not possible for things with mass, and there's potentially a light speed called a tachyon, not proven yet, but there is potentially a light speed called tachyon, tachyon, which is faster than light, but that's just like up the rumor mill. It's not actually, we don't know if tachyons or tachyons exist. So going at light speed in real life is way different from fiction. Going light speed in fiction is possible. Going faster than light is fiction. And maybe I'll talk about it more once I get to those power scaling videos. But right now, time dilation basically means that the faster you go, the less time there seems to be travel. Time slows down for the person who's going there. So if for example, let's say I could walk at light speed and there was no bad stuff for me, there was no bad stuff that I had to deal with. I could, let's say I could go at light speed and I could go around, I could, if I could walk to the sun, it would probably take me 8 minutes, right? So if I walked to the sun and there was no drawbacks, I could walk to lights, I could walk to, like, for example, real life light speed, and it's kind of like this. It's kind of hard to think about and play at the same time, but let me try. Light speed, if I were walking and let's say I had real life effects, because objects and that have any mass at all, due to relativity, the only things that can go light speed in real life are basically protons, right? Well, it depends on what you mean by real life, but let's say in our existence, in our 3D universe, there exists a like, let's say you can go light speed, you can walk at light speed in real life. So like, let's say I could walk to the sun and back, because I think it takes 8 minutes from the sun of the light speed of the rays of the sun. It takes 8 minutes for them to get there. So if I, let's say I walked from the sun to the earth at light speed and I could just walk straight there. Well, from my perspective, due to time dilation, it would instantly slow down. You know, the stuff would warp around you. I think it's called the Doppelganger effect. I'm not entirely sure, but if you walked at light speed, it said if you walked at light speed and if I walked at light speed from the sun to the earth, it would take me 8 minutes. Now, from my perspective, the journey would be instant. If you looked ahead of you, all you would see is a bright light. You would walk there, and 8 minutes would go by but from your perspective, the journey would be basically instant. If you looked behind you, it would basically be black because the light rays can't actually reach you because it would be so it would be basically impossible. It'd be basically impossible for the light rays to reach you, and this is because the photons from the lights could not actually reach your eyes in time because I assume. Now, I don't know how it works for sure, but I assume that because of how fast you're going, light can't actually reach your eyes because you're moving so fast that it can't reach you. So if you look behind you, you would be in a cone, I think, or something, but you would see a lot of black. You would see a lot of darkness. You would basically see a void of nothingness because you would be moving so fast, and the lights would look weird. And if AI can help me, because they have this cool thing, and I think it's so cool. On basically almost any video on YouTube, you can go to AI and it will help you basically have your own timestamps, and it would put into more context about how you could see things. You could see the timestamps, so it would almost be like AI would almost have chapters for your video, and you could look at them and say, if you tried to find something in context, you could find it easier, and I think that's cool. Anyway, back to the light speed thing. But if you look in front of you, you would basically be blinded by a white light. If you look behind you, you would see almost nothing, but you would basically see nothing but light rays basically enveloped in darkness because the light rays couldn't reach your eyes. And if you looked in front of you, you would see nothing but white light. So basically, if you looked in front of you, you would see if you looked in front of you, you would see light, and if you looked behind you, you would see darkness. But due to time dilation, it would be instant for you. Time would slow down, and so if you went at light speed or faster, time would slow down for you. It wouldn't, but you would get there in an instant. But if you were to go to, you would 8 minutes would pass as you would walk from the sun to the earth. 8 minutes would pass, but you would actually get there instantly from your perspective to the space bending, relativity. Einstein, he said that due to the light, due to space bending, due to time dilation, and all that. So, but if I were to be an observer, say, if I watch someone go from let's say I had supervision and I could see light speed, because even if you go at light speed, I don't think you would be able to detect it. Um, but let's say you had super sight and you could see the light speed and stuff. Well, you they would get there from your perspective. If I was the observer, so I'm not the person that's going at light speed. I'm the one person observing light speed. It would take them 8 minutes. They might red shift and blue shift depending on the perception, and it would look like, I don't know if they would be frozen in time and stuff, and I'm not really certain how it would look, because I think it would look different from, like, because time works differently from a black hole. So for example, but basically if I was observing a person going at light speed and I had the super eyes, I would I would see them going at light speed, and they would get there in within 8 minutes, but I would be basically 8 minutes older, at least from their perspective, or at least I think that's how it works. I'm not certain how, because basically if you went at light speed, it's almost like kind of time traveling. I'm not certain how it works from the person who's going at light speed. Things would be 8 minutes older from the observer's perspective. They would appear younger, I think. Maybe that's actually how it works, but I'm not certain. Actually, kind of boggles my mind how it would work. But in fiction, it's kind of different. In fiction, light speed basically says you go as fast as you want, but there's no negative effects at all. Like, light speed in fiction is just a much faster speed that you go, and maybe there's a slowdown, but there's no time dilation, because if you went light speed, if you could go light speed in real life, an object of mass could go at light speed, you would be infinitely heavy. I think you would have infinite mass and such, and I don't think you would actually be very I don't think you would I don't think it would I don't think it would be very I don't think it would be very well, I'll just say I don't think it would go, if light speed worked the same, if light speed worked in fiction the way it works as real life, the stories, things would break. The laws of physics wouldn't work, because it would cause major catastrophe. If you went at light speed and you somehow crash landed, even a needle going at light speed would cause major damage. It wouldn't destroy the Earth, it wouldn't vaporize the Earth outright, but it would cause major damage to it, to the point to where you probably wouldn't want to do that. You would probably be more different. Okay. Do, 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 do. Alright. So let's see. Oh yeah, okay. So, what was it talking about? Oh yeah, so I think that light speed would be very weird with the time dilation effects and stuff. So I'll talk about it now. So black hole, I've been watching a lot of black hole stuff, and what's cool about black holes is that I forgot what, there's a place called, like, so, but basically, there's a place where if you were to go into like a black hole and pause it there's a place called the photon sphere. The black hole photon sphere is a spherical region of space-time where gravity is so intense that light particles are forced to travel in circular orbits around the black hole. And if you were to be frozen there, you could actually see you could see the back of your own head. It's pretty crazy because you would see multiple copies of yourself if you froze yourself at the photon sphere. Now, it's there's time dilation at the event horizon as well. And the event horizon, like, basically it's different from the observer and the person getting sucked into the black hole. So first of all, if someone got sucked into the black hole, if they were getting sucked into a black hole and they were like, for example, let's say I'm the person getting sucked into the black hole first. I'm actually kind of bad with words. I'm got like shy and nervous and talking. That's why it's kind of hard to get it out. And I'm playing games and trying to do multiple things at once. But so if I was getting pulled into a black hole, basically my legs, if I was getting pulled into a black hole, my legs would be a lot farther than my head, and my my legs and bottom torso would be going up a lot more than my top torso. And the reason why this is because gravity is more intense at the more like the center line, or the closer you are to the event horizon, the more you would feel it and stuff. Like your legs would be stretched, and you would be infinitely stretched, and you would just get sucked up or spaghettified into the black hole, basically at normal time. Now here's where it gets pretty interesting. If I was a person who was watching you from far away from a ship, I would only see, you would be basically redshifted, and you would basically, the person who's getting sucked in through the black hole, I wouldn't see you cross the event horizon. You would basically slow down, you would redshift, and then you would basically disappear from view, because you would be so redshifted that you wouldn't actually be able to go anywhere, because you would be redshifted into you would essentially be you would be redshifted into you would be redshifted out of sight because I wouldn't see you because to the person getting sucked in, they would just get sucked in to the event horizon, and not even light can escape it. But if I was, for example, if you were getting if I saw the person and you were getting sucked into it, I would not see you get sucked into the I would not see you getting sucked into the black hole at all. You would go into the black hole, you would stop, you would basically stop, and then what would happen is that you would go into the black hole, you would stop, and what would happen then is that you would basically disappear from sight. You would look like you were frozen in place, but the thing you would be looking at is actually not the person. So what you're seeing is a light after image. You would see the redshift of said person. The person would already be beyond the event horizon, but you wouldn't actually be able to see that because they would be long gone. They would be long gone. Okay. Yeah, they would be long gone. They would be... They would be long gone. They would be far... Okay, they would be far into the... They would be far into it. They would be far into the event horizon. But due to time dilation getting weird when getting sucked into a black hole, because it's not even illusion. It's not even what you're seeing is an illusion. You're seeing the actual person, but the thing is, the actual person, from their perspective, is already long gone, sucked into the black hole. From your perspective, the person is, they would freeze basically in time, but they would still actually exist, but they would still exist. From your perspective, they would look like they wouldn't cross the event horizon. They would be frozen in time. They would be redshifted. I think you would basically have to use infrared, and then they would disappear from existence. Because what you're seeing is not actually the person. What you're seeing is where the light rays could hit you last. So the redshift person you're looking at isn't even that person, isn't even there. You're just looking at it. You're just looking at it who you think is a person, because the red shift is tricking your eyes and saying, because the red shift and the light rays are not where the person's at. It's where you think they're at, but they're not actually there where you're at, where you're looking. You only think that. So that's due to time dilation. But I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool how time dilation works for both light speed, and I think time dilation is cool for how it works for... I think it's time dilation and how it works for people for light speed and how time dilation works for a black hole. Even if the time dilation may not be exact, like it may not work exactly the same for light speed as a black hole, maybe. But even if it doesn't, or if it does, I think it's cool. I think it's neat either way. So I'm gonna look up how time dilation works for light speed. I'm just gonna use Google here for a second. If I walked at light speed for, from, if I walked at light speed from the sun with no drawbacks. And what would I see, and what would the observer see if they could actually see me? Okay. So I'm gonna look at use AI. I think AI ultimately isn't. It's not bad. It's not the Antichrist. It's just AI is just a tool. So I think there's nothing wrong with using AI to help you, because there's nothing wrong with looking up stuff you don't know. That's how you learn and grow, and there's nothing wrong with learning new things. So I'm trying to stay in here and stuff, but okay, so if I walked at light speed from the sun to the earth, walking at light speed from the sun to the earth, negative 8.3 light minutes, makes the trip feel instantaneous to you due to time dilation. Okay, as I said before, this is the AI Google, what I got. You would likely see only an infinitely bright spot directly surrounded by you, surrounded by darkness as light compresses ahead, directly surrounded by you, by darkness as light compresses and warps ahead of you. An observer on Earth would see you arrive simultaneously with your image. Okay, so it seems like the speed would be so fast it would almost look like teleporting, I guess. And that makes sense, because light speed is so fast it can go around the Earth like 7 or 8 times in a single second, and that is ridiculously fast. And that it's almost unfathomable. It's kind of comparing the observable universe, which is like 93 billion light years across, and then the actual size of the actual universe. That, they're just so much different. But even 93 billion light years is huge, but it's measurable. An immeasurable universe is like, it is like almost absurd to comprehend, because how would you do that? So anyway, I'm trying to do multiple things. So going back to, if I walked at light speed from the sun to the earth, no broad drawbacks, what would I see, and what would the observer see if they could actually see me? The AI answer I was given, walking, okay, you go from 8.3 light minutes, which sounds about right, and as light compresses around you. As an observer on Earth, I would see you arrive simultaneously with your image. What would you see? Okay, so this is from the person who is going at light speed. If I was walking at light speed, here's what I would see. From my perspective, I would see instantaneous journey, because you're moving at light speed, because you're moving at light c, which is light speed, or c for, what's funny is that light speed, photon c goes at light speed, but in fact, if people don't know this, if you go at light speed in like water or through air or through gas, it actually goes a little bit faster. Light speed goes a little bit faster through water or air or through, like, I think, gassy things. At least that's based on what I learned from Grok. Grok is like basically AI for X, or formerly Twitter, from Elon Musk. I actually like Grok a lot. I do respect Grok because I think it's a simple AI tool and it's very good. I think Elon Musk is a very good, like the engineer and the engineers too. Those guys are pretty good. I respect engineers a lot and scientists. But but getting back to the light speed thing, from a traveler's perspective, from a person's perspective, if I were to observe it, the instantaneously, because you are moving where was it? Oh yeah. Because you are moving at c, photon c, light c, which is light speed. Photons can go, only basically stuff like photons or tachyons or something can go at light speed. The journey from the sun to Earth takes 0 seconds in your frame of reference, which is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. You could go, like, you would get there from your perspective instantly. The tunnel effect, due to a relativistic aberration, the searchlight effect, all light from the side and behind you would appear to gather directly in front of you. Okay, so that's what it's called. Interesting. It's called the tunnel effect. The blinding light ahead, the sun behind you would fade while the stars and Earth would intensify, blue shifting. So it would be blue shift and blue shifting into it, and blinding bright small spot in front. Darkness everywhere else. Everything outside a small cone of vision would appear completely black. And from the other side, the flip side, if I were an observer and I had like super eyesight, super seeing, this is what I would see if I saw someone going at light speed, or from the sun to the earth, simultaneous arrival. An observer would see you, the light from you and the light arriving at you at the exact moment. They wouldn't see you. You would simply be there. Yeah, I think, that's basically what it is. It would basically be like teleporting. It would actually be so fast that your brain probably wouldn't even be able to comprehend it. Almost. It would actually be almost terrifying, I think. It would be, because they would be there and then they just wouldn't be there. And blue shift appearance. You would appear blue shifted towards the blue ultraviolet spectrum as shown in the YouTube video. It's scientifically impossible for an object with mass to reach the speed of light, as it requires infinite energy as shown in the YouTube video. Yeah, it's like it would. I'm going to read another one though, because that's pretty interesting. So from the observer's perspective, you would basically get there instantly, and it wouldn't even be from your perspective, you would just be there, and from the observer's perspective, you would just be there also. I think even if you had super sight, you would just be there in their like frame of reference, in their frame of view, because of how fast it would be going and stuff. That's pretty interesting stuff to find out. But I want to read another one. And I will. It's pretty interesting. Sometimes it's hard for me to game and play at the same time, but it's okay. I am managing it. So I find Splitgate is so fun. It reminds me a lot of like Halo, but Call of Duty. It's like a mixture between Halo and Call of Duty. I think you have I like the portals, and I like the fact that it feels a lot like Halo, but it feels a lot like Call of Duty as well. But it has its own thing too. In fact, Splitgate, along with Modern Warfare 2 2019, 2009, is probably my favorite FPS games of all time. Maybe barring, if I could make it, maybe my own, because the gameplay to me is really what hooks me into a game. It's like, yeah, the story is good, but to me, it's like, if it doesn't have the aesthetics and the gameplay doesn't complement it, then to me, I think that it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I guess light speed, even if you had super seeing, unless you could potentially go faster than light speed, even if you could see, your eyes could see it and you could see it normally, you would still have to they would still be there instantly, because light speed is just so fast. It's just so quick. I think it's really awesome that that's how light speed works. Okay. Okay. I really love this game. Yeah. But let's say there is like fiction could do it and stuff. Slower speed of light. There's a game called the slower speed of light that simulates like what it would look like speed, but time would slow down. But Yeah, I think the universe, reality, God, and stuff are really cool. Even though I'm LDS and believe in God, I don't always agree with the interpretation. I don't believe that just because I believe that God didn't make the universe from nothing doesn't mean he couldn't. I think there's different levels, also different levels of eternity, like there's different levels of math. So for example, I would say there's different levels of infinities. Aleph no, Aleph cardinals, and Aleph set. So for example, if you have two lines, line 1 and line 2, there's infinite number of people. They go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. until it's infinite. So the line continues infinitely, but it goes in sequence of order 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Now in line 2, it basically goes like this. It's also infinite, but let's say line 2 goes like this: 1 infinite gap, person 2 infinite gap, 3 infinite gap, 4 person 4 infinite gap. So basically that's pretty. Basically, it would be infinite, like the first one, but there would be an infinite gap between person 1 and person 2, and that's how I understood how sets work in math at different levels, infinities and sets. Because I'm not really a math person, I kind of suck at math, but I understood it. That made me understood it in a way that helped me, like let's say kind of like explain it to me like I'm 5, and I don't mind how people learn. It's just the willingness to learn, and so both lines are infinite. Both lines are infinite. But if there's line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5, or wait, there's person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, person 5, and there's still persons, they're still infinite, but the difference between line 1 and line 2 is infinite. So if the lines are infinite between person 1 and person 2 and person 3, line 1 has person 1, person 2, and it goes an infinite number of people, right? It's infinite. The line is infinitely going. In line 2, we have person 1, and then there's an infinite gap between person 1 and person 2. So you would still have an infinite number of people, but that infinity would be a greater infinity because the gap between 1 and 2 is greater, or there's an infinite gap between 1 and 2, between person 1 and person 2, because there's a bigger gap, because there's an infinite gap between person 1 and person 2 and line 2, it would mean that the infinity of line 2 is greater than the infinite of line 1, even if they're both infinite. And then let's say if there was a third line, it would go infinite 1 person, and then it would go, well maybe, I don't know if I would have it for certain, but I believe it would go like infinite. It would go in person infinite. There would be a person who was infinite 1, and then person 2 would be infinite. That would be person 2 who was infinite, and then a person 3 who was infinite, and so on. So each line would get more and more complex and more infinite, and at least that's how I would put it. Another way I've understood it is line 1 would be person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, infinitely, etc. It would just go etc. times. It would go into infinite. There would still be it would still be infinite. It would just be infinite people with no gap. And like, let's say line 2, it would go person 1, infinite gap, person 2, person 3, person 4, person 5. So it only have one infinite gap instead of, multiple infinite gaps. Line 3 would be person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, and then each line from person 2 onward, there, like for each line and each person, there would be another gap between each corresponding person after that. Or I think it would be that way, or it would be the previous way, which I said line 1 would be person 1, person 2, person 3 going to infinity. The second line would be person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, person 3, infinite gap, person 4, infinite gap, etc. and going on. Line 3 to me would be person 1, infinite. There's infinite person 1s, and then there's infinite person 2, and then infinite person 3, infinite person 4. So it's a bigger, so either way, you have an infinite person 1 or infinite person 2, or you have a person 1 and then an infinite gap, and then each line after would be person 1 infinite gap, person 2 infinite gap, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 for line 3. Either way, you would be the infinities would be bigger. Now line 4, and this is where it gets crazy. I think line 4, I don't know how you would even be able to comprehend the infinite persons in terms of the lines, because it would be that crazy and that infinite that you might not even be able to comprehend. But I'll try to argue for it, in my opinion, because I find this stuff fun. I like learning. I think it's fun, and I think more people should be willing to learn. And so, if I were to say, like, let's say infinite person 1, it would be line 4. It would be line 4, right? So if I were to say infinite line 1, or infinite, like line. Let's go to line 4. So how would I'm kind of trying to think about it, but I have to use a lot of brainstorming. But I don't mind it. I actually like thinking about this stuff. But how I would do it is this: if line 4, just sent okay, I guess in my mind I would say line 4 would basically be this: the starting point from the line would be infinite, and I guess it wouldn't even be just the people that would be infinite now, like infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3 in line 4. Now the line itself, I'm not talking about the people, just the people of the line. I'm talking about the line itself, like the concept of the line for what I think would be infinite. So each infinity, the higher infinity you go, the more complex it gets. And even then, or if you want to like say infinite 1, infinite 2, and infinite 3 from line 3, or you want to go with infinite, person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, person 3, infinite gap, person 4, infinite gap for line 4, I guess you could do that. But I think the infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3 from line 3 is greater because it's a greater complexity. Each infinite is more complex than the last one, and I think that's why the infinite people is greater than even an infinite gap between each person for each corresponding line or line after line 2. But let's see, if I had to let me think about it, because I'm trying to use my brain, trying to use my thinking cap. I don't have a high IQ either, so it's kind of struggling for me. But if I had to choose, so let's see, line 3, it would be, because I decided to go with the infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3 over the person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, person 3, infinite gap for line 3, because I think it almost feels like a lot like line 2. Line 4, not only would there have to be infinite gaps, infinite people, and you would go, I guess it would almost be like this: infinite person 1, and then goes infinite gap, and then infinite person 2, and then infinite gap, and infinite person 3, and infinite gap. I guess that's how I would do it. But that feels kind of too simple to me, because if there's an infinite person, because if there's infinite person 1, and then it goes infinite person 2, and infinite person 3, and then it just keeps going for infinite, for different lines and stuff, why would I then say infinite person, why would I say infinite person 1, infinite gap, infinite person 2, infinite gap, infinite person 3, infinite gap, if I could just say that for line 3? Because wouldn't line 4 have to be greater than line 3, maybe? Well, maybe that can still work, because if you have an infinite person 1 from line 3 into line 4, and then you have an infinite gap from line 2, but then you have infinite person 2 from line 2, line 3, but you have an infinite gap after that from line 2, then you kind of maybe would have the best of both words, even if that infinity doesn't make sense. Maybe it's kind of like this. If there's an infinite, well, yeah, I guess that's kind of how I rationalize it. Infinite gap between people doesn't rule out the infinity, though. Right? It doesn't rule out the infinity. I still think there is good. Line 4, so let's think about it. Line 1, 2, 3, 4, and they go up to infinity. Line 2, it would be person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, person 3, infinite gap, person 4, infinite gap, line line 3 would be infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3, and line 4 would be infinite person 1, infinite gap, infinite person 2, infinite gap, infinite person 3, infinite gap. And I think that's a good way to do it. And still trying to have consistency. It's not because I'm actually trying to. It's not because I'm actually saying I don't want to have a better representation. I'm actually just trying to struggle, but I find it's actually fun to think about though, and I think there's nothing wrong with being curious and having questions, even about your own beliefs and questioning them. But anyway, going back to that, I'm really struggling, but I'm having a good time because it's causing my brain to think. So how would I? Let's see. How would I go through it? How would I go through it? Think, Matthew, think. If there's infinite person 1, and then infinite gap, and infinite person 2, and infinite gap, that technically the infinity would still be greater in line 3 and line 4. So, let me think about it. If there's infinite person 1 and then an infinite gap between person 1 and person 2, but the person 1 and person 2 are still infinite, that's still a greater infinity because the person is still infinite, but there's an infinite gap between those people, so the infinity would still be greater from that sense because you would still have an infinite person. Line 3 and line 4 would be similar. They would both each have a infinite person and infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3. But now with line 4, because there's an infinite gap between them, that the gap, the infinity of line 4 is greater than the infinity in line 3, because now you don't have a just infinite number of each person you have to go through. Now there's an infinite gap that you have to be able to cross the threshold of. And I guess that's a greater infinity. I think that's the best I can come up with. And if I think of something later or that maybe can help me with the infinity and stuff, I will. I'll gladly concede to myself and say, "Wow, you thought about a different one," because the infinity of each person is still there. But now there's an infinite gap between them. It's not just infinite person 1, infinite person 2. Now it goes infinite person 1, infinite gap, and then infinite person 2, infinite gap, infinite person 3. And therefore, it's a bigger infinity than line 3. And then subsequently infinite, line 2 and line 1, and they're still all infinite lines, but each infinity gets greater. And that's kind of what I see with eternity. I believe matter is eternal, but in Doctrine and Covenants, section 93, verses 29 through 30, it says, "The intelligence or light of truth cannot be made, neither can it be." But it also says in the next verse, verse 30, Doctrine and Covenants, section 93, in the audio scriptures, it says, God had to place it in the eternal sphere, otherwise there is no existence. Now, what does it mean by that? Does it mean that God can literally get something rid of something that is eternity in this belief system, because if we believe that matter is eternal and that your core you, the intelligence, your essence, the thing that is you, if it cannot be made or created by God, why would it say otherwise? God needs to place it in that sphere, otherwise there is no existence, and it needs to act for itself. Well, I think it just means that without God, you have no value. So you can exist as a chaotic blob soup of nothingness, but you don't. It's like, if you don't exist as you, as yourself, are you still you? So even if God technically doesn't create your existence, He allows you, your existence is only allowed to grow and prosper because of that. And that's why I think there's eternal thing A and eternal thing B. Eternal thing A, which I'll call God, can affect eternal thing B, which is matter, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A. Eternal thing A therefore has to be greater than eternal thing B, because eternal thing B is greater than eternal thing A. And I think that's where we're going. I think eternal thing A has to be better than eternal thing B. Eternal thing B has to be bigger and better than eternal thing A.
Absolutely terrifying. In real life, it is merely a pure unknown and is hauntingly mysterious. Space is so mysterious, in fact, it feels like
eternal thing A is bigger than eternal thing B. Yeah, eternal thing A is eternal thing A, which is God, can affect eternal thing B, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A. Eternal thing B, which I call matter in this instance, cannot affect eternal thing B. So eternal thing A is greater than eternal thing B, because eternal thing B needs eternal thing A to have any meaning. Even because, let's say that even if the thing about eternal thing A is not being consistent or coherent, basically it means that it means that eternal thing A is greater than eternal thing B. Now let's say for example, eternal thing A basically means that you can't if it means what I think it does, because eternal thing A, God because eternal thing B needs eternal thing A, which is God, to eat. Maybe even if you want to say you don't need it to exist, but if you take it hyper literally, it does, because it says in Doctrine and Covenants, section 93 verses 30, it says God had to place it in the sphere, otherwise there is no existence. Now that could just be hyperbolic, but if you take it hyper literally, that means that God's eternal powers are greater than eternity, which means He can get rid of eternal things, which would actually, I think, be more impressive, because it tells you that even things are eternal can still get erased by God, and that would make Him more, which I actually believe He can. I think God can do logical contradictions, even if a lot of people think it doesn't make sense. But reality in many ways doesn't make sense to us anyway, so it's like, how can you really say it doesn't make too much little sense? Because just because you can't understand it doesn't mean it can't happen. But if you take it hyper literally, then that means that God's power to erase eternity is way more impressive than I think people think. But even if you say it's being hyperbolic and it doesn't mean that, that's still more impressive. And the reason why is because God's eternity is greater than an eternal thing that it can't normally, you wouldn't be able to get rid of. It's like eternity, it's like erasing the concept of eternity on a conceptual level, which is actually insane because you can get rid of something that you normally wouldn't be able to get rid of. It's really kind of crucial, but let's say it's just hyperbolic for argument's sake, right? Let's go both ways. If it's just hyperbolic and you want to grant it that it doesn't mean what it doesn't mean what people think it does, and it's just being hyperbolic, then eternal thing B still needs eternal thing A to have any meaning. Let's say, for example, God can't get rid of things that are eternal, but he's the only one that can give meaning to eternal, like things that are eternal. He's the only one that can give meaning to eternal things. That still means his eternity is greater because because you need eternal thing A, which is God, in this scenario, to affect eternal thing B. Otherwise, you can't even say that eternal thing A. You can't. That means eternal thing A is more impressive than eternal thing B because eternal thing A can affect eternal thing B, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A. That is way more impressive than what every other people think. And I think that another thing too, and I'll probably talk about this and before I go to a different thing. If eternal thing B needs eternal thing A because eternal thing B, like for example, I said it before, if you don't exist as you, then do you exist? For example, if I'm eternal but there's nothing else about me, but I have no self-awareness, no self-control, no sense of identity, if I just exist but I don't have a mind, I don't have a brain, I don't have a conscience, and I can't actually do things, if I'm just a floating ball of, like, if I'm just a floating soup thing that I can't actually do anything, then I'm just an eternal blob floating in the middle of nothing that I can't actually do anything. And it actually makes it to where you can't actually say from your perspective that you actually exist. It's like, because it's a deeper question. If you don't actually exist as you, do you actually exist? Because the only reason why you say that you exist as you is because there is a mind or a brain there is a mind or a brain to go into. So I think what's happening with people, I think what I'm trying to get at is that even if we grant that eternal thing B needs eternal thing A, or that you exist in some capacity, but you don't exist as anything else. If you don't exist as yourself, as a conscious agent who is, because if you need eternal thing B, and like if eternal thing B needs eternal thing A to exist as a self, then you still need eternal thing A to exist as a self, which means that God still ultimately is in the driver's seat. It means that your existence still relies on God ultimately, because if you don't exist as you, if you don't exist as a conscious agent, what good is existence if it doesn't mean anything? You're just existing as a brain, and not even a brain. In fact, you're existing as a thing that you can't actually justify. You don't have any knowledge of it. You can't actually know for certain what even it means to exist. It's like, oh, well, you exist as something. It's like, what do you mean by existence? Like, what do you, it's like you can exist without knowing you exist, but it goes even deeper than that. Can you exist while not knowing you exist? Can you exist in a way? Can you exist in a way that makes it to where can you exist as yourself without God? Can you exist as you without God? And I think the answer is no. I don't think you can exist without God. I don't think you can exist in a way without, because it's like you need God to exist in some way, whether it's reality, because you appeal to something outside of your own senses, right? But yes, so ultimately, even if you want to say that there are two things that are eternal, God's eternity is just greater than any other eternity. Therefore, it would bypass the eternity of eternity. It would be a better eternity than whatever else eternity is. So what else am I talking? What I want to talk now? What else do I want to talk about now? Another eternity, huh? Another eternity. So let's see. I will say another eternity that I think. Wait, no, not eternity, because I think I'm done with that for a while. I want to talk about. Let's just get into it. Because I'm a big power skiller. I've been power skilling for years now. I'm a lot better than I was. I've been power skilling before I, got into learn about how to debate better by Seth the Programmer and Clyde the Weeaboo and Chuck the Cybercook and Webcam Parrot and Noodles and Aeroflame and all these other things. I've learned a lot of power skilling. Swikage is another one. I've learned how to be a better, six, all these guys and stuff. I love arguing about power scaling, and I got into it like 2018, 2019. I got really into it, but I actually got into power scaling saying that who wins between Bugs Bunny and Goku. And it was actually funny because I was talking about power scaling, and I was getting into it in maybe 2012 or 2011, it was like a long time ago, and it's so like power scaling for me has been, but I'm a lot better now. For example, I would go into like lounge forms or lounge chairs or something like that. It was something lounge forms. It was something like that, something lounge, I think. And they would have all these fights between like Goku versus Superman. But the main one I said was, who wins between Goku versus Bugs Bunny? And back then, I was a lot more green power skiller, which means I was more of a beginner power skill. In many ways, I still am, but I'm a lot better. If Matthew were to power skill his younger version, he would destroy him. For example, I said Bugs Bunny would be Goku because I believe that he was in Duck Amuck, and I would kind of use a fallacy, the low limits fallacy. I would basically say, well, Bugs Bunny would win over Goku because Bugs Bunny has Toon Force and Goku doesn't have Toon Force, and I would use feats like Duck Amuck sometimes, and I would say, see, because I didn't know stuff like Out of Versal was a thing. I didn't know about like universal stuff. I didn't know about FTL. I didn't know about which Surfbone helped me a lot. Webcam Parasite Surf. There's a guy named Surfbone. He goes into power scaling stuff, and I might watch some of his videos. He goes into light speed and universal and out of versal and stuff, and it really helped me become a much better power scaler and to not be as biased, maybe. And there's also something called SSJ Ryu or SS Ryu. SSJ Ryu and stuff. I like his stuff as well. I like a whole bunch of power skillers. I like, even if they're like less known and stuff, it doesn't bother me. Even like Geekdom 101, power skills, Laughing Stock Media, Mestar Media. Those guys power scale, maybe not to the hardcore degree that those other guys does, like Seth the Programmer, but they still are good power scalers when they want to, in my opinion. So basically I said that Bugs Bunny would beat Goku because Bugs Bunny had Toon Force and Goku didn't, and because he has Toon Force, he was able to do things like Goku would beat it. Now, this was back in 2011 too, so you could say that, well, Goku didn't have feats, and feats are important, but you need, I think, feats within context. But I would say feats are more important, especially within context, because scaling goes based off what we know, not what we think we know, and because of that, I think feats matter. Most of the time, feats matter more than even statements, but that's what I would say. And so what else do I think? So let's see, what else? I would say nowadays I would say Goku beats Bugs Bunny pretty easily, because Bugs Bunny, he doesn't have the feats. Bugs Bunny doesn't have the feats. Bugs Bunny doesn't have a lot of stuff that he would need to. He doesn't have a lot of stuff that he would need to win. He doesn't have the feats. And that's not me ripping on Bugs Bunny. That's not me doing it all. I think Bugs Bunny is a very powerful character. But the reason why Bugs Bunny I don't think can beat Goku is because even if we highball link Bugs Bunny to, like, let's say he is out of Verso and he is above all dimensions, and you could argue he's that due to Duck Amuck, or you could argue to do Looney Tunes back in action, and you could say that Bugs Bunny back in action is metafictional because he appears in a real life statement. He appears in a real life fictional representation of the real world. Looney Tunes back in action would mean that you could argue he's metafiction. Now he doesn't become fictional in the way many people think. Yes, they become fictional, but they don't become fictional in the way people think. Yes, they become fictional, but they only become fictional because that fictionality, that fiction in a way is that fiction in a way is that fiction in a way is unsubstantiated. Now I would say you could argue Bugs Bunny is metafictional because the whole back in action stuff, but there's something in power scaling called a low ball and a high ball, and interpretation, and because people interpret the same feats differently, there's no real, I think, consensus objective way to go into it about which one's correct and which one's objectively incorrect. And so what would I say about it? Well, I would say if you argue the metafictional standpoint, I think Bugs Bunny has a clear path to victory. I think Bugs Bunny wins it, and I don't think it's even close at this point. Not because it can't happen, but because if someone wants to think that Bugs Bunny is stronger than Goku, or like he's metafictional, I would say it's a higher thing than just out of Verso or high out of Verso or boundless, because being a low out of Verso means you exist above dimensions. You exist above all dimensions, but you don't exist above you exist above all dimensions, which is higher than hyperverso, which is most of the time when it says high hyperverso is usually 12 dimensions and higher. You low out of verso, it means you exist above, your physical existence is above that. You're not above the concept, you're not above the concept of dimensions. You exist above all dimensions, but your existence itself is not. You're not above the concept of dimensions. Your physical existence is above the dimensions, but that is more for low out of verso. Low out of verso like out of verso, baseline out of verso, not low out of verso, but baseline out of verso is when it basically means that you are actually you not only exist above the concepts, you not only exist above the dimensions in a physical way, exist above the concept. So like the outer verso being would be the same being as a low outer verso one, but you would even be a greater outer verso because you would not only exist above it, you would exist in a way that a low outer verso couldn't. You would a outer verso being wouldn't just be above a outer verso being wouldn't just be above a low outer verso being because you both exist above dimensions physically, but the very concept of your outer verso being would be even greater because someone could erase a low outer verso being and not erase the outer verso being because you as an outer verso being, not a low outer verso being, you wouldn't just be above dimensions physically, you would be above the concept of something. Being above a concept of something of dimensions is greater than just being above something, because being above something physically isn't just it's not just about being above something physically. For outer verso being, you would have to be above the concept of something physically, and being above the concept of something physically is a greater thing. And then you get high outer verso, which would be above the concept of something to the same degree that outer verso being would be to like a high hyperverso, outer verso being. But maybe I need to touch upon it a little bit. My favorite game is Dungeons and Dragons. I love the RPG. I love the fact that you can. I love RPGs. I love that RPGs can be played in a way that I love RPGs. And I love RPGs that can be played in a way that don't. Well, I thought about playing Left 4 Dead 2, but I think I'll save that for a different stream, maybe. Cause I thought about playing Left 4 Dead, but I don't think I'll get to it. I'm having too much fun on Splitgate. But yeah, going back, a infinite. Well, let's see. I don't know how to put this. What was I talking about, Matthew? Come on, Matthew. Think. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh, I know. Oh yeah. Okay, so what was it? Oh yeah, power scaling. Wasn't I talking about power scaling? Well, I was talking about something. Dang it, I forgot. I lost my train of thought. I'm actually getting kind of. Well, I'm not tired. I'm a little bit tired, but I don't know, I'm actually getting kind of monotonous at times. Maybe not. Maybe not though. Um. I died. Okay, so I forgot my train of thought. I'm trying to recall it. It's so hard because it's like my mind is it's a little bit tired a little, but I think I'm gonna take a break for a while after this. At least in a little bit, maybe 5 or 10 minutes or something. Because I want to stretch and exercise for a little bit. And then, because it's always good if you're, that's why I appreciate streaming. I realize that streaming is kind of like, you have to be really committed to it. It's like, it's kind of hard to do. And I think that streaming is actually hard to keep your concentration, and it's like people should have respect for streamers because it can wear you out, and if you have to interact with the chat when you might not want to. You have to interact with a lot of things. You might not want to interact with a lot of things, and interacting with chat, it might like suck, and it's like, well, do you want to interact with chat? And if you have a bad day, that's what I respect about Queso a lot, because he's actually really sweet. He's a sweetheart. He's kind. He deserves his success that he has. But yeah, oh wait, I was talking about Bugs Bunny. Okay, so who wins between Bugs Bunny and Goku? Bugs Bunny, I think if you argue a metafictional way, even if you highball and say Goku can get an outerversal, or maybe higher due to Arale scaling and Dr. Slump scaling, which is actually canon to the main line Dragon Ball. I still don't think you can argue for metafictional. Even if you say End of Z Goku is the strongest Goku, which is canon, and it's implied by Toriyama that End of Z Goku might be the strongest Goku, at least in the canon story, because the canon story, End of Z Goku basically said in the Daizenshuu, Toriyama states that he couldn't find any more people for Goku to go up against, that Goku is the strongest. And if you take it hyper literally and not just hyperbole, which I think you can take statements different ways, which is why people have different interpretations of the same statements. You could say that Goku is the strongest character, but even then, I still think Goku is not. He's not strong enough. I think you could just say Goku is not strong enough, and that Goku. Well, that's only if you use. I think, a very specific argument for Bugs Bunny and the Looney Tunes back in action. I think if you argue that way, you can do it. But I don't think if you argue any other way, you can. I don't think there is a way to do it. I don't think there's a way to argue Goku usually for that. But if you want to say that, if you want to say that Goku beats Bugs Bunny and he has outerversal feats, and Bugs Bunny in the normal cartoon or whatever doesn't. If you want to use composite, because I don't think Bugs Bunny from the cartoon is the same one from back in action, maybe. back in, I think it's back in action. Yeah, Bugs, but Looney Tunes back in action. So maybe, well, let's see. I'm gonna look up the power scaling. Okay, so at least Looney Tunes back in action would scale to at least universe level. So maybe I'm like way off, maybe. But if you say he's universe level, you could just argue Goku is at least universe level because at least Buhan or Buu Saga characters are universal, because you could just argue that Buhan ripped a hole in the universe that was going to cause other universes to crush it with the outside shout or outside space attack. But even if you say that he couldn't break, that the Buhan couldn't break the universe and he needed other universes to like flood in and then crush it, you could go to Super and then just say that the clash of Goku and Beerus was going to destroy the whole macrocosm. The whole macrocosm has more than more than one infinite area. It's got the universe 7 universe, it's got the infinite afterlife, it's got it's got the heaven realm, and it was basically said by the Supreme Kai, that said if Goku and Beerus, and this is the beginning of Dragon Ball Super, and Super Saiyan God, so Goku was way weaker, and it happens in the manga. I assume it's going to happen in the Beerus remake, which is going to be a different remake take. It's going to have moral. It's going to basically say that Goku, you could just argue is a multiversal character, and if that's the case, Goku is stronger. Goku is a stronger character, and just like Base and just Super Saiyan God, he's multiversal than he is as the universal back in action. So I wonder if there's a case for him being out of versal for back in action. Yeah, okay, so I put it, and it says Bugs Bunny, particularly when considering composite feats, including Looney Tunes back in action and Duck Amuck, and that's what I talked about earlier, is often argued to be out of versal or higher due to his extreme toon force, metafictional manipulation, and narrative control. So yeah, I think you could just say that from Duck Amuck and Looney Tunes back in action, you could argue that from those that Bugs Bunny is an out of versal being, because he allowed him to transcend the boundaries of his fictional reality, often putting him on par with or superior to the author and animator. So because I'm looking on Google AI, and it says that here's the breakdown of Bugs Bunny out power scaling to out of versal. Point 1, narrative and plot manipulation. In Duck Amuck, Bug takes over the role of the animator, using an eraser and pencil to redraw his reality and control the narrative, which is considered a metafictional author-level feat, transcending time and space. Point 2, Bugs can exit his own film strip, interact with the real world, and view his own story from a superior perspective. He is not bound by standard conventions of time and space, so viewing fiction as fiction. Point 3, to force invisibility. He is immune to conventional harm, surviving erasure, disintegration, and being torn apart from the frame. He controls the laws of physics, which making him functionally invincible. Scale of power, point 4. While many place him at minimum universal plus or multiversal, his ability to manipulate the plot and exist outside the narrative allows him to be classified as outerversal against some other characters. Some arguments place him on par or above high-level reality warpers such as Mr. Mixie Pigs or Mr. Mixie. Some argue that Bugs is only as strong as his gag powers. Okay, so now I'm gonna look at the boundless power skilling for him on Google, mainly on Google AI. Looney Tunes back in action with near boundless potential that he transcends the characters. So metafictional Bugs acts as a script writer animator, actively manipulating the movie's plot, frames, and narrative for victory. So I think you could argue that Bugs Bunny could be a outerversal to boundless being to metafictional. Now let's see if there can be arguments. High tier metafiction. I think Bugs Bunny and Duck and Muck was great, but I think Bugs Bunny in Looney Tunes back in action is a greater feat because in Duck and Muck, yes, he went outside the narrative and he saw fiction, ex-fiction, like the Looney Tunes back in action. I think the difference is Looney Tunes back in action. I think the difference is that the Looney Tunes back in action is that the Looney Tunes back in action is that he was still able to he was able to interact with real humans. He was able to exist in some sort of metafictional actual reality, whereas I don't know if Duck and Muck has that kind of. So I think the Looney Tunes back in action feat is a greater feat, but Duck and Muck is still a greater feat. And I think you could argue that because Duck and Muck and Looney Tunes back in action, Bugs Bunny, and other characters maybe like Daffy Duck and others as well, you could just scale them to metafictional, you could scale them to outerversal, low outerversal, high outerversal, boundless, metafictional, extra fictional. And I think if you do that, then I think maybe Goku has a harder time. Now, if you argue Goku a certain way as well, you could argue that, well, to me it's more like a God fusion Goku argument, because Goku, if people don't know, God fusion Goku is a Goku that was released only, or it was a 4D ride only released in Japan, and the first feat is that they fuse with the audience, the fictional audience of the real life fictional version of a audience, and this audience is actually in the theater, and you, in some ways, you get to fuse with Goku, and if you fuse with Goku, you could argue that this is a that this is a that this is a Goku that is way stronger. The low ball, you would be one conceptual layer into boundless, and I think that would be it for that. I think you would have to argue that he would be one conceptual layer into boundless. And if you take it on the low ball, that was what he would be. If you take it on the high ball, then I think he's one of the strongest characters in fiction. I personally think that the strongest character, and this is just what I'm going as, in my opinion, the strongest character in fiction, the character who is above SCP-3812, who is considered like a infinite, outer-versal, boundless entity, and I am that I am from the world of darkness, who's also God and who's really high up on the power scale, I would say is the white light from Ruckaverse. The reason why I put the white light as the strongest character in all of fiction, in my opinion, is because it's not only a fictional, metafictional entity, you also have, it's also grounded in cardinals like math. It's infinitely transcending infinite, and the reason why I think that's more impressive than SCP-3812 is because even if you're infinitely ascending something, you still have to infinitely ascend something to get to a different infinite. So if you're infinitely ascending something, that means there's still an infinite layer to go up. And while that is impressive, existing as a infinite thing that's on top of infinite, you don't have to ascend to that. You already are that. So SCP-3812, which also I think I don't think SCP-3812 has self-awareness, or if it does, it seems to have schizophrenia or something. Basically, SCP-3812 I don't think can control its own power very well. SCP-3812 can't actually, because if, like, what's a greater infinite? Infinitely ascending past infinitely for an infinite time. Even if you can do it infinitely and you're infinitely above infinite, you don't exist as being that infinite thing and transcending that infinite thing. So the white light is basically what people think SCP-3812 is, and it doesn't have self-control. And Jesus, it also actually makes an appearance in the white light Ruckaverse, and he guides, I think Richard, who his name is, he guides Richard, or I forgot the main character's name, I think it is Richard, and he guides him to the white light. And if you want to take it up to a certain degree, that Jesus in some way is connected to the white light, and Jesus is, and the Ruckaverse is in some way the white light, but he's just limiting it to a human avatar, then Jesus might have, if you argue it a certain way, might be the strongest character in fiction. He would be. I think the white light is even stronger than God freezing Goku. I think the white light is stronger than Bugs Bunny. Even if you argue for a metafictional fiction, because Jesus Christ was a historical person, and most people, even non-believers, think that Jesus of Nazareth existed, was born. preached good things. He had made a following, got a big following, got crucified for him for what he said, and claimed to be God and stuff. And if Jesus Christ truly is God and he created all of us and he created all of fiction, people who created all these fiction, then he would just be infinitely greater than infinite and he would be even a greater infinite. It wouldn't even be a fair comparison at all. And I think that people just need to get over it, that I think the White Light is the strongest character. Even Saitama, many people would say, well, Saitama's a gag character. I don't really believe that. Even if you say he is, his gag, I don't think will help save him from much stronger characters. Because saying that a character can be another character because they haven't shown limits, I think is a no limits fallacy. And it's not a very good argument. I think it's an argument from incredulity. Saying something can't happen because you can't envision it, or saying that you can or can't make an argument. I can't believe they would say that. Just because you don't believe it is not an argument against the thing itself. It's not an argument against the claim. It's just a non sequitur. It's a fallacy. It's an argument from incredulity. Saying you can't envision it, so it can't happen, is not a good argument against that claim. But I do think the White Light is stronger than SCP-3812 by that metric, because he exists as an infinitely transcending infinite. SCP has to constantly infinitely transcend it, but it's not an existence. So, and I am that I am from the world of darkness. Yes, I am, but I am from the world of darkness. To me, it's an impressive thing to say that the word of void, the word of, or well, not the word of void, that infinitely transcending infinite, I would say is impressive. But the reason why to me it's not as impressive as people think is because people don't understand that infinitely transcending yourself, or infinitely transcending something, is not the same as existing as that, I would say, that thing. And if you don't exist as infinitely transcendence, how would you be able to say something is how would you be able to say infinitely, existing as infinitely being that thing is not greater than just trying to infinitely transcend something as that thing? I think that, and the I am that I am doesn't do it for me either, because even if you want to say I am that I am from the world of darkness is above something as SCP-3812, it still doesn't have the math. It doesn't have the infinite upon infinite corridors and out of nose and the different sets like Graham's number and like stuff like that. I just think that it's the White Light is the strongest character in fiction in my eyes, and plus the bonus on top is that Jesus is in that too. So anyway, I'm gonna take a break for a while. I'm gonna turn off the mic. I'll be back. Well, maybe I won't be back soon. I'll be back in a while. I need to exercise and eat.
That's pretty awesome. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like. It helped out myself, the channel, and the video quite a lot. But anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoyed. My name is Anton, and I bid you all farewell. Thanks so much for watching. In a video I released a couple of days ago, I talked about a bunch of the different limits of Minecraft. A few that I mentioned were the Farlands, the old 32 million block area where blocks are no longer solid, and the 2.147 billion limit, where the game instantly crashes if you try to fly past it. And even though there are other documented limits beyond that, I didn't feel they were worth mentioning in that video because I wasn't able to show them to you personally. But soon after that video came out, YouTube user Sulfurisk made it clear that you can teleport past the 2.147 billion limitation of Minecraft Beta 1.7 and continue further for billions of blocks. So naturally, I tried it out and it worked. So let's go ahead and let's see what other limitations lie beyond that and explore some of the other limits that I missed in my previous video. Alright, let's just get this started. I'm going to go through the various limits that I missed in order of appearance in-game or the distance from the spawn point. I may not list absolutely all of them, but I'll do the best that I can. So from Alpha 1.0 through Beta 1.7, the further away from spawn that you walk, the worse the jitter gets. Specifically, this jitter gets worse every exponent of 2 blocks away from spawn. It becomes especially apparent at 2 to the power 19, or 524,288 blocks away. But did you know that this jitter gets worse at every exponent of 2? If you want to get really nitpicky, if you walk 2 to the power 16, or just 65,536 blocks away from spawn, look down and crouch walk, you can see the first truly noticeable amount of jitteriness around the hitbox of the block that you're looking at. And this effect gets doubled for each exponent of 2 that you go. So if you go 2 to the power 20, or 1,048,576 blocks away, the offset becomes 2 total block pixels, or 1 on each side of the block. At 2 to the 24, or 16,777,216 blocks away, this becomes 2 full blocks of jitter, again, 1 on each side. And this will continue to happen for every exponent of 2 blocks away, all the way until blocks stop rendering at 2.147 billion blocks away. Wow, that was a lot, but I promise things get kinda simpler from here. So while it's well known that the Farlands generate 12,550,820-ish blocks away from spawn, another set of Farlands starts at double that distance, or 25.101 million blocks away. Unfortunately though, no visual difference can be seen, but I'd guess if the world generated over 8,000 blocks high, you would see a very sudden difference between the two at that kind of height. Alright, let's get crazy and get into what the title of this video means. In the past, I thought it was impossible to exceed 2.147 billion blocks, and I was wrong. While you can't manually fly past this point, you can teleport past it. See? It's just as easy as that. So what limits lie beyond this point? Well, first off, once you surpass 2.147 billion blocks, the surfaces of blocks stop rendering, giving way to nothing but void and clouds. Chunks are still generating though, so the game won't instantly crash. Actually, things can go quite smoothly here if you're lucky. The next limit is one of my new favorite limits. With fancy clouds on, somewhere between 25 billion, 769 million, 803 and 804,000 blocks away, depending on where you are and where the clouds are rendered, the clouds will vanish completely, and only the void will remain. It's honestly pretty interesting how this works. The clouds disappear when a certain section of the clouds float past you while you're in between one of those two block areas. Crazy. So now it's time for the final limit of Minecraft that you personally witness. The end of chunks and the end of Minecraft. 2 to the power 35 blocks away, or 34,359,738,368 blocks away. When you surpass this point, within a matter of just seconds, your game will drop to 0 frames per second and remain unresponsive until you force quit out. I personally tried to teleport past this point just to render a single frame of gameplay, and it has never worked. Even when I left Minecraft sitting unresponsive for hours to see if I could do it, the result was the same. For this same reason, I was never able to get a single frame of gameplay to load anywhere near the 64-bit integer limit, a number that is well over 9 quintillion blocks away. And that's all that I've got for now. Those are the limits of Minecraft Java. In the future, I may do a video just like this for Minecraft Pocket and Windows 10 Edition, so be sure to stay tuned. And if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like on it. It really would help out myself, the channel, and the video quite a lot. But anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoyed. My name is Ambara, and I bid you all farewell. Thanks so much for watching. So, I'm going to be honest with you guys. This video is sort of a mess. In today's video, I wanted to test out the Farlands cross-compatible version of Minecraft. The Minecraft Wiki, along with most other people, told me that they existed in Pocket Edition, even though in a video I made a while ago about the Farlands in Pocket Edition, it only showed the stripe lands generating. So I fired up Minecraft Windows 10 Edition, which is cross-compatible with Pocket Edition, since it was going to be easier for me to work with, and no Farlands. Land generation actually stops completely. So what the devil is going on here? Well, I fired up Pocket Edition specifically on my phone, and Farlands. There they are, in the latest version of Minecraft Pocket Edition. But that's not all that I have to show. What? Yeah, let's get into this.
I think I might do a playthrough of that game.
Again, today's video is sort of a mess, because I just don't know how to structure all of the insanity that's going on here. So first off, let me explain that Minecraft Pocket Edition and Minecraft Windows 10 Edition currently have some kind of different coding setup for world generation, or the C++ engine that drives the games reacts differently on each platform. Whatever the reason, the Farlands do not generate in Minecraft Windows 10 Edition, and on my iPhone version of Minecraft Pocket Edition, they do. So alright, let's start off at the spawn point and work our way outwards, since both versions react very similarly up to the Farlands. Like what happened in my true end of the Minecraft world video, every exponent of 2 blocks that we walk away from the spawn point, jitteriness increases. Even though that happened in an old version of Minecraft we see in that video, this exists in modern versions of the mobile game. Not only does the world itself stutter, but the clouds stutter and you stutter as well, but in a different way. As you go further and further out, it becomes harder to move along the axis that you're traveling on. Somewhere around 4.194 million blocks out, entire sections of land stop being solid, effectively not allowing you to walk any further. And on Windows 10, that mark is at 8.388 million blocks out. When you pass 16.77 million blocks out, you actually have to sprint fly in order to continue moving forward. And after the 33.55 million block mark, you can't manually travel anymore. You actually have to teleport to key locations if you want to go further. Alright, with all that out of the way, let's check out the oddity that is the Farlands on Minecraft Pocket Edition. To record this video, I just posted a LAN server on my phone and joined the LAN server on Minecraft Beta to make the process of recording this video easier, but it didn't affect world generation. So why am I making a video about the Farlands again, even if it's on a different version, when I have so many videos about it? Well, because of this fact, the Farlands on Minecraft Pocket Edition only last for about 12,000 blocks. As you move deeper into the Farlands, they begin to break down in really unique ways. At 7th, you can actually see the world generation allowing for the Farlands to exist just break down entirely. Before too long, they aren't even recognizable as the Farlands anymore. And if you want to see the end of the Farlands for yourself on Pocket Edition, teleport to 12,562,278 blocks on the positive export free access, and this is what you'll see. Oh yeah, did I mention that the Farlands don't even generate along the negative X or Z axis? Or that the corner Farlands look like this? Yeah, the Pocket Edition version of Minecraft is absolutely insane. And that about covers all of the oddities I was able to figure out for myself for now. If there's any specific things you guys want me to check out relating to Minecraft Pocket Edition or Windows 10 Edition Beta, feel free to leave a comment in the comment section down below. And if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like on it. It really would help out myself, the channel, and the video quite a lot. But anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoyed. My name is Ant-Man, and I bid you all farewell. Thanks so much for watching. Ever since February 27th of 2010, when the first version of Minecraft InfDev came out, the Farlands have been a part of Minecraft. And if you've been subscribed to this channel for a long time now, you've very likely seen me cover them in one form or another. But in today's video, I want to cover the Farlands that exist in the Bedrock editions of Minecraft. While I've made mention to them in past videos, the only dedicated video I have on the matter dates back to August of 2016, where I showed off the Stripe lands, but not the Farlands themselves, since the server that I was using to make that video actually didn't generate them. It's also worth noting that commands in single-player Minecraft didn't even exist in the mobile version of the game 2 years ago. So how far we've come since then. So anyways, guys, let's go ahead and let's get right into it. If you want to see a video where I go into detail about what the Farlands actually are and why they generate, be sure to check out the video that I have linked above before watching the rest of this video, because everything I say in that video mostly applies in this case. So you know what the Farlands are now and why they generate. So what makes them unique in Minecraft Bedrock Edition? Well, for starters, they exist in the unmodified game. When the Minecraft Java Edition Adventure Update came out in September of 2011, a patch was implemented that prevented the Farlands from showing up anymore at all. So let's get started from the very beginning, or the spawn point. From the center point of your Bedrock Edition world, all the way out to 131,072 blocks, or 2 to the power 17 blocks away, your world and your character will pretty much function like normal no matter what. But once you get out this far, it becomes possible to notice some of the first limits of Minecraft Bedrock Edition. If you diagonally crouch walk like I'm doing here, once you cross the 2 to the power 17 threshold, a noticeable jitter will begin to appear as you're walking. And this effect will double every time you double your distance from here on out. At 262,144 blocks out, or 2 to the power 18, the effect becomes extremely apparent for not only your character, but other mobs around you. Not only that, but it starts to become quite noticeable at this point that it's becoming more and more difficult to walk around your world. At just over 1,048,000 blocks out, or 2 to the power 20, the corners of cacti begin to lose their shape. At 2 to the power 21 blocks out, it becomes impossible to progress walking along that axis if you're crouch walking. And as well, all flower types, including tall grass, begin to lose their shape. At 2 to the power 22 blocks out, or 4,194,304 blocks out, will very likely mark the end of your adventure if you're playing solely on survival mode. Once you surpass this point, it becomes possible to fall through the world all the way into the void. If you want to proceed any further than this, you're going to have to use ender pearls, an elytra with fireworks, or you'll have to utilize creative mode. Either way, it becomes impossible to progress at normal walking speed from this point on. You'll just get stuck and fall through the world. And finally, at 2 to the power 23 blocks, all flower blocks become completely two-dimensional
will malign gamers against a new outing should it not stand up, regardless of the game's quality in a vacuum. Hello everyone, I'm meachew, and yes, once again in my From Software analysis series, we are paying tribute to our friends in media actually and are detailing how they got From Software games wrong.
If you're on Windows 10,
See,
no
measured
farmland
against
show up at
Kingsfield,
all.
Shadow
Just
Tower
a
is an
sudden
odd
drop
product.
into the ocean.
If you
all
regard
down
any of the
bedrock
Kingsfield
with a few
games as
exceptions.
the
Quite
baseline of quality fifth-gen
still
dungeon
generate
crawling, then Shadow Tower might make you upset
but on
because
some,
shockingly,
if not all
it's
mobile
not a
variations of the
Kingsfield
game,
game.
including
And
the
if you
iPhone
thought
edition,
you were
the
gonna see a new
Farlands
series
do show
iterated
up,
or
but
celebrated
for
as
whatever
Back
reason,
to
they
Kingsfield 3
deteriorate over time, and they'll actually break down
again,
entirely
you are
after
going to
about
be let down
12,000
because Shadow
blocks
Tower
of
goes
So at
bad
this point,
the way
if you want to
dungeons
explore the Farlands at all,
like some
creative mode, I would recommend using an Elytra with Fire. It
They
really
were.
makes everything
It's not
easier,
bad because
especially
someone
if you want to
brought
navigate
reasonable
the corner
expectations going in,
Farlands.
which were not
Yeah,
delivered
for the
on
two
since Shadow
Farlands
Tower
we
got
talked about,
aged
the corner
by
Farlands
unfair
do appear
expectations.
or look
In this video,
absolutely
we're going to try
nothing like
to
they
give
did
what
in
I
the
consider
Minecraft job
genuinely good
Oh,
games.
and did I mention the Farlands and the corner Farlands don't appear
fair
along
shake,
the
they
consecutive
didn't
axes at all?
I'll be
Minecraft
making
Bedrock
more
Edition is
comparisons to
really,
other
really
games
weird.
than I usually would.
Alright, so now
Specifically,
the final limit of Minecraft Bedrock Edition.
So I hope you're familiar with them or want.
16,777,477 blocks out. The stripe
With that out of the way, please grab yourself a cup of
any
coffee
structure that you see will be
comfortable
completely
as we
misshapen,
take a quick
especially
bath
if you're on the corner
and
farm.
shampoo.
It's active.
If Kingsfield 3 was how FromSoft made a masterpiece by stripping out the crap of previous games and iterating on what worked, then Shadow Tower is how FromSoft makes a masterpiece from the stripped out crap. The disposed of material in Kingsfield makes a triumphant return in Shadow Tower along with some new mechanics in the service of delivering an untold experience. Kingsfield 3 was a pretty perfect game, everything considered, but if there was a genuine grievance to be had with it, you could argue that it backpedaling and the intricate level design from the second game made for an experience which was undeniably more artificial than what had preceded. Because they were conceptually smaller, Kingsfield 1 and 2's world design managed to feel believable in a way Kingsfield 3 didn't. Kingsfield 3 leaned more on characters to flesh out its world than it did dungeon crawling, and because of how it distributed dungeons on the map and how much more time was spent in the connective tissue between dungeons, the dungeon crawling there was arguably bare bones in that franchise. Kingsfield 1 had a hard time contextualizing the narrative in the environment it was in the early game, before memorization sets in. Kingsfield 2's levels are so samey and generic looking that the world ranges from impeccable to just a hassle to navigate.
You gotta be shitting.
And while I think Kingsfield 3 solved both of those issues, it did so by fracturing the world and making the game a lot more
Honestly, I had no
readable.
idea.
If we are evaluating each game from their dungeon
unless they knew the other
the more Zelda dungeon
kind of blew me
approach
away.
Kingsfield 3 took could easily be seen as a massive downgrade. I love all three games, but I can zoom out a bit and understand why they weren't staple features or 90s console games. The trilogy is FromSoft's experimental, very often to a fault, internally inconsistent in how it communicates with the player, and let's be honest here, for the average gamer, even at the time, ugly to look at, painful to play. This being said, we have to solve a conundrum. I'll posit that Shadow Tower is a stronger dungeon story than any of the three preceding Kingsfields. But if that's so, how is it that its legacy isn't any grander? How can it simultaneously be a better entry into this niche and still be less beloved? I think it all comes back to fundamentally incorrect expectations. There is a number which might explain why Shadow Tower never reached the heights its quality of design might have warranted. It's a very special number whose game just fell quite well, and I'm going to share it with you now in hopes of illustrating why. 1996. like the column the year of Half-Life, Thief the Dark Project, revolutionizing the first-person experience and forever changing players' expectations of games and display paradigm. The year Metal Gear Solid and Fandango injected serious cinematic storytelling into the medium, and the year of Ocarina of Time. In terms of evolving the video game market, this was quite possibly
They were looking for a programmer and a CG designer.
and this was the year Shadow.
It had to have been an exciting feeling starting to play just although those hours are I guess that's how it goes. This site is a neat little obscure footnote on the story, for sure, but I was really hoping for some kind of big break. This time, I'd have to resort to drastic measures. We're not talking about holding campaigns, blog posts, or something this time. This is a step further. What I'm getting at here is that I spent like $80 supporting more behind the scenes accounts, so we can see if they said anything else. If you look at the bottom of the Japanese Wikipedia for help, it lists a few sources, like Hyper PlayStation or Famitsu. I couldn't find scans online to say on They're probably more European ones than others too, but I think on English language was our best chance at getting more of a company to be built on. Don't get freaked out. I'm gonna have to show you most of this in real life. I know, calm down. I can hear that. I don't have a nice scanner or anything, and right after I bought these, I got laid off from my job, so I'm not gonna buy one right now. I'll see what I can do about getting these back. Anyways, the first thing I took a look at was this issue of Famitsu Weekly. This is from June 26, 1990. This is a pretty damn big one. But I'll be honest though, it wasn't easy. It's cool, but it doesn't really have what we're looking for. On page 36, there's a little section. In stores now. Unfortunately, it doesn't say much about it. Just a basic summary of the price and a couple of little now, there's actually a much longer text and detailed article on page 120 as well. This one points out at the beginning that you want to play the game in the dark with the headphones. He describes it as a new kind of horror with all the sounds. It's pretty nice. It does show a lot of different parts of the game. Seemingly nothing about the base. But there's one feature on page 176. I think my Napoleon is looking for it. But again, they're dead. I don't even see any mention of dead. They just list actors. So, for the purposes of this video, I guess this was a bust. I also picked up the meachew. This one has a much bigger feature starting at the I like the layout. They just they even throw in some custom it's definitely they show off different scenes, areas, shapes, kind of like the last one. Again, nothing about the decks. If you like the game, check out there's a big poster for well, we're down to. Should I just give up? I got it. I didn't see this one being dead. It's a damn good source. It's not a magazine. It's a strategy book. Dark Messiah, no super.
Well, that's why I always say that.
All about Dark Messiah. We're not fucking around here. This is all about the game. You got story, every NPC, items, concept art. This is detailed to the extreme. I'm pretty sure there are story bits and lore in here that don't even appear in the game at all. There's a timeline, for example, that goes back to the 1800s. This thing is an absolute blast to work through. There's a section compiling the game's scariest areas, followed by a feature on creepy things to be found in Japan in real life, like old shrines.
Well, let me put it this way. Christianity is one thing. So I like excellent
But it doesn't have anything about the developers. Christianity is different stuff than money. Well, it doesn't appear to have exactly what I was looking for, a direct answer. And honestly, it might have something even better. Quite a bit of text is devoted to essentially discussing the inspiration for the game's setting, and I think it sheds a lot of light on Deno's mindset. Check this out. There are several pages in this chapter dedicated to describing the chaotic Their outlook on the city is pretty bleak, and it's discussed in extensive detail. One paragraph talks about how individuals practically don't exist on a city of this scale. Then there's a part where they say if you stand in the spot of intense traffic, you start to feel a dreadful sense of emptiness. Like at any moment, some kind of horrible accident could happen to you, and it would just be drowned out by constant activity surrounding you. They make mention of gun and knife violence in Tokyo, and even reference the chemical attacks carried out in 1995. You've never heard of that? It was really it all just came to increase the sense of awe.
Well, it's an argument about
Pretty fascinating, and might be the most negative description of the art in Japan that I've ever read. The subway system is described as dull, and talk about how the homeless and sick. It's messed up. So, the devs didn't just make a game about dark and dreary tunnels and it seemed like an interesting setting to explore.
You know, the argument is always
Straight from the art, there's a white person. Now, I don't want to make this section crazy, but there is one more thing I want to show. There's one pretty far. Turns out, that interview is so wonderful.
that's why I just said that.
I saved it for last. I just said it had to be. Dreamcast Magazine, June 23rd.
I just said it's not just a matter of.
Then there is a release for other Dispute. They got a huge blow. As we turn the game on, we're shown a pretty damn cool intro. In fact, we're not even going to talk over the first one. It's better if you just see it for yourself.
The thing I said at the beginning, which is that the thing I said at the beginning, which is that in other words, there is no choice.
Use skills to know.
Just about everything you see raises some kind of question. From there, it highlights some members of the main cast.
Well,
A student named Naomi, some kind of special ops soldier named Ivan, a dude in a jacket with a handgun named Kamiya, and a cool-looking lady named Renee. Then we get a text call. We were involved in a subway accident that killed over 50 people, surrounded by the presence of something horrible. We're now trapped in the Tokyo underground shelter constructed by the Japanese army during World War II. Today, a metropolis for followers of the darkness side. The game straight up says after this not to try and fight, because an unimaginable horror is about to begin. And it all ends with this. Get ready.
Yes. Yes.
Now that's how you do an intro cutscene. Starting a new game, we're shown another possibility. This one providing a bit more context as to how we got involved in the accident in the first place. At a research facility, she got some kind of heat-treated specimen that breaks free from it starts stalking the halls of the body, almost like a trap. Then jumps out in front of another person and knocks them over practically immediately. Things then cut to the scene, where there's recently been a series of disappearances at subway stations, suspected to be we see some cultists shouting out apocalyptic messages across the streets. Suddenly, they recognize us and chase us down into the tunnel where we board trains. You might notice already that there are quite a few typos in this game. Translations are rushed.
No, I'm saying I don't have to get it
Probably a mix of both. Anyway, it's not long before our buddy from the lab is seen standing on the tracks. The train tries to screech to a halt, then it derails as the creature seems to begin melting into the surface.
Okay, then if I don't have to do.
As we stand up, we're approached by another survivor. It's Naomi, who runs out of the left train with us as the monster monster starts killing everything in his path, breaking in from the next car down. A quick sprint leads us straight into the sight of an elite black ops team led by Ivan, who orders us to stand down before the monster crashes the party and eats like 3,000 rounds, giving us a window to escape. Talk about a trial by fire. Shit, I haven't even started playing. From here, we find ourselves in a meachew. It's time for our first taste of some sweet Hell Night game. You could basically say the game is split. Hold this like it was nothing. That says to me that it's not our first take. And this is all just to snap some pictures and maybe write articles or something. Anyway, it doesn't take long before the hybrid pitches wind of what. I was talking to a cultist about ascending to a new form through a process called the Great Union. When I left the room, there he was, swinging down on his heel. He's gotten a bit bigger. I chose a hallway at range as well. Apparently I chose incorrect because it led to a lot of work. Thankfully, Renee has a gun too, so just like Connie, with the catch being that she carries much less ammo. You can use your gun exactly 5 times before it's dropped, and from there, the only help is getting close. Be sure to save it for friends, as your death is almost certain. Like this one. It really felt like he was laser damage. Maybe he's mad that I found him. Oddly, you can find some old down here on the third. Is this supposed to be No Man's Land? His rent must be next to I asked Mole about the CD because that's really the only thing we have that has a purpose. He doesn't know what it is either, so I want to help that with us. The first place you'll really want to track down is the command center. This area we start off in isn't big at all, so it's not new. The command center is, in my opinion, the creeper area. It seems extra dark and plays a looping track that sounds straight out of Human. Just this shot of the stairs with a super short loop, it feels like you're in a fever dream or something. There's not a whole lot in here, just a catwalk that wraps around towards the line. It really feels like someone might jump out at you any second. On the other side are more apartments housing cultists. One of them, Kiyama, basically says we're an idiot for being here because the ceremony of awakening is just about to happen, and we're the key component. The High Priest has chosen us specifically to be sacrificed to the dark side. Remember how at the very start of the game, the cultists recognized us up in the city and chased us? It wasn't just because we looked like a good victim. We're on the top of the cult's hit list for some reason. That can only mean we have some kind of connection to them. I guess it's not entirely clear who exactly we're playing as. Kiyama isn't the most devout cultist, and suggests we just leave instead of walking into a trap, expressing worry that this might actually end the war if it works out. What he's saying makes a lot of sense. The only choice is to keep going. It's like I said in the last video, you have to see these horrible ideas. Otherwise, it's not much of a game. Another cultist over here, Koseki, is about the exact opposite. He takes all this really seriously and sits around singing praises to the dark god. Koseki asks us to sing with him, and we're given an interesting set of responses. First, you can sing for the gods of the 8-meter plane, which makes him really upset and has him kick us out. Now, if you're like me, you're probably thinking, what the hell was that about? Why did that make him so mad? Gods of the 8-meter plane? I did a couple searches online, and I couldn't find anything out. But that stuck in my head for a while, to the point that I cracked open that guidebook again and found what the choice said in Japanese. And actually, I think it might have been a mistranslation. The original text doesn't say 8-readed plane. It says 8 million kami, which is a real phrase, used to refer to the seemingly infinite amount of kami, or gods, in Shinto. So I guess he didn't appreciate us calling on Japan's traditional gods. Kind of fascinating. The next one down might look familiar to Megami Tensei fans, or, religious people. It's the Tetragrammaton, the Hebrew name for gods. If you invoke God's name, Koseki seems kind of weirded out and says we shouldn't say it, but oddly, he doesn't kick us out of the room. That's a little unexpected. It's almost like he actually respects it, and he's a point. Traditionally, I don't think you're supposed to pronounce it out loud. They even have that as a gimmick in one of the Shin Megami Tensei games. severe towards the Abrahamic God versus the common. Naturally, though, the answer he's looking for is dark side, whereupon he calls us enlightened and gives us a blue card. We're going to be making use of that in just a minute. And deeper into the place, after riding a conveyor belt, we'll find a soldier, Second Lieutenant Kajiwara, who claims he's posted here to make sure that monsters unearthed during excavations don't make it topside. Okay, so the monsters were discovered, not created. Kajiwara says he's requested infantry support several times, but nobody's ever answered or come down to check on him. This dude's been down here for like 50 fucking years since World War II, just waiting. Gotta respect him. I hope he doesn't find the hybrid war, because that sword won't be enough. Now, pretty close by to here, you'll find a door that just opens up if you have the blue card. And what do you know? It's the control room. Not too hard this time. Turn off security, and now you want to look for this spot where there's a wall with a door visible at the top. Go up to this card slot on the wall, put in your Holy Ring iron card, and it brings out a staircase. Look at that. Up here, you're back in the command center, I think below the catwalk from before. There's a big situation room in the middle with a computer in it and some ID card readers. The protagonist points out that this technology would have existed back when the mesh was built, so it's likely cultist property. The computer is actually where you can use the CD-ROM. I sort of had trouble figuring this out, because everyone kept talking about finding a CD player, and I can't remember the last time in real life I saw a computer with a disk drive. Obviously, I know they used to be everywhere, it just slipped my mind for a minute. We totally evolved in reverse on that one, by the way. Bring the disk drives back. Even my fucking car doesn't have one. Like, what kind of shit is that? Anyway, you pop this thing in, and it starts showing a church roster with a bunch of random names and bizarre job titles. It goes on and on. That's it. It's really not so clear what the point is besides immersion. I beat the rest of the game without figuring out what the names meant, if anything. The core puzzle of this room is figuring out the right order to scan ID cards you collected from each machine. And by that, I mean guess until you get it right. The proper order is red, blue, green. Once you've done it, outside, the huge gate that was previously sealed will now be open, which, whoa, leads us into a train station. This is how we're going to get through the Great Hall, where the ceremony of awakening is taking place. As we board the train and arrives, Renee warns us to stay put, because there are cultists on board in the other cars. She tells us this train was put here by the Japanese army during the war, and it is, in fact, the only way to get to the ceremony. When we get there, we're dumped on our ass in a torchlit room, and wait, Great Hall? Come on, how did nobody notice that? Some of the typos are like, whatever, you know, but this one, it's impossible to ignore, especially because they got it right on the save screen. Oh well. So, the Great Hall. Most of the cultists are already up ahead getting ready for the ceremony, and Renee decides to briefly leave the party, saying it's better if we don't get involved in her shenanigans. She says we can wait here and promises to come back, but kind of trails off as she says it, maybe not trust her so much. I'm definitely not going to waste it. Without a partner now, we're a sitting duck. We might as well take a look around and find a nice room to hide. Or even better, the elevator. Go back outside. Up ahead is a big stone door with the Holy Ring symbol on it. The ceremony actually is taking place right behind it, but it's sealed, so we can't just walk right in. To the left of the door is a path that leads to a ladder, and if you climb down, it leads to an area I'm pretty sure nobody upstairs even knows exists. Floor 4, the isolating floor. The only thing down here is a huge chamber housing a fusion reactor, known as the Amaterasu-1. It's apparently been running since 1944, and it's not looking too good right now. In fact, it's leaking, which prompts our character to suggest we leave. What, is it going to blow up? That would be just... That's really all it's down here. It's just there for you to look at and ponder. Well, it sure does explain how the mesh is still functioning after so long. And it might be a clue that the Japanese government has some kind of hidden knowledge. I didn't think about it at first, but They might have told us the year it was turned on for a reason. I'm not some kind of scientist, but it's far from it. It's all coming from a brief series of searches. There could be more to the story, but it sounds like in the real world, a computer fusion device didn't exist until 1951, and it was a bomb. Also, unless they send someone down here to like feed this thing uranium rods or something, well, I don't think anyone's invented a generator in reality that sustains itself indefinitely yet. So this technology might not even exist, period. It's definitely weird. Maybe it's time travel. Back upstairs, there's only one other way to go. Take a right at the ceremony door, and we find a huge crack in the wall. You know what we have to do? Yes, that's right. We're climbing through. Let's get this dark guy shut up.
Super Mario 64 is one of the
Standing at the back of the ceremony hall, so away from the coins, we can take our time for a minute. On the other side of the place, in plain view of dozens of people who will likely murder us on sight, is the fabled elevator heading back home. Not gonna be easy to reach that, and knowing this game, it's probably broken too. Up on stage in the middle of the room is a pedestal holding some kind of bizarre and next to that is that absolutely insane thing they showed a clip of in the game's intro. This is the Holy Ring Priest, and I don't think I need to say it, but he does it quite human. After we steal a glance at him, he raises his arms and starts speaking in an ominous, booming voice. Check this out.
Okay, so first, why does Mario go over to the water instead of entering the castle? The answer is the result of 2 decades of optimization. The castle is divided in 3 levels: the ground level, the basement, and upstairs. To progress to a new section of the castle, you need to get a key by fighting Bowser in the previous section. The basement key is found behind a starter.
The atmosphere here is insane. These guys are getting briefed out by a friggin' alien.
This time
The
after
High
getting
Priest
30
says
stars,
everyone that's been brought down from the surface to be
Super Mario
sacrificed
64 is one of the most iconic video games of all time.
hybrid.
With
And
Princess
now,
Peach trapped
the
inside
last
her own
sacrifice
castle,
is
Mario needs to collect
arrived.
70
Guess he
out of
knew we were here the
101
whole
power
time.
stars to take down
The
Bowser's
cultists
barriers.
turn around like zombies and start coming for us. But then all of a sudden, Renee pops out of her hiding spot and starts blasting people indiscriminately.
This
In her
power
own
team of
words, they
dedicated
aren't human
tool-assisted
anymore.
speedrunners managed to find a
As
way
Renee
to beat
continues
Super Mario
firing into the
64 in
crowd,
4 minutes
the
and
whole
20
place
seconds.
starts shaking. And then the hybrid busts down from the ceiling. The priest says the dark god has finally appeared. And then Renee fills it
Before
with
we go
bullets
on,
too.
if you don't know what a
Ignoring
tool-assisted
the
speedrunner
absolute
is, please watch
chaos
the
going on
suggested
around
video
him,
in the
the
upper right
priest
corner.
continues
So
chanting
we'll cover all the
and
basic
pricks his
things you should
finger
know before
and seemingly
understanding this
completes the
speedrun.
ceremony. As the chamber falls to pieces, the priest gets crushed by
Okay,
a
so
rock
first,
from the
why does
ceiling,
Mario go
and
over
the
to the
floor
wire
opens
instead
up
of
into an
entering the
abyss
castle?
that
The
swallows up
answer is the
everything.
result of 2 decades of optimization.
All right,
The
so
castle is
I
divided
gotta warn
into
you,
3 levels:
just
the ground
strap
level,
in for what
the
comes
basement,
next.
and upstairs.
Really.
To
If you've
progress to
never
a new
seen this
section of the
before
castle,
and you
you
have
need to
no
get a
idea
key
what's
by
about to
fighting
happen,
Bowser in the
I
previous
envy you
section.
because
The
frankly it blew
basement
my
key
mind.
is found behind a
All
starter
of our
that
questions
requires
will
8
be
stars to
answered,
open.
but
To
things
go
get a little
upstairs, you need to get a
abstract.
second key from Bowser.
Let me show you.
This time after getting 30 stars
As we
to
open our
door,
eyes,
plus
we
1
find
extra to
ourselves
enter the
floating in
castle.
a void.
You then need to
Razzo
collect 50
in front
stars
of
to
us.
open another
He
star
tells
door
us to
and to
sleep
reach the
and
final
cross
boss
the
of the fight.
barrier,
You need to
and
collect
then
70
stresses
stars.
that finding the
Otherwise, the
altar
door will still
is
let you
now
in,
our
but the
only way to
staircase leading
escape.
to the final Bowser stage
Coming
will
to
be
again,
impossible.
Razzo
At
appears
first, the
before us
fastest
as
known
some
way to
kind of
beat him is to
energy.
collect 70
Starts
stars and
laughing about how
but it
all
was
the
discovered
cultists
that
just
you
die
skip
and
the
become
50 and
one
70
with the
star
dark
door
side,
requirements,
but
and you
actually
click the
just offer
This
themselves to
meant that
something
the
called
fastest
the
way now
hive.
involved getting 31 stars
Yeah,
to get the second
they,
one, and skipping
might
the
have been
upstairs
tricked a
section
little bit.
entirely.
Razzo
It was then
says
found
these
that you could
cultists
bypass the 30
manipulated
star
by
door
a
using
being
Mixer
known as
Rabbit,
that,
which
which
appears after
whispers,
you've
and
collected
they've now
50
been
stars, so
discarded
the
after
requirement went
defeating
down
the
to
curse.
16. Next
The
is the
strategy
final
guide
to skip
actually
the 8 stars
suggests
door.
the entire ritual back there may have been specifically intended just for us to crash it and end up here.
Until a new
We've
trick
now
is found,
arrived
let me
at the
skip the 30 star
outskirts
door
to the hive,
which lowered the
a
star
world
requirement
separate from our own, with its own
Later, the
rules and
variation
physics
of this
beyond
trick
our
let you skip both the 30 star door
Razzo
and the
seems to
Dire
like
Dire
it here
Upstar,
and
the
promises that we'll
requirement
see
is not
sights we could never imagine,
because
as
these
well as
three
our
castle
wildest
levels are in
nightmares.
separate maps entirely.
Renee,
There is little
thankfully,
hope for
still
any
with
major
us,
improvement on
asks
the
what we're
speedrun.
supposed to do,
But it turns out that
and
there is
Razzo
no
says
way.
we need to survive
The
until
motive.
the end.
This
When we reach
underwater
the
door
altar.
leads directly to the
Then he
basement.
disappears.
So if
I
Mario
really
manages
can't
to
decide
enter
if it's
the
love or
basement
hate.
outside, you will enter the basement
I really don't know
without
what
any stars.
adjectives to use to
The
describe
caveat
this
is that
place.
Mario can't open
The
doors
ground
with water.
seems to be an
To make this door
oddly colored
accessible,
mess of
water needs to be
stone,
drained from the
and there are
inside first,
structures
which means the
scattered around
basement
it,
can't be
kind of like
accessed right away.
fish.
However, there is a way to
You
open
got
the
this
door
tunnel
underwater.
that feels
This
like
is
an
what we're
art
going to see
exhibit,
here.
and some paths are blocked by shell-like structures double our height. Not
Let's
too
look at
far
this step
in,
by
you're
step.
shown a
Mario
cutscene
does
of
a
some
long
kind
jump,
of
but
pod or
immediately
whatever,
reverses his
and then you
direction
see the
to the
hybrid,
backwards.
who's
This
attacked
sets
by
up a trick
another
called
monster that
backwards
can
long
shoot
jumping,
out
or
of its
BLJ
hands.
for short.
This
When
other
Mario
one
long jumps
kicks the
backwards,
hybrid's
it then gives
ass,
him a little bit
and
of extra
then
speed at the
it
start of his
starts
jump.
talking
How
to
much
him.
extra speed? Well, only
This
half of
is
his
that
current
which
negative speed,
wonders.
minus a little bit of speed
First of
loss
all,
by the time
it's
he was
a
on the
portrait.
As
This
you can
one's
see,
still
Mario
pretty
quickly
human
loses
looking
that
for
speed
whatever
and turns to
reason.
about negative 50
That which
speed.
wonders
By the way,
identifies
here's a
us
sense of
as the
scale.
one who has the
1 unit
blood
of
of their
speed
dark
means that Mario will
prince.
travel 1 unit of
He
distance.
says he was told about us by
This
yet
is 1 unit
another
of
being
distance, which
known
is
as
roughly
that which
equivalent to
leads,
about 1 centimeter,
and remarks that we're
assuming Mario
different
has
than normal prey.
In this case,
We're
Mario
then told
moving
the
at
hive
negative
is
50
divided
speed
into
means that
several
he will travel
areas
by
according
15
to
units
function,
backwards on each
kind of
side.
like a mesh.
However, if Mario is able to
That
land
which
immediately after
wonders
jumping,
says we
he
need
can
to use
long jump
their
again and get
points
another
against the
small
other
bit of speed.
areas. The
This time,
reactor
half of
room,
negative
data
23
storage
speed, so he
room,
gets to
and
negative
those
30.
warp points require
If he does it
Nexus
again, he
Stone.
gets half of negative 33
We
speed,
already know
which
about
brings him
one
up
of
to
those.
negative
It was
49
that
speed.
pulsating orb
This
the
quickly
priest has
spirals
as a
out of
pedestal.
control as each
Apparently
consecutive
placed in our
jump
world
multiplies
by
his
that
speed
which
by
judges.
1.5 minus some negligence.
There are a lot of these guys, aren't there?
After a while, Mario's speed is
If
so
we can
large
find
that he
wherever
reaches
it
the
landed,
vanish cap
that
on
should
the
give us a good
entrance in
start.
a single frame.
Although Renee is quite an open-minded and reliable
This is called
partner,
pause buffer.
this is where she
and can
starts
be
to
helpful
check
when
out a
doing a
little.
BLJ.
She just
Since
refuses to
Super Mario
believe what's
64
happening,
runs at
and
30
it's
frames
totally
per second,
fine.
the
I don't
fastest
blame
the button can be
her. It's
pressed is
alright,
50
find the
times
stone.
per second.
It's actually
When
pretty
pausing the
close
game,
by.
Mario's universe and its
Keep going
physics
through
stop
this
at
next
that
tunnel,
time,
and you'll
being
see a
still
door that
just
looks
as
kind of like a
fast
bug
as
face.
Here's the
Inside is a
highlight.
pillar that
Mario
goes all
jumps
the
and
way
the game
out
is
straight
paused
from
at
the
the same
great
time.
hall. And
There's
next
1
to
frame
it,
needed
the
for the
ebony
game to
stone.
start, and then 1 frame to
Nice.
press it
Super
start.
easy.
On the
So
next
now,
frame, the
all
game
we
is
have to do
still
is find
paused,
the
and you
warp
can
point.
use it to really start.
Through
On the
another
frame
door,
after, the
we'll
game is
find that
unpaused, and
which
you can jump and pause
who
again.
doesn't understand why we're in here.
This is
It
what it looks
asks
like
if
when
we're actually a
pausing time
worker
through.
unit that was
As you can
produced
see,
to
Mario
look
is
like
able to jump
prey.
30 times per second
No,
according to
we
the
actually are
physics
prey.
without actually pressing the
This
button.
thing just can't get over the fact
This
that we
helps
somehow
generate all
got
the
in
speed
here,
required
and
for
it's
this trick in
completely
a tight space of 10
mystified,
minutes of fun,
continuing
at
to
the
wonder
cost of a
why
little
it
bit of time
happened
spent
and
pausing
forcing
the
us to
game.
leave.
I
I'm
also
guessing the
noticed
hive
how
doesn't
Mario
get too many
seems stuck in place
visitors.
towards the end of his
Leaving
BLJ.
this room.
This is because of this
Hello?
bridge
You can't just
preventing him
show
from
up
moving
like
the
that.
setting.
So there goes another
However, by
magazine.
the time he
Shit.
gains enough speed to break out of this
The
spot,
hybrid
he
must
has
have
way more
finished
than
licking
enough
its
to
wounds
overshoot the bridge in a
because he
single
decided
frame.
to spawn
So
practically
why
right on
doesn't he
top of
break
it.
out of it sooner?
Yeah, he's not
The
done
reason is
chasing
pretty
us
simple.
yet.
When
These
processing
tunnels
Mario's
are
movement,
not a great
the game
place to be if
subdivides
he's
the
new.
movement in 4 steps,
Way
which we
too
call
cramped.
quarter
So
steps.
try and get
As
through as
Mario's
fast as
moving,
you
the game
can.
checks if there's an
Although,
obstacle in
if
each
a jump
quarter
scare
step.
like that happens,
As long
I
as
don't know what
nothing
to
is in
tell
the
you.
way,
Hopefully you
Mario
have
will
some
keep
ammo.
being moved on each quarter step.
Moving beyond
However,
this tunnel.
if he's about to move into a ceiling, the quarter step will be cancelled and he will stay in place. In other words, if Mario is about to move into a ceiling, he will be moved up to the last valid quarter step of his
School
level.
is like the most
Here's an
god-awful
example.
setting I can
On the
think of
first
for a
quarter
video
step, the
game,
game
but
starts to
somehow
put Mario
Atlas
inside
managed
the
to pull off
ceiling,
a
but
pretty
except
damn
the
good
other
series
side.
of games that involve it.
Because Mario
I mean,
can't be
from
inside the
preschool
ceiling,
all the
the
way
game
through
cancels his
university,
movement for
I've
that
been in this
reason.
shit for like
The
80%
same
of my
process
life.
happens
Here I
again
am
on the
playing games
second,
about it
on the
in my
third,
free
and
time.
on the fourth
I
quarter
literally
step.
can't escape it.
At the end of
Now,
the
what do you
frame,
think
although
of
Mario has
picture
negative
Shin
1800
Megami
speed,
Tensei
he ended up
mixed
not
with
moving
School
at all. But this
It's Shin
interaction
Megami
doesn't change
Tensei
his
If.
speed.
Released
On
in
the next
Japan
frame,
originally
even
for
though
the
he
Super
has negative
Famicom and later the
2700
PlayStation,
speed, the same
SNTF
problem
takes things
occurs.
from an
Each
apocalyptic
quarter
disaster
step, the
to
game
a
attempts to
smaller
move
scale
into the
incident
ceiling,
involving
which it can't, so Mario stays in place. This means
decided
that
to
to break
spawn
out of this
practically
part
right
of
on
this
top of
angle,
it.
Mario needs to have
Yeah,
enough
he's not
speed
done
so that
chasing
his
us
first
yet.
quarter step is past
These
the
tunnels
edge,
are
which
not
means
a
he
great
needs to
place
have
to be
enough
if
speed
he's
to
new.
cover 4 times that
Way
distance
too
in a single
cramped.
frame.
So
The
try and
other
get
way to
through
break out of
fast
this
as you
spot is
can.
to change angle
Although,
doesn't
if a
put it
jump
into
scare
a
like
scene.
that happens,
Long
I don't know
jumping
what
from
to
a
tell you.
platform
Hopefully you have
and
some
this is
ammo.
where the magic happens.
Moving beyond this tunnel, we've got a few more hive members we
And
can
who can stand
encounter,
on that
and
ground?
then we'll be at the
So,
first
for
wall.
all intents and purposes,
That
there
which
is a copy of
consumes
the
can
map
barely
and
hold
each
its
multiple
hunting
of
instinct back,
65,000
and calls it sweet and delicious. Warning, we aren't meant to be here,
I
and
say
the
sort
collective
of
brain
because
has
only
no
the floor
idea how we
detection is
got
handled
it.
this way, so there are
It's
no
just
walls,
we have
objects,
a
or textures
conversion
on
where we
them.
have our
These
fear
incomplete
harvested.
copies of the map are
It says
called
the hive
parallel
looks
universes.
forward to having our ripened essence flowing
This is
through
a
it.
to-scale diagram
Now,
of
why would I do
parallel
that?
universes.
Willingly
As you
join
can
this
see,
hive
most of the
mind?
space is out of bounds, and so
Hopefully our
it cannot
character's
be
not
accessed.
that desperate.
This means that navigating through
Then we
units
have
requires a
that
very
which
specific
crawls,
speed in
which
order to
appears to be a
actually
mostly
work.
human
But
upper half
remember,
with a
when
stretchy
attempting to
torso
move Mario,
and
the
evil
game
spider
divides its
legs.
movement into 4 quarters.
So wait,
For
this
Mario
thing
to
has
actually
two
move
axes.
into the game, he needs to
I
have
really
a
need to see
large
how it
enough
moves
speed that
around.
even
I
the
mean,
first quarter
there's
step
no
before
way
it
this is the
moves.
most
So each
efficient
unit should be able
configuration
to
for
move
something
up
to
to
crawl
a
with.
before
I think the hive needs to
the speed
reevaluate
required
this.
to perform a PU movement
That
is
which
called
crawls likes to
sinking
talk
speed.
shit and says
While
that which
deviations to the
wanders has
sinking
become
speed and angle
perverted
will
and
still
acts like
make
a
Mario
puppet,
PU, but they would also move him
moving
relatively
like
to
we
the
do.
map.
I'd
remember
probably
what
be
happened
petty
to
too
Mario's
if my body
position
were
is valid
intentionally
after
designed for me to have to stare past my own nuts when I talk to somebody.
He is
It's
moved
gotta be
upward,
tough.
but not beyond the last
Last
valid
up,
quarter step.
in an area that kind of looks like
This
it's made
means
out
that if the
of bone
first
or
quarter
something,
steps of Mario's
we
movement
have
line up
that
with
which
the line, but at
feeds.
some point they
This
stop
is the
lining up.
strangest of them
Mario
all.
will end up moving into
That
the
which
groove,
feeds
but not by a
asks
long
if we'd
way.
allow it to feed on
So,
our
with this in
emotions.
mind, where
You're
did
given a
Mario end up
choice.
when he was
Yes
3 million
or no.
units away in the Vanish Tower?
Now, I thought about
Well,
saying
it turns
no
out that
because
he
we
was
have
in the
zero
parallel
idea what
universe.
feeding
Mario
entails.
ends up here,
But I
30
opted to say
kilometers
yes
away
because I
in each
figured it was
direction.
in my best
But
interest
his
to
floor
follow the
detection
local
position,
customs
which
of
we
this
call
new
his
world
relative
we've
position
fallen
from
into.
now on, barely moved.
No, I
Since
don't
the
know
game
if
still
I should
detects
put
him
like
as
a
being
content
on the
advisory
elevator,
here or
you can stand
something.
where he is
Maybe
for
you're
one
like
frame
washing
before the
dishes
game
right
detects
now
him
and
too
you got
far
this
from the
video on
platform to be
TV
solid.
and your
Thankfully,
kids
Mario
or
only
grandma's
needs to be
hanging
walking
around.
the elevator from
Look,
that one frame.
I'm gonna give you a
At this
second
point,
to
the
run
elevator
and get
starts
to the
rotating
remote
at
if you
2.8
don't want them to
degrees
hear about an
over
alien
a
monster
distance of
putting its
30
tongue in our
degrees,
ear
marking Mario
in
down
graphic
under the
detail.
elevator.
For the rest of you, well, here goes.
So now, with
After
2.9
accepting
million
its
species,
offer,
Mario is
that
ready
which
to
feeds
embark on his
produces a
magical journey
warm,
into
wet
the
feeler from
universe.
its mouth, which
Let's
squirms
go
into
through
our
it
ear.
step by step to
Our
understand
character
how
then
this is
moans as it tickles our
Unfortunately, like I
eardrums,
said earlier,
and then
it
suddenly
can't necessarily
our
make it
skin
easier to
starts
see.
tingling,
So
and
the
it
first
becomes
movement we
covered
see
in
is
white
Mario going
bugs that start
snaps
laying
Mario's Y
eggs.
position up to match his
The eggs then hatch into
Since the force
maggots that
position
start
is within the
rapidly eating us
Mario
alive
is
from the
instantly
inside.
snapped out of the deep.
As we beg
The only
for
way
it to
this can
stop,
be done is by
it's all
coming
revealed to be
into a narrow
hallucination, as that
This
which
would be
feeds
simple if
removes
it
its
wasn't
feeler
for a
from our
couple
ear.
of hurdles.
As we
First,
sit
Mario
there
needs to
breathing
actually
hard,
walk into
the
the
hive
interaction
thanks us
point.
for our
By
sweet
going at
taste,
these speeds,
and
this
then
can
we're
be a
free
bit
to go.
tricky. When Mario moves
I-
beneath the ears, he'll start walking
I
only
can't
if this
say I
next
saw that one
position
coming.
happens to be where a
The
floor is
craziest
close enough.
part is,
If the
Renee
floor is
was there
below,
watching
Mario will
it,
start
and
falling
she doesn't
asleep.
say anything about it.
Fortunately, the floor is
So I
large
should have
enough
named this
that
guy
this
That
doesn't
Which
pose much
Freaks.
problem.
Holy shit.
The second hurdle is a bit
Alright,
more
so after
complicated.
this, you
In
get to
short,
the
while Mario's walking
This
with
thing
speed,
actually
if he
does
doesn't
defy
complete all
description.
4 quarter steps
Sort
of
of
his
looks like a
movement without
caterpillar
encountering
laying
a
on top of
collision,
some
the game will
gears,
crash due to
maybe,
overflow error.
and there's a spot in the
Here,
middle where you
unfortunately,
put in the
Mario's
ebony
speed and
core.
position don't work out for
Stick
this
it
to be
in, and
possible.
the machine
In
turns
fact,
on and
because
starts
Mario's at
spinning,
position
then we kind of just
390,000
materialize
x-axis
into the reactor.
194,000
Guess what this place is?
and his speed is
It's a
negative
teleporter
1.5
maze.
million on the
That must be why
x-axis,
Atlas published it.
788,000
I'm going to give you the highlights of what you can find in
for a single
here.
quarter step
It's
to
one of the
line
more
up with
difficult
map,
areas of the
which
game
will cause the game
because
to crash.
the entire thing
Thankfully,
is
there
laid
is
out
a
like a
clever
tunnel.
workaround.
There aren't
If instead,
any open
the stick
rooms to
is left
navigate,
completely
just narrow
open,
corridors.
Mario will also
And the
start
hybrid
walking,
takes
the
full
conditions that
advantage
cause
of
the
it.
crash will
In
reverse.
fact,
Now,
it
the game
seems
will
like
crash
he
only if
used the
Mario does
teleporters
complete all
himself to
4
get
quarter
behind
steps
it.
without encountering
The first room I found
This
had
means that
that
Mario
which
can move for a
hatches,
single
which
quarter
looks
step
like a
without
disgusting
crashing the
evil
game.
baby hybrid.
However, since the stick
This
is in a
little dude
neutral
says the
position,
hive
it's
is given
impossible
way
to
by
change
the
your angle
reactor.
at the same time.
And that's about
This
it.
poses an
That's
interesting
my
problem.
bad for expecting deep
Usually,
conversation
navigating
from a
between
baby.
PUs is done by having
Then
a
I found
valid
another
angle
room
to
with another that which
the
hatches.
exact value you
They're
want,
really
at
pumping
which
these
point
things
Mario
out.
pivots
That's
into
good to
the
know.
correct angle for his
This
next
one
intended
just says to go to
position
the
be
altar
valid.
and see the prince.
However, in this case, you
We
can't
find
pivot
yet
Mario
another
into
one,
position
seemingly
because the
moments
stick
after
needs to be
being
neutral.
born, and it's
The
so
only thing
young
that can
that
be
it
changed
hasn't been
between
forced into the
frames is
hive
Mario's
mind.
speed.
When it
When the
sees
stick
us,
is
it
neutral,
starts
Mario
shouting
loses
about
about
something
1 unit
pushing into
speed
its
per frame,
mind,
which is
urging it to
extremely small.
assimilate.
So for this strategy to
sad.
work, this
The
incredibly
species
unlikely
has
scenario
free will
must
then,
happen.
but only
Mario
for a
needs
few
to have an
minutes
angle
before
so
most
that
of
his
them
back
lose
is
it
facing
forever.
towards the door.
I would have thought they were just born already
Its
in
first
front.
quarter step position needs to be in a
By the
seat
time I
more
made it
out of
past
bounds
most of the
so that he cannot
hatcheries,
move
I
his
was
feet.
dangerously
On
low
the
on
next
air.
frame, because
Down
his
to my
speed
last
changes by about
magazine.
1 unit, his
The
new first
hybrid
quarter
is
step
at its
position now
prime.
needs to be in a valid
But you
spot
really
so
want
that
to
he
do
can
your
now
best to
move
save
it.
bullets and
Therefore,
not be like
on the
me.
first frame,
Because
Mario's
there's
first
one more
quarter step
section of the
position beam
coming
reached to
up
be
a
at a
bit,
point that is
it
out of
becomes
bounds,
much
that is
easier
within
to
1/4 of a unit of a point that
One
is not only
last
in
hatcher
bounds, but
has
also
an adult
this
named
release
That Which Speaks,
such a
who tells
scenario
us
cannot
the
possibly
Vermilion
happen.
Stone held in the reactor
Well, it
is the
turns out
heart
it
of
can
their
happen.
existence
It
and
doesn't
allows
look
them
like
to
it, but there
continuously
is a
create
tiny gap
new life.
between the inside and the
So
outside
if I
of the
take it,
core where
does
there's
the
no
whole
ground
hive
to stand
die?
on, so it is
It'd be
considered
nice
to
to
be
put
out of
down the
bounds.
hybrid for good,
Walls
but
have hitboxes that
I'm not
clear
sure if I
most of
really
that
want to
gap.
wipe out
Because
this
there's no
entire
inside wall
species,
here,
you
the
know?
black space is out of
I
bounds.
guess if they all put the
By
hybrid
very
in our
carefully
world, they
manipulating
just do
one
it again.
speed, angle, and position,
It might
can
be
be
forced
easy
to cut the
to
problem
out
to
of bounds on one frame and inbounds
the
on the
final
next.
creature
Just
we'll
how
encounter
precise
before
is that
arriving
trick?
at the reactor core
This trick is
is
so
that which
incredibly precise
quivers,
that simple
who's in the
controls
process of
are way
dying
too inaccurate
because the
to
hive
count in
decided
values.
it wasn't useful.
To get around this
It
limitation,
asks
the
us,
camera
as its
position was
final
manipulated.
request, if
By
we'd
pressing
share
and
our
releasing
joy
R at
with
the
it.
waterfall, the camera
I
is
know it was
carefully
kind of weird
positioned
the
in a
last
way
time
that
we
alters
shared
ever so
emotion
slightly
but
the angle at
come
which
on,
it
this
goes,
one's
flying for
dying,
millions of
and
units
it
per minute.
definitely never felt
This
joyful.
specific angle is
So I
perfect for
accept
the
it,
entire
and this time,
manipulation to
thankfully,
line up just
it
right.
doesn't involve licking our eardrums.
Do you see it?
Although I was prepared
Okay,
for it
let me
if
get
that was the
closer.
case. We feel wind hit our
This is Mario's
and then
next
start to
intended
smell
position
dry
on the
sand.
first frame, which is
We're
out of bounds,
surrounded
so
by
he stays in his
sunlit,
parallel
smiling
universe.
people.
And that is
And
Mario's
that
new next
triggers
intended
gets scary,
position on the second
because
frame,
now
which is inside of the
it
wall.
doesn't want
So
to be
Mario is able
reabsorbed
to
into the
move,
hive.
and he is in the
This
walking
part kind of
universe,
got me.
albeit
I thought it was poignant.
after being pushed
We're
by the
forced to
wall,
just
he
leave it
ends
there
up in
to
the door's
die,
radius, and
and
he's
the
able to
last
open
thing
it.
it does is become
And this is how the
self-aware,
first Bowser fight
referring to
is
itself
entirely
as
when Mario
I
enters the
instead of
castle
we.
basement without a key.
It's been a long time since our characters felt joy. There's nothing happy going on down here, but even just the memory of it was enough to shake the monster back to its senses. Would it have been better to just deny its request and let it get reabsorbed, never knowing what happiness felt like? Or was it worth it to experience something so overwhelming and confusing after being deemed worthless by the collective? Feels like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Well, our last stop is the reactor
Here, since
part.
Mario entered the
A room
world from
looks
the inside
partially
out, he appears
organic,
outside
but it
once
actually
into the
does
castle.
beat like a real
This
heart.
dark room is used during the door
Renee
opening
says it feels
cutscene,
like
so there
something
is
out
a
of
real flow
Dante,
inside.
and
However,
wonders why
there
the
are no
government
walls,
would leave
so
it
once
here.
Mario hits the
I
inside wall,
kind of
pushes
think,
him
though,
back
that
inside.
nobody's ever seen
We
this
can
before.
also see the entry
There's no
water
way the
interaction
government
that
knows
we
this is
talked
here,
about
right?
As soon
It
as
would
Mario
make sense
enters
if
water,
that big
he
fusion
sees it
reactor in the
snap
mesh
to
was
the
based
surface
on
and enters the
this.
swimming state.
But from what the hive
This is
says,
called
humans
hive
don't
training.
just show up
The way
here.
it works is quite
So
simple.
it's not like people
Mario is on
came
the
in and
very edge of
studied
the
it.
platform, but he's facing
Maybe
away
the
from
Holy
us
Ring's
from
high
tiny
priest
back.
was some kind of
On the next
middleman
frame,
who
he's off
passed
the
alien
platform,
knowledge to
puts
the
him in the falling
government.
state, in which
It's
he
gotta
can
be
die.
something like that.
At the same time, the joystick is
We're able
held
to
towards
remove
the
the vermilion
platform.
stone with
The
no
frame
trouble,
after he
and
dies,
the room
he
goes
moves
dark.
back on the platform
But the
until
hybrid
he
is still
lands right
alive
inside.
and spawns
However,
right
on the
outside to
next
try and
frame,
stop
he
you.
slides off the platform
If you
again.
can make it past
So the
it,
cycle repeats
all you
and
have
we
to
can
do now
dive once
is
more.
throw the stone to the
Since
next
diving
warp
gives
point,
Mario
and
a
you'll be
flat
home
50
free for
bonus
a
speed,
while.
this quick diving
Now
and landing
this
makes Mario
is
accelerate
where
much
things go off
faster
the
than
rails,
usual,
okay?
sailing at the
The
top.
whole conspiracy starts
Here,
to
Mario
unravel,
performs a
and
weird
I don't
looking
blame
walk.
you if it feels like a lot to
This is called the
process.
glitchy walking.
To be
Here's the
honest
slow
though,
walk.
this might be
When
one of
Mario
my
collides
favorite
with the wall
sequences in a
hitbox, the
game
game will push
ever.
Mario to a
It's
point
very
50 units
cool.
away perpendicular to the wall.
After
If
activating
he
the
goes
warp
into a corner,
device,
then
we
he will be
drop
inside
into
of
the
2
data
wall hitboxes
storage
at
room.
once.
To
In
our
that
right
case, the
is
game
a
simply
door
pushes
that leads to a
50
bizarre
units in the
pitch
front,
black wall
then
that can't
50
be
units
passed
from the
yet.
other. But in one
Directly
order.
forward
And I think
is a
that doesn't matter
plant-like
since it
terminal
happens
that
within the
sprouts a
same corner
web
step
of
that
blood
Mario is never
vessels that
actually
twist and
found
distort
inside
into
the wall.
computer chips.
Well, it
Then
actually
the
does
whole
like
of our
that.
being is
The game has a
taken
variable
and
in memory
transferred
that
into a
references
digital
which wall
form.
Mario screaming
For the
interacting
first few
with. It only has
seconds, it's an all-out
As
assault
a
on your
result, the
senses.
second wall's reference will overwrite the first, so the first wall will be unreferenced. This is why in every corner between 2 walls,
The room
Mario can run
flashes,
against one of
a
them,
distorted
because
siren
the
wails
first
out,
and the
and
reference is
garbage
overwritten
text
by the
fills up
second
the
version.
screen.
The other
In
wall
our
behaves
mind,
normal, and
I
Mario will
guess,
push against
a
it.
voice informs
Now,
us
the
that
way
it's
glitchy
adjusting its
walking
environment to our
happens
human
requires a
brain.
specific set of
And
conditions.
gradually, the
Because
text
this wall is
becomes readable,
unreferenced, if
the
Mario is
flashing
simply in a
stops,
corner between
and the
2 walls,
siren
he's
morphs into
likely
what
able
could be
to
called
walk this
music.
wall, because the game will check
Or
for
then
example
warn you
against
that
this
an
wall instead,
unusual
making the walking
bioelectric
impossible.
data
Mario
matrix
needs to
has
face more than
bypassed
45
the usual
degrees of the wall
protocols
he needs to
and
walk.
made it into the core
What
of the
needs
data
to happen
storage
is
room.
that Mario needs to
That
hit
must be
either
us,
this wall
or
one of the
Renee,
quarter steps to
potentially
the
both.
then hit the corner of
The
the
system
later
decides to initiate
This
a
can happen
request to
at
execute
any
removal
point.
procedures, but it doesn't get approved right away, and we're free to walk around for the time being. Unfortunately, Renee is gone again, and I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to find her.
He was also moving
Take a
towards
few
the other
steps
wall.
forward,
At
and a
this point,
voice
this
calls
is the
out for us
reference
to
wall,
halt.
and because Mario's coming
You'll
from the
notice
head,
there's nobody
the
there,
bonfire,
except
you want to be
there
able to walk
is.
through.
You
On
see
the
this
next
red
step, the
thing?
same thing happens.
This
He
right
moves to the
here.
left a little bit
Well, that's
more.
what's talking to us.
Eventually, on the last
Maybe
corner step,
imagine
Mario
it
ends
as
up in
like
the
a
corner
physical
of the
representation of a
wall, raising
computer
his hand
program.
up with this wall first, and
This
wall
is that
second.
which divides
Now at this
and
point,
controls
Mario's already
access to
accepted the behavior to
bioelectric
walk in
data
on his train,
matrices.
but since then, the
It
reference
says
is
that
not
because of the
changed.
intrusion,
So he is able to
the prey
walk
they've
it,
collected
while the
and
other
converted
which
to
is
data
nearly
have
parallel.
become restless
When
and decide to
walking,
scan
the wall
us to
acts
see
like
if we're the
doors, so
intruder.
Mario comes off the wall with the
After
same
a few
angle as the
seconds
other.
pass, It
This is
determines
why
that we
Mario is
do
able to
have
walk
signature
yet stay
signs of
roughly in
play,
the same direction.
but we also
Then
resemble
Mario
a
performs
being
a
known
different
as an
type of
old
meachew
one.
called a
In
side
fact, our
the
signatures
way
are almost
happens
identical.
similar to bad grinding.
That which
Since
defines
Mario's
us as
angle
our
is ever so
bioelectric
slightly
pattern
off
has
the
been
lower
altered,
step by
and then
input
grants us
directions,
minimum level
the
security
highest
clearance
by
and
jumping from
instructs us
another
to
step
assist the hive in the
advance
capture of the anomaly.
But on the next planet,
It almost feels like they're asking us to find and kill ourselves, but
this
we
cycle
might as well
repeats
take
itself
advantage
every
of that
few turns,
confusion
letting
about
Mario
our
gather
effect.
enough backward speed so that none of his players
With minimum level clearance, there are
He
a
also
few
lands
things
on
we
the
can
fence
do.
forward front, which makes him go
The
into
ground
ground
floor is
This
basically
allows
laid
Mario
out
to
as
change
a
his
long
angle
hallway that goes down the center with several square-shaped rooms
The
connected
bounce on the
corridors
ground
around
also
the
allows him
perimeter.
to hit the back wall
Most of these
of the
square-shaped rooms have
while
data
sliding
ghosts from a
backwards, which
mesh
doesn't
standing
allow
in the
him to
middle.
grab the ledge. sitting in
The first one I came across
He
was
also
Ogari,
completely
who
bypassed
seems
our
quite
guards.
normal and put together given the
This
circumstances.
is simply because the loading trigger
Ogari
is
says he's been here for a long time, but he's never seen anyone get access clearance. Then I found Yuria, who suggests we visit that which reveals if we like to find what we're looking for. Although she doesn't say where to find said reveal. After that, I spoke with Mikhail, who asks to come inside us? I can't say that in a video. What? Dinner first? Of course I said yes. I had to know what happened. And what happens is, he flies into us and disappears. Then he thanks us, and that's it. He's gone. It's so unnerving. Like, what just happened? Unless I missed something, nobody mentions this ever again. You don't see the guy. He just, like, merged with us
The
permanently.
game tracks when Mario is under
Well, I
attack
hope it
of
was
the
working
sword.
for him.
If Mario hits
On the other side of the square, I found a familiar face. It's Mario. Long time no see. Hey, we avenged your friend. Kamiya ate shit back on the second floor. Mario doesn't really say much, but it's nice to see someone who
Mario is
knows.
placed at the hanging
Or maybe not, since that means he's dead. Nearby Mario is someone named Toru, who's got a greenish glow, and seems to be pretty knowledgeable about where we are.
In this case,
I wonder if he was a cultist and get like special treatment here or something. Toru says the old ones store all of their information here in the data storage room and likens this place to their version of cyberspace. So, we're inside the alien internet. Apparently, the old ones keep data copies of all of their victims and sometimes compress them to make more space, which, according to Toru, is even more painful than dying. Seems pretty bleak, although some people, like Marudashi here, are as fanatical as ever and view it as a wonderful world of pure spirit and evidence of the Dark Messiah's immense power. Different strokes, I guess. After you're tired of talking to these digital people, there's another thing you don't want to miss. A little device you can find in this yellow orb named that which reveals. You might as well think of this as evil alien Wikipedia because that's basically what it is. What does it reveal? How about the entire backstory of the game, organized into 8 selectable topics? Talk about an exposition dump. There are like 3 pages of choices here. Now, to its credit, it does kind of pace out this massive amount of information. Some of the choices are restricted to higher security clearance levels, so you take breaks to solve puzzles and stuff, and then come back if you want, right? But I don't know, I still think it's a little funny. I respect the artistic decision to portray it like this, but I sort of wish these reveals were presented any other way than a glossary of terms. Anyway, I digress. It's wild stuff regardless. For the purposes of this video, I'm just going to summarize the entirety of it right now. I feel like it's more useful for you if I lay it out in linear fashion rather than jumping back and forth. So, here goes. The Hive is an ancient civilization adapted for interstellar colonization. Its eldest members, fittingly known as the Old Ones, have lived through 3 cataclysms and have assimilated countless worlds, even in galaxies beyond ours, by merging with any corporeal matter they come across. The center of the Hive is a control area known as the Altar, which is under direct command of the Prince. As navigator of the Hive, the Prince is responsible for locating planets with psychic energy, and then converting to a physical form to partake in the invasion. The Hive's level of knowledge is like nothing we can imagine. For starters, they have detailed digital records dating back to the moment the Old Ones corporealized. The records are overseen by a being of almost pure psychic energy known as that which judges, we already heard a little bit about. They've also mastered control of space-time and can bend it for transportation, which is how the Warpers we've been seeing work. The Hive even uses this power to master the art of torture and deception. They're capable of creating non-Euclidean spaces and have a complete area called the Conversion Room, dedicated to using these nightmare-like locations to draw out their prey. You can't get much more classic than Shin Megami Tensei on the Super Famicom. Its release in 1992 marked a new beginning for the Megami Tensei franchise as the first game to make a clean break from its origins in the Digital Devil Story novel series. With its unique contemporary setting, dark atmosphere, iconic demon designs, unforgettable music, and innovative alignment and party-building systems, Shin Megami Tensei can be considered a fully realized version of the intriguing concepts that its 2 predecessors introduced. ask. If the digital Devil Story games are the roots of the franchise, then you can think of Shin Megami Tensei as the sapling that would grow into a towering tree with branches stretching in all directions. Plant metaphors aside, we're talking about some real legend shit. Countless games have seen inspiration from Shin Megami Tensei, and every day, new fans are finding themselves interested in the series with its latest release based around the origin. Whether you're a longtime Megami Tensei fan interested in revisiting the classics, or you just found out about these games yesterday, you might be wondering, does the original Shin Megami Tensei hold up today? Is it really worth the time, or are the game's innovations bogged down by tedious mechanics and outdated gameplay? Considering how many ports Shin Megami Tensei has received across a wide variety of platforms, which version would be the best to start with? Well, we're going to try to answer all of those things as we take a deep dive into the origins of the beloved mainline Shin Megami Tensei series. The bulk of this video will be focused on an extended playthrough and discussion of the game's Super Famicom release. Afterwards, we'll explore its various ports, from the Sega CD to the PC Engine, and even the Game Boy Advance and iPhone. Feel free to check the description and skip ahead to what you're most interested in. Otherwise, settle in and get ready for one hell of a story.
I got it. I answered it.
Turn the game on, press start, and you find yourself being pulled down a strange, hazy corridor. Suddenly, a gate slams shut in front of you, and a stern-looking face demands to hear your name. It explains that you have power like normal opinion, and already, it's time to pick our character's stats. Let's check it out. Our available stats are Strength, Intelligence, Magic, Vitality, Speed, and Luck. Your standard stuff. As you might imagine, stats like Strength and Vitality affect things such as your attack power and HP, while Intelligence and Magic determine your ability to attack with and defend against spells, as well as your conversation prowess. Speed allows your character to act quicker and hit more often, and Luck can affect a handful of things such as your character's chance to evade an attack or escape from battles. As is tradition with most Megami Tensei protagonists,
Alright, I'm just coming back in to say I am going to go to bed now, so if people need me, people don't really want me, don't need me, but if I'll probably just keep this just like live streaming, and I might just go to bed to it. So yeah, I was just coming in to say good night, and hopefully still be streaming this. Alright, good night.
down the hallway, you see a cross spinning rapidly towards you, and as it plants itself on the ground in front of you, a crucified figure materializes onto it. You're told to call the figure's name to awaken it. This is our law hero. For people already used to Megami Tensei, this scene may not seem very significant, but I think it does an excellent job of portraying the scale and sinister tone of this adventure. This little sequence is actually one of my first exposures to the franchise, and I remember feeling totally mystified and intrigued by it. In the first 5 minutes, you're already well aware that this shit isn't going to be your usual fantasy RPG. So, let's give this guy a name. I decided on Charlie to continue my tradition of honoring that guy who's constantly holding his balls in Shin Megami Tensei. As for his stats, well, it's up to you. You can make a physical strength-based build if you want to, but I opted to start off with a handful of lucky and magic-based skills. If you're the kind of person that likes min-maxing, you can definitely do that, but for everyone else, just about any build is viable enough. Finish up, and Charlotte joins our party as we make our way further into the corridors. Next, we see a demon hunched over another figure who's been knocked to the ground. It explains that this is the soul of a weak man who seeks power, and so, we need to call out for him to wake him up. I decided to name our Chaos Hero Naoki. This is a backup name I often use when I'm playing games in Japanese, and I thought it sounded good enough. I know there's some names for these guys floating around out there in a manga or a novel or some shit, but I couldn't be asked. One of the best parts of playing these games is getting attached to your party because of the names you give them. Like the Law Hero, I gave this guy another magic-based build just for fun. So, squad decked out and ready to roll, we continue through a door and find a woman named Yuriko bathing in a small pond. She says she's been waiting for us as our eternal partner, and after stepping out of there and taking a few more steps, the voice of our mother interrupts everything and wakes us summer. We reappear in our room in bed, likely drenched in piss after experiencing that acid trip of a night. A message is waiting for us on our computer from a guy named Steven. He frantically explains that our world is in grave danger by ancient demons reawakening to reclaim the earth. Attached to the message is a download of the demon summoning tool, which will allow us to use the power of demons to fight, negotiate, and hopefully survive for longer than a few seconds once shit hits the fan. As one typically does when they receive an email from a crazy guy offering you a way to summon demons, we decide to hold on to it for later. Our nightmare and that strange message are definitely a lot to unpack, but it's nothing a good breath of fresh air won't solve. As we step out of our room, Mom explains that we slept through all the crucial last night. There's a huge police presence outside, and it seems like something serious is going down. Despite the fact that cops are everywhere and we've been promised a demonic apocalypse, some things never change, and Mom needs her coffee. So, she hands us our allowance for the month and sends us out to get some. Let's do this shit. On your way out of the house, don't forget to say hi to Pascal, our dog. Ignoring the fact that he has blue fur and red eyes, he's pretty cute, so be sure you don't miss it. Listening to him bark is probably the single most important moment in all of it. So take it all in before you step outside, because you'll probably never find peace again. Ready? Okay. Outside, the town is ours to explore. You'll notice pretty quickly, however, that you can't go far. Most roads are blocked off by the police, and many of the buildings are locked. Fortunately, the shopping center is still open, and there's a lot to see. Inside, you've got a variety of shops to buy. Armor, weapons, and medicine are all freely available for you to purchase. If you're feeling proactive, feel free to blow through your month's allowance on cheap equipment and drones. You'll also find a cafe where you start to get a feel for what's going on in town. It seems a female student from a nearby school has been killed and dismembered in Inokashira Park, and the police are out in force. In addition to that, apparently, the director of the hospital does some shady experiments in building poses for them. As you talk to all the customers at the cafe, eventually you come across one sitting alone in the back of the place. It's Yuriko from our dream, who seems taunting as she mysteriously laughs about seeing you. If it weren't for the massive shit our character just dropped in his pants, I'd imagine he'd be pretty intrigued about the possibility of his wet dream becoming a reality. After you're satisfied gathering information in here, drop by the cash register and pick up the cost. The owner of the place gives us tools to take home for free and says we can pay him later. Nice. Outside the cafe, there are a few more things to check out. One is an antique store that sells some really expensive pieces of art. Now, you didn't hear it from me, but this guy actually admires us. We'll check that out later. You may also come across this gang of sort of punks wandering in the area while hanging out there. They immediately tell you to get lost, so sure they can buy it. Now, the most important thing you're going to find here is this guy behind the drum. As you approach him, he seems really freaked out and threatens to attack you when coming towards him. Mere seconds after saying this, a fucking bloated purple monkey flies in and cuts his throat. You barely get a chance to react before it slams into you and runs away. Holy shit. Well, rather than tell the police, the owner of the store, or literally anyone what just happened, we decided to pick up the knife the guy was holding and head back home to deliver Mom's coffee. It's what a good son would do. After getting back, there's not much to do except sleep. I know we've only been away for like 10 minutes, but honestly, I'd probably do the same thing if I was having to take this place. As you might guess, we return to work. Charlie and Naoki rejoin us. And this time, we run up on a group of guys preparing to sacrifice a woman in another demon king. You have the option of saving her. This is your first instance of no matter what you pick, the outcome is the same. But your attitude going into the choice will determine which way your life will swing. As we interrupt the ceremony, we again call out the names. I offer the name of Red. Feel free to recite whatever stats you want, though I'd recommend you focus on magic and skill. As things calm down, she thanks us and explains that we're destined to be together soon, though we will be separated not long after.
At 34 years old, Kim Jong-un is one of the youngest.
Yet again, we receive a message on our computer from Steve. He dropped us a new file with the auto mapping, which generates a map for us as we explore the locations. Not bad. Mom mentions that overnight she heard us calling out the name of the girl named Ray, who happens to live just next door to us. I think we should bear her step outside and it quickly becomes clear that things have escalated. Almost immediately, you're going to get a demon encounter. Let's take a look at the facts. If you played other Megami Tensei games from this era, then you already know what to expect. If not, well, it's a simple yet effective system. When a demon appears, you can fight it, try to escape, attempt to negotiate with it, or set the battle to play out automatically. Choosing fight allows you to choose sword, gun attacks. If you've got spells, you can access those here too. Activating your computer allows you to summon and remove demons from your active party in combat, as well as rearrange your party order. Party order allows you to strategize by placing your heavy-hitting, high-powered characters in the front, where they'll take most of the damage, and placing your more fragile casters or range attackers in the back, Be sure you don't forget to consider your party order. Provided you keep things good, you can blow through battles and really have to worry about the proper damage. Aside from this, naturally, you can use items if you have any, and also defend to reduce your income. Demon negotiation is pretty self-explanatory. When you start a conversation, you can either choose to take a friendly or threatening attitude, and from there, you just see how the demon reacts and keep going. Try to cater to what you think a demon wants to hear. Keep in mind that many cannot be recruited no matter the circumstance. It's a good rule of thumb to at least attempt a conversation on each one to see if they're willing to talk. As I mentioned earlier, the higher your intelligence status, the easier these negotiations tend to go. Though it's also totally possible to get more good or screwed. It's smart to keep your team stocked up whenever you can. You'll always be ready for combat, and you'll have plenty of candidates for demon fusion to strengthen your party. This system is pretty solid on paper, though as you'll learn through the course of this video, there exists great potential to heavily exploit. Naturally, it doesn't have any of the advanced mechanics from later entries in the series, but despite its simplicity, it can still be pretty fun. Combat's usually quick. Individual battles rarely last longer than 30 seconds or a minute. This is a good thing, because as you'll notice when you explore the city and the dungeon that follow, encountering this game can be ridiculous. Many times you'll be seeing encounter after encounter, step after step, and that shit can get pretty annoying if you're just trying to get to the end of a hallway or something. In these cases, you'll likely find yourself setting battles to auto instead of actually playing them, and that can definitely get repetitive. There are items and spells to aid the encounter rate, but I don't think the game would have suffered if they cut it back just a little bit. I'll elaborate more later on how battles can be made shockingly easy, quite literally, but for now, let's keep going. So, when we get to Ray's house, she seems pretty confused. She's just trying to go on a date with her boyfriend today, and she has no memory of any weird treats. Well, there's not much else we can do here right now, so let's do it. Next up, let's check out that car. The student we learn about is supposedly hers. Casually slash your way through several demons, and eventually this old dude pops up on the screen in front of you. He already knows who we are, gives us a little philosophical rant, just sitting there in the middle of the room. He asks us if we side with law, chaos, or perhaps neither, then walks us around some kind of dungeon to test our strength. Listen, I did not consent to this. When we arrived, both Charlie and Now there, still manifesting as strange figures, so it's clear that this is a forced dream of some sort. You don't have to worry about exploring this dungeon, because you quite literally get dragged. After a minute, your mother appears and seems really upset to hear, but we get pulled past her and tossed into a room where a doctor is holding a ceremony. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? It transforms into a pretty intimidating looking demon, and after just a single turn of combat, one-shots the shit out of him. Don't even worry about distracting. You can't. So, when you pulled out of the stream, this fucking geezer's all like, well, I guess you're not strong enough yet. I mean, I'd like to see you get forced into an acid trip and see just how effective you are at demon combat. Anyway, hallway passage is open now, and there's a building up ahead you get into. It actually has some pretty important things in it, though we can't make much use of them yet. One is the Cathedral of Shadows. Once we have demons, we can fuse them together to make new ones. The other is a human priest by our team and their status. You know, this is kind of crazy. The apocalypse hasn't even really happened yet here's this cultist-looking ass guy talking about fusing demons in some building in the park. Like, is he just a groundskeeper in a Halloween costume or some shit? What do you do? If anything, I guess this is a hint that things aren't going back to normal anytime soon. So, with nothing but to do, we get back home. Except this time, the law catches up to us. The police explain that we're under arrest because our fingerprints were found at the shopping center that guy got killed by a demon. This is like the most logical thing that happened in the game. What did you think was going to happen when you not only witnessed a murder and said nothing, but choked the murder weapon and started swinging around in the street? The protagonist of this game is either the biggest idiot in the world, or he just gives zero shits whatsoever. Afterwards, they throw us in jail. Except, this is a hospital. And you know what happens in the hospital, right? Yeah, that crazy-ass doctor is going to sacrifice us for zero experience. I'm pretty sure this follows like a full unusual consequence. Luckily, we've got a partner in crime now inside of us. Sharing our cell is none other than Charlie, the law hero of Demon Hunt. He recognizes us from our dreams and explains that he was arrested after defending himself from demons while searching for his girlfriend, Ray. Huh. Crazy how that all works out. On the way out of our cell from being appears, the doctor comes in and says it's time for surgery. Charlie charges into it and knocks him out. And from here, it's time for our first real dungeon of the game. The hospital is about as simple as you'd expect for the first level. There are only a couple of floors to navigate, and each are quite small. As you explore and fight demons, you're going to level up pretty rapidly, so be sure you're making the most of your early stats. My law hero with a magic build came in handy with powerful attacks, so don't forget to use your spells. Even though it's really early on, you can still get wiped out if you're a bit reckless. The biggest thing you want to do first in this dungeon is find Steve. He gives us a lore dump and explains that he invented the demon summoning program after being unable to communicate with the demons he encountered while working on a series of teleportation devices called the terminal system, something which gravely wounded him. He explains that the program was sent out to a huge number of people to increase the chances of demons being control. Also, the terminal system has been taken over by a guy called Goto, who's using the program to create his own demon army. Stephen gives us the demon analyzer, which functions as a way for us to view an enemy's stats and move list. Nice. Well, let's get the fuck out of here. Stephen instructs us to get to the director's room on the second floor so we can flip the switch and escape through the locked door. Once you get there, it's time for a boss battle with the hospital director, who's actually a demon called Arias. Just go hard on this guy with as much attack power as you can. My strategy is to attack with physical attacks on the protagonist and match with our law hero. The protagonist using medicine on anyone who needs it. After a handful of turns putting out consistent damage, the boss goes down and we're home free. At this point, you're going to want to check out the mall again to get our next party. Inside, you see that same gang of guys as before, with a dude named Ozal threatening a guy on the floor. Charlie decides to step in, and the group quickly decides whatever they're doing isn't worth fighting. You know this. It's now chaos. The second guy from our dreams. Understandably, he's pretty pissed off about getting beaten up, and he decides to join up with us to fight back against Ozal's gang and demons. Alright, whole squad's here. Feel free to stock up on anything while we're here, and stop by the cafe for some food. One guy owns a strange abandoned building called the Echo Building, so we might want to check out soon. For now, there's little else to do but head out. When we greet our mother, something seems wrong about her. She insists that we come closer to her, and our friends can tell that things aren't quite right. Sure enough, our mother turns out to be the demon who ate her. We've got no choice but to fight. Shit. Well, Amana Sakugami is a bit tougher than Arias, but not by much. Blast this thing with spells, keep your health topped off, and look out for its silence-inflicting moccasins. This will prevent you from casting, though even if that happens, you'll probably be fine anyway if you just keep using physical attacks and medicine. When the fight's over and the dust settles, your friends awkwardly try to comfort you about what just happened. Famously, Charlie tells you to try not to feel too bad, after which, now he essentially tells them to shut their mouth. Suddenly, Pascal starts barking at us, and we decide to bring him along with us because, why not? Well, considering we've got no reason to go home ever again, I guess our next move is to check out that Echo Building and see if it's got anything to do with what's been going on. Usually it's locked up, but the demon we just beat happened to drop a key card, and that'll get us in there. Before you go, you might consider doing a few things to prepare. First, remember the antique store? It turns out, like I said, this guy isn't actually an art dealer or anything like that. He just wants to sell you an MP5 submachine gun. If you can afford it, try to get a gun for your character. While Charlie and Naoki do join your party with guns of their own, it can be useful to have one on every human party. Machine guns tend to be the best because they target entire groups of enemies at once, though there are plenty of great single-shot weapons that pack a punch too. The coolest thing about the firearms in this game is that they don't actually use ammo. You have to purchase the item with follow bullets and equip it. Once you do that, you got infinite shots. You can swap these normal bullets out for different kinds that inflict status boosts, such as charming an enemy. And yes, considering there is no limit to how many times these can be fired, it can be as overpowered as Essentials, even against monsters. Keep it calm. Another thing we can do is gather some demons from the It wouldn't hurt to have some extra help in our party for what's to come, right? Once you recruit something, head back to the Cathedral Shadows we found earlier and see what you can feed us. Like right here, see? We got a pixie and, our dog. Yeah, you can use your fucking dog now. It feels kind of bad to see him get melted down into demon goo, but he returns to make his help and the ability to speak English. Because his Cerberus, he's far above our level, and typically you'd never be allowed to use something at such a high level this early, but I guess Pascal was built differently, and we're able to it. He costs over $1,000 to summon to your active party, and once he's there, the next part of the game becomes a complete check. Now, you don't have to fuse away your precious dog, and I can see why you might not want to do that, but trust me, it's a good idea. So, with a brand new gun and a demonic dog by our side, it's time to go on a little trip to the Echo. Who said video games were a bad influence? The Echo building is right below the Kichijochi Mall. Though it's 5 floors, it's extremely simple. You actually have the choice of taking an elevator all the way to the top and bypassing literally everything. Though I recommend fighting your way through it and taking the stairs to pick up some treasure along the way. You can find a handful of incense items in this place that will increase your stats, and they're very easy to locate, so it's worth checking out. If you haven't already, when you get to the 5th floor, you may want to summon Cerberus. Yuriko appears and notices that we're determined to continue forward. She admits that we're powerful enough to do anything we set our mind to, and moves out of the way. Head into the room behind her marks Terminal, and a familiar scene plays out. A doctor is learning a strange ceremony, and as revenge for interrupting, he transforms into the demon Dome. Let's show this little shitter a match. Surprisingly, he has a pretty big pool of health, nearly 400 points. If you're just rolling with your friends, it can potentially be a long round. This is where Cerberus comes in. His basic attacks do over 100 damage per hit, meaning you can end this whole thing in 3 or 4 turns. The only thing Domon can do if you're a wrench in your plan is to get lucky to spell Shiba, which can grind. He actually has Cerberus, meaning he was as good as useless for some.
Pasta. I watched this video
This
before.
can be fixed with the spell, but if other members of your team get blinded too, then it's entirely possible we will just have to wait it out, and that can be deadly. Luckily, as soon as the effect wore off, I was able to quickly attack the Cerberus and finish this guy off. When he goes down, you notice a computer leak. Cerberus starts to growl at it, and then he attacks it, but moves him away. And well, he's gone. Shit. Guess it was nice having him while it lasted. Well, these are the terminals that Zach was talking about earlier. Teleportation devices that can take us to different points we unlock around the city. For now, the only place we can warp to is the map. So, let's head in and see what's going on. Predictably, it's crawling with demons. One guy who's apparently an employee of the lab that got turned into a zombie explains that the building was rushed and taken over by zombies. Outside, we run into the network, thinks we're fresh demons from the abyss, but quickly realizes that our human skin isn't a costume and attacks us. He goes down in just a few hits, but at this point, it's pretty clear that the invasion's in full swing. You can also find Steven in this building, who asks what we think of his demon summoning program, and even offers to increase its storage capacity so we can recruit additional party members. What a guy. Aside from a few more scattered items, there isn't much else to do. Outside, however, and we're in a fresh area. The boundaries blocking our way to the south have advanced from police officers to soldiers, and they explain that martial law is in place. To the north stretches a pretty expansive new zone with a handful of buildings and branching paths to explore. Walking down these residential streets still feels peaceful, even though the world's absolutely going on. I think that's one of the things I like the most about the first chunk of this. The atmosphere is something really unique that I haven't found in any other game. As mysterious and downright disturbing as this game can be, it feels equally as relaxing and kind of carefree, creating a very surreal feel. The invasion never quite feels like out of your game. You and your friends have little trouble taking out every demon you encounter, though you can tell that they continue to rise and boil in the worst way. The amount of paths might be a little confusing, but eventually you'll find your way to the shit you go to. This is our next hub, It's much bigger, with many more shops, the cathedral shadows, and a handful of bars. The bars are your best source of information, and there are 3 to choose from, each representing a different alignment. The Chaos Aligned bar is filled with Japanese soldiers who serve Goto, the guy Steven mentioned earlier. Apparently, he's trying to take control of the invading demons in order to fight off the invading American army, who were sent to wipe out the invasion entirely. Goto believes that he can use demonic power to make Japan a better place, but I guess all the tyrannical state that the Americans are trying to set up. Oh my god! Strangely, as I was leaving this bar, Jack fucking Frost popped up in the middle of it and tried to murder me in front of everyone. I think that's pretty ballsy of him to try and humiliate me publicly like that, but I appreciate his attempt at keeping things interesting. Next up, we've got the Law Line, which is filled with American soldiers who humorously speak with very poor grammar to reflect the relative lack of skill in the Japanese language. They're being led by the American ambassador Thorman, and yes, his name is Thorn. I really wonder who that might imply to be. Finally, the neutral bar, or members of the Resistance. The Resistance is led by a woman called Ray. Interestingly, a different Ray than our next door neighbor. We'll talk a bit more about that. The Resistance is working to keep the conflict between Goto and Thorman from getting too severe, so they run sabotage missions against each side. Essentially, they're just trying to look after the people of Tokyo with no thirst for order or power, and are clearly the most rational of the bunch. If you talk to the bartender here, they'll give you a little quiz about the demons and relying on higher powers. If you disagree with each of his alignment-based questions, we'll hand you a bar matchbook you can use downstairs to meet more members of the Resistance. Before we head downstairs to meet up with the Resistance, be sure you find the terminal in here, because you can use this to jump back to Kichiyoji if you ever need to. Also, in addition to alignment-focused bars, there are also different healers that correspond to alignment. Using a law, a healer, for example, will have your alignment tip slightly towards law, and it favors law over demons. If you're looking for a specific ending, keep these in mind. Downstairs, you run into a guy who's protecting an off-limits area. Show him the bar matchbook and allowed past, where we meet Ray, the leader of the Resistance. She remembers all 3 of us from dreams, meaning the other Ray, Charlotte's girlfriend, happened to be the wrong one the entire time. She asked us for our help in de-escalating the conflict between Japan and America, and also go on a mission to rescue other girls named Ray that have been kidnapped for the purposes of finding this one and destroying the Resistance. Both Charlie and Naoki are excited for their own reasons. Charlie can find his girlfriend, and Naoki can get back into his own gang, who seem to be helping Goto carry out his dirty. Everything sounds all peachy fucking perfect until Yuriko works in, grabs Ray, and immediately escapes. Oops. Guess we led Yuriko straight to her. All that shit has to work. We gotta go track Ray down before it's too late. You might be wondering, where did they go? Well, you can find a tip if you walk all the way back to the neutral bar. A guy says that she's scheduled to be executed at the Tokyo government office. It's still kind of cryptic, and I feel like it's unlikely that someone would walk all the way back here to find that, but whatever. If you don't
Hello
find
there,
it by
Internet,
process
well,
of
welcome
elimination
back to
first,
another video.
it's
Today
still
we're doing
important
just a
to leave
one-off
something
video, but I feel like this creator deserves
It can
their
help to
own
have
kind of
some demons
spotlight for a
overhit it.
video. In
Be sure
honesty,
you're fully
the
healed.
past videos they've done
We can
I've
have
really,
ourselves a
really
marathon.
enjoyed, and I think it's time that
Inside
I
is
push
what
this
regards
person
the
out there, or at least try to
They'll
with whatever kind of
swore tails to avoid being detected, but
Continue
as
at
she
your own
explains to the massive audience why Ray deserves to be killed for her crimes against
Here we go.
Goto, she quickly
I did
notices
react
us,
to it
spoils
before.
the whole thing, and summons a horde of enemies to take care of it. Let's do it. The first round is against 8 zombie cops who are vulnerable to fire. If you're running a magic build on the Chaos Hero,
Japanese
targeting fire spells will make sure you're safe. You can also bring along Pyro
Because the style that they go for, it reminds me of urban
these spells
spells,
in a way,
but without the
tougher, because you're going to have to do
serial
being
killer,
hit several times
you
per
know,
turn if you don't
extreme themes involved.
After you
It's
finish
kind of
these
got the
guys
same
off, you have
vibe,
to
that
face
same
8
kind of
zombie soldiers.
She will attempt to
Again,
get
fire
closer,
spells are
the lights, remove your
They
clothing
can
to sit
definitely
in the
pack into
turret.
damage if you get hit by 4 or 5 of these
Take
guys in
some
a single
tab and
sprint.
force it, close
Round
your
3
eyes.
is against more soldiers, as well as a group of spirit demons. And round 4 is against more spirits and a couple of mountains. Throw out your best magic. Fire continues to work, as do Zay's spells. If you've been boosting strength on your protagonist, it can be a good idea to use them to wipe out correctly since they're on Make it through all of this, and Yuriko finally gives up, leaving you to rescue Ray. She expresses her gratitude for her help and decides to head back to the bar, since the resistance base is no longer in place.
That's very
feel like the
specific.
bar is even worse.
If you hear any
but
noises
I'm
or
not
feel a
gonna
presence
push it.
behind you, do not
Before heading
attempt
back to
to
meet up with her again,
open
there's
your eyes.
one more thing we can do
Ask
outside.
aloud, why
To
did
the
you fall in the
north of the
bathroom?
Tokyo government
Do not
office, it's a
expect any
smaller
response
building
to
where
any
opposing
questions
is
in the air for
hidden.
2 seconds.
This isn't required, you aren't explicitly told to
Keeping
do
your
it,
eyes closed,
but
stand up
it's
and slowly get out
offers
of
you
the
a chance to get some additional
Why would you do this?
Essentially,
Why?
we find him
Be
lurking
careful
around
if
the
you
back
dry
room,
yourself
and now he's
at this
eager to
point,
get back
because
into
what is
it.
the point?
Ozawa mocks us and does his villain thing.
Go to your
then
bedroom
reveals he
without
doesn't care
turning
about
on
Goto or the resistance at all. He just
That
wants
seems
power.
kind of
Then he summons a
urban
skeleton
legend.
for us to fight and leaves. This guy's a just remains on He did manage to one-shot my
One of the
pyro
few
jack with an
evidence that
attack
the
that did
anime
over
real
100
or was
damage,
real
and that
is
shit was
old
pretty
internet
scary.
archive.
Unfortunately,
Following it's a
unlike
screenshot
human
from
party
an
members,
empty website.
just beware that he can do some pretty heavy damage. Try to knock him out as fast as you can. Like I mentioned, all you get for this is just a bit of experience, but it's a neat little side mission. You might as well do it since you're so back to the bar.
I feel like that's
Ray
actually
again
a
thanks
real
us for
thing.
saving her life,
Internet
and ensuring
lore
that Tokyo has
is
some
kind
hope
of,
in the future. She explains that the Ray Charlie is looking for is being held
Obviously, you hear
somewhere
about
in
urban
the sky.
legends like
She tells Naoki that an attack on Ozawa's men is being coordinated as we speak. Unfortunately, at this point, each of our friends
that
leave
they
the
realise
party
the
to
farm's
pursue
kind of
his goals.
dilapidated,
But no
so
worries.
they go up to the
Ray decides to
house,
join us for a
they knock on the
particularly
door and
important
say,
mission. To figure out how to solve this conflict, we're going to personally meet the leaders of the Japanese and American
she's in the back of the cab,
Hopefully,
and they
we'll
look,
be able to
the
work out
girls
some kind of agreement.
but they're called stylized
peaceful.
peaceful.
Ray hands us an ID card that will access me to their bases, and we're off. Be sure you prepare before moving forward. It might sound like a pain in the ass, but I recommend using it because it shows you by yourself an MP5 where you have it. Ray joins your party with one, so having two powerful guns to blast through demons with really speeds things up. If you check your character's inventories, you may even notice that Ray is carrying duets, which are capable of putting enemies to sleep. These are incredibly useful, and I encourage you to blast the hell out of anything that comes your way. As I mentioned earlier, these things work on bosses too, meaning you can repeatedly put even the toughest demons to sleep and beat the shit out of them, provided they are.
They changed that.
I really can't understate how powerful this bolt is. You're easily capable of taking on groups of 8 demons at once, because usually at least half
So
of
if
them
you
are
haven't
here
put the
before.
first reviews, I like
Once you're all fitted out, it's time to pay a visit to Goto. His headquarters can be found just east of the entrances to the Shinjuku Underground, in an area surrounded by trees. Some soldiers stopped at the door, but thankfully our ID card works and we're allowed in. Overall, this is another
Because it reminds me, the style that they go for, it reminds me of
the
urban
top piece of
studio,
everything.
but without
There's
the
some money and incense you can find if you take a look around the floor, as always. You might want to try and recruit some of the enemies though.
It's kind of got the
In
same
addition to
vibe.
demons, you could also encounter Gaian suicide squads roaming the building. For shits and giggles, I decided to try and go and my jaw hit the floor with not only one joined my party, but his name was simply abbreviated for the word suicide. If this isn't an iconic crew, I don't know what is.
Rumor-san is a
When
Japanese
you reach Goto's room, he explains that Ray nearly being executed wasn't his idea. Yuriko was the one who decided to go that far.
Hell was made of
He
water
said he's
instead of
mostly
fire.
been ignoring the resistance
I don't
because
know
he
why,
has
but
bigger
I
problems
love
to deal
swimming.
with.
I'm good at swimming.
Apparently, the Americans were working under the direct orders of God to establish a 1,000-year kingdom for those who worship him. According to Goto, anyone that won't comply with the Americans' plan will be killed. And even as we speak,
This is
we're
real
dealing with
bad.
a threat of nuclear annihilation. He asks for our help in doing this plan. It's up to you whether or not you believe everything he says. Before we're allowed to give
Three,
the
turn
final
off the
decision,
lights,
we have to
remove
go
your
through the
clothing and sit in the sun.
If Goto's plan sounds pretty reasonable, there's something else in this building that might change your mind. As you explore, you'll eventually come across stairs that lead to a basement. In the basement are several cells which house a handful of innocent people named Ray who were kidnapped to fight the resistance. Some of these prisoners are clearly quite young, but thankfully we can't set them free. For a guy that said he doesn't care about the resistance that much, it seems pretty damn suspicious to have school children in prison downstairs. Well, let's see what our all-American friend is doing.
Any noises or feeling
You can find the entrance to his base to the south of Goto. We enter a tunnel that leads up to a rather lavish looking building with a red carpet inside. We're likely to run into some pretty side-bringers of enemies in here, so be sure to make the most of your guns and cast Zeo spells before heading out. Lightning spells in this game are another thing that are very
careful if you dry yourself.
provided you can cast the spell before any of the enemies have a chance to move. It's entirely possible
gouge
to
your
stunt
eyes.
the
I got
entire
you a little bit back, guys. I've been
I'm going to
here
show you
next to
a ridiculous example of this in just a few
How many of
moments.
you guys have had that?
When we reach Dorman, he apologizes for his bad Japanese and then explains that his forces are here to save everyone from the demons. It seems part of Goto's plan is to summon Lucifer to Tokyo along with a few mortar demons, something which is sure to destroy him.
This one makes me sad.
Thorman admits that his men are not equipped to fight demons and encourages us to help him defeat Goto. He asks if you'll accept his offer. Depending on what you say here, naturally you'll be told to towards the loss. I decided to reject Thorman's offer to fight, but I also ensured to him that I wasn't on Goto's side. Each of these guys seem to mean well in their own ways, but beneath what they're telling us, it's clear there's some ulterior motives. Well, we shouldn't accomplish much by doing this, so we might as well go back to Goto and see if he's got anything else for us. If you're not full on his plan, you might want to make some.
Okay, well that is the end of that. It was interesting. Like it was different than the other ones, like the current, but it wasn't like.
When we get back,
I feel like this one was a little more scary than the ones last
if you
time.
agree with
I
them,
felt the
then
other one
get
was
skipped to
more
what
like
comes next. But fuck the vibes, this guy.
This one was definitely more.
As you might imagine, Goto is the type to take a rejection lightly. He sends out a couple of troops of demons to take care of this. Blast these
None
guys.
of them really felt like
You have Pyrojack, a single cast of his powerful fire spell
stand out
can
like
be
you
enough
had
to
one
destroy
nightmare,
them.
except for
This is just a form round, so it's nothing much. The second group is slightly harder because you've got Baycock, a skeleton who can still hit like a truck. Fortunately, his health is in very high, so as long as you prioritize him,
I
you
definitely
should
want
be
to do
fine.
more of these videos. Let me know in the comment section for question of the day.
Finally, Goto.
Do you think I should do more of these?
He's not super type person, so like Jomon from the Echo building, if you get unlucky and have your entire team minded by Shiba Boo, he can basically speed on you until you're dead. One of his moves is just to hit you with a critical hit, which can do around 50 hits, so keep an eye out on your team. Why would you turn for some magic and kill him and shoot this guy down, provided you don't get stuck during the status effect? As he dies, he says he made a huge mistake, and that there will be consequences.
Well, let me know in the comment section. Did
I
you
guess
guys
that's one less thing
any
from this disaster.
and hit the like button if you think I should do more of them. But that is it for today, guys. I'll see you in the next video. Remember the most important thing: chase your dreams.
He congratulates us for killing Goto, and thanks you on behalf of God himself.
You know
And
what I
asks you to
realized?
continue
Sorry
to
to
fight
cut this
today.
off really quick. Hang on, let me
Well,
read this.
see,
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing: I love you guys, and chase your
You might
dreams.
expect those sorts of attacks to be useless against him, but no. You can throw lightning spells before it can stun lock you for the entire fight. It's really easy, and it's likely that you won't get in a single shot at it. Now, this works on a lot of us, but I know, come on, they really could have adjusted it for the one guy whose entire identity is based around lightning. Shit. If you decide not to stun him, he's essentially a slightly tougher version. His attacks do a bit more damage, and he's capable of binding. If you can beat Goto legitimately before,
Hey guys, what's up? Sorry I'm late.
just use your usual strategies and take care of your status effects.
Just kidding, I never work out. Kidding,
When
get hurt.
Thor's
We
finished,
can't
he
see
throws
that
out
there's
one
some
final
on my
attack
head.
to stun
It's
him.
not a hat.
A
I
series
stole
of
the
new
style
moves.
from Nina. Like he wears bandanas
Seriously?
for hair.
With his dying breath, he decided to destroy the entire city.
Wears the like
He decided to go around with this anyway, so
I got this from my
I don't see
cowboy
much of a point in sucking up to a guy who's full of wave runs. A 30-second timer starts up in the center of the screen,
hides
and
my
nothing you can do can stop it. Literally the only thing you can do
And it makes
is
me
try
look
to
like I
run
work
faster.
out too, which is pretty cool. And I kind of look like Brand from except I'm not wearing my gym shorts with my sweatpants. But anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. You know, we are here.
Right as the bombs drop, Ray decides to use the lasso power to teleport us out here so at least one of us
Video is called
I
Strange
did
and
say
Familiar
international negotiations didn't quite work out.
By the way, guys, if you're interested in seeing my other reactions or you never saw them,
We
there's
wake up in a strange place.
But anyway, we're going to check out this video and see how it feels.
And he explains that two others have arrived here.
Here we go,
Before he
guys.
tell us anything, we should go go find them first. If we need anything, his two demon assistants, Zenki and Gogi, are in nearby rooms to help us. Oh, holy shit, I didn't realize we had a celebrity on our hands. Yeah, it's that baby from 1980's Japanese tissue commercial that was rumored characters that killed everyone involved with it. What a coincidence. Quickly you're gonna notice, this place is a bit of a maze. Definitely more complicated than anything we've seen thus far, but not unusual. The whole dungeon is essentially a series of circles that you start out at the center. For now, make your first priority to explore the rooms here. As you can see, our demons are left, and we're totally alone right now. It's a great idea to quickly save, because if you get a shitty encounter, it's totally possible that you'll be unable to keep up the damage to your grandmother's house. The demons we had on our team are still alive, but we gotta find them first. We're kind of just chilling out in different rooms spread across the dungeon. Thankfully, they aren't too hard to find as long as you're thorough. Eventually, we'll cross Charlie now, and then it's time to head back to our boy Endo Ozno and see what's going on. With the gang all here, he explains that we're in the Congo Tokyo place comparable to the Amazon. Tokyo's destruction apparently just the beginning, and much more looks forward to do. Humidity is still scraping by, but needless to say, pretty bad. Endo Ozno explains that we can go back to our world if we really want to, but first, he wants us to get him a drink of water from a nearby store. Really, some kind of water? I mean, do I look like a delivery boy? Besides, this place is crawling with demons, and it's his house. The spring is kind of an annoying spot. You've got to go to the outer circle of the dungeon and then travel around one way to the gate. As you go through, that means you can't just turn around and go back. You've got to go through the entire circle.
I don't want to live in this.
I know I said the encounter rate was high before, but here it really feels ridiculous. The guy who was setting the percentage fell asleep on his keyboard and added a few extra zeros. He was like every 2 steps from me, and the place isn't exactly school. Once you finally get there and trudge all the way back, this motherfucking guy chugs it down and asks you for another drink of water. You know, I really so we go all the way back around again in the spring, give it to him, and what does he say? That he doesn't actually want it, we can just keep it. First of all, suck my nuts. If you knew you weren't thirsty, why even ask? I know he's floating up social nights. Now, Endo Ozno's team is split up. Charlie now begins on our own, and our job is to kill 2 phantasms that are lurking in the dungeon. One's red, the other's brown. They aren't anything to worry about. If your law or carries the line, then one of them will give you a weapon, I give you a stick. If you're neutral, you still get the weapons, but you're getting by. The only challenge here is having a smaller team, but if you hurt some nearby demons, especially ones with ice or electric spells to stun the ghosts, it would be fun. When all's said and done, Endo Ozno finally says we're ready to do it. The last part of the dungeon becomes accessible. I think there, be sure I'll pull it up, and maybe if the wall is like giving we're about to enter a significantly more dangerous environment, it's best to be as prepared as possible. If you've been grabbing demons from Shinjuku and here in the Congo Kai, you may be able to fuse Mamanofu, who is quite useful with decent physical attack as well as buff and defense skills. Our final obstacle is a quick boss fight with Zenki and Goki. You want to test us?
I would have a panic attack if I was that well.
I think it's best to start with Goki first. He can cast Medea, which heals both. Zenki's a bit stronger physically, he can hit harder. Wow, that healing is a flight he has to watch and just goes on like your human party members might be of less use to you for this fight, just because during the time we didn't see them after exploring the raid, they don't seem to have leveled up very much, if at all. When the demons go down, you'll probably get several level ups for each, which brings them up to speed. Then, Endo Ozno sends us back and warns us that things are probably going to be worse than we thought. Sure enough, we land back in the city, and well, everything's restored. Take just a couple steps forward, and a hooded man starts bugging us for fun, only to get pissed off when he realizes we're doing it again. That shit is very abrupt ending, but I was just wanted to see one month. So, we resolve that because funny, very late to one of those wasteland roads. Things only get worse when we start hearing a woman's voice call our name, even though there's nobody else. I'll give you 3 guesses to read back. Let's see if we can trick. And to the west, you find a building in Shibuya. Why is a little shop? As well as a terminal where you can
one, it just, some of them fits together so well.
To go back to Shinjuku,
I definitely felt like some of them were created just got one specifically known
if I got one that's felt like
naturally like
Rare Stadium, God,
like Sweden has like an advanced version of it. Yes, wow, I
they ask you for donations to the church.
and I really want to like sit and watch it with them and one day. I really enjoy it. But I want to end up keeping some genuine reactions, so I'm not watching them. I'm watching them like one at a time. But it's like, ah, man, I see someone like the thumbnails pop up. Yeah,
There we go, guys.
I'll do a video. But guys, let me know in the comment section, did you feel any kind of weird feeling, like strangely familiar? Did you feel any of that watching this? Like,
Directly,
any of that kind of resonating with you in a weird kind of anywhere way? Let me know in the comment section and smash the like button if you want to see more of these videos. I would really appreciate that. But that is it for today. Thanks for watching, guys. I love you all. Remember, the most important thing is your dreams.
as always, the bars and
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos, please like and support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos. Go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so you can check it out, and I would really appreciate that every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe, ready to break bell on, and also follow me on all my social media accounts, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all those, and remember the most important thing,
Megami
guys,
Tensei 2 is
enjoy
a
your
vast of doing none over the first. Featuring an entire post-apocalyptic city to explore, impressive sprite work that looks great even to this day, a kick-ass soundtrack, and a much more in-depth plot that navigates a dying world stuck in the middle of a conflict between law and chaos. This is a very important game in the series, having found as many of the cool concepts and mechanics that are present even in modern day entries. That being said, is this a game worth going back to, or is it better left to history and simply appreciated for what it accomplished? Is there any appeal here on the NES version to part of some fans of the series? And does this game make you want to claw
Hey
your
guys,
eyes
what's
out
going
of
on?
the first
Welcome
one?
back to another
Well,
video.
you know what we have to do. Let's go on a little trip around Tokyo and see what's up. The first thing you read with when you press the start button is a warning message explaining that we're about to begin on the Devil Busters. It urges us to treat everything in the game as though we're real life and to proceed very carefully. He decides to send it that we get to name our main characters. For the longest time, I actually thought this game was about Nakajima and Yumiko from the first game. It's every time I've ever seen gameplay of this, that's
guys, if you want to see my other reaction,
but that's not the case, so we're free to choose whatever we want. After we pick our own name, we have to choose one for our most valuable female partner. Shit, okay, well, I went with Ray, you know, like the Devil Summoner. I'm sure there's a list of canon names out there in some market guide, but I really don't care. Ray's pretty cool, right? Finally, it says that your friend wants the name too. I tried to think of a cool Japanese name, but I settled on Charlie. You know, the nut grabber from SMT. So there we go. We got the award-winning cast, and now it's time to assign our stats. Let's go over these really quick. Starting from the top, we got Vitality, Intelligence, Attack, Agility, and you even get a full free. For the main character, just like in the first game, we won't be able to cast any spells, meaning we're going to want to build this guy up with Vitality and Attack. Now, there actually are some special pieces of equipment that require a certain level of intelligence. I'll talk about those later. For now, my suggestion is don't most emphasize your physical stats. Give maybe one or two towards intelligence to start off. As for our partner, she's going to be our main caster, so make sure you give her a lot of intelligence and maybe some agility or vitality. When everything looks good, press OK. Oh yeah, and you don't get to pick your friend's stats. Just down to you'll see why in grabbing our notes. So you jump into the game and a little bit wait, that music. No fucking way. Besides the fact that we're in a top-down perspective, if you play the first Megami Tensei, you're immediately going to recognize when everyone arrives. No wonder they look at the devil message or something like that. I never thought I'd say this line again, but here we go. You're in Beacon City on the A4 of Daedalus Tower, and our first task is to kill the Minotaur at the bottom.
It's Ed, Ed, Eddie.
If you haven't figured it out by now, we're playing a video game inside a video game. And that game happens to be a pretty solid recreation of Megami Tensei's first dungeon. Waiting is our counter early backware on exact little fuckers right here. All jokes aside, this is a hell of a way to start things out. For fans that played the original in 1987, I can only imagine the initial reaction of seeing this playthrough. It's only here to serve as a quick introduction to the game's combat, but it's a pretty creative way of doing so. Alright, let's get started. Take a minute to explore this first floor. This is a safe zone where we heal up, buy weapons and armor, and after we recruit a few demons, fuse them together and get better weapons. There's a chance you're going to want to find some money. Use that to buy at least one weapon for your party, and remember to definitely want to keep it frozen. You'll also run into the town elder. In the first game, since it didn't have a save feature, he would give you a password to use if you want to continue playing the game. Luckily, this game does allow you to save, so he's just here to talk to and he can let you out of the meeting. But not until we beat Minotaur. Once you head downstairs, it won't be long at all until your first combat encounter. The battle system is simple, let's check it out. On the right, you've got your commands. Fight, stun, talk, and auto. Pressing fight gives you a few more options. Attack, where you can choose ranged or melee weapons. Comp, where you can switch demons in and out of your party. Items, and finally, defense. It might sound kind of bare bones, but the first game didn't have items in it, so it's actually a bit of a step up. But when your party is organized, it's represented by a number from 1 to 6 next to each member's name. Hopefully one is at the front who takes the most hits, and 6 would be at the furthest back and less likely to take damage. Beyond some simple strategy here, like putting your strong invisible guys up on you as casters at the back, there's not that much to talk about, but it gets the job. Find the place by hitting. You've also got an indicator for how much money and magnetite you have. Most of you probably already know what these do, but to keep it simple, they allow you to summon demons and keep them active in your party, and also conduct negotiations. As you can see, negotiation of this game is pretty simple, and I never really found it to be that frustrating. You get a bit more choice in terms of dialogue and stuff compared to the first game, which is cool. And usually, if you keep at it, it'll work out. You'll do fine. It's not like Devil Summoner, where it was so hard that I spent like 90% of the game without party members. There's apparently a mechanic where if you kill a lot of the same demon, it makes it harder for that one to kill you later on. But I never actually noticed that boosting your intelligence stat can also make these a bit easier, so keep that up. To beat Minotaur, you're going to want to gain at least a few levels. Around level 6 or 7 should be good. When you're exploring the floor, be careful because the enemies get progressively tougher. Also, Minotaur's door isn't marked in any special way, so it's totally possible to just walk into it by accident, which I did, and to put it lightly, he ripped my dick off. Don't worry if you die. Besides losing some money and having your friend laugh at you for being bad at the game, there's not really that much of the next life. Minotaur isn't hard at all if you come prepared, so there's a few demons like Young seem doable. I managed to fuse this guy called Carbuncle who kind of sucks, but I also got Alron, who was a mainstay in the party for a few hours. Try again with a bigger team in a couple levels, and he should go down pretty easy. After you beat Minotaur, he drops a gem. Explore the rest of the dungeon and you'll find a statue. You'll run into a gem and oh shit, she asks us to fight ourselves a demon. This is Zuzu, messenger of God, and we are the lucky one to set him fair. According to him, it's fate. So you're telling me nobody's ever been secretary to us? Anyway, he gives us the scoop on what's been going on. It seems like a nice guy. A massive war brought humanity to an end, and it put the final nail in the coffin at the same time basically the demon world opened up. Where else but right here in Tokyo? A demon known as Bale was responsible for sealing Zuzu in here, and as the new messiah, it's our job to kick some ass and set things right. I don't know about you, but I think making a true RPG of dipshits to save the world is an extremely poor call here. I guess Bale thought nobody would ever bother to beat this game. Unfortunately, he gives us the demon summoning program with access to all demons we got while playing into our party. He gives you 2 spells. From here, we're basically on the only direction the ironic thing is that our shelter's under attack by a necromancer called Genetic Reality, so I can we should take fire, whatever this. Let's take a look around the shelter first. You can find a few good buddies over here and gather some ideas. One guy just hands you guys a transform into Belial. I really like the character all forms of these guys are pretty vibrant looking for living and flailing around like an idiot. Much like what often happens in real life to get the hell out of here.
glad to see it back, guys. Wow, this really worked for me. I definitely felt like
Don't forget to agree with those
I was able to like actually recognize where I needed to find. But I guess a lot of it was only able to survive by summoning one of my suffered from mental mistakes before the shower and you can find it. However, I was able to remember where I
we can work now. It's not even gonna happen. Eventually, you're gonna go help. What's important, this place isn't hard to navigate, so check out all the
get it.
downstairs. There's a nurse that can heal you up.
Let me know in the comment section if you guys
Just
think
a
it's
nurse, so that doesn't mean she can raise the dead.
make sure you drop a like on it. I really appreciate that.
As you
Let me
wander
know in the
around,
comment
you might
section
notice
if you would like to
immediately go to the top floor where you enter an air right now.
You guys are
Definitely encounter. We gotta leave the shelter and go find a guy.
Thank you guys for watching. I love you all. Remember,
The moment you step outside is honestly pretty memorable.
peace out, guys.
The whole dynamic
Thank
from
you
the
guys
first
so much
game
for
where you're
watching
stuck in
this
this
video.
first
If you guys
person
enjoy my entire time, you would like to support me, support my channel more, and also be in my videos. Go check out my Patreon. Link in the description. I would really appreciate any help separated by bodies of water. As you can see, we have different tunnels, caves, wards, making it seem check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Everyone please help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe, luckily they fell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember, there's some treasure to find, and I love you guys, and change your dreams.
You can also meet this weird ass toast called Check Mindlessly Trapped. You're gonna be seeing a lot of him. He lets you save the exact sound like a vacation. He's basically like a terminal for late grabs and take our lives. Back at the shelter, everyone is on the lower floor. Unfortunately, he's not provided you some like Baron says. Maybe recruit now shoot from outside. Shoot fine. Charlie's attack spell alongside the head quite a bit of damage too. Probably thinking about when he's down, we're pretty much done. Before you leave, find your partner's girlfriend. It was nice. She gives out some items we're gonna need. Blast easy encounters. One of these is the flame tally.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next. Today we're going to create another video here by the Famicom version. This video is called Autopilot. It essentially lets you mark trigger points throughout a dungeon, unless you can retrace your steps and show you where the points are. You leave one target like starting on my items. You have this thing guide your back so you get the way out. Sometimes on a Super Famicom remake, it's cute Yami points, especially with the auto map. So when you track down the original, if you're wondering if you are the real map to look at, he's dead. His body's gone. Kinda sucks, but we did it once transfer. And also let me know in the comment section any of you
This guy is kind of annoying. These guys are all throughout the game, and most of the time to make use of them, you need to have some kind of like the flame hit by it. As we go through Tokyo, we're gonna see various localities. We'll slowly unlock more sections. They aren't quite as concerned. Our next destination is Shinagawa. As I've said from basically, you can follow those whole trade strategy.
I've been
Besides a few shops, there's a place we need to visit here called Hotel Princess. Honestly, you guys sell half the biggest. If you have money, buy that shit. I know I said a gun, and I did a bad, way faster than I should have. It really helps speed up those nearly every boss. Speaking of wet count, have you noticed how many there are yet? And having this is, in my unused shelf, probably even this engaging. It is absolutely
very sad, Chris.
You're gonna be ready to survive kids fighting you parts of the dungeon, no way around it. I could just be bad at games, but I really don't know how they expect you to keep up with the amount of enemies they throw at you. It was, especially in the slow of the game, when someone looks at it the wrong way, you die. It's very fun. A lot of the time, I try to run away, then I think the game just wants you to grow. I'm gonna bring this up at least a few more times throughout the video because it's really ridiculous if you're not interested in this game. I mean, really, he's a cool guy. I can not die in harmony. You know, there's only so much of this in the game. Fortunately, because the encounter is so high, then you reappears as one specific Charlie thing you have to correct a lot, but that doesn't mean slapping on the battle route is any better. Anyway, then this Hotel Princess is someone we need, a demon called a serve god. And you find him, make sure you don't nobody says anything else, talk to him instead, because you know Pazuzu will join you back on the surface. Punky whoever workers in our advance keep going. In the middle of this series, whoever is underground important, let's check it out. Known as you're walking around down here, this place with a next bird called Jabberwocky pops out at you. It's not that tough, and he gives you a decent bit of XP from here. More importantly, this mysterious rogue man appears, and he's like, damn, you really are the size, huh? He gives you salt to give us a bit of direction. Our stats. I like to imagine it's one of those plastic things you get at like Chuck E. Cheese, hide and revive them. Make your way through the rest of the tunnel, hop outside for a second, and we're at the next town, Ariake. This place is really interesting to say First of all, if you like the gambling mini games from other Mega 10 games, you'll like this. He offers through Rhubarb got slots, random numbers, some card game I never bothered to play. It's all here. You can also the residents are telling me metal which to head to the west to buy tower. One of them you can
Wow,
holy shit. Then there's this strange store up in the top right corner. Folks take his word. So I've established
nothing
in
like
videos, but I'm by no means proficient in Japanese. Do I know enough to get by? Yeah, but I make a lot of mistakes. But if you cast so I'm walking here, and what I think this lady says is, welcome to the Dream Drag Show, which are fairly weak. Okay, so we're gonna buy women's clothes here, or what's going on? And then she starts asking me for more and more money, and I'm just like totally lost. I have no idea what she's doing to me. Am I being attacked or something? And then I get booted out of the store, and I'm half dead and paralyzed. So what the hell just happened? Turns out it actually said Dream Drug Store, and I just walked in and started like eating pills until I was almost dead. As for why I thought it said drag first, the next fight is a lesson chapter. You have so, moving on from that incident, there's also an arena in the town where you can bet on fights to debug your own demons. It sounds kind of cool, doesn't it? You can debug them with a pretty strong demon tag. Except, wait, yeah we do. We got whenever let's fully put out well, it went okay for about 2 rounds before this party looking at the dinosaur bashed his head in. So, and there are others instead choices. Having murdered my dog and overdosed on drugs, there's not much left to do in Ariake, so let's get out of memory. Leave town, which we can left, and after fighting about 3,000 demons, we run into a town. This is the tower, and we're gonna go on a witch hunt. Make sure you have workers active here. There's a cathedral of shadows out here if you gain a few extra. Otherwise, you can't go in. It's not a simple dungeon because unlikely make your way to the top, and there she is, witch. Ray. Sounds kind of big, huh? Arthur saw like, we're gonna kick your ass out of the way is cool. Let's check out the we can say don't attack her. She will time you, and I don't mean like you're gonna want to take a bit to make you think you have a chance. I mean she just one shot. However, you need to make the right choices when you talk to her to defuse the situation. This is one of those times where it pays to be able to read. It's kind of steep at 20,000 totally. And then if we're the real mistake was significant. As the dialogue goes on, Ray ends up letting us know that she has been fed the same exact story that the Zuzu gave us. Unfortunately, that he's a fake. Using us to beat him by or do whatever in shotgun. That's kind of you believe her? Seems pretty trustworthy, right? Though I opted not to. We didn't name her my favorite because there's a bunch of if you want the game to keep going, you have to voice it. But it's not that easy. The partner isn't so good and she's trying to recruit as many demons. Unfortunately, we have to kick old Charlie to stacking up the stay with a witch instead. If you're having trouble getting through the fights here, try out Ray's Bahamut spell. You've got to imagine this from an in-game perspective. And if you attack your partner, will remains lifelong friends. Now going on an adventure together means throw all that cheesy shit away on the word of some hooded lady camping out in a tower. It only gets worse. I honestly felt bad for Jimmy here. It's like the first chance your character gets to interact with a down a group of like, you just jump right on that. Even have a being sacrificed immediately after that. And sometimes, anyway, yeah, Ray isn't even have a care, so be sure you're safe because Charlie takes half our money and leaves with the dog. As I mentioned earlier, stoma is an option. Well, figuring out, we gotta get our hands dirty as well as the extra. I said before, it's kind of never spot when you need to grind that much, but I kind of not have a balance between zero encounters and unbearably tedious the only next fight. Ray joins your party when you're weak and without equipment, so we gotta spend some time raising your level and getting money for weapons and armor. Then, if you want to give it a shot, get your gambling back at Ariake, get some money faster, but you're still going to need to fight demons who rest the weight. I feel near the tower is the area you need, so be sure to stock up there and use it as a stable base for a while. Sure, also, make sure your main character has an intelligence of at least 7 before you continue any fight. It's going to be important, very short. Each one plays out. When you think you're ready, head through a cave to the north and into the city of Shibuya. Turns out, this city's being controlled by a demon called Bale. There's a place here called the Demon Fire that we're going to need to clear out. You're free to explore it as you wish, but in order to fight Bale, you need an intelligence set of 7 or higher to see this guy close to the start of the game. There's a couple of things we can do in here. One is to talk to this weird old man up by himself in a room, or he asks Ray for, like, you think of obvious yeah, but he doesn't give you a water tally, so finally met this guy. I don't know if it's another guy we can visit is none other than our favorite fuck. No, yeah, it's Rag. Don't think I forgot about what happened in the first video. And they won't last. Anyway, he's a little vacation with his Zen after this one encounter with him, I actually never saw him again. No joke. I'm sure he's lurking around. He does have some decent items you can get by trading gems, so keep him in mind. He's not too annoying in this game, so Rag, come out. Looks like you're off the hook. This time, before you fight Balaam, remember to keep recruiting and fusing demons.
Oh wait, no, it's not.
You might also consider buying a couple items. Specifically, there's a single-use stone you can use to cast a
Wow, that was a
check this out. See what kind of inventory, take the stone, and it hits the first decent bit of damage a few times.
I don't know.
This is actually a half-decent strategy for a lot of bosses in the game. I'm not sure if this got changed in the remake, but it saved my ass on hearing about these to get tutorials. When he's out of the way, the people in the town start to act a little more normal, and we can be on our way. Head back to the cave, back down past Tokyo Tower, all the way past Ariake, and over to another dock where we meet the tourist first floor, show him the water tally, and he takes us right across back east. Now get used to seeing east, for some reason or another, I always end up back here. This is the biggest city yet, and there's a lot to do. First, make sure you visit Checkman so you can board back here whenever you need to. There's a shrine you can look at over in the corner, and this guy tells you about the basilisk, some kind of monster living underground. I think you know what you're doing now. Hit up some shops, talk to some people, and when you're ready, advance further below and go to gold apple. Even down here where a lot of the shops are, and here's the shitload of encounters. How do people mentally play this? I don't think there's a single place in the game where you're safe from enemies, aside from the top-down perspective inside of these demons. Even though the demons down here might seem kind of powerful, don't let it discourage you from trying to recruit some. I managed to get a Forius, for example, who ended up being pretty helpful. Kind of tucked away separate from the other shops as a cybernetic character around. Keep this place in mind. Remember where it is. Come in handy later. You can also run into this guy who runs a business card or something called the Suzuki Gift. If you see him, take a card and go to luck. We're not going to be using this thing for a long time.
Follow me on all my social media. I have
sometimes down here, you get this weird
so go follow me on all of those. And remember, most important thing, I love you guys and chase your dreams.
Basilisk is a couple floors down below. Charlotte is one of those dark, heavy gates. My God, the dungeon's pretty easy, so don't worry too much. As for Basilisk, well, I killed him in 2 hits. Shit. I wasn't kidding when I said those elemental stones you can buy are actually kind of need to be careful. Well, if you're down here, you can either head back, heal up, and buy more equipment, or you can venture further below. I happen to be down here, you can find some pretty crazy stuff, like for example, Lucifer, and then he throws in a knights. If you're heavily lost, that's him, the man himself, might just kind of chilling and have him do it. If you're right here,
hey guys, what's going on?
You gotta wonder, my people who live in these homes,
hey guys, what's going on?
Basically keeping Lucifer in their freezer. Anyway, there's nothing we can do it over now, so I guess we gotta keep going. Soon you reach a giant network of tunnels and staircases. This place can be a little confusing, but we'll be back here in just a couple levels. It connects to a variety of different towers, and there's even an option around. But anyway, be careful about which route you take. Somebody was calling us to Shikagu, but we have to visit a town called Karakuen before we're able to access it. If you take the wrong route, at best, you'll eventually run a dead end, and at worst, you'll get your shit kicked in. I accidentally ran into a very powerful demon whose Tiamat didn't go well. On the path to Karakuen, we drop down a staircase and we get an underhand lab. Like I said, you don't have to do this, but I think it's worth a look. We got supplies and magic bar big guys. When you go in, these sentry turrets come down out of the ceiling and shoot you point blank to chest. There's literally no way to avoid this as far as I know. You just gotta take those hits. If you make it to the end of the lab, which can be difficult by the way, because the encounter rate is always high as hell, you can find this scientist guy who's got some kind of medicine. What does this do? Well, after you enjoy the nice bad trip on enemies, the gallant number when you find a statue of a demon called Atlas. Not the people who made the game, but you know, the guy who carries the world on his shoulders. The medicine from this guy, you can turn him back into a normal demon, and he comes with cool needs. Not too bad. He's got a lot of help with decent strength. He'll be useful for a while, and it's always nice to have another guy on your team to take some damage. So far, when we reach the other side of the tunnel, finally, we're in Karakuen. This place is basically Ariake 2.0. I've got more places to game, emerging on another place new area, taking demonic cocklights, and asks one of these buildings randomly has a boss demon inside of it, so take him out and get some sort of trial. Nice. For now, that's about all you really need to do. The courts are no drug abuse this time. We have to defend ourselves. So there are 2 towns to the west.
One is
Ike
this guy for real,
and the other is
we're just
Shinjuku.
gonna forget about the time
The thing about Shinjuku is that you're still locked out of the underground tunnels, and there's not much there that you can do above ground. We've still got to leave our usage of the demon summoning program violates the game contract. Also lacking in shops, but it does have this big-ass place called the Sunshine Building. Get a good look at it, because there's about 50 things we gotta do here, and we'll be making a couple return trips. The Sunshine Building isn't a hard one by any means, though as usual, it does try to drown you in challenges. There are multiple plot items I'm not to get in here, so don't forget about them. Otherwise, you're gonna have to backtrack again later.
Now he seems like
First, let's check out the boss. He is until Yama shows his ass. The bosses get a bit hard later, so be thankful for this.
now if you
After you kill him, Charlie's girlfriend pops out. Honestly, I'm half illiterate, so I have no idea where she came from. Maybe she was in the guy's mouth. Anyway, one of my favorites. She talks about Charlie and the Solomon's ring. And then we get an upside-down cross. Wait, what? How is there such a thing as an inverted cross? It's just start holding it upside down, right? Like, could you take any other cross and just... Yeah, never mind. It's down. So further up in the dungeon, you come across this demon mouth thing. He's inside of it, so we gotta stick our arm in there and get it out. And when you do that, it bites your arm off. I know shit. Yeah, like, we aren't getting that back. According to the Wikipedia page for this game, this scene was considered honorable to every step. And I think that's kind of an overstatement. I mean, the first thing this game shows you is a city being nuked. I can't say I expected my arm to actually get chopped off, though. I mean, we can get a special status, I swear. As you might imagine, being armed, I guess kind of makes sense. You can still attack with your arm, but every step you take sides, and you can't use your combi for it to be very fun. The game also sure like a million random encounters that with a lot of enemies, so it's tough getting out of here. They rarely ask you to fight like 2 or 3 game Neo. It's always like 6 or 8 guys, and you take 2 steps, it's like 7 or 8 guys around. So where do we go now? I hope you have a good memory. Otherwise, I think you'd be lost for a while. We gotta head back to Ginza and hit up the cybernetic lab so we can get up the next light dragon path 2. You hit up Shinjuku just to the west, you do have access to a checkmate, so you can teleport back to Ginza pretty fast. Head down to the lab and there you go. Got your arm back. The judge, no, not a quick arm. Doesn't do anything, you can just take it. Basically, this whole affair was kind of pointless. Funny, yeah, so it's gonna be a fair fight whether you want it. With all our shit squared away, you might be eager to go back to Sunshine Tower and get that mercury filler. But there's a more efficient way of doing things that'll save you some time. First, we're going to take another side trip to Ueno. To get there, you need to access the different underground tunnel beneath Ginza. Looks like someone could be coming back here a lot. Ueno's kind of just all the way out here by itself, and it's sort of a strange one. For one thing, the Cathedral Shadows here is the only one in the entirety of Tokyo to allow you to do a 3-way demon fusion in 6 or 7. Make use of that if you want to, because you might be able to make some pretty wicked fusions. One of the buildings in here has this lady at a reception desk, and they're talking about her in some sort of dark Sabbath. Okay, sounds fun, right? But you can only get in on a full moon, so head out around outside for a minute, they'll switch over. Get this pretty neat graphic of some kind of ceremonial goat-headed demon. It's not baffling. This guy's name is Leonardo. Can you imagine if they released this shit in the United States? I mean, people freaked out over Pokemon, right? But my God, this is hilarious.
Let me know in the comment section if you feel
Brings out some other new help. It's honestly pretty easy. Drops the Jupiter's so now we don't ever really have to go back to even summoning. Meeting him also lets you access another item in the Sunshine Building. So if you do it like this, or let me know in the next trip. As back in Ike Pugaro, you can pick up a wind tally and the mercury that previously cost us our own.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos,
next up, well, you just kind of got to explore a little bit.
And also, I'm not sure in my videos, go check out my Patreon.
Pretty common on NES games from my experience. But sometimes you just have no idea where to go. At least in this game,
check it out.
Generally find your way by simply exploring everything on your map.
And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with notifications on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all those. And remember, the most important thing, I love you guys, and check your
There's also this giant Buddha statue she came in to do it. Touch it, and then just whisk away the demon eruption. Yeah, holy shit, right? I haven't hit this much yet, but this is your first taste system. Head downstairs, essentially the entire various map for you to get the dark section. For now, we can't go across the boss. If you touch this building up here, you just get this odd shot of the sea game. So we got no choice but to hit up even less of a threat than he already was. Also, this poison swamp is like an actual dick, and somehow it managed to kill a couple demons and Ray. That's unfortunate because the tower is a great spot to gain a couple of levels and hide outside. The guys in here I would call a lot of XP. Our next destination is to the south. It's a straightforward dungeon besides just as it sounds. At the top, you hear the voice of Izanami. Unfortunately, it's kind of a big deal. I mean, the whole first game is kind of nothing at all like a theme. She's trapped here, and she mentions some demon called
Hey guys, welcome back to another video.
Just later, you may get shat back out to the tormento. You're gonna have to decide Buddha. Charlie, we didn't really accomplish much by going here, but let's see what she has to say. So,
But anyway, we're not
as you
going
head
to talk
towards
about
death, if you talk to Mammon before, you should be able to answer him. He gives you an item Bale's claw that basically unlocks the place. You recognize him immediately in the front door.
Guys, today we're going to be taking a look at another video by
the tunnel we originally came out of. We're going to be facing already out the Shinjuku's under. His name isn't bad. When you come out, feel free to dungeon. This is basically Kazusa's tower. The only interesting shit aside from go up forward. Let's check it out. This dungeon encounters one of our time-tested favorite mechanics.
lights out here.
There's an especially cool block step on there. The top drops now all the way back down to the beginning. Outside of said, I'd say don't step on it, but as far as I'm aware, there's no way to mark where they are. Next step is first out of conversation. If there is a way to do so, I highly encourage it because kind of like is that now he uses her. I guess they had to start throwing at stuff that was fixed, though. I mean, the dungeons have Ray's name for giving so far around some kind of. There's also a few small dark things that re-egg creatures. I ended up using a demon illegal on the bottom floor. If you think about it for this guy, it's pretty
So I'm excited to see this one. I'm not sure if I believe in this.
when you find this Pazuzu, at least the first simulation, I'm the true messiah. And it kills
Wow, I have parts of
and he sends out
But I think it's definitely.
That's the
But anyway, we're gonna check out this video.
Sorry, you pay this dude 5,000 after that, they move out of the way, and it's on to the man himself. Once you reach the final, we've grown a lot since we first found Pazuzu, but he should have known better than to ship someone who was processed and interpreted. He calls us the false messiahs, and then it's on. Now, I don't know how this went for other people, but this fight was tooth and nail, natural, whatever, until the very end, just straight up nasty, something like this bullshit. I mean, it hardly makes shouldn't even show it as everybody else has some kind of. We actually sort of need to think for this. I do understand why. Hopefully, you found that decent as a defensive buff spell. That's really in handy here. I don't know if you can get any attack buffs or this one in the game, but if you can, a lot of
Like one of them on the
go game besides
And
a
it's
lot
not
of years
that low,
ago,
but it's low
they
enough
had like one buff, sometimes very really easy demons. Here's your game lets you lose with them pretty early, but I was cursed a few times. Required to be a boss is they do make it significantly easier. Even with these though, Pazuzu was eating my ass luck since he killed me a few times. Take advantage of never really felt like I'm assuming a higher stat. I don't think this fight was going to be that hard, but I didn't want to grind, so I just kept throwing myself at him. Eventually, it made enough. And surprisingly, it worked. But when I say the battle was close, I mean it was close. After you guys down, we get the hell out of here and access an elevator that takes us to the newly unlocked shops with these beaters. If you got time, try to get some money for some wealth. I mean, I'm not running an M60 machine gun down here. The hardest one so far. Those dinosaurs we got for decent money and XP, you can grind those for me. After a long point, you got a lot of stuff you can choose to come across the key. Either directly continue the story back in Fame to the cave, relax, we can hop between a few towns and back side quest. Let's check out the side quest. It's pretty variety. In the Shinjuku tunnels, you can find a bunch of Naka Disneyland. Not much here except for a guy that gives you an ID card for the Shinjuku intelligence naturally. So planning to bring God back when we find Balaam Kingdom. There was a building in that town that blocked. With this, we can go in. You may recall again. Hopefully you have a good memory and you're being thorough with exploration.
I read about sideways windows. Apparently, okay, let me just stop it right there. In Vermont, apparently, hospitality is like shooting you again
multiple times in the chest.
older buildings in Vermont. I'm not sure if they do it in other states, but
At the top of this building, you get shot a few more times with
windows sideways.
Hell yeah, sounds like you're on that devil buster shot for a second.
I'm not sure.
Now, at first, the idea of shooting Gun City getting again made me kind of sick.
The reason why they had the sideways windows was
Just think about lower floors. You come across there's this one dude, and he explains that 4 of his children are lurking around in the tower, and one of them has been replaced by entirely unchecked. That might have made fun of him for sitting there while one of his kids is like dead. But remember, this is a video game inside a video game, so appropriate logic applies. So you find these kids, they all look exactly like their father. They all spin you a different fact. Cast a circle yourself in a circle. You can find one guy's mind. Make a quick joke about mastery. He doesn't get there. They all work the same time. Squeeze out a few words, possibly the word this heading. Well, it's a devil beyond.
I mean, I think this thing
It's kind of underwhelming, but it's besides throws. Unless you check out the stats of the past 5 demons you killed in different so you can see what moves they have in a group. Again, it's cool, but the more challenging prize you get is the chance to still serve very challenging. I highly recommend finding gamers. He's going to make an upcoming Section 3 game much easier. Honeyell's build his stats seems to be decently high. Just sitting in the first action with talk to him. There you go. You ditch Devil Buster just like you've done with other enemies. Looks like I never had done us. Any rendition of this place so impressive.
I have an explanation.
Until I played Q.
Used to be a disabled.
Even if he doesn't try, it may not seem like it. It's not kind of nearing the beginning of the end. We still gotta kill Bale, like how they intended to do. That's what kills the deeper demons. But I found those parts a little quicker than I'm worried about working I feel like I say that a lot. Afterwards, this game offers you the hell out of the chapter and says first things power, but for the sake of avoiding frustration, I've tried to arrange my way to prevent unnecessary backtracking to the heart of Tokyo. So remember the arena As it turns out, you actually have to win a series of 5 fights to get one of the required. She asks for our help. I swear this is a cadet, but someone somewhere has to give you the key right. I had to look at a guide to figure this out because I had no idea this was a thing called So you gotta win these 5 fights in succession. There's nothing like you want to leave and come back because you're given a chance to switch out in terms of fights.
But anyway, guys, that was the end of that. Wow,
you're gonna want to have major figure guys to get his cars and take the LT war that I mentioned earlier, despite his low health, this shit was okay and I'll use it for the first round. He's another solid contender to attack. The final fight, it seems like a good idea. Pretty strong, even having servers makes defeating him for much the neutral path. Make sure you save.
But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section.
Have you ever had a weekend by the end into double story becoming? And once you get it done, you can send them once you get rid of it. Now we can go back and deliver Zeus's head to the city. You bring it to the guy in his cave, and what does he do? He tells us no matter which side of the game you set, he's not too.
Let me know in the comment section.
It's from the cave outside out the east where you run across 2 checkmates in a row, so that's cool.
Guys, hit the like on that video.
Tell him back if you need entrance to the south. It's gonna be on.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos, this is my channel and my channel more, and also featured in my videos. Go check out my Patreon link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have. As you can see, we got different tiers, different rewards. Please check it out, and I would really appreciate that every single video. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember to pop on anything. Guys, enjoy your journey.
This is our next dungeon test, and it's another so the gimmick of this one, besides the fact that the big lofted shops to determine speed, they will put naming tiles. So these 2 shopping areas, that's the game. I'm not even trying to play this up to Go. There are already a lot of these things. Now, you don't have enough magic to fight through it. It can quite literally be impossible to get out of here alive. There is some kind of vitamin C rag that helps with this, what I did during a little quest. If you make your way to the other side, the Saturn cells is cool.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Shockwave back instead of straight like this, there's actually another easy guide trace auto. The biggest fight
Today we're going to check out
is failed. First I thought Nemo, the house south of Chico. Then I thought Chico, what the hell is trying to get me? Disneyland after that, he should help you spite us on the castle, which is difficult. Anyway, this is a pretty big deal for you're finally here, Feather. This guy is tough. So first, let's check it out. As I said, if you're worried about running out of supplies, this place has everything you'd expect from a normal town, and a little more. In addition to using demons and healing, there's also casino warlords. Yeah, Bale's castle starts shaking casino, gods, in terms of gimmicks, we're mostly singing Woody. Some of the floors are pretty big, the signs a couple of scattered, they're just rather small, dark room. So we turn our ass around, he finds a way back out the demon's here now. Managed to snag a giant,
But anyway, guys,
stop in this room on the side. Sometimes you run across particularly random encounters, like probably not a sentence you were expecting to hear today. If you see Logan, grab the he drops a lot of XP. Step outside, and if you think the normal encounters are tough, I'd say grind just to be safe. You have everything you need to stay here as long as necessary, and at least that's what I would because Vale is challenged in no man's life. Reaching the top with his he can encounter Charlie, who summons a few demons to meet to fight, which is most of go down in one last location. And while we were extracting finishing, Charlie took the chance to dip that no kill Vale himself for the 7,000th time. I wonder how that went. You'll get some more. Not great. Charlie
there's the
find him
water
laying
slide
on the
that
floor
floor is right
and Vale turns to us to finish the job. Shit. As I said, he's not that easy. You might really awesome design save Ray from being executed at. All those hours dragged on for quite a while. For some reason, during this fight, the battle flows much quicker. It's kind of hard to explain. Instead of the walls where that I can tell you that for a second, they disappear really quick. And overall, it seems like the pace of the battle is nearly double. One of the towns upstairs. Nonetheless, it's still pretty long. Like before, if you have a lot going on here, use another full extent. Hopefully, you're a high enough level where you have some demons with powerful healing with. The Vale can use the status effects, and again, he hits pretty well. If you're still using servers, he holds up okay, and his damage output isn't huge. He is capable of tanking how to hit Elven Demon. All I can say is just do your best.
That just
Or be on top of healing buffs or your healing characters. Don't be afraid to just have no defense. Sometimes Vale can wait to turn attack one of them, and it gets mostly bounced off, so giving you a second to look at keep at it, slowly wear it down, and eventually you beat Vale. And finally, now you're gonna want to pay attention to what happens next. After losing the battle, Vale turns into a frog. Yeah, look at it, he's kinda cute. I'm not sure exactly how this works in Kyu-Yahu Megami Tensei, but here's the deal. You have the option of squashing this frog to defeat Vale once and for all, ensuring that he never regains power, or you can not do that and just capture him instead. Listen, okay? Don't just squish him. Don't do it. If you're playing this in Japanese and you're not entirely sure, pull out a fucking dictionary, Google that shit, just let it generally tell you where you're not going to say exactly why that is yet, but trust me, if you kill this frog, you're going to be pissed later. So if we take him with us, after all that is, you kind of just drop back into the palace with nothing to do. Okay, so he's dead. Now what? It's time to get all the crystals we've been collecting in good use. Remember way back when I mentioned dying in Tiamat when I went down the road corridor in that giant network of underground tunnels? Well, that's where we gotta go to. The end of the turns out that demon was there for a good reason. It was the ground zero where the nuclear missiles fell all those years ago. When you finally reach the tunnels and wash out inside, you find the center and you place all the pillars down. One on the left, a tower appears. Each leads to a different section of the tower. So you guys let me know in the comment section on the map they counterclockwise worried about. Yeah, now with that though, we can head inside the giant castle appears, and we meet let me know in the large floating and if you enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like. This Masaka, he transports us to the demon world, and there's the effect we get slapped down on a semi rail in the middle of it. So go enjoy your weekend. Now I love this part of the game. This is Makai.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and would like to support me and my channel more, and also featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so check it out, and I would really appreciate that every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, help you guys, and chase your dreams.
This world, however, is filled with weird niches, strange towns, landscapes, almost everything we expect here. This takes the easy to quickly assemble any party. Here where we land is Nageki Mudo, which translates to something along the lines of the town of free fish somewhere. His attacks are, let's just call it sad to have to kill. It's pretty small, just keep using this as a little checkpoint for a while as you explore the nearby area. have to fight another guy. You can find a checkman here if you ever need to teleport back to Tokyo. He's a bit exploring the nearby caves, you can find some treasure and face some new demons. You're like in and out of these holes in the ground that pop up in different places. So really,
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to Meachew. Today there's actually another video
reach nearby
on the channel, G1MR1, and we're going to be seeing
expensive all that's left to warn you back the last of both sides.
You guys know we've been checking out
by next time we stuff like that on the channel. But I thought it would be fun to check out. No, there is copyrighted music in it, so I'm gonna have to polite cheese and maybe I'll keep it. But anyway, we checked it out one that we have seen. Anyway, you're gonna want to find a blue colored cave nearby. This is where you get a water gem type waiting on the top floor of the cathedral. And the chaos leader exploring this cave, you eventually come across a Hydra. The fight between each seems tough and it can do a lot of damage, but if you use raise lightning spells, it goes down.
Wow.
From here, it's up to you to catch those. So after you beat Hydra, you see this place, Asura. The game seems to want you to do something out of this, right? Or you need a special demon to dive down and properly explore the great. Again, there could be hints about this in the game, perhaps in a nearby town, but I didn't see anything about this. The demon you need is Undine, and honestly, even if a guy straight up told you, hey, you need Undine, well, you still probably don't know how to use her. So if you don't have her, or you can't figure this out, well, that brings our interesting exploration to a screeching halt. Just buy a set,
I've actually seen that
ways
picture
to fuse her.
Apparently it's like
The recipe I used was a harpy and a troll. Really quick, in case you might use this too, harpies found provided you use this part of the game outside the shelter, you'll be fine. Luckily for many checkmen, you can just warp to Haneda, which is right there, so not that bad. And they are troll, on the other hand, can be found in the very same cave we're standing in. Even if these two together, you're gonna send you a come back and then let her down.
Yes, carpet. Remember, I always tell you to give up on her and leave like 3 times, and you have to press no each time or you lose her. Finally, we end up with the item we need from the lake, which let us put on some fire. Then decides to expedite that. Moving on, we reach the cave of Asmodeus, the demon who Izanami mentioned earlier. That reminds me of like the old
Okay, so yeah, as you can see, one of these with a classic red engine that looks like a cradle on the inside of it. Every game I've reviewed on this channel has one, and if you don't believe me, I dare you to go look. Luckily, this place isn't nearly as bad as Hellfire from the first Rami Tensei, or really any of the others. It's mostly straightforward, not much to talk about. Asmodeus is another long fight. Starting with Vale, it seems like they really ramp up the HP for these guys, so it was just a long back and forth slap away. Beating him gives us with the crazy jewel. Oh yeah, and you can beat Izanagi. He's like straight in the pound of blood, no trapped in the next game. What do we do with the crazy jewel? We take a visit to the Fields of Madness. Alright, I'm gonna call it now. This place sucks. It's my least favorite of the entire game. The encounter rate in these fields is true to their name, absolutely insane. When I say it's every step, I mean it's every step. For some reason, it's only in this general area around the town, but holy hell is it annoying if you're not in the mood for counts. The only silver lining is that the enemies you encounter drop a pretty high amount of money, and a few of them can be recruited. If you take some demons you get here and fuse them together, then infuse that demon with another one, rinse and repeat, you can end up creating some higher level. Seems like a pain in the ass, but there's a really so that water crystal we got, we need it here. If you go this whole castle is surrounded by these giant fires, and if you walk up one of them, you're prompted to use an item to go down. Kill it. Use it and win. This is the castle of the demon Belial. We're actually going to make one return trip back here. In the basement, you can communicate with Izanami, who has your soul sealed here. Like I said, later on we'll be able to free her, but for now, let's keep her off. Belial ramps up the help again by another 500 or so you need to make sure your demons are in good shape. There's a nearby shop with some guns you can buy. More expensive ones are half decent if you can afford it. If you're having trouble, there is a more cheesy route you have. So that strategy I had back at the start when I would one-shot bosses with the elemental damage stones actually kind of works. I actually meant to do this. Well, it doesn't one-shot him or do that much damage at all, but here, check it out.
Whoa,
I don't know what extent next works with other bosses will help, but Belial can easily be frozen if you use like a spell. There's nothing I relied on elemental stones to cast these spells, but obviously if you actually have an ice spell, I'm sure that works too. But I don't think it's quick enough and your turn comes up first, you can freeze him, once you're past, he never gets a chance to move. So with this in mind, you can pretty much get as many physical turns as you like as long as you bring enough magic. Now is this cheap? Yeah, but there are only like 3 elements in the entire game, so it wasn't that hard to figure out. That's not to say I beat this unscathed either. When the fight was over, I realized my health was
that last one. Oh, bounce house.
Yeah,
Oh my
he
God.
can remember
I don't know
now
what it is. Whenever I see
just
bounce
not
house,
very. This was like one of the worst things about some of the enemy
there's always like two colors. It's like
You're
red,
so busy fighting
I honestly thought
resetting the game so I could try again and have that
should not happen.
but the demon stage no change. Instead, I can finally leave. None of his attacks are even remotely scary compared to the past few. Next up,
it's really
an easy town, but you'll probably feel a little bad near a town. And your town is now he dies. Be sure to talk to everybody. One demon asks you to rescue some shoulder ready to demon on go.
But anyway, guys, let me know in the
That's
comment
the last
section if you
words.
feel like you
Another
see
building
any
is this dream restaurant where guys sell the wrong food. He told his girlfriend Rex you have to buy a time so you can eat the turtle outside.
But again,
Head out,
kind of
Eureka, go across. Is this Eureka? Wasn't her name Rita? You want to get past this later, right?
let me know in the comment section did any of
Yeah, he's done that one. But don't be in a situation.
Hit the like button if you enjoyed this video. Go shoot that. I'll see you guys in Peace out.
One guy in a nearby
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos, would like to support me, support my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that every little help. Thanks so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember, the most important thing is guys and chase your dreams.
He can also run into this drug racer for betraying our friend. Really, he can exchange magnetite for money, but he just kind of appears a total random and then disappears, never to be seen again. Zura has a I don't think he's anywhere else in the entire game. This dungeon also shakes things up a bit with a war maze. Hey, you know what? No complaints here. There's something a little different. Reach the end, get to Moloch, and he kicks the shit out of him. Yeah, the ice freezing trick doesn't work on him, so no more cheat sushi or squat. I actually, shit you not, walked all the way back out of this stupid cave so I could go grind next to a town to use up that demons. It sucked. There's a couple Moloch has a pretty steep amount of health, and he hits hard, so keep using higher
Hey guys,
to try to get a guy with a physical attack back at him. The other,
If you're
just certain enemies,
guys are
have a
having
shot
the
at
best
daily
day
by the
ever.
sword is
What's going on, you guys? Welcome
one
back to
demon
another
gets
video.
typhon because he drops the Solomon sword, which is awesome. Like, the best sword in the game, Lucifer's sword, is honestly only a little better than this one in terms of damage. And you can get it for
And I also
free,
would
so
like
I
to
highly
say that
suggest trying to
anybody
find
watching
it.
this,
With all this, Moloch is Wallace's strongest move. After you beat him, don't forget to rescue the kids on your way out. Grab this soul incense item so we can
But anyway, guys, I hope you're having a great day. And today we're going to be checking out some videos.
Back in town, if you talk to that guy who asked you to save the kids, he gives you a towel to enter a dungeon surprise for the effect. I'm gonna kind of skip over this because it's totally optional, and when I did it, I didn't really think it was that worth it. The dungeon is short, the boss is Belford Wild, and he's really easy. Chaos, he's some sword called Vajra, but compared to the Solomon sword, it's kind of underwhelming. Check this out, if you want, I don't think you're missing much if you see that. The next major thing we're gonna do is beat Asgard. Our next teleport is to the Lost Woods, which besides another walk back is very easy. This has one last demon you need to get something, but luckily it's not required. However, I do highly recommend it. And if one of these rooms is a frozen maze, like you have a silver, I can free him and he'll join your party. If you want to know how I face Sylph, I use two bird demons, Yellow and every encounter demanded demons money, kill new names. Again, this isn't necessary, but I do suggest it. We'll see why here in a second. Out of the Lost Woods area of the town, check it out, save, all that shit. We'll see about. To the north, see a castle. As soon as you get close, big ass naked dude on a snake appears and kidnaps Ray from the party. Yeah, she's gone, man. So we're down our best heal. If you rescued that knight earlier, well, he's level 60, so he's a strong guy and he can take the place of Ray for a while. Can he heal? No, but that's okay. Provided you have debuffs and all that, Astaroth isn't very hard, and to be honest, you don't want to spend that much time on this dungeon anyway, because without Ray, you're going to end up leveling a lot without it. I mean, we've been killing a lot of demons, man. Next up is basically the moment of truth chase, where we'll find out if they get the good ending or the eat it back. Oh yeah. Oh, and as a side note, there is another optional dungeon where you can fight Mithril. I didn't do this one because Belphegor was so disappointing. So we're down in one of our last dungeons at Akkad, a mountain of fear. We're gonna meet Beelzebub. After beating him, the first place of this section is easy as shit, and it connects to a town full of flies. It's pretty neat to get some perspective as to how one of these guys here actually wants a dinner. I guess guess I'm hell's delivery boy, so before you come here, might take a gorgeous set of the diner and breathe in that cold dead of give us some kind of stone and get ready for the final showdown. Keep going through, and eventually you pop out on the world map, except it's all pitch black. Has those damage man, I'm familiar with dark room, but a dark map, that's next level. Just tank don't worry, I see some dark
what it
rooms
is,
too.
these pictures
Fumble around outside until you randomly drop into the next section. It's kind of annoying. I also kind of hate the old club dungeon because
it feels like I'm looking for something. I feel like I'm
exactly realize that right away because 75% of the places
a little scared,
nervous,
like
it's not that fun to get stuck like this. I just don't really like not
it almost feels like I'm not
but I guess it could be worse. When you finally reach Beelzebub and the battle starts, just like
it almost feels like you're you got lost in the walls
the game.
Consider it
And holy shit, is how far we've come. You might ask, how Marshall am I supposed to know if I'm on the right track? Remember Sir Little Frog I told you to keep in mind? Yeah, if you squashed him, I kind of just chose whatever felt right to me. You can beat the game, but it's the worst. If you had a little try to fuse with Beelzebub, if you let it happen, he transforms and ends up joining with a huge amount of power. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Hopefully, we're able to skip out on a tough boss when Charlie very nice seems to realize in his last move.
I don't really feel
how do we go from that to this? Anyway, now we can after you know all the way back.
It's like a feeling of I'm out of place.
I got a better idea. I'm going to commit suicide. I'm sure we can handle way faster, even though you lose half your money. Let's make sure Charlie's dead. I'm not walking all the way
when
back.
you're at the mall and it's like days
Step into the final room on
it's so much fun
and there he is. To get the man of the hour.
But then if you're there at night,
by touching
he covers
the
out,
statue,
he's around
for
going
going
back
back
there.
he wonders how he can be so arrogant for feeling God's thou in your king. When you do that, stop by He wonders if this fight means God intentionally shit. I almost totally forgot all this time stay. We've been out having the time of our lives and just been stuck in the last battle. After she's free, then Michael has a physical attack. She'll be just top, she takes all your gems and shit you've been collecting, so we deal over 250 damage to it. So here we are, the leader of all demons, right? Your party. Demon's dungeon's gonna be tough. If the critical strike hits Ray, except for one floor that's entirely dark, it's mostly just spacious. That's about to get to attack. However, one thing did happen here that made my ass clench really hard. So one of the demons here give you a status called no healing before which means you can't use your comp and your process. At first I rushed this up, so you reach the top floor with no effort, right? Pretty easy. You come across the Michael still has really like his design, by the way. You can sharpen if you have the transfer Beelzebub. Lucifer actually offers to join you, so yeah, you don't fight her made into an impressive best things. Right, it's about to join me, he says, your party's full. Just kind of no problem, right? Except no one. I'm a pig. I can't use my few minutes, keep your team top up, and ensure the way stays alive, and soon enough, we're stuck down, burning us no way out. At this point, I was getting nervous that I just soft locked the game or some shit, so I let some enemies kill me, divided the nearby town, fixed all my status effects, went all the way back to Izanami, and for some reason, I ended up back somewhere else with no way to reach Lucifer's palace. I thought I really messed up, but apparently I just clicked the wrong option or something, because on a second try, I found my way back. Don't let that demon turn you into a pig. So with Lucifer on our side, we're basically unstoppable. There's very little left in the game, and he gives you Lucifer's sword, which is the best weapon can be. Lucifer explains that the world can be fixed if we work together. We head back to Ginza for the final confrontation against Satan and God. But what about his powers? The final dungeon is Suzuki Company. Remember the business card from way back at the start? The entrance to this place is in Ginza Tunnel, so find it, show your card, and start exploring. Suzuki Company has a few tricks for a final dungeon, and it's nothing to worry about. There's a lot of very tough demons here, though, but with Lucifer, RPG is an equal threat to them. Take out as many as you care to, and you can level up a lot. One floor in this place is like you go upstairs, downstairs, upstairs, and so on, so you can avoid damage floors spread throughout the place. It's kind of weird, but that's the closest thing to gimmick this place has. Eventually, you come across the demon Akura Mazda, and you learn that something isn't quite right with Mr. Suzuki. But I also can't Lucifer convinces him to join us, and then we get kicked out of the place. And you're looking at that, like we discovered some atmosphere sound before you hit the begin, take a second though. This is it. The last boss fight this game here, so there's clearly easy to exploit. The strongest demons, and I may very well be the ones who just got, and in we go. A suited man greets It's a solid beat and offers us a drink. Don't take it. He can fuck you up if you do. Competitive. After that, he explains how he is responsible for the nuclear war and subsequent demon invasion, and it was also the first God this entire time. And then he transforms into Satan.
I don't know.
From there,
oh
yeah, I get it. Satan, Suzuki, okay.
But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section. Did any of these
Satan's a long
images
battle.
impact
To
you?
be honest, if you made it this far, you're the great I've given throughout every channel you have. Lucifer's stories get a lot of damage against stories at times. You have a lot of the best things you can get in the game.
But anyway, guys, I'll see
totally
you
fair
next
fight.
video. Remember,
Use
the
buffs,
most
debuffs, whatever you need. Satan has some drives.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there and check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, so go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dream.
And me finally finishing it, the stakes are pretty high. Head in, and there he is. Not yellow in this game, but a nice blue on a wide variety. Mostly in PKG and Nintendo's kinda neat. So God presents us with an ultimatum. We've come far, but we can still redeem ourselves and become part of this plan if we just give up our demons and rest. So wait, you're telling me after all the work we've done, all the blood we've shed, encrypted shit we've figured out, in the dark rooms that I've stumbled my way through, you want me to give up in the end and sacrifice the ones that helped me get through it? The music was also yeah, sure, count me in. So you say yes, you just turn to dust, and you join God's heavenly beings and his thousand
Another one of my lights.
pieces return to Earth.
But anyway, guys, what's going on, and welcome back to what shall we do next?
No, I know. Okay, you want to see me fight it? Get the first
video uploaded by
Dr.
Dogger. This video is
take up arms against God and the battle begins. The final boss theme is like a remix version of the same theme. It's cool as hell. Unfortunately, God's cool factor is only in the hype game builds up with He's easy going,
crashing up the studio. Alright, guys, here we go. Let's check it out.
elemental spells. He can barely scratch you. Raise healing spells and spells your demon spell. We're gonna jump back to it. He has like 5,000 health though, so the fight is long and you get a chance to listen to that music and kind of get fast. After a fairly easy fight, God gives up and as usual claims that this isn't the end and he'll be back for now though, that's the end of Megami Tensei 2. This is a level 9 hell of a journey. Spanning about 2 months of my life, Megami Tensei 2 wasn't always a game that I was excited to come back to. It's dated, kind of frustrating, cryptic, and sometimes you just kind of have the audio. Despite that, though, the world of it, it's a mixed bag. It seems right, but to me, there's a lot of character here infused in an otherwise drab post-apocalyptic city. The game does have plenty of weird, memorable moments, and there is a case to be argued that the frustration kind of adds a sense of reward when you finally figure out what you've been stuck on. This is another one of those games where you feel like you're actually kind of uncovering things that have been unexplored. Pretty crazy. It sounds great. It's a game not too many people discuss, at least on the NES, which is a shame, because I might say that this is the best RPG on the system that I've played so far. Basically the same. With a decent combat system, demon fusion, a neat story, and 2 interesting maps to explore, this game basically has anything that a JRPG fan would want. It's just a matter of how much you enjoy being lost and fighting tooth and nail for that next bit of progress. Overall, this game is an excellent improvement over the original Megami Tensei. So if you like that one, you'll love this one. Placing it on a tier list, personally, I'd give it somewhere in the range of a high C or low B. Now, I've heard many say that the Kyoyaku version is one of the best games in the series, so maybe, if I really want to go through all this again, I'll check that one out. I hope you guys like it. It's been pretty long, but again, this is an important game in the series, and I've always been interested in how the original version played out. I'd love to hear what you guys think of the game, so let me know about your experience with it in the comments below. As always, see you guys in the next video. Mechanics-wise, dungeon crawling is strangely smooth. It almost feels like you're gently drifting when you walk. I don't really like this, but it's tolerable. Finally, combat feels very much the same as any other version. There are some new demons to mess around with in this version too, so you may see some new faces as you explore. This is the version with the best visuals to me by far, and it was a lot of fun just seeing how the portraits ended up looking for different sprites. If you can manage to play this one, I definitely recommend checking it out. Now, we're going to jump forward again to 2003, where Shin Megami Tensei got a Game Boy Advance port. A lot of people really like this one. For one thing, you can play it in English, which is always a plus. This version boasts a few balancing features such as guns being less overpowered too. There are a substantial amount of additional plot elements accessible through visionary items, which can be found as you progress through the game. These items shed light on a lot of activities that take place in the background as your character advances through the story, and they really flesh out the world.
Okay, so that was
There's
the
even
end
a
of that.
dictionary feature where you can view information about demons you've encountered throughout.
Definitely
With all
intensified
these
that
features, you may think it sounds like the perfect version to start with. The music sucks absolute ass. The Game Boy sure tried its best. The soundtrack here pales in comparison to any other version. It's a fine chord, but for some, the sound may be a
still
little
definitely, I felt nostalgia.
Wouldn't it be pretty cool if Shin Megami Tensei had an official English release with all of the features of the Game Boy version and a soundtrack with better quality? That'd be the shit, right? And guess what? It did exist. On motherfucking iOS. Yeah, the one time this game was officially put out in the United States for purchase was on the Apple Store. What the fuck? It's not even there anymore, so you can't go out and buy it either. The iOS version is basically the exact same as the GBA, with the soundtrack for the PlayStation version, fixing the one gripe I had with it. That's a really cool twist of fate. If you still got a device with the game, it can be played, but I'm pretty sure you gotta luck out. I guess that's what I get for being an American. Hopefully, one day when the stars align, this version will get re-released somehow. At the very least, the original
But anyway,
has
guys,
a
I hope you enjoyed this
translation
video, and
officially
if you
slapped
felt
on. But for
anything
now,
from any of these,
we're
just
just gonna
let me
have
know in the
to
comment section. I would really
So,
appreciate
where should
that.
we
Drop
start?
a like on this
Well,
video,
honestly,
or
I
you
think
will
the Super
see a
Famicom's
ghost
your best
tonight in
bet.
your bedroom.
Unless those extra GBA features are really enticing.
But I'll see you
Those
guys
two
in
would
the
be
next
best
video.
videos.
Remember the most
Can't go wrong
important
with
thing, chase your
either.
dreams.
If you can't get enough of the game and want to delve into some deeper, more obscure territory,
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
this has been the Shin Megami Tensei Experience, and as always, I'll see you guys in the next video. Almost everyone realizes how big the Megami Tensei franchise is, but fewer people are aware that there are dozens and dozens of additional games beyond the already vast catalog we're familiar with, and even fewer have actually played them. And that's because,
Hey guys,
well,
what's going on? And
you really
welcome back
can't.
to What Shall We Do
In the
Next?
early to
I'm
late
Mike, your host,
2000s,
and I hope
there
you guys
was
are having the
seriously
best
a
day
lot
ever.
of
What's
Megami
going on, you guys?
games
Welcome back
released
to
on
another
cell
video, and
phones.
today we're going to be checking out another
And I don't
video
mean
by
smartphones.
Dr. Doggo.
I mean
And this video
cell
is called
phones.
Strange
I'm talking
Familiar
any
Images,
Megami
which
Tensei game you
strangely
can imagine
familiar
to.
music. However,
You
we're
name
going
a
to have to
series.
take out the music.
There were probably like
So I'll
37
put my
phone
own
games.
strangely familiar.
They had Persona.
Besides, the music really isn't that important. I think music in these videos
A sequel
definitely
to the
adds
original
to
Soul
the
Hackers that
feeling
wasn't
of
called Soul
nostalgia
Hackers
or a
2.
little creeped out.
Really,
or
it's kind of ridiculous just
but
how
I would
much
say it's the
variety
main
there was.
thing. But it definitely is not the
Once
same
this
without any
technology
sound.
started to
I'm
become
gonna throw in some
obsolete,
music
however,
for you guys
and these
so you
phones
can
finally
really
had
feel
their
it
network
too.
services
And
shut
I
down,
am very
the
upset
games were
because
just
it's
gone
only
forever.
Thursday.
Unless you
and
find a
my thing for Tattoo
Japanese
Tuesday
phone
came
with
2
games
days
already
ago.
installed on it,
And it's
there's
beautiful, and I love
absolutely
it.
no
I just want to
chance
show you guys,
ever
now I have to
playing
wait all the way until next
at
Tuesday.
least
Every time I play
once
something
again.
about
While
it's
it's
always
we
like
still
something's
can't
on the
play
way.
the vast majority of these games,
Ridiculous. It
some
never comes
are
on
now
the Monday or the
available,
Tuesday.
and more
Anyway,
seem
guys,
to be on the way.
let's carry on. Here we
See,
go. One,
last
three.
year, one of the most significant events in the history of the entire franchise took place. The Japanese company Gmode, known for their work in porting cell phone games to the Switch and Steam, turned their eyes to Megami Tensei, specifically the Megami Tensei Gaiden Shinyaku Last Bible trilogy. Now, as for why they picked these to start with, I don't know, but it was unprecedented. They were rescuing these games from being lost
This
forever.
one I feel.
Just think about this. Right now, you can go on Steam and purchase an entire trilogy of Last Bible games that were already pretty niche in Japan and are practically unheard of in the West here. The games are translated hours, but they've been preserved, they have English store pages, and just recently, Gmode announced a new port of a cell phone title related to the original Persona. They're going strong, and I think a lot of exciting things are on the horizon. In this video, we have the opportunity to do something pretty crazy. Continuing my already lengthy Last Bible series, I'm going to talk you through the entirety of Megami Tensei Gaiden Shinyaku Last Bible, or simply Last Bible's New Testament.
Here's that
The
that
first
hill I was always telling you guys
of the
about. Like every time we see like a
mobile
green hill,
exclusive
it reminds me of like that was it. That
For
was
the
the window.
first time in quite a while on the channel, we're
That's
going
why
to be
that
flying
one felt
fully
real.
untranslated on this one. As I said, no official translation exists, and there are no fan patches yet. There isn't even any kind of fan-made English script or something to help you through the game, as far as I'm
This is the
aware.
road that we've seen before. It looks like Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Without spoiling too much, this game introduces some of the most mind-blowing lore ever conceived and links itself to other games in the franchise in ways you'd never believe. It's quite the strange ride, and I really hope this video inspires someone out there to create a translation patch for the game, or at the very least, gets more people to check it out. Playing through a practically unknown cell phone game in Japanese is the type of shit I live for, so I managed to piece together the entire thing for myself, essentially translating it line by line in my head, and then summarizing it all with the help of a dictionary and some excellent fan websites I tracked down. I knew studying Japanese in college would pay off one day, so come on, let me show you some crazy shit. I swear, you're not gonna believe what goes down. Press the first option in the main menu to start a new game, and we're on our way.
I'm waiting
The very first thing we have to do is name the characters we'll be working with in our party throughout the game. First up is our protagonist, who is by default named Rui. For the sake of convenience, I'm going to go ahead and keep the default names for each of the main characters, but I'm going to translate them. That way, those of you unfamiliar with Japanese, you can at least easily see who's who in my party, or who's being mentioned in a conversation or something. This game allows us to write names out in English, which is pretty cool, so we'll take advantage of it. Rui simply translates as Louis.
Whoa,
Then
yeah, we've seen
have
this
our
one
female
before.
companion,
Whoa, I was like, whoa, I'm sitting major.
or
Deja vu.
last up is our male companion, Mizeru, or Zel. When translating Zel's name, I actually went out to Japanese
feels
websites
familiar.
and tried to see how
That's
fans
Mount
over
Everest,
there are
right?
spelling it. It's kind of an uncommon name, and I can think of at least 2 or 3 ways to do it. The most common spelling I saw was like this, so that's what I went with. After we finish setting
There's
up
a
our
lot of
party, we're taken to a strange cutscene. Things open up to a dimly lit cave where a silver-haired man with a staff is speaking in a very commanding voice to some kind of blob monster, demanding that it follow his orders in accordance with their contract. He proudly shouts that he's headed to the time when the world begins, and vanishes from the cave,
Whoa, okay, so
leaving the monster
again,
behind.
there's some that slap
Then
and some
the
that just
scene
don't.
fades out, and we're taken to the game's opening narration.
I don't really feel anything.
The intro says, a long time
the ones
ago,
that are like
perhaps
lowly,
far
I get it.
in this future,
That like
there was a
isolated
planet
feeling.
called Legaia,
But I don't get it. In fact, I think it looks nice. It's nice to see
when
a
the
gas
people of
station with
Legaia
cars
came to
there.
flourish.
You don't have to wait in
A
line.
demon lord and his beasts
So it's like,
arose and created vast
I don't know. I don't feel
sufferings.
anything from them ones. And the ones where it's
Eventually,
like
out
sunny
of
and
nowhere,
beautiful, and there's like
angels
children
ascended
playing
and
things,
bestowed
grass is
upon the
green,
people the
sky's
gift
blue.
of Gaia,
It
a
just
great
feels
power with which they were able to
like nice
overthrow the
feeling like
demon.
that. It's
The
definitely
victory,
not
while
strangely
sweet,
familiar
wasn't
or
perfect,
anything like that, or
unfortunately.
even uncomfortable.
100 years after
However,
his
the ones
defeat,
with the
the
dark,
demon
like,
world
hallways
rise again, and this cycle would repeat endlessly like clockwork, with human champions always rising to the occasion to strike him down.
And you're in the dark.
Naturally,
you're in the light.
time draws near yet again. The
freaking
implored to make his return.
It's almost
Once
like
more, Legaia
anxious,
bears
like an
witness to
anxious
destruction,
feeling. I've got
a birth
anxiety
of all things, a
still
never-ending
living,
story
because it feels like at any
unknown
second this image is going
as
to
the
come
last
alive.
fight.
It's going to come running.
Now you gotta hand it to him.
That's
That's a
the
badass
feeling I
way to
get,
incorporate
even
the
though I
title
know
of
it's
the
not
game
really going to happen.
right off the bat
feeling that I get
into the story.
crazy. I love how
After
like
that little
still
intro,
images
the game just cuts
of
to a
bizarre
sandy
places
oasis
or
where that
bizarre
weird
scenes
dude with
like
staff
these
lands on his
can
fucking
actually
head in the sand and then remarks to himself that he's finally made it.
really fascinating.
We
But
really
anyway,
aren't
guys, that
given
is it
any
for today. Thanks for
context
watching. I
yet who
hope you enjoyed this
is,
video. If you did, make
what
sure
the
you drop a
monster
like on it. I
was,
would
what he's
really
trying to do
appreciate
with
that.
the
Let me know in the
contract,
comment section,
but
as usual,
he
did
must have
any of
wanted to
you
come
give
out
me
for
a
some reason,
slap
and it
somewhere inside
seems
of
like
you and make
the
me say, hey,
monster's help
this is
has
familiar.
traveled through
Let me know in the
space
comment
and time,
section. And I'll see you guys in the
both
next
to
video.
get to
Remember the
it.
most important
The game cuts to black yet again, and then we assume control.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your
raised by
dreams.
another man, the guy on Master. But he's not here either, out fulfilling his duty to protect the planet. While we may not have a father figure present to witness the selection ceremony, we should still hold our heads high and be proud of the real thing. With little time to spare, Mom tells us to head outside and go on over to the temple to the north. Alright, let's get out there. Step outside. The temple is like 15 steps away from our house. It's not much of a journey. You really can't miss it. The place is filled with almost everyone who lives in town, and they all encourage you forward.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to another video. It is hot as hell.
This
I
is
can't
the aforementioned guy on Master who brought us up to the shop.
Okay guys, today we're going to be checking out another video by Doggo.
He's like the world's biggest celebrity.
And this video is called
After the
Strange
chit chat
Familiar
dies
Images
down, the
of
priest welcomes us to the ceremony and begins a little speech. As he
Unnerving
reminds us
Music,
that Guy
Part
Master
2. So as you guys know, we did Part 1.
and are charged
Today we're going to
with
take
the
a
duty of
look
fighting
at Part
against
2.
demons.
I am burning.
He tells us that in other towns across the land, two others have been selected as Gaia Master candidates, and then extends the same offer to us, urging us to follow in
here
the
we go.
footsteps
Ready,
of
guys?
Master
Let's
Bane
check it out.
and do our best to serve the people of Legaia. As the ceremony wraps up, predictably, shit goes to hell in a handbasket as the screen shakes and a loud commotion can be heard from outside.
This is one of those ones that
This
freaks
is
me
a
out.
lot like the first last
It
fight.
goes around the corner.
You'll notice that as things continue to develop. A guy runs in panicking, and the priest demands to know what's going on.
I'm pretty sure that was like just a game that was like graphics, but that
were
one
grouped up outside the village, took our water, and then ran off to the west to a place called Mora Cave. The priest hurriedly dismisses everyone from the temple, and then, well, kind of just sits around all sad, wishing that Master Bane would come back and do something about all this.
This one, I
Come on, dude, we got this shit. Let's go show him what we got. Unlike the original last Bible, where the priest is at least nice enough to give you a weapon and a shitty piece of armor, we get jack fucking ass
that's
here.
weird. Like,
So
why is there
swing on by the
I
weapon
really like
shop, pick up a short sword for 150 bucks. You'll notice that the long sword, which costs 600, is a lot better. But for now, this'll do. We're gonna rack up some mega bucks pretty soon and buy out the way. After you get a
I've seen this one floating around. This does get me like confused because everything in the picture is perfectly normal except everything's like just weird.
Take those fateful first steps outside of town, and here we go. The adventure begins. Your first encounter is going to come quick.
That gets me.
High encounter rates are kind of a
I almost
Megaten
felt my
series
testicles
staple,
retract
and the same is true here. But the combat is much quicker and snappier compared to other Last Bible titles. And levels are constantly like free fucking game. So let me give you a rundown on how the system works. When a battle starts, you have 6 options. You can fight, have the battle play out automatically, run away, talk, manage your recruits, or view your party stats. Do I really need to explain what these do again? Probably not, but this game is untranslated, and some of you might be new to it. To keep it simple, choosing fight
Or that stop sign one reminds me
attacking
of
with your great weapon,
one at the very
casting a spell,
when
using an
Christian
item,
Barry is driving through the middle of nowhere.
auto battling and running away are pretty
But they see a stop
self-explanatory.
sign, or she sees a
Talking
stop sign.
actually
You
lets
just
us
have stop
negotiate with
sign,
enemies.
like here
You'll see it's
in this
grayed
room.
out right now. We can't actually try it yet, but don't worry, we'll be getting an ability very shortly. Unfortunately, this game uses the shitty negotiation system from Last Bible 1 and Last Bible Special, where enemies only ask you yes or no questions, and there are preset responses each monster is looking for. No teasing them with money or gemstones in this one. This makes any attempts at negotiation feel like a coin flip. That's because it basically is. The dialogue is repeated 2 and repeats constantly. The one saving grace is that sometimes, when you level up enough in an area, enemies can start conversations with you, and it feels a bit easier to get them on your side when that happens. You can also have a party member negotiate in your place once you get there, and the results are kind of mixed. It very rarely worked for me, but if you're tired of trying to answer random ass questions over and over again, the option is there to have someone do it for you. Once you have a demon on your team, they can't level up or be able to do anything, though some of them do have useful sets that are worth seeking.
I should be seeing this.
Demons can also be fused together to create better ones, but there's like a bit of an afterthought in this game.
Whenever I see the kids,
Only one character
This is
can
scary.
fuse demons for you.
that
And
corner
you
right
don't
there.
really need to do
Like
it.
I'm waiting.
Some of the best demons can be obtained through the story. It's always a shame to see the demon raising aspect of a Mega 10 game done poorly, but I will cut it some slack for being a very low-budget cell phone game. Where this game falls through in the demon gameplay, I believe it excels in other areas. Moving on, managing your party lets you call in recruit demons and swap your party order. Those at the front tend to get hit more than those placed at the back. Finally, looking at your status,
Siren Head
actually
vibes
a
from this
very
one.
useful
Holy
screen.
shit. Well, that
with a
is
lot
the
of
end of that,
information.
guys. There were some
You
really
can view
interesting
your
ones in this one, which I've never
You
seen
can look at the
before, and I
resistances
thought
of
it
different
was,
types of
I definitely
attacks,
felt those
and
things.
of course,
Yeah.
you
I'm
can see
I'm
your
starting to
stats
really
that you'll
learn
be
now
looking
that I
for.
get with the
Let's delve
airport
into these
ones,
for a
I get the feeling like,
As I said,
or
level
like a
ups
mall
are
that's
very
like the
frequent in
lights
this
out and
game,
nobody's
so
there.
the
It always
more you
feels
know
like
about what these can
anxiety,
do
like
for you,
I
the
shouldn't
better.
be here.
See,
It's like a
in
panic
Last
feeling.
Bible New
I get
Testament,
that, even though I know
every
it's just a
stat
still image.
is
I'm
very
looking at it and I
useful.
get that feeling
By
like
the
I
end of the
should
game,
be seeing
you'll
this.
probably have
Like,
a lot of
it's
points in all.
obviously like this
On
because
the top,
I'm not
first
supposed to
up,
be seeing
we
it,
have
right? Like
Vitality.
the airport is closed
Leveling
down,
up
or
Vitality
the mall is
gives you
closed
8
down,
extra
and
HP
I should
for
be
each
gone. I
point you
shouldn't
put
be
into
in
it.
here. This is like
If you want a tanky
it's
character,
like a little bit of
you're
like
gonna want
that
to dump
feeling.
points into
And
this
with
all
the
the
one
time.
with the
I don't even know
always,
if there's
I
a limit for how
always
high your
feel
health can get.
again
By the end
kind
of the
of
game,
nervous,
mine
a little
reached well
scared, a
over
little
quadruple
freaked out, and it's
digits.
almost like I'm waiting
Next,
anxiously
we have
for
intelligence.
something to jump up the
Each
street,
point you
like
put into
running from
intelligence
around the corner
boosts your
or in the
MP
dark
by
hallway.
3, makes your spells
As for
stronger,
the gas stations, I don't
and
feel
helps you learn
anything
new
for gas
spells
stations.
faster.
And the other
After
ones
that,
really
we've got strength.
kind of get
This
weird
boosts your physical
from,
attack,
like,
plain and simple.
the
Now,
kid ones.
for
That's
arguably
like an
the
nostalgic
most
feeling.
important
It
two
always makes me
stats,
feel like
agility and luck. Yeah, seriously, luck. So,
but I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let me know in the comments
more
section what
likely
it
it
is
is for you to surprise enemies and get free actions through it. Your escape rate increases too, and most importantly, you'll act
Let me know in the
before the
comments
enemy
section.
party.
Smash a like on this video if you enjoyed it. I would really
Surviving
appreciate
some
that.
of the
I'll see you
game's
guys in the next
challenging
video.
bosses.
Peace out and chase your dreams.
The higher
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your
fun
dreams.
thing about Last Bible New Testament that sets it apart from other games. From levels 1 through 19, you earn 1 stat point each time you level up. Typical shit, that's what you'd expect. But party members quickly starts to snowball until you're a killing machine. You do nothing but get exponentially stronger. And considering how often you level up,
What's up,
just
guys?
constantly
Welcome to
seeing
another
those
video.
numbers go up. It's really
this?
satisfying. I love how they did the stats in this game. It's easily one of the most fun things about it, and I think it kind of makes up for the lack of demon gameplay. This, combined with what I said earlier about how the battles are quicker and snappier, probably because this game was made for playing on the go, and you got yourself a title where incessant random encounters almost feel addicting, and dare I say it, rewarding. While this game might have the general framework of first-class Bible's mediocre battle system, it feels much better and far surpassed the expectations I
But
had.
anyway, what's going on, you guys? Welcome back to
I
another
think that
video.
sums
Today we're going
up
to be
the
checking
game's
out another
core
video by
mechanics
Dr.
pretty
Dago. And this
I'll
video is
introduce
called
a few more
Strangely
things
Familiar
as we
Images
come,
with
but for
Strangely
now, let's go
Familiar
say
Music, Part 2. However,
War
the music
King
is
is a
copyrighted, so I
short
can't put the music in there.
Despite not being able to recruit any help yet,
So we've
you do
seen
pretty
Part
well
1. It's kind of confusing because I keep
experiment
doing
some
Part 1,
battles
Part
and
2,
increase your
Part 1,
stats.
Part 2. But it's like the
After
same
just
thing,
a
but it's
few
kind of
level ups,
different.
you'll
Like
learn
it's
the
like
healing spell
strangely
Peace,
familiar
which
images
greatly
with
increases your survivability if you're worried about it. The cave itself is fairly small, and hey, wait, check out this music.
Familiar music, Part 1 and 2. So it's a little confusing, but we're just going to go with it. All right, here we go, guys.
But if you say like a fictional, like a
Kind of a cool little theme, right? This game doesn't have a huge soundtrack.
That's kind of
it's solid stuff. Anyway,
like looking
if
down.
you take the upper path near the cave, you'll find some money and a free healing water. The lower path gets a healing
It would
spring
be scarier if
recovers
they
your
turned
party
the
back
lights
to
at the
maximum
far
energy.
end off, though. That would
If you're feeling up to it, this is a good spot to grind out some cash with your longsword, which makes the next few zones pretty up
That
to you.
feels nostalgic.
But if you do it,
I don't
you
know
will
why.
be rich quick. If you decide to save up enough money to buy out your entire hometown, good for you. But regardless, go just a bit further in, and we find Mom being held captive by some kind of creature who's groaning about pouring cow
Oh, that reminds me of my
power
little
source
sister's bedroom.
which you'll probably remember from the core last Bible trilogy. His sprite makes you think you're gonna go up against some
That
kind of
feels like some kind
humanoid
of
devil or something, but in one of the most hilarious boss reveals of all time, he is actually a
I once
microscopic
seen a
bee.
double rainbow.
Granted, it is a healer bee, but
This kind of
after like
gives
2
me
rounds
chills.
of
I
combat,
don't know why.
it
Like
would
the
just
band
stain
is
on your
first blood. Like
Wow.
clouds and everything.
And there you have it. Mom is saved. That's some
I
real
can't find
hero
it.
shit. We revel in our victory for a few seconds and prepare to head back to town when suddenly this mysterious robed woman walks
Again, I
out.
feel it with this one.
Without
I don't
saying
know why. It's like
anything,
I'm
she
used to
bestows
cars
our
being
protagonist
parking
with
lots, so
the
when there's
ability to
nothing,
communicate with
it looks
demons
kind of
and attaches a summoning computer to our arm,
And
officially
I think
unlocking
the
the
hallway ones
change
really get me
feature.
because that is the whole point of like
She
criminal
gives us a
and
calm.
it's just so stop
None of the other
stop,
last Bible games
pay
had
attention to
summoning
surroundings.
devices.
You just pass
Bible
through the
3,
hallway.
which had
So
shit
that's
like
what a literal
orbital
space
cannons
really
and
is.
expansive research facilities.
To get somewhere else.
Protagonists
You
of
don't
the
go,
other games are just
and
able
your
to summon
destination is
magic.
not the hallway.
Fucking time period are we in
You're
here?
going through the hallway to
It's
get there.
very hard to say, but I found that to be one of the most interesting things about this game. You've got all these similarities to the past couple of games, but it isn't clear on how this one could possibly be connected. And then you get a curveball like this that makes it even less apparent. After giving us the computer, whoever this girl is disappears, and then someone else rushes in, muttering curses about how she escaped their grasp. This is Mephisto. And if you recall, in the original Last Bible, we killed Mephisto like twice. This is not some guy you really want to run into in a dark cave. Now, is it the same one? I can't say for sure, but one thing's for certain, we're dealing with another tricky asshole. At first, Mephisto plays it alone, or at least he tries to. He apologizes
that
for
was
his
a weird
intrusion and says it's been a long time since he's seen a fellow human. Call it a hunch, but I kind of doubt he's human underneath the majestic roof that conceals his entire face and body. Mephisto then formally introduces himself as a direct subordinate of the demon lord and one of his 3 apostles. So he's not even shy about being evil in this game. I'm kind of surprised this fucker's still alive. Like, you think someone as loose-lipped as this about serving the heart harbinger of destruction would have been hanged in town square by now. I guess he's just that good. As the conversation goes on, it becomes downright uncomfortable, and the odds of us leaving the cave alive decrease by the second. Mephisto explains that he has come to this planet in advance of the Demon Lord's awakening to gather for a cowgirl. He says that glory seeks the power of force, as he knows the truth behind it and wishes to eradicate both humans who would try to use it, as well as another enemy simply referred to as him. Mephisto remarks on how long it's been since he's been able to move his body around so freely.
Okay,
and
well,
then
that was the
asks
end of
if
that.
he can
Again, there
discuss
were some
the
new ones here
topic
that
with us.
fascinating.
I mean,
noticed
look, man, this is your rodeo. You're running the show here. Let's do it. Not like I can just leave.
A lot of them use the same
So,
images,
his
and
big
I don't
offer
really know
is
why.
that we should find North America more meachew and give it up to the Demon Lord.
They're
Funnily
probably
enough,
like the most
you
popular
actually
ones
get to
and the
make a
ones that
decision
trigger
here.
people the most.
So I just said,
That's why a lot of
yeah,
these channels
sign me up.
But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you drop a like on it. If you don't, a
I
demon
thought
will grab
maybe
your
I could
ankle.
blow smoke up his ass long enough to escape the cave. Unfortunately,
And let me know in the
Mephisto
comment
just
section
wanted to
the
see what we
question
would
of
say
if
as a
you
joke,
feel anything
and bluntly states that he would kill us regardless of our response. It was worth a shot. After this, Mephisto says, I shit you not, that it's finally dinner time after 100 years, and lunges at us. We're given the chance to put up a pretty worthless resistance, but you know how it goes. After a few turns, he wipes his ass with us, and yeah, our character actually
I
dies.
can't say it out loud.
As Mephisto winds up to attack our mom,
But I'll see you guys in the next video. I love you all.
And
And
has
chase your
Master
dreams. Peace out,
Bane
guys.
come sprinting towards us. Hell yeah, Dad's back from buying milk. He quickly revives us, then sends Mephisto hurling across the tunnel into a wall. Mephisto is shocked to find someone so powerful who would oppose the Demon Lord.
Thank you guys so much for
Vanishes
watching this video. If you guys
utterly
enjoy my
shitting
videos and you would like to support me
Bane
and
is
my
glad to
channel
see
more
us
and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
After agreeing to what Bane asks of us, he gifts us with a world map, which he claims is special because it came from some group known as the Grand Cross, essentially an army aligned with the Gaia Masters. From here, Bane decides to head back to the headquarters of this Grand Cross organization and has us head northwest to a checkpoint where a priest will grant us access to the lands beyond. Before leaving, he suggests we seek out the other two Gaia Master candidates who were selected today. Well, stock up on healing water, buy a couple of items to cure poison if you're feeling saucy.
Hey guys, what's
and
up?
we're on the
Welcome
road.
to another video.
Head northwest and we reach a shrine where the priest there recognizes us as Fane's apprentice and allows us past
So
him.
then I decided it
Then
would be a
we
good
arrive in
idea
an
to
entirely
some
new
songs that
land
remind me of times in my
northern
life, and I cried, and
To
now
the
I'm
north of where we start here is a place called Ho Village. Ho Village is extremely similar to the town of Last Bible where you meet your
How are
first
you?
party
What are you
member.
doing? Did you cry
There's a
today
monster
too?
blocking the
But
only
anyway,
path
guys,
into
we're gonna
town,
check out another
and
video by
honestly,
Dr.
the
Dago.
place has
This video is
absolutely
called
no
Strangely
music.
Familiar Images with
If you
Others.
challenge it, you'll
Great.
find that
So,
the
as you
powerful
guys know, we've
feels
checked out the
such
first
as
two parts. If
Vajra
you didn't
and
see
Buddha,
those
the
videos,
latter
there's a
of which can
playlist of
kill
all
you
my
instantly.
reactions.
You can't beat this guy.
Okay, here we
Get a
go,
big
guys.
chunk
Maybe
of
I'll
money
see
next
something in
time
this
you
might
do.
might trigger me and make me start
Afterwards,
crying.
he comes back to life since,
Here we
well,
go.
he's a phoenix. We'll have to leave this place behind for a bit. There's simply no way in at the moment. To the southeast of Po, through some hills and mountains, you'll find the big city of Lemur. We're bound to find something in here. First thing, as usual, I rested at the inn and upgraded some equipment. There's some armor here that's decently affordable, but the big prize of this town is a
These
claymore
pictures
sword,
are not
which
even
costs
sad.
7,500 Maka, but absolutely rips ass if you can get it. If you're smart with money during this first visit to the city, by the time we've wrapped everything else up on this section of the map, you should be able to afford it. And don't worry, that's actually not going to take as long as you might think. people of the city are heavily fixated on two topics. First, the city's prized orichalcum that had been kept inside of the Grand Temple has been stolen by demons. Bad news. Second, this girl named Alice.
God, this
Yeah,
is like,
fucking everywhere you go, they're
I
all
don't know what
talking
that
about
one
this
reminded me of,
Alice.
but I felt it.
Considering
Like, I
we
feel like I've
named
been in
her
that
that,
situation before.
obviously she's our second
Like
party
when I
member,
fell asleep
and one of the other
downstairs,
guys master keys. So we're gonna have to track her down. It seems like the entire population has something to say about her. Little kids talk about how strong she is. Adults call her a weirdo because of her obsession with beasts. She sounds like a real piece of work. One woman even calls Alice the most famous person in the entire city.
Notice how it's
I wonder if she's gotten any offers for a NordVPN sponsorship. Anyway, we learned that even before a recent uptick in beast activity, Alice would go around hunting for them outside the city, and now with the orichalcum missing, she's out in full force looking for the beast who took it. You can even find Alice's house, where her parents are worried sick about her, frustrated with how often she puts herself in danger. Apparently, she's gone off to some place
this
called
is the
Mount
kind of thing that I was
Barlow,
saying to you
all
guys,
on
like
her own.
military style
Over at the
fences
temple,
and
we
this
hear
and that,
about how
and you just feel like
Crusaders
you should
were
not be
dispatched to the
there.
mountain to wipe out the beast there and potentially reclaim the stolen treasure. These Crusaders are part of the Grand Cross and help combat the Demon Lord's forces.
I feel like that's the
The
kind of
highest ranking member of this army is Vane himself, which is pretty badass. That dude must do everything. We're finally told about an oasis called Aruz to the south, which is the very same oasis from the game's opening cutscenes. The waters of Aruz are apparently capable of healing brave
Am I the only
wounds
one
and
feeling
weakening
sad?
powerful
I'm an
demons.
emotional wreck.
Are you seeing the
Are you guys
parallels here
feeling
again?
sadness?
In the first last Bible, there was a town with a demon blocking the entrance. It was even positioned in much the same ways that Phoenix is in this game. And you needed water from an oasis to get in. We're like retracing the steps of another timeline here or some shit. You might think it sounds like lazy design, like they just wanted a Mega 10 game on cell phones and kind of just rehashed last Bible and
So
slapped
that
it
was
on.
the end of that
But
one. I feel like
I
I
think
really,
all of
like,
these
if the camera
strange
wasn't rolling
parallels
out
are
and I
really
really started to
important.
think about things, I
I
think I
think
could
it's
have
hinting
cried.
heavily
Looking
at
at
the
that video,
significance of
it
this
wasn't
story
sad.
and the grand
But I don't know,
design
I
of
don't
the
know what
last
it feels
Bible
like.
universe. I just haven't figured it out yet.
Check out
So,
this video. I guess when you're
Aruz is gonna be
sad,
our next
it
stop.
definitely has
Even
a
though
difference
Alice's
to
parents
it. I
told
mean,
us
I
that
don't know,
she's
try
headed
it.
off
Make
Mount
yourself
Barlow,
cry.
we learned from some
Listen to
other
sad
random
music, do
villagers
whatever
that
it
she's
takes.
actually
Get
intended to
yourself all
stop
sad
by
and
the
emotional,
oasis
and
first
then watch
for
one
some of
these
that
videos.
magic
And
water.
it's
Before heading out, we
the
can
images
swing
are
by
not
the
much
temple's
different
inner
than what we've been
chamber,
seeing in all
where
the
we
other
see an
videos,
empty
but
pedestal
it hits
where the
differently when you're
orichalcum
kind
is
of
supposed to
sad.
be.
I wonder if it
The
hits
priests
differently
lament
if I'm.
that the
I mean,
archangels have not yet
90% of the
descended
time
to
I'm in
aid the city in its time of crisis, and it looks like we're going to be the only
So when I
ones
see them,
that can set
my
shit right.
like
Aruz
what
is
I'm
a oasis
getting
itself
from it is
around the windy path
because I'm
through the
sad.
mountains in the
Now I'm
desert.
getting sad.
Again,
Maybe
almost
if I'm
exactly
happy
like last
one
one.
day,
When we get there,
I really
that
hope
weird
to be
guy
happy
who's
one
yelling
day.
at the
I've
end
heard
of
a lot about
the
happiness,
game
and I
is
would love
still
to
lying on the ground with a skull
And
cracked
if I
open.
do, maybe I will
After
experience
helping him
these
drink some
pictures
water from the
in a
spring,
happy way.
he thanks us
I
and
don't know.
tells us that his name
I
is
wonder
Avon
if
the
these
Great Wizard, and starts muttering about how he
interpret
formed
it
a
differently
contract with
depending on what mood
something
you're in.
that
It's a
comes
weird
from beyond
feeling.
space and time.
It's definitely
He
wrong.
then begins to ask
Guys, let
us
me know in
if
the
he's
comment
arrived
section
on
what do you
Gaia,
think about
but
that.
suddenly stops and
Did any of
realizes
this
that
make you feel
somehow
sad?
knows our
Just
name
me?
already,
I don't know.
and
Let me know
says
what you
that
guys
there's a
think.
cool look about us.
Maybe you just thought this was scary or
thanks.
familiar or whatever.
Avon
Hit the like button if you
recognizes the
enjoyed
device
this
we're
video.
wearing
See
as
you
a
guys back
pump
here in the
and
next
assumes
video.
we've
Peace out.
also
Change
made
free.
some kind of
Thank you guys so much for watching this
Presumably,
video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
As he's about to reveal the title of the book, he stops himself and just tells us to think of him as an observer, not someone who's going to help us or harm us. As he puts it, there's no reason to do either of those things because he already knows how the story ends and just wants to see it play out for himself. So, this motherfucker's like some kind of interdimensional record keeper or something. I wonder if he was going to say his book is called The Last Bible. Come on, that was probably... After this absolutely bizarre little exchange, Avon decides to offer us a deal, despite just saying...
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to What Shall We Do Next. I'm Mike, your host,
assist him in his
and I hope you
research.
guys are having the
Avon
best
gives
day
us
ever.
the deep
First of all, guys,
encyclopedia
before I get
that
started
allows
with
us
this
to
video, I
record
would like to say a thank you to
enemies
all of
we
you.
come across.
For the positive
why not?
comments that you guys left on my
I
previous
rarely
video.
look
I
at
really
enemy
wasn't
stats
feeling
game
too great.
the boss or something,
A little
but
down.
I'll give it a shot for a good buddy here.
I really appreciate that.
Registering
There's so
enemies
many
in
of you
the
guys that
encyclopedia
really
works by
care.
using a building
Even some of the
quality
scammers
control
were like,
that Avon
I hope
gives
you feel
us.
better.
The entries are
Nice. I saw your
automatically
comment. It really means a lot to me that you guys know that, you know, because I was worried I was going to upload it and it was just going to be a
you'll be rewarded with additional items and abilities.
like nobody would like
there's
take
some
me seriously, and I was
incentive
just
to
being
it.
serious.
One item that
we
we
get
actually
arguing
have
with
scammers
scammers or whatever. It's not even like scammers anymore,
which means
and I
you
actually
gain
really
power
enjoy
at
it.
an absolutely
Like the
stupid
comments
pace,
because they're just
but
some of the
you
times
do
it's like
need
so ridiculous and
65
funny,
registered
and I
demons
love
to
to
get
like
it.
you know
And I think
fire
the
back with
funniest
some
part of this little deal comes at the end, where Avon
so
says the
like
entire
those comments,
process of
believe it
doing
or
this
not,
is actually
make me feel better. Like I do enjoy the back and forth.
I guess his focus is on
these
our
scammers
but
or
come on,
whatever
you gotta be a little more
I think they're
enthusiastic
trolls
about
at
your
this point,
studies.
but I really do appreciate that you guys, even the
to bring you
trolls,
to another world.
and it really
As the
does mean a lot to me.
conversation
I've been doing a
finally
lot of
starts to
thinking,
die down,
and
Alice suddenly
yeah, I just
appears
really wanted to
and
say thank you
sprints
guys.
towards
That's the main
spring,
thing here. But anyway, guys, we're
running
going to
into
check out
us,
a video
calling
that
us
is
a jerk
uploaded
for
by
standing in our way.
Dr. Doggo.
Nice
This
to
one
meet
is
you
part
too,
4
asshole.
of the strangely
She
familiar
introduces
images
herself
of
as a Gaia
unnerving
Master
music.
candidate,
So,
and
I feel like I'm in
that she's
perfect
come to grab
mood
this
this
deal
today. I'm
with
just like
water
really
to
exhausted,
assist
and I'm
in
still
an
kind of
ongoing
down,
battle
but
of
like,
Mount Marva against some
I still
powerful
feel
demons.
it.
Our character doesn't move, which is
So
crazy
it took a lot for me
hilarious
to even make
considering
this
the
video
gravity of the
tonight.
situation. And Alice realizes we
Maybe I should
are a
just
Gaia
say
Master
thank you.
candidate, and
But
that we want to
no,
join
we're going to
forces.
take a look at some familiar images.
Unfortunately, she dismisses the idea of working together as a total joke because she's a one-woman circus and doesn't have time to entertain others. She then shoves us out of the way, grabs some oasis water, and on our way out, suggests we take some for ourselves and revisit Poe to bring down that Phoenix. Well, okay. I guess someone's got to take care of that too, right? I mean, if anything,
Wow, this one
maybe she'll realize we're actually a
always
cool
get the
and sensitive guy.
I don't know what it is.
Interesting hobby.
It must be like everybody
So,
keeps using
go all the way back to
these
Poe,
type of images.
splash some of this shit in the bird's face, and it's time for round 2. Much
That's
easier
scary.
this time.
That's horrible.
If you could beat it before, well, beat it even faster
This
now.
is giving me. That was the alley
Even
from
said the battle
GTA
on auto
3
to
where you
watch.
first started.
The Phoenix's death magic is being suppressed by the water's magical properties, so there's nothing to worry about. He doesn't revive this time either after being defeated. Inside the village grounds, everyone sings you praises for getting rid of the demons. There are a few shops here to check out if you really want to, but the big point of getting in here is to talk with a wounded crusader resting in one of the houses. Like everyone else, he's shocked to pull off bringing down this magnificent beast, but then admits that it's fitting for student Master
How
Vane
weird
to
is that?
kick a
That
major
bedroom
ass.
right there with the big
He urges us to
window,
visit Mount
scary
Marva
black
and seek
window
out
like
the
that. Like,
Crusader captain
I could really
if you want to be of
window
additional
like that
use.
inside just in case
Alice might want this to be her moment in the spotlight, but this guy makes it clear they can use all the help they can get, and they might be in over their
kind
heads.
of weird, you know, like
All in all, we didn't really get much from all this. It's our duties at Gaia Master and all that good shit, so all in a day's work. At least we have the Crusaders to back us up if Alice has a problem with getting in our way again. Mount Marva is far off to the east of town. When we make it there, the Crusader captain initially turns us away, but the guy we just saved assures him of our abilities, and they basically hand this crime scene over to us.
which is kind
The
of
captain
creepy.
says
I
there's
don't
a
know
demon
why.
up ahead whose gravity will recount them, and the two step aside and leave us to it. You'll face some stiff resistance as you wander along these mountain paths. It's a very simple dungeon to navigate, but the guys up here eat crack for breakfast, and you'll constantly be having your health worn down. The thing is, you're gonna want to recruit a few demons, not even necessarily for fighting or dealing damage, just to catch a few hits and buy you some time. You might need to leave once or twice to resupply if you're unlucky with negotiating, but I think it's pretty important. See, the boss up here doesn't play fair. Check it out. You climb this ladder, and up at top is Alice, seemingly unconscious, with the orcalca lying in front of her. Blocking the way is a gargoyle who declares he'll become a demon king with a powerful horse, and then attacks us. But he brings a whole fucking squad with him. Yeah, 5 guys total, including him. What kind of shit is that? So, needless to say, you're gonna want some friends to soak up some damage while you
It was a hallway, but it didn't get me.
I'd go for the harpies on the left first, because they have some pretty annoying spells, but also fall fairly quickly. If you have shitty luck, you might get put to sleep by the harpies. At that point, I just smash the monitor and close save. You're probably fine. Once they're down, just focus fire the mammoth, and then whittle down the gargoyle. A few of the demons up on this mountain have attack spells, but their MP bars are stupidly small. So basically, these guys are like firecrackers. You get to see them do one cool thing, and then they fizzle out. These spells can really help against the harpies if you're having trouble spinning the ranks, but unless you have items to restore MP, your demons will largely be on meachew.
I don't really feel like traveling.
When the gang squad goes down, we secure the orcalca and wake up Alice, who's surprised we killed the demon. The fuck is everyone so surprised for around here? We get a tattoo or something.
Wow, that was an unusual one. It was definitely different from the other ones we've seen, but it had very similar images. Like there's
and we
always
better definitely not try to help her out or
or
anything. You know, the whole
water
Sundari
park
shtick.
or a hallway.
So she's
or
one of these.
I don't know, like other things like that.
We
Like
better head on back to town and make sure she
and I definitely still feel
Make your way up
I'm
this
really
road
hoping that
and head
somebody
towards
can
Alice's
put together a
house.
video.
When we get to her door, we hear her inside arguing with her parents.
Amplifies
They're
that
in
feeling that I'm
disbelief that
getting.
she wants to go
where
on
it's
a
like
demon
really
slaying
good
adventure,
feeling, where it's
and her
really
father
nostalgic
wants her to
feeling.
consider the
I want
effects this will
somebody to
have
make one
on her
because it's
social
very
status.
minor, and
Alice
so I
can
can
give
just
less than a
about
single
feel it,
shit
but I
about
don't
all
know
of it.
why I'm
Says
feeling
she
it.
can never
I would
fathom
love
living the
for
normal
somebody
life
to like
and storms
really
out, running into our
super
weird
like
ass
an
breathing up
intense
against her
reaction
house.
to it. So it
This
feels
time
like
she's
someone
actually
reached out
happy
to
to
like
see us
I
and
have
shyly
literally
thanks us
seen
for
this
what we
movie
did
before.
back at Mount
I
Washington.
want to feel that,
She's
but
curious
I'm
about
yet
the
to
way
find
we
a
fight
feature
her
that
demons
actually
and
gives
decides
me
to
that
join up with
much
us
of a
to see more
reaction.
crazy shit.
But anyway, guys, let me know in the
See,
comment section
I knew
if you saw
it.
anything.
Alice doesn't
Hey,
want to
Manic
trouble us.
Skeleton, thanks for the raid.
Because we're a good friend or
Feel
something.
anything at all?
This girl wants to kill.
You know, but I'll see you guys in the next video, and thanks again to all
dark
the support
desires.
on the previous
Trust me,
video. It
man.
really means a lot
I've
to
seen
me,
it
guys.
all.
And yes,
Regardless,
dreams,
we have
no
our
matter
first
what,
new
make it happen.
party.
Peace out, guys.
And look at
Thank you
that.
guys so
She
much for
follows
watching
around
this
like
video.
that
If you
with
guys
Dragon
enjoy my
Quest.
videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
So she's like a boxer or a martial artist. But right now, fresh out of the box, the only thing Alice is really good at is being fast. But she does become an excellent part of the team with time. You're gonna want to focus on leveling up her attack power for all these reasons, but take some points towards magic too, because Alice can cast Tarakaja, which buffs your attack, and some other support spells. Once you get the ball rolling and catch her up on levels, what you have is an interesting fast attack character who nicely complements our protagonist.
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to
Stuff
One Shall
on the
Be
shops if you
Next.
need
I'm
to.
Mike, your host,
Maybe
and I
you
hope
might
you
have
guys are
explained
having
what
the
we talked
best
about
day
earlier.
ever. What's going on, you guys?
Visit
Welcome
the
back, and happy
next
Saturday to you
destination.
all. I hope you guys are going to have a great weekend, and today we're going to be checking out a video by Dr. Doggo. Now, this one is a little bit different than what I've been checking out, but only really because of the music. This one is called Strangely Familiar Images with Neat Channel Music, which I don't know what that is, but I've heard
Their
the
leader,
music before. I listened to it
approaches
a
us
little
and
earlier
introduces himself.
just to make sure it
He
wasn't
says that
copyrighted. And
across the world,
it's very familiar.
meets
I don't know what it
and
is
the
though. I
day
don't know
of
where I know it from. It's
awakening
just like
is
names
very
and stuff. But anyway, guys, we're gonna check this out and see if
thanks us
there's
for our
any
efforts
images
in
that
defending
feel
the
strangely
Calico
familiar.
and urges us
And
to
of course, if you
continue
guys
helping
haven't seen my other little
often
space
to
type
remind
videos
us
like
that we have to
videos,
work
there's
the
a playlist in the
ancients
description if you want to go
and
check it
defeat
out. Okay, here we go.
He bids us farewell, saying that he's headed out to fight some
Where do I know this
himself.
music?
The priests, now awestruck at having witnessed the Archangel in person, give us permission to access the warp gate to South Lemuria And so, our journey continues. Something about that Michael's really fucked up beneath the surface, but we're gonna try and ignore it for now. Strangely, on the way out, if you stay at the inn for a night, you'll have a weird dream about a woman who calls out for our character Alice, asking how we're liking
Oh my God,
to
Silent
communicate
Hill.
with
You
demons.
guys remember that
She
scene with
makes a
the guy
comment
in
about how the
bathroom
people of
stall?
this planet
Oh,
are
that was so
separated,
scary.
and then the dream ends without you getting to see what her face looks like. Alice remarks upon waking up that she had the same dream, but she isn't sure what to make of it, and you just have to continue on. Head on down south, and before long, you'll come across a cave entrance in a beachy area. So actually, it's not just a simple warp to the next continent this time. We actually have to make our way through a cave that's bigger than you might expect. When the priests gave us permission to pass to the next continent, I was thinking like we'd pass through another checkpoint, but no, it's actually spelunking time. I think this is the game's way of making sure Alice is leveled up enough for the next big series of events, but they wouldn't have needed to do this to just join your party at
at an angle kind of
to be honest, though, Alice catches up quick,
you're almost
and there are
expecting
some
something
items scattered around the dungeon that will boost a chosen party member's stats permanently if consumed. They're referred to as gels, so it sounds
I'd
like it
feel
could be
a little
chewy piece
uneasy
of candy or
underneath that
something.
bridge just in case
Maybe
it
a gummy bear. Once you're satisfied, track down the stairs and breathe in that fresh southern air. Your immediate surroundings outside of the cave are just mountains and plains as far as the eye can see. We're really out in the fucking sticks now. The only real point of interest is the village of Nod. You remember that shit dump in the first class Bible where there were ostriches and stuff running around? Yeah, that's the equivalent here. The town is practically devoid of anything to do, but there's a house near the back where someone apparently neglected to neuter their pets. It's complete cat anarchy. Inside, we meet this wizard boy named Lizelle. We know he's going to join our party at some point, but right now,
Oh my
just
God,
like
this
Alice,
one is even
he's the less
scarier.
enthusiastic
The
about
dorm,
it.
like the.
In
This is
fact,
what I'm saying,
the
guys.
guy's
The
a bit
stairs
of
on
an
an angle.
He rightfully opens up a conversation by asking who we even are, to which Alice cheerfully explains that we're Gaia Master candidates traveling the world, even teasing him and asking if he's a fan of ours. Of course, Lizelle is also a Gaia Master candidate, and we're here for his help, but he seems to have a dismissive attitude towards our mission, almost as if it were pointless to misguide him. He quickly changes the subject to his father, who has disowned him and works as a priest in another town. Atlas continues to prod Lizelle, essentially asking him how his mind can be occupied by anything other than defeating the demon lord. But Lizelle grows quiet and says that if we knew why he was disowned and why he truly wanted to be a Gaia Master, we'd call him a freak. Alice then decides to call him some mean names anyway, and we're left with no choice but to continue on from the village. If Lizelle doesn't want to join us yet, we can't make him. But maybe we can get some additional info from his estranged father. From Nod, head southeast past the mountains, and you'll find another war shrine that brings the party to the meachew continent. Yeah, that's right. We're done with South Lemuria already.
See, that's
We'll be
stairs
making a
with
return
pictures.
visit pretty soon, but there
How that
really isn't
affect
much
our
to do
work.
there. Now,
It's when the stairs are like
turns
turning
the
up
shit
and
switch
working
up
with your
at
angle.
the encounters here are brutal and frequent. Your first dozen or so battles here are gonna be tough unless you've grinded your dick off.
Okay, well that is the end of that. I would say this was probably, even considering the music was so like happy, I would say this is probably one of the creepiest ones I've done. There was a lot of pictures in this one where I did feel like
You might consider using those
especially the stairs. That's the initial one that I'm starting to realize. Like,
Save your game
it's not just looking down the stairs or even looking up the stairs or looking at the side of the stairs. It's like certain angles,
This continent
like
is a bit
where you
bigger
can see
than
them go
South
down, just
America.
like that one
If
picture.
you end up deep in the wilderness
It's like
without
you're
a
going
strong
at an
party,
angle. It's
it'll
almost
be
like
a
you're
miserable
moving
experience
around
trying to work your way back to a safe spot.
And if it's
The
slightly
big
dark
topic
at
on
the
everyone's
bottom of the
mind
stairs,
in
you're
Yara
just like,
is the recent
it
sighting
feels
of
like
a
the
woman in
picture is
white
alive,
who
and
suddenly
any
appears
second now
and
something
gives
is
you
going to
the
come up
ability
the
to
stairs.
speak.
It's like a weird feeling that I
Sounds
had.
like the lady who shoved a computer into
They're
my hand without
definitely
my
a trigger
consent.
to me, those
Some
stairs
gift
pictures. But anyway, guys, that is the end of that. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you drop a like on it. I would really appreciate that. Let me know in the comment section for question of the day. Did you feel anything from any of these pictures? I definitely did. I would say this was probably my most. I'm affected by this one more than I was any of the other videos. I definitely felt these pictures seem to like suck me in. Yeah, so, yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'll see you in the next video. Remember, most important thing, chase your dreams, keep on fighting, don't let anybody bring you down, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow for another video. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Serve you well for quite a while. Before heading to the Helical Temple, be sure to chat up the towns. We will visit a place called the Tower of Solomon nearby, as well as a mountain to the northeast called Mount Ormus. Ormus is where you can combine bones you collect in dungeons to create special tools. This is a last Bible signature special that you can bet your ass is useful in this game too. You never have to go here aside from once near the end of the game, so if you just plow straight through the story, you might miss out on your advantage's full potential. You don't have to look very hard for bones, by the way. They're just random chests throughout the game, and odds are, if you're opening every chest you see, you will get what you need.
It is not Tattoo
As
Tuesday.
for the Tower of Solomon,
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be taking a look at a video uploaded by Subliminal Spooks. And this video is called Places You've Seen in Your Nightmares. Now, as you guys know, we've done a few of these videos, like Places You've Seen in Your Nightmares, things like that. This one, I've done a little flick through it, a little flicking through it, and it seems a lot scarier. There's like crazy music, there's crazy pictures, and I just felt a little uncomfortable even just flicking through it. So hopefully, this will make for a good video. It's also a lot longer, so it's more that we can like analyze and see if we really feel a little weird after this video is done. And I will also put the link to his channel in the description below, and also there is the playlist down there, the reaction time videos. Okay, here we go.
confirming that it is the same person who gave us our code. She stares at us with
You know what's
silence
freaking me out about this picture
and then she walks out.
is not the dark end of the hall, but the hallway there on the right.
I said this
Like what's around?
last
It's
live
gonna
video,
come something
but
coming around
this
anything.
power sounds like a living
That's
hell.
what freaks me out about
Think
this.
about it. You can probably
No,
never
Bill's
have a
wife,
pet
like,
again.
with internet.
My cats are carrying around the
Oh,
house
wow.
in the morning. You think I want to hear their thoughts screaming
Like
through my
900
mind as I try to sleep?
This reminds me of
And it's
the
not
road
clear how
that
far
I'm gonna
this
get
goes.
us music video
If
by
bugs count as animals, then you'll probably never have a moment of silence again for the rest of your life. Those fuckers are in your walls, whispering evils at all hours. The cat here is nice to talk to.
Okay, usually I don't get
to
too
herself
excited by like
like
garages
the
and
white
like gas stations.
I'm kind of surprised at how cares. She is a boss. Well, back at Nod, we can now speak to the horde of cats outside Lazelle's place. Give us an advance warning that he's not here.
The car situation.
Now I lost both.
Remember, I told you guys I feel like a family of
The cats are all
five.
shocked to hear that Lazelle's father
know
was kidnapped.
what,
One of them can't clear ladders, saying that we can use it to find Lazelle, who is apparently walking around in a cave to perform experiments. Now, despite my instincts
No, they have
against
money.
seeking out a shy kid performing experiments alone in a cave, we have to do it, or else this shit show is going to get even further out of hand.
Oh wait,
The place we're looking for is the Demon Beast Cave to the northeast of Nod. What a name. The Black Orb comes into play almost immediately and is simply used to move a rock out of the way. From there, it's a relatively simple dungeon where you're being mobbed by shit like griffins and Zookies every 3 seconds. The battles might be snappier here than a lot of other last Bible games, but damn if they don't put you through a lot of fun. When you finally track Lazelle down all the way in the back of the cave, he's performing an ancient dark ritual so disgusting
What is it, guys? Tell me what it is. I'm feeling it. I'm pretty sure you guys
He's just
feel it.
using demons.
What is it that's
Not super bad. Of course, since he places that cathedral shadow don't exist in this game, and nobody else out there using demons, this comes as quite a shock to Alice. What about killing
This is creepy to me, but it also reminds me of one of the episodes.
as Lizelle utters his magic words or spells, he uses the language of the old gods, seen in Lovecraft's Call of Cthulhu story, which perhaps adds a bit of disturbing element to that charade. To be honest, I don't have a problem with it, but once Lizelle notices us, he freaks out, explaining that this is his version of using Gaia. He then sends the newly fused monster at us and runs away, afraid that we're going to tell everyone about what he's been up to. It's just a skeleton, so no sweat. After the dust settles, we return to Nod for the final time and confront Lizelle about
When it
what
first
just
came on
happened.
the screen, it like
Oh yeah, and that whole thing about his dinner. Alice goes on the offensive for feeding her, but scolding Lizelle for panicking and attacking.
it's like seeing all
She
of
says
this
this was an experiment, interesting, that she wasn't going to hurt it.
kind of reminds
She
me
just
of like
wanted to know
when
more.
all the masters
Lizelle starts to open up after this, thankful that we're showing genuine interest in his research instead of just fearing him.
I told you guys I feel like this one
Use
reminds me
Gaia
of hell.
entirely differently than
This
just
is what you
about
see when you're
everyone
on
else
the way
in
to
the
hell
world.
after you
And I
die.
think that's a neat logical
hallway that you can
going against this.
For those of you just not coming in, this game is called Silent Steel.
The world's reason
Silent
Oh,
Steel.
I've got chills all over
Silent
my
Steel.
body.
This game's called Silent Steel. It has a lot to do with
This is
sleep.
scary. I find those like things really creepy and
Back
bad.
to the planet of the Gaia.
When you get like up close to one, there's
Even
like signs
Lizelle's
all
magic
over.
is something objectively beneficial, like turns
And
demons
listen, the fact that
friendly.
the sky's red, that
Still be
siren,
met with fear and anger from everyone.
tornado
It
siren.
just doesn't mesh with how the
That
cycle
is
is
probably what
supposed
hell
to.
looks like when you get
His
there.
efforts to understand this prescribed enemy in a new way are
very
quite
tired
literally
days.
contrary to the established nature of existence. In fact, speaking of Ligaia's history, in the
This
nature
kind of
of
looks like
existence,
What?
Lizelle has his own opinions on that too.
Alright, very tired of
The
being at work.
conversation
Y'all know how it
shifted
is.
away
Y'all
from using demons as the music becomes
pick up the goddamn pallet.
and Lizelle very seriously
I can
says
imagine what Rose believes.
this is something
It's like looking down the stairs over the
asks us
handrail
if
at
we
a
know
black
history.
It's actually not that bad. Whenever I get my own house, I want a house like
doorway
this.
is
I don't want a big
creepy.
ass house to the point where people can live in it. I don't know at all.
The demon lords defeated. Lizelle seems to think that this story's
I feel like I'm definitely, I mean,
strangeness
this bed
is
is going to be updated.
Oh,
why does the demon lord wait 100 years every single time?
What
Why
bag?
doesn't he ever come sooner? Why not later? Where did the
What bag? Damn it! What?
Obviously, we have nothing to say back to it. We don't know this shit. The cycle
What
just
freaking bag?
considering we've seen angels
Put my bag on the couch.
not made up. Lizelle just
Maybe
keeps
it's a
going,
little creepy.
asking us if we know
I
where
guess
the
I had it
pieces
on
that
the
are
car.
appearing come from.
Alright,
Before I saw
alright, I
it,
need to
So
pee
many
bad.
unknowns with this story. It's existed for all of time, and it just doesn't seem right anymore.
Not really scared with this one. I just
And
feel like
it's quite sure that
Guess in the
anyone
bathroom.
else who bothered asking about this kind of thing was either exiled or
open to
done
the public in the day, but at the same
Sounds
time
like
now I
we
have
have
to
to
be.
unravel
This is
quite
what you call
a
small.
That was weird.
Open blind.
Somebody
Somebody
watching
watching
this
this
like
like
a lot of fun. This game has a sinister atmosphere to it, almost like it's repeating a lot of the events of the first Last Bible to trick you into letting your guard down, as if you've already got the whole thing figured out. Well, believe me, unless you already know exactly how this game ends, you just
Oh,
won't
and the
be
bathroom.
fucking guessing. It's that bizarre, but it's all in due time.
But like,
After all of that talking, we decide that now is a good moment to tell Lizelle that his dad's been kidnapped. He gets pissed off and asks us why we didn't just tell him that earlier, and then runs off to Solomon's tower alone to save him.
Y'all got a drug addiction.
this like Titanic vibes first of all. There's obviously an escalator.
I didn't want to tell him,
But like, it also reminds me of like,
I mean, I don't do that, but I heard that that's I heard. No. Hey, hold on. No. I swear to God, I've never done that. My homeboy said, look, no.
see the tower sitting
I didn't say that. I didn't say me. I didn't.
Solomon's tower.
Forget it.
Is a multi-floor that is incredibly short.
I'm getting like
so
apocalyptic vibes from just like your grocery shopping and then
The size
suddenly
of each floor is minuscule, but the demons in here are beefed the fuck out, and you
Lights,
can't
please.
recruit any of them.
This one
This is another spot where you're having a hard time, or the solution is just going to have to be grinding through, stock up on shooters from a nearby settlement, then wander over, fight monsters on the first floor until you can't do it anymore, and repeat as necessary. I'd recommend you level to in the lows of
No, damn, what is that song?
if you want an interesting demon to add to your
It's
team.
the ghost track on
Wander
the
around
Mario
outside
Kart.
until you find this guy on the
Super Nintendo.
For some reason, he has
Oh, I used to be so
66
scared
feet,
of that level.
which is incredibly high. That's one lucky dude. Hopefully, he'll score you some extra points.
You ever feel like y'all getting
When
set
you're
up?
all leveled up and ready to go, head to the top of the tower, and you'll see Lizelle lying on the ground next to his father, with a demon blocking the way.
Fucking ghost whisperers, guys. I hate them.
You want to guess who it is? You already tried. Come on, say it. I'm serious. Say it. It's this asshole again. Of course, a minotaur and a tower. Just like in Last Survivor 1. Just like in Visual Devil Story. Or you know what? Just like every game I play. Who the hell keeps doing this? At least he had the decency to wear some clothes this time, I guess. Minotaur can hit hard with that big axe face that he's carrying, but if you've got a full team of healing capabilities, it's gonna be hard for him to outdamage
Oh
you,
my god,
especially if you spend
I'm
time
getting the biggest chills I've ever had.
having issues keeping him under control. He's actually the most so explain that is often as you need to. That's a pretty interesting thing about this game now that I think about it. Bosses
I thought before you go to sleep, you gotta think about
it's
this.
never a waste of time to do some
That's all I'm
might work. After the fight wraps up, Lazelle's father
Wait, I probably should close it.
and we follow suit. We're met with applause and thanks by the priest, and then the archangel
I should probably clear it.
Michael thanks us again for protecting the city's morale and apologizes for the idea of driving us to us defeating the demons. He explains that
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep opening my eyes, bro, but I'm getting paranoid. I just, okay. You're just gonna sleep the entire night. Sleep the entire night.
Michael urges us to keep up the fight.
There's a door over there at the other end. I'm not happy about that.
Lazelle interrupts us with a question
It's like a
which
cafeteria.
humiliates his father.
I
He
guess.
asks where the angels go when they're not here, and why the demon lord only returns after 100 years.
Oh yeah, we've seen this one
Even
before.
going as far as to say it's like an imaginary story. That's gonna take some balls to say that straight to Michael's face. The dude's practically an alien to these people, considering they don't even know where he comes from. Michael simply says the angels awaken this land when the time is right, and then they don't know why the demon lord takes 100 years to survive. Then they disappear. In the aftermath, Lazelle basically destroys his relationship with his father. As his dad stands there stammering in shock at how offensive that must have been.
It's still pretty eerie though. Like
Lazelle asks if he's going to say something, or if he's just impersonating a chicken, and then gets double disowned. Our guy has some jokes up his sleeve, doesn't he? With his father now out
Okay,
of the
who
picture
turned that light out in the
in a
kitchen?
mind full of questions, Lazelle at last decides to join the team and see if he can get to the bottom of what the Archangel tried.
Okay, well that is the end of that. Oh my god, I really enjoyed this one. Literally every single one of them made me feel something. Even though I'm not in a good mood today, I'm kind of tired. I don't really care when I'm like feeling like this. I don't really get spooked out by this. But the music, he made a good choice with the music.
Trivialize really difficult boss. If that wasn't enough, we can also fuse demons now.
Wow,
whenever we
I
want.
just thought that was really spooky. I definitely got chills
From here,
a lot of times.
the only thing left to do to make any sort of progress is to
Each
head
time one
south.
popped up, I
You'll
was like,
find this town
I don't know, there's
called
something uncomfortable. Kind of, I can definitely see me having nightmares in strange places because it just feels so like trying to make up about having a bad dream. But guys, let me know in the comment section, did any of these images make you feel like uncomfortable or have you recognized any from any of your nightmares? Let me know in the comment section. Also, smash a like on this video if you enjoyed it. I would really appreciate that. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Remember, the most important thing, chase your dreams, keep on fighting. Don't let anybody bring you down. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Explore thoroughly and try to keep it honest. There's a healing spring in camp out next to you, which is grind your heart's content, if that's what you're gonna do. Just make sure you're not letting your phone. The boss in this stage is none other than Cerberus, who goes down pretty fast, and joins your party as a powerful level 40 demon. Fuck yeah. We wake up Mayor's kid, and he thanks us for the help, assuring us that he could have handled this all by himself. Dude, your ass was knocked out.
Bro,
Anyway, the kid grabs the staff, and we all head back. The mayor thanks us, lets us.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? Today we're going to be checking out another video by Subliminal Spook, and this video is called More.
bro, I don't know which side she's on. I don't know which side she's on.
As you guys know, we did
I don't know which side she's on.
just a few days ago, and also about the whole ghost story thing. Thank you guys for commenting some of them. I will be doing them in a video soon, but for tonight I just thought it was more like part of the nightmare. Subliminal Spook actually did a really good job on this last time, so I'm excited to see what he had in happen after this time. Okay guys, here we go.
Adele comments on how friendly the mayor was with his kid, even despite all the trouble he got himself into, and reflects on how he could never get along with his own. Alice finds common ground with him in this, and the two ask about power to somebody to which you can choose whether or not you can play Smash by me. I'm not trying to say the game just got all crazy emotional for a second, but I didn't expect them to throw in a little bit about how some people just can't have a good relationship with their parents, and it's not even their fault. I love how this game spends more time developing the party's friendship. While a lot of the content we're seeing is mirrored in some way in Last Bible 1, it feels far more fleshed out in this game, and it's cool. The heroes feel more like people in this game, which really surprised me. Hop on the next ship, and we're whisked away to a small
Bro, no, play. Good job. Hey.
inside the main
More detail on your
life.
the more levels, the more it freaks me out. I don't know why, it's just a weird vibe.
And tells us that he's Master Vane's #1 disciple. Rather than send us three out on another mission, he decides that we need to pass a training exercise. He wants us to make it through the entire headquarters, where everyone within will be
It's like Soviet Union.
holy fuck. Goliath goes on to say,
I thought it was fucking over. I thought it was over. I swear I thought it was over. I thought it was over, dog.
Mechanic moving.
and then retreats far around the building, waiting to see if we can even make it that far. And so, it's just time to get it. The Grand Cross HQ is jive fucking gandy. It's not hard to navigate.
That's pretty spooky.
It's
I mean,
just
the way it's spread outside.
massive always.
Like, can you imagine if you
encounter as always? You'll be attacked by a wide variety of scoundrels, agents, assassins, just
That
plain
would
old
be hell.
fighters.
This
With
is what happens
Cerberus'
like
help and upgraded equipment, you should be okay, but you're going to be healing after every battle.
I've seen this one before, and on this freaks me out.
Story.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same thing. Like,
Goliath himself is frighteningly powerful and can cast group targeting attacks
you're watching me.
significant damage, as well as dish out physical attacks that are likely
I like
to
to
bring
think
any
while I'm
demons you have
concentrating,
close
guys.
to death.
Okay, we are back
The best
with...
strategy
Oh,
is
wait,
to have
I'm-
Alice cast Tarot.
Hey guys, in case you didn't know, I'm Mike, your
Get
host.
Zelda cast Ronka.
Feels like, well, anyway, welcome back to the channel, guys. Today we're going to be having a live reaction video, and this one is going to be another little space video. This one was
As
actually
you can
requested
see,
to me
I
multiple times. I'm sorry, man. I forgot your
Alice having this PvP
Now I feel
remote
bad.
and Cerberus with only two.
Windmill fort.
A little bit of luck might be.
Don't they call it windmill fort? Happy Tuesday,
After
guys.
passing this crazy ass test,
Turbine.
Goliath sends a shredded
I think I'm my biggest fan.
to let us
Will is
and
me.
reminds us
He's the
that
one who
we're
requested
safe
this, so thank you so much. I know you've been for a while. Sorry. It gets hard. So yeah, it's kind of sad. But this is another liminal space video, and this one is called Places You've Seen in Your Dreams and Nightmares, uploaded by the channel. Not really directed to show. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Alright, well, let's do this. Let's see how this video turns out.
And if we stay at the inn, the party experience.
Oh, it's an A&W stand. Oh, man. This reminds me of like in chapter 2, or even in chapter 1. I've been trying to go this like not scary at all. It's very scary, and like they have to choose one.
You might remember Mephisto mentioning this.
No matter which one of these doors, that was very interesting. There was an individual
context on it.
There was a person that
At least this all
you don't usually see that
editions about what was fighting.
Now this one right here, the tiles in this one is just exactly like the tiles used to be in the place where I work, and that's very kind of freaky.
If an Orthrus had I'd highly recommend doing so. Beyond that, you can just head to the Atlantis world.
How is that even?
The shrine is heavily guarded by Crusaders, and upon arriving in Atlantis,
It's a weird
nostalgia. There's a random process nearby, as well as a large city called Acropolis, but it's a smaller settlement called Tyrus. For now, the Grand Cross.
Oh my god, this one just gave me like
Crusader protects the entrance and just
oh my god. I'm getting chills on this one, guys. Darian Rich running through doors. I feel like where that one is one like there's an aisle in there. And the last hello, we need a vote. Like any second or something.
This one might be my favorite. It feels kind of last in comparison to the other scarier. There's even an area
just those other shops say
scary grand park. It's pretty cool. It's kind of a medieval fantasy about
I've seen this one
getting by and always lost great items. Of course, gossip.
Down there.
For starters, we learn that the city has
not even like
underground
sear water, but like an old.
that connects all the way to Tyrus.
It was like a
We also find out that the art we'll be using to go to
this made me
is being constructed by a guy named
it's giving me a
Graham.
weird nostalgic like that chandelier with quite a little light thing on the ceiling.
As we're discussing
And
art,
the archangels materialize exactly like how
Michael warns that the Demon King's resurrection is quickly approaching, and the priests tell him that something is wrong with Frank. He's not just shut into his home because he's
feel like when
he flat out being his place is over at Tyrus, and nobody can persuade him to open the door.
Tylenol.
There's nobody who can replace Fram as the builder, so something needs to be worked out.
This one freaks me out.
Michael provides literally no help with this, and says he helps we can figure it out
Is
and
what's around
needs to
that
continue
corner?
working on
That
his
gives me
end.
anxiety. This feels pushed by the corner. The way it just kind of
There is one way. Getting around the house. We're gonna sneak in through his fucking toilet.
Oh my god.
Yeah. There's an entrance to the waterways in the city.
These things,
and we know
I always get a weird feeling when I look at it. I think I said I just want to focus out, especially like south.
And then it's time for some real lumber ass shit. The waterways are another side of the dungeon. They're like kind of like the Grand Crossing. You're not gonna get lost, but you might kind of get stuck.
Oh, this is
It takes a while to get the architecture. Part of
It
the
sounds
way
like an
is
alarm going off.
actually
Absolutely,
is
I can hear
behind the walls of the
especially if you're in the dark.
where you can eavesdrop on a conversation
And you're
held by the
trespassing, like it's
Why
scary.
are they here? Why didn't we just have this conversation over in Angel Land? I don't know, but they brought out this time. We smell that juicy shit. First, they're looking for
You can still smell like the
I'm
plastic
sure you can guess who they're
outside.
Second, they're shit talking with Zell for asking all crazy questions, and apparently have great difficulty with coming up with excuses for not answering. The angels essentially they stick to a script when talking to us, and kind of just insist on their own power without explaining what's up.
Mechanophobics are
They talk about
crazy right now.
the potential acquisition of power force, and then disappear after saying there are still risks with their plan.
Yikes. Okay, the sub mechanic. I get to
Crawling tooth and nail with sewers, revealing
right now.
sanity to encounters every
Turn it
half
off the video.
will eventually emerge to Fran through a green demon and stands next to a dining table. This is not Mr. Fran. It's Dolahan, a very angry demon.
Oh no, this is cursed. Tell you guys, I swear to God, this is
He
cursed.
dies extremely quickly and tells
There's
Fran
there.
that the Grand Cross
Is that a bed or is it a dark?
But Zell realizes there's something really not right about that, and so he unlocked the door
A leg of a
get out of Tyrus, creating a strange scene as a group of people just blast forth through France.
Get out of here. Go, shoot.
Nobody would ever know the lengths we went through to get into it.
Oh, thank God.
Back at camp, the guard at front is as stubborn as ever. This time, Lazelle tells the dark forces of way here to reveal themselves.
This is giving me
And what
life.
do you know? We have to fight a second of him. This whole place is under the influence of animals, and our ass is basically this.
Tattoos.
It's pretty much a great process. It looks much the same in place, much the same. Big hallways,
Imagine being here right now.
tough boss waiting for your hand. The one behind these dark illusions, and the truth that Fran was nowhere to be seen, is Belial, another of the three disciples of the deep south. Belial seems surprised that there are three of us coming against him, and acknowledges that we're second only to masturbate.
There's literally something out there to get that
This is one tough guy. I had more trouble with him than Goliath. He has over 4,000 hits. He can heal himself, and can deal over 700 damage to a unit with an attack boost. Your best shot here is to try and put him to sleep with Dormine or confuse
Alright,
him
well that was the end of
10
that.
times.
And it was a really good
This
video.
is
Thank you for sending on to me.
but it can be pulled off if the RNG is with you. I managed to beat this fight
Definitely
without
felt
spoiling,
something for
but
him.
it's hard. You'll
Like
see
back
the
in the
way
day,
make sure Lazelle has high points. He needs to be the one taking action first every round. Stop you heal before Belial attacks.
The way I would describe it
As long as you first like you can do it. But it takes
I don't know, as soon as they came on
depending on how your run goes,
that sound
you're
different.
probably gonna have a few close calls.
This is somebody standing
After he's out of the way,
And I can't wait to see the other ones. I'm gonna watch the
saying
other
that
ones.
the Eagles wanted him to build an arc for them. He
definitely
warns
gonna
us
check
that
them out.
another group of demons is going to make an
But
attack
anyway, guys,
on
once we don't
yet
conversation, I'm
another
curious.
grand
Any
cross
of these images, I
and
guarantee
better
you
yourself
like
than
right now. Smash
immediately
like on the video and I'll see
handing
you right
yourself
back
to
here.
a
Turn
grand
and
cross
out.
damage to get inside.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Links are in the description. I would really appreciate any of that you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys and chase your dream.
After Alice demands to know who's done with the Crusade. Bale's a little less hard this time. I cleared him on my first attempt. He's got power spells, but he's not quite as big as Belial, who lacks decent physical attacks. Provided you can elude his taller, maybe bring along some Gaia drops to ensure you don't run out of MP, you'll be alright. Taking a couple losses like I did here is fine, as long as your key fighters are constantly in play. When he falls, again, I feel like makes fun of him for having a big mouth and back it up. And kind of starts to go nuts, entering a laughing fit as he assures us we'll find no less than a mountain of corpses inside. Sure enough, the place is littered with fallen crusaders, as well as demons in flight. Yep, it's like the 17th dungeon that looks like this. They sure like these very cross gauntlets. And there's nothing really new to talk about. It's a bit shorter at least, just one.
Okay, well that was the end of that, guys.
Welcome to episode 103 of Boundary Break. In case you're new here, we go out of boundaries of any video game to try to successfully culture techniques, or sometimes find left behind content. And for this remake episode, we had a award-winning animator, Michael Chin, aka Metal Penguin, make an all-new intro. So, sir, thank you so much for your contribution. You can find links to him down below. And for those of you who don't know why the
This
original
one I would say
on, I will explain that at the end of
and
this
it
episode.
doesn't really
With
post
that
that much
said,
anymore,
regardless
so
of
it's a
the
little
content,
different
we
from
commentary
this
towards
but
content.
But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you drop a like on it. I would appreciate that. And let me know in the comment section if any of these images feel familiar to you. And if you feel like, yes, I have seen this about it,
Here's something that
let me know in
wasn't
the comment section. I'll see you guys in the next video. Remember, thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so rules there. Check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys and chase your dreams.
You can see that other two Yoshis are there all bunched up together in the same position.
The master May is returning to our hometown west and says that we've proven ourselves in all regards to do this job.
So let's kick the ball back over to the Nintendo 64 version and show you a cool little trick that's not used in the DS version. Back in the day, 3D graphics had very limited technology, so developers always had to come up with interesting tricks.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to the show. This is Mike, your host, and I hope you guys are having the best day ever. What's going on, you guys? Welcome to this video. Today, we're going to be taking a look at another video of subliminal spoon. This video is called Even More Places You Can Eat in Your Nightmares. Now, this is like part 3 of what we're going to be done with the 1 and 2 already. This is going to be like part 3. I'm excited. Does a really good job on this one.
Like Yoshi eating the bomb, but the transformation
I don't know, it's first people think whenever I see them but he did say in the description, this is the final one.
It's like all in one shot.
I think it's better change
I noticed that in the special players guide back in the day, there were screenshots.
Okay, here we go, guys.
And this is because Nintendo themselves would in-house use a camera system just like this to be able to supply those images. And hey, what the heck? Why don't we also show you what it looks like in the DS version as well? It almost looks the same, doesn't it? But there is something slightly off. And that's because in the DS version of Super Mario 64, the devs went above and beyond, which is created special moves just for when Mario goes through the door. Each of these rooms have their own special texture to try and represent the area that's going to load into. So, like for example, here you can see the blue on the ceiling and the green on the walls. This is because it's supposed to represent the outside of the castle.
Obviously, it's like
And the one we want to go to is here.
I have been in a
This
school
one
in the middle of
was just an
And I gotta say, for something I thought would be really boring, it ended up being one of my favorite parts of this episode. As the menus of Super Mario 64 use all sorts of fun developer techniques, one of which I want to show you here is heads on the DS version. The backdrops that are used behind the heads are in a 3D space. And so when you manipulate the camera, you can see the entire text moving around in a white toy. And the logo for the 64 version is a fully 3D model. If we take the camera behind that logo, you can see that there's no bottom, though there is one untextured space right here. And I also managed to find an extracted line from DVSource.com. And although the corners are off, I can stop to show you all this without worrying about the camera transitioning to Mario's face. It's kind of amazing how many unique textures are added to something that's only on there for a brief second. Unique textures are used all over the menus in Super Mario 64. Like the moving blocks when you go to select the file, all the back faces and all the menus have unique textures on the back. I honestly don't just imagine they would have duplicated the same textures. I don't feel like anybody would really notice. But it's really neat to see that dedication, especially on the big yellow line, which you never like. As this is a texture that's completely unique and never seen by the player. And alternatively, on the DS version, they use this cool water effect in the background. The effect is pulled off by contorting the two images to give it glow. But that's not all. The lights are all out. When you go to select the stage, you might notice that all the stars are 3D. Well, what's really cool about that is that the white void they rest in also has a floor level. And it becomes really easy to figure out where that floor is because the shadows of those stars drop down on you, something that again is never seen by the player.
And doing just fine. From where you start, you can actually see where you need to go. It's this crimson crystal palace.
Now here's something I didn't really get a good chance to do in the original episode. I want to do a side-by-side comparison of both the DS version and the 64 version and to see if they do anything really different. One of the things that I did cover on the original episode was the Monty Moles for the 64 version. And back then I made the observation
fact is
that
actually a lot
lights
smaller than
disappear,
you think.
only to find out
And there
later
are only
from
a
other
couple
sources
paths
that
to
they
I
don't
like
really
this. I like
disappear.
how they
They
it's
just
just trial and error.
spots
Trial
and
and
making it seem like there's
paths
4
you'll
molecules on
find
screen.
one,
And the
all
truth
the
of this
while
becomes
eating
way
back
more
shit
apparent
like
when you
a-
slow this
that's
down.
so scary.
But on the Nintendo DS, it's a lot different. You'll notice that when the Monty moles go underneath the ground, they just kind of stay in a stationary position until they're ready to spring back up. Now this is something that was more expected in the original 64 version, and you're going to find this lack of care across the board, not because the developers have lazy or anything, it's just that they didn't have to do this anymore. Like for example, in the 64 version, when Mario would jump through a painting, he would immediately get called out. But in the DS version, it's a totally different story. The characters just continue falling down. That's of course until the characters loaded into the stage. And Lakitu is handled way differently between the two versions. In the 64 version, all the clouds are just 2D textures. And it also reveals something else, which is that the Lakitus do not have legs or anything outside of the shells that you normally see in the game. The Lakitus in the DS version, however, are a bit extra. Their clouds are not only 3D polygons, but inside those clouds is also a weird cone that has duplicate images of the natural
daylight is coming through.
in fact, it's time to hit up pandemonium. It's a technique that is used in a lot of Nintendo DS games. And the reason why this technique is used is because the developers can place these objects on top of things without ever having to worry that it hovers off the ground or measures correctly so it doesn't flip through it. Instead, they decide that they're going to overdo it on purpose and make no mistakes at all. It's kind of great when you think about it. And as you can see, that technique was used on the Wampa, which also had an extracted model. So what I ended up doing here was ripping apart the model so that if you have the entire crown model without any obstruction or having to have your face right up against it.
There's basically no fight. If not, it's probably one of the most annoying in the entire game.
So why don't we start talking about birds?
To be sure, but
Birds are always a great subject on the show because usually they're used as background elements and you never get a good close-up of them. Sometimes they can be really, really detailed, sometimes they can be so hilariously low detailed. Super Mario 64 is somewhere in the middle. In the original 64 game, they were full 3D models with white bellies and yellow beaks. However, in the DS version, I guess they got rid of the white bellies and gave them their own head. And the blue on their bodies has some gradation and it keeps going down to different dark tones. Also in the DS version, the castle is completely modeled in the back. If you were to take the camera through the rest of geometry, you'd see details that are not present to the player nor ever present in the original game, which is pretty awesome. Let's see the castle and everything else in the area looks like all the way up in the sky.
Legend. The woman in white apparently contacted him and explained that the power of force is simply
Let's take a quick break from the side-by-side comparison to show you what's unique. Over in the 64 version, there is a spawning point for the flame texture. You can see this for yourself when you're playing the game, but if you look up in the first Bowser level, you can see a little red dot way off in the distance. This is where all the flames spawn from and then get warped to these positions. So let me just take the camera right on over here and show you where it's pretty much underneath us near the very end of the game. Meanwhile, over in the Super Mario 64 DS, Dire Doc's landscape is completely unique to this game. Normally, the large textures act as walls to keep the player out, and outside those walls, there's nothing to see. However, in Super Mario 64 DS, the environment continues on. Obviously, this was put in place to make the area seem more organic, because in the very, very rare moments in which the player can launch themselves high enough to see outside of the wall, the developers want you to believe that there's something more to it.
It can be hard to pull off with all the healing you could be doing, but the rock
Also, the
spells
hidden
are
area
great
in
for
80
knocking
Days
big
Cave,
pieces
the
off his
waterfall at the
health.
very end for the original
If you have
Super Mario 64,
Soleon,
it had like a white texture representing outdoors, because if you'd gone that way, you'd end up outside. Although, funny enough, in Super Mario 64 DS, it's the entrance to 80 Maze Cave that has a white texture underneath the pool. And if you were to ask me which one I think did make more sense, I'd say that the original game made a little more sense because you could actually see the white behind the waterfall that's a little more transparent, whereas here with the pool in DS, you never see it. But anyways, let me do a couple of viewer requests. As always, you can find out what the next episode coverage is on Twitter, and that's also where you can leave some viewer requests for the game.
I was there and all
So if you're interested in that, by all means, just go me there. But yeah, one of the things that was really interesting that I didn't intend to check out was someone had mentioned when you unlock a new character in Super Mario 64 DS, the minimap shows them without a hat before they pop out. And I don't really know why this is the case, but yeah, if you take the camera on the other side of the door, you can see that the characters start off with no hat before they eventually come out. Also, since we're in this proximity, I can show you what it looks like when you swap out the characters. Also, something that's kind of weird, if you try to unlock Wario or Yoshi, which is something you can't do by normal
successfully added yet another page
dialogue
story
Yoshi
of this
in
planet's
Wario's
heroes.
stage. The boss makes a comment about how Yoshi doesn't have
party research for
Kind of interesting. And also a couple people on Twitter want to know what happened exactly with the white
congratulates and thanks us for
They
saving
want to know
the
how
day.
it freaking off.
It's honestly a
camera out,
great
you see that
There's a literal playground. You know, in a
black
playground
boy,
is
so in
shit.
contrast
And there's
to
really
really
nothing
good.
satisfying
You can
about
see this for
what
yourself.
did.
Go into look
Sure,
mode
we
until
killed the
camera
people,
but at least
he
that's
was
what
only
happened with
fighting
my
us because he
But
had
anyways, let's do a couple more
It's
side-by-side
almost like
comparisons.
both
In the
you
Bob
and the
Now,
angels are kind of
if you haven't
playing
played
nice
Canon
in
yet,
public.
you're
You're both suspicious
you'll
of
see
each
that
other
there
as
is
you
no
walk
cannon
around.
underneath. It truly is just that one cannon that's resting on
Real
top.
fast with
However, in the
everyone.
DS version, they
Things
handle
start
things a lot
calm
different.
down,
The
and
cannon
Michael
that is
urges us to
used
get
is a
some
dummy
rest.
cannon.
My
And you'll
theory
find
is
the
he
true
was
cannon
like
underneath
scenarios
that.
with his mouth shut about
For
what
the boundaries and going inside of that cannon,
you guys
can
doing
actually
anything
use the cannon within the cannon.
like Gaia
On the inside of the cannon while you're in the cannon.
Michael's
Wow.
response
All right.
is to
What
break
am I
out
even saying right now? Let's just fire this thing
laughter,
out.
which I think makes the party
And wow, by chance of firing myself out of the cannon, I also found objects stored underneath the stage. Didn't expect that. A little bit of a bonus boundary break
And
right
the
there.
woman in white we've seen in her dreams is just part of the demon's plan to get us on their side. Michael says it's good that we have a strong
Yeah, let's look at this one
imagination,
last side-by-side
we shouldn't be
comparison.
susceptible
Main
to
one
crowds
starts
of
off you
demons
jumping
and
into a
sends
cage
us on
and
our way.
down to the
As
size of the
Jerry
cage
returns
itself.
the Aura
Here you
Calvin
can get a
to
nice
Keelan
good
Nicholas
close-up
and
of how
Lemur
it looks
on
before you jump into the
No
stage.
airship
Funny enough, I would argue that the
Apparently,
detail
it's
of
a
the 64
holy relic,
version
only
is
to be
slightly better
used
than
in the
the DS
battle.
version. There's some weird graphical glitches going on here.
We'll
And
use
in fact,
that
speaking of graphical
to
oddity,
justify the
find something
bullshit I'm
way
about
out
to
of
say.
bounds.
Or a big our asses really have to walk all the way back
that has
to
a
these
distorted
old
texture on
locations.
it. And the distance
Whatever.
between this
We're
time
doing
and
this
the
thing called a world tour.
honestly, it would take quite a while just to drop down. But going back to
Leave
the
the
castle
city
garden,
in
you have to
Acropolis,
zoom
by
out
the way,
what that looks
and
like
head
on
east
the
to the
DS
shrine.
version.
Then
Just to show you that
we're
there isn't
back
any
to the
hidden
first Grand
environment
Cross
where
headquarters, where we trained
And
with
lastly, I want to
Goliath.
share an
We
experiment.
take the boat back
In
to
Super Mario
Paso
64
Robles
DS,
and
you're not allowed
start
to
the
fight
walk
Bowser
to
with the other
Nicholas and
characters.
North.
So I wanted to show you what
When
would
we
happen
arrive
if
at the
Wario
city
outside of the
expecting
boundaries
the welcome
got all the way
wagon,
through
the
Bowser's
entire
last
place
stage,
is
defeated
dead
Bowser
silent.
with
There's
Wario,
nobody
and see how the
outside.
game would react.
All the doors
Well,
are
the
locked.
first thing that seems to happen is that Mario spawns behind Wario.
Inside,
It doesn't even play out that animation where he's supposed to have a wing cap and fly around the stage. And then after that,
greets
Peach
him,
is
but
saved.
Dad
Mario
immediately
nowhere to
shuts
be
him
found.
down, sharply
So you gotta
saying
ask
that the
yourself,
town was
which Princess Peach
evacuated
reward
because they
Mario's not
heard we were
around?
coming.
Well, you might find the answer to
Giselle
be a
then
little
gets
bit messed
disowned
up.
for the third
You
time,
think
and his
chances are
father
Wario's
says
probably
he's
feeling the
acting
exact
under the
same.
influence of the devil who sends five mages at us. They go down easily. They are just human guards after all.
Screaming fucking
But
child.
afterwards, we have no choice but to book out of the temple and flee the town entirely, unless we just want to massacre the town's population. Again, what the fuck is going on? After a long
Alright,
trek
so
to
quick story for
Laverne,
those of you who
it's the
aren't
same
caught up.
story.
I had to
The
basically
place is
remake
another
this
ghost
episode
town
because
in
Universal
the temple
has
constantly
now sent
getting
out a
there.
third-party
But
company
this time,
to
Alice's
search
father is
for
the one
videos
waiting
with
for
a lot
us.
of views
Alice
and
pleads with
essentially
them to listen as we've
see
defeated
if any of
Lucifer
their
and are
properties
here
can be
on the
found
angel
in any of those
door,
videos.
but her dad
And if
insists
they
we're
do,
lying,
what they
and that the
want you
ancient
to do
truth
is
is
just give them all
destroyed.
your address
Fucking
There's a
videos.
hallway just next to it, and the hallway is
That bullshit about
I
the
like that
airship
situation
was
where
just
it's
so
like,
he
no
could
way,
spread
man.
some kind of
You
lie
guys
about
have
us to
done
each of
that.
the
Like,
cities
it was an
before we
inside
got
hidden
there.
music was
We're
there.
asking too many existential questions. If he wants our asses just out of the
sunset from the ground up.
honestly,
You know,
if he's got the
video
whole
anyway,
world
so
turned against
it's
us,
like
he
the
will
channel
be
has
in
improved
there.
quite a bit since then.
This
So I
time we're
thought
up
that I
against
had a lot
five
to offer
soldiers.
a remake
Pretty
episode,
much nothing
but it
to
might
it, but
be the
then
most
you
popular
lose
video
access
on
to
the
the
channel.
city.
So I deleted the video,
Alice demands
and
that
this
it's
is what
ignored.
came of
The
it.
secret
We
story is
recorded
right
the
there,
episode.
and what's waiting
remember,
for us
I
is
tried to bring it
easily
down.
among the game's most difficult challenges.
Anyways, to
Just like the
get
rest
that,
of our
But
hometown
outside of
is
that, I
eerily
really want to
quiet.
thank Michael Chin,
In the temple
1994,
stands
aka
Master
Metal
Wayne,
Wayne,
faced away from us.
animating this
He
episode
takes a
again.
moment before
It was great to
speaking,
have you back,
then
sir, and I
greets
hope you
us,
guys
saying
enjoyed
it's been a
your
while.
intro.
He reflects
And
on his
outside of
initial
that,
words to
I'm going
us
to be working
before we
really
left town
fast
for
and
the
really
first
hard
time.
to
He
get
asks
this
us
to
to
2
promise
episodes.
to always help people
And
out.
Yeah, it's really great. I'm already halfway through it.
Living in a sweet life,
So it's been a lot of fun, and there's already been a lot of good
down.
discoveries. I might even have to put out one of those discoveries
This
ahead of
fight
time.
is
just
cuckoo
because
crazy
it's
mode.
pretty incredible.
Vane used a move called Master
Anyways,
Blade
guys, thank you so
very
much for your
frequently
support.
that deals
It
7
means a
or
lot to me,
800 damage
especially
on
for
up to
those
2 members of your team.
prior
It's fucked
episode
up.
and came
If
back
that
and
hits your
watched
main
the
healers, I mean, that's it. You're gonna
All
snowball
right, guys.
anything.
Well, take care.
You can
and I hope you
put
have a
Vane to
great
sleep, but the thing
Wow,
is, you're gonna have
okay.
to attack him anyway.
Well, that was the
so
end of that
you'll just
one.
wake back and
I think that it was
this
terrifying.
will
This
mess
was
you
probably
up
3
if
years
you absolute top of your game.
But subliminal
You
speech
have to
does
have
an
quick
awesome
party
job. I don't know where he even
multiple
finds these
people
pictures,
can heal
because
and
like,
revive
you know,
those
we've
who
watched other
died.
YouTubers
And
like
you have
Dr.
to
Doggo,
don't just
Meachew,
एनिमेशन स्टोरी है वन ऑफ द
like
मोस्ट
similar
एक हॉन्टेड रियल लाइफ गेम या चैलेंज
this one is like
इसका नाम है द हॉन्टेड बास्केट आई हैव नो क्लू अबाउट यूजुअली ऐसे बाकी गेम्स के बारे में
But anyway, guys, that is the end of this video. Let me know in the comment section.
आई थिंक इसमें क्या आते हो तुम फिर कहने आ जाता है आई डोंट नो दैट वुड बी रियली
Let me know.
वियर्ड
Like that.
जानने का एक तरीका है आई साथ में फिगर आउट करके एंड अ बिट शॉर्ट आउट
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys and chase your dreams.
Vane's sword over his own dead body. Michael just says we murdered him, and then they all gang up on us. Vane giving us a special sword was a bittersweet moment, but he kind of fucked us there too. As you can see, he doesn't even have the courtesy to heal you. Like you say, we're going against Mike. And if you think that's unfair, well, it is, because you can't win the battle. It's a mandatory failure, and it really did scare the shit out of me for a second. After all the trouble I went through to get past me, you can put up resistance for a couple turns, but you won't survive.
मेरी बात
Just as it looks
अगर
like
किसी भी
things are
गेम में
really
it
Hey
can
kids,
get
welcome back
when
to
we
another
get
video.
out of the
I'm Mike,
bathtub
you are the
window.
guys
I think
before, so today we're going to be checking out another video by Subliminal Speech. And this video is called Unsettling Images with NCS Music. So I'm really looking forward to watching this one. I guess the point of this one is to make us feel unsettled, and hopefully I can actually use music in this video, because you guys have noticed with the Subliminal Speech videos, there's been a couple of clips where I've had to like edit them out because they're copyrighted. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but if it does, then I might have to like change my different. We'll see. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? I'm ready.
They even have some shops you can visit for equipment, which, if you think about it, doesn't make much sense.
I mean, that's just like
if there was a gun store in heaven,
no big
the
deal.
shopkeeper does
I'm every night when I look out my window.
with the help of the goddess to assist us in ushering in a new era. But
You know the CIA is after me now,
so,
right?
the woman wife really
What the
gives
actual
goddess
fuck
of
is
the
that?
goddess. She tells us she has no name, but
I don't know if video से related
That
है
is
but मैं अभी
actually
अपने
my
बाल रोक के
name
आया हूँ
of the goddess.
I don't even know what it is. But
You know what that
my
means,
big
right?
fear. Like I have this insane fear of sleeping with my door open.
I'm dead fucking serious. Alice even
Okay,
flat
let
out
me pause that
says
for a
it.
second.
I
I
have
have,
nothing
ever since I was a kid,
ever since I was a kid,
yeah, I said that right.
And
I've
then
had this insane fear of
pretends that
sleeping
gets
with
into the
doors.
crazy
My mom
shit.
used to make me sleep with
Mystery
doors when I was
starts
a
getting
kid,
unraveled.
and I used to
The
hate it
game
because I just felt so
thrown out is
uncomfortable. It was like every couple of
absolutely
seconds I'd be like,
batshit. Check it
looking out
out.
the door, trying to
Goddess
get
tells
turn my
us
back
that
over,
since the
then all
beginning
of a
of
sudden
the universe,
I'd hear something and
as the great will has existed.
something out there, man. And it was so scary, and I hated it.
And then
It's this right here. As I got older, I realized why I'm scared of sleeping with the door open is
they
because
control
I feel like there's ghosts and monsters and demons that are
hundreds of aliens
come in my room. I feel vulnerable. It's like trying to sleep
now.
with your front door open. Don't do it. It's really scary. And yes, this right here is my fear. This is exactly what I imagine I would see if I wake up. If I fall asleep with the door open and I wake up, this is what I'm going to see. I don't even know what it is, but it's fucking scary. And this is why I fear sleeping with the door open. And I just it's got to be shut. Even as an adult, I have to shut the door because of this. It's bad enough that I see the non-balance walking around my room at night, literally standing in front of my bed until I snap out of it and realize it's just like a floor robe hanging on the back of my door. But still, this is scary. Okay, let's continue.
This proxy was a poor choice, but the angels support him. And so, the goddess
Dara is mentally ill, I think. ऐसी गेम खेल के अगर ऐसा हो रहा है, don't continue the game. Come on.
is true successor to people. So, the cycle of the demon lord is absolutely one. It only exists to maintain an eternal status quo. And the endless conflict the planet faces is just because the god running things right
I don't
now
even know what I'm
isn't that good at his job, and apparently couldn't think of a better gimmick for the universe. The
not a
ages
tree,
wanted to
it's a
hide that
monster.
shit because they're heroes for as long as the cycle
That's a monster,
continues.
and that's
And if we find out the truth, we might grow powerful enough to dethrone the current god and ruin the control that
लिटरली कोई बेवड़ी औरत आके टपक गई है और उसने आंख और खुलवा लिया
Why didn't you
How can you sleep?
is the
What the
same
hell?
one who told Lucifer the truth about everything, hence why
It's creepy though.
she's been making moves to upset the cycle, and this time it might work. Lazelle is dismayed, questioning why the all-powerful god wastes his power on creating a cycle of life
अरे यार सर आप
instead of
वापस से
perpetual
जब
peace.
दे रहे हो यार
However, the goddess says the amount of good and bad that exists in the universe is fixed, and God has to do his best to balance those where he can. Where he went wrong is robbing humans of the ability
लारा
to
को
choose
चाटे
their
मारो
fate.
इसके आपकी
The
बेटी
cycle
पागल हो
ensures
चुकी
that
है अरे
no
भूत
choices are
भूत आ रही है
made,
भाई घर
the
में
same
गार्ड
thing
करवाओ इसका
which just isn't fair. The goddess
I
tells us
do feel very
again that we are the qualified
अरे
person.
कौन सा बेवड़ा पोज है
This story can be ours.
The music
And while
kind
she
of
may have
helps though.
chosen a less than stellar god before, we can still make things right.
Oh hell
She
no
urges the party to rest in Eden and think over the decisions.
It reminds me of
After all,
Siren Head.
she wants a
मेरे
world
पसंद आ गई पूरी
where
फिल्म
she or free to make choices. So we can't be forced into the role of civil. The party's basically at a loss for words. I don't think there is a proper way to react to all that information, to be fair. Alice reflects on how she used to be so much more carefree before this adventure, and Lazelle says that he couldn't fathom becoming God. He's happy that we finally reached the truth we've been searching for all this time, but that doesn't make it any easier to accept.
भाई
Alice
साहब
asks
भाई
if
ये
we're
फ्रीक
sure we
आउट
can handle what the god is asking us.
सोचो तुम पीछे मुड़े हो तो वापस मुड़े तुम्हारे हाथ में
I
किसी का
decided to be confident that
Legit
the
sir
shark
है
seed boldly in
There is
ऐसा
a shark
हो तो नहीं
flying
सकता एंड मैं
into a
चाहूंगा
plane
मेरे
in the
सुबह ऐसा
sky.
हो
She gives us our new mission. With access to the airship, we're to travel the world
There's a lot
and
to process
recover
here.
the 9
I
fragments
said, this picture before I've seen
then
these, like,
return them here.
मॉम आपको आवाज
After
कैसे नहीं
that,
आई
what the fuck is
we
that?
can
I've
use
been
the
wondering for a
geoglyph
long
deep in the
time.
mountains
What is
near
that?
our house to visit
That's
another
like what was coming
भाई
in the
आई एम
bedroom.
सॉरी बट अगर मेरे हाथ में ऐसा कुछ हुआ मैं जिंदगी भर कभी नहीं सीरियल खाने वाला मैं डब
Like you have to travel the entire
And I
fucking
really want to know what they
world
are.
for these 9 fragments. If you know where to look, it's not so bad. We can fly. Some of these fragments in my
I thought it was like
opinion
it had
placed
a
in
horn,
evil
not
locations to take forever to figure out.
Not like it's
So I'm gonna
upside
tell
down.
your ass all 9 of
अरे
them
तो
are.
पीछे ही नहीं छोड़
A little
इसका
bit like
Right next to the entrance to Eden. Very easy.
what was
Then
the
you got one on Mount Horus and one on Mount Gushna.
अरे यार मेरे इतने करीब बता
3 fragments, no matter where you find them, you're attacked by the archangel Uriel. It's actually not very hard to beat down. Compared to Vane, at least, it's a king. You can even paralyze Uriel with magic, which is
if I
kind of crazy.
the door open.
After this, there's a fragment at Mount Marva, one in the snow near Lemur,
भाई हाउ इज दिस
and
गोना
one
हेल्प
east
है
of
यार
Mount
अब पक दे
Nimrod.
अब कोई फायदा नहीं है बाढ़ में गई गेम फिर भी मेरा पीछा नहीं छोड़ रही है वो क्या नाम है उसका गोली मार
Again, it
क्या नाम है यार
You
गोली
should
मार
have come to cricket or Stardust by now. Spam that shit to bring down Raphael's helpers.
There it is again. There's
Then
my
मेंटल हॉस्पिटल लेके जाओ
It's making me
move on. Finally, we have a fragment southeast of Acropolis, and then one on an island to the west of Nala. The last one is the most stupid, and is all the way at the back of the Demon Beast cave near Nala. You have to walk back through the entire dungeon and it's right paralysis. That's kind of cool, man. I don't know. Quite the obscure spot, if you ask me.
तो हमें
After finding the last piece of the gate reel
That is scary.
and realizing that the doors
just
to
how,
Eden
like,
are currently left unprotected because it's not there anymore. Instead of fighting us, he makes a 4D chess move calculation and decides to just run to Eden and kill the goddess. What do you know? His ass does it. He beats us there and kills the goddess. Fucking dickhead.
पेरेंट्स को कैसे नहीं समझ में आ रहा है इसको हेल्प लिटरली डूड हेल्प अस
The same fight we've already done twice. Without that Stardust move, clear out the trash
I
pieces
have
and then just wail on it until he goes down. There's not much I'm afraid of.
यस गाइस
I don't really think it's fair that this dork-ass archangel can kill the goddess who chooses God. But he did. In her final moments, she bestows us with the goddess bracelet.
Well, that was the end of that, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video.
अरे मत बोल भाई बेवड़ी औरत है ऊपर वो काट लेगी
Extremely powerful.
लारा पे बचा नहीं है कोई चारा
She commands the fragments of
Because they really, every time I
Who
see
dies,
one,
satisfying me extremely lovely.
because I feel like they also make
Our last goal is to
अरे
strike
प्लीज
the
हेल्प अस
We don't have much
But anyway,
left
guys, let me know in the comment section the question of the day. What was your? Did you feel like uncomfortable looking at any of these images? What was your worst one? Did you feel triggered at all? Scared? Let me know in the comment section. Hit the like button if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out.
and then return here.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys and chase your dreams.
And then it's over.
ये क्या हो रहा है
Fly the ship back to head to the geoglyphs, and we find ourselves headed towards a forgotten After another trivial looping lunar maze complete with dragon and other unspeakable monstrosities attack you, you come upon what kind of looks like a government job. This is the holy temple of the archangels, and it sucks gigantic ass.
हेलो उसके घर वालों ने इससे नींद की दवाई भेजी थी क्या करते हैं तुमने घर वालों भाग दिया तुमने
Seriously, it's so big. Essentially, it consists of 3 branching paths.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? I'm Mike, your host, and I hope you guys are having the best day ever. And today, guys, we're going to be taking another look, or a look at another video uploaded by Subliminal Spoof. And this video is called Unsettling Images with Unsettling Music. Now, if you guys remember the last time we took a look at the unsettling videos on Subliminal Spoof's channel, this
Excellent equipment, and without
could be tragic. It was terrifying the last time we watched one of these videos, but we're going to go ahead and click play, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
नहीं सर मैं नहीं चाहूंगा और मैं चाहूंगा कि तुम भी ना खेलो भाई जिंदगी में इतनी सारी गेम इतनी सारी चीजें खेलेंगे ठीक है बस लड़कों के दिलों को छोड़ के बहुत सारी चीजें प्लीज ना खेलो ये मुंजिया करके ना एक एंड बहुत सारे लोगों ने देखी एंड खूनी मंडे ने ना इसके ऊपर भी एक हॉरर स्टोरी बनाई एंड आज की वीडियो में मेरा वो वाली एनिमेशन स्टोरी देखने का मन कर रहा था बट इसको मुझे कमेंट में बता दो
Why is that scary?
and it says
I think it's a doorway. You guys know I hate doorways.
Lazelle said that he doesn't give a shit about whatever
Oh my God.
to say, but Michael shoots back by
This
saying
is absolutely
and deals beyond free.
I'm in a really scary mood today.
Michael strikes a lot about the way the world is now is actually pretty good. Evil never triumphs entirely, and it beats the way things used to be, where cruelty and chaos reign supreme. The guy who was created in the ashes of another planet and was reformed to be the way it is now. He's finding this act of new creation incredibly inspiring. Michael is feeling devoted to the
अबे
current
ये तो
God,
कुछ नया
and
देखने को मिल गया
my music was
किसको
scary.
पता था जरा बताना मेरे को नहीं लगता किसी को पता होगा तो क्या हमें मुंजिया दिखता नहीं है रियल लाइफ में
I
अगर
ran
ऐसा
a
होता
couple of sentences through a translation software, and for some reason, it translated Michael's final questions as, "What's your beef?" Which I found extremely
What
funny.
the fuck
And
is
it might at least
that?
to be seen as a kid. You gotta watch out with these translations.
I feel like he's from.
Sometimes they can give you some funny shit. So yeah, what's our beef? Michael says the truth is whatever we want to believe, and we should just head on down and leave things the way they are.
This ain't it,
Our
Chief.
lives as
This
happy
ain't
as
it.
Obviously, the party's not having that, so Michael has to scary to attend.
Have you noticed all the really
This guy
scary ones
weighs
happen in
over 10,000
doorways?
hills and is heavily resistant to status. Michael's really can cast Bronchus spells, which are devastating if they hit you, so you want to bring them down as fast as possible. Spam your best group targeting matches until his ally comes together. Be sure you have Tarot Kaja as
I can see it sounds like a cartoon Scooby-Doo or something, but like, why is it actually scary? I feel like it's coming from people just looking at them still
You can
images.
do this, but if you see that rocket ship and let loose, have your whole party guard and go to bed.
Not really feeling creeped out by this one, but there is like an illusion in clouds. Does anybody else feel like
Alright.
clouds are moving?
Might go down. We can proceed on up a big staircase and into a portal. This is it.
There's that music again.
Which is very reminiscent of how it was.
The image itself is scary. That's like,
I'm not saying they got the idea here, but
oh my god.
what kind of classic Megami Tensei dungeon have we not seen yet? Yeah, you know it. Fucking teleporter maze. You know I was gonna throw a fit if they didn't have one. There's no logic to it. This is a down and dirty trial and error.
How did they even get these pictures?
All I can say is
Like, I'm sure it's not real, right? It's like obviously some kind of project. But like, at the very least, you're not walking around Paradise.
it's a pretty small stage, and I think they could have been a lot more mean about this.
I mean, that one's not scary to me. It looks super imposed and
When you
fake.
finally reach
There's
the
just
end,
a random dead zombie head floating in the forest.
you're not
Nothing
really
new.
not.
See that all the
I'm
time.
almost afraid to speak this into existence because we have to acknowledge it after this.
Pennywise doing the big giant
Enough
spider.
dick. Let me show you what this game's all about. You
It's like some
arrive
kind
on
of
a
garage,
glowing
giant
common space. As you proceed forward, a thick yellow fog blanketing everything.
This kind of looks out of a fog illusion too. It's like his body
It's
is
that yellow carpet and he looks really hell. No other monster or NPC in this game looks quite so like it's an imprint of a real human face, not some cutesy sprite.
but I don't know.
And he says everything. He just develops an entire fight story. Your first round, you can damage him, but it just doesn't do anything. Quickly,
Let's just be
Yahweh
honest. That
grows
was
tired of observing
like
us
Casper.
and utterly annihilates the entire
What
party.
are you
guys?
You
More
know,
afraid of us than we are.
Hey, so we are back to finish
999
off 14 scary stories animated. And it is about Mama
Here's the
Arts.
words I would
And it has been
She reminds us
deliciously
why
horrifying, to say
what
the
we set
least.
out to do.
Yo, so if you guys want to watch the original video, because you guys already know we chop a bunch of parts out.
Louis stands
Links
up
gonna be in the
and
description
the
down
fight
below.
resumes.
Make sure to
He's
go there,
entirely
subscribe to Mama
Now,
Why do I keep saying that?
You know what I mean? He makes great stuff. I'm gonna watch more of his
description
cartoons.
reads,
Let's
"Wanna
go.
home, you in need."
And that is really weird.
I
Like,
think, therefore, I
it's
think.
disorientating.
If you're
seeing two
familiar with
humans,
the
like,
Game Gear
in the
version of
sky.
the first Last Bible, I'm sure you remember them. With all the willpower left in his body, our protagonist chooses
I feel like it would be creepier if it had a body
where this god
and it
holds
was like
power.
hanging off the ceiling.
After using the spell, the entire party is restored to life, and Yahweh fades along with the yellow
That's like
fire.
stereo.
It seems this version
That is
of God
honestly the worst. I swear to God. Every time I got,
And
when I was a kid, the worst
God
thing is not having
appears
kids my
in
own age
his
to play
true
with.
form.
Then one day when I was walking outside of the main lodge of the resort, I for some reason noticed
This guy had a wild night. Clearly, he drank himself legless.
from that distance, it looked kind of cute, so I
Crack
gave
that
it
cell
away.
phone.
Like, she didn't show any sign of reaction, so I just moved on.
Bunch of white bugs.
However, later that
Oh my
same
god,
day,
there's a fucking alien in the field. I didn't even see that. I thought it was like three. I was looking at the eyes.
it's missing the same bird.
I
now,
seriously can't even fucking believe it. What can I say?
The Grudge.
I thought
That's immediately what I
for a
think
long
anytime
time
I think
was
of a little
super
girl or
funny
girl in
jokes
general.
right here,
Like
but
some
that
kind of
there
movie
isn't.
creature.
Scared
The
me
fact
so
that
bad.
this is real
I had
is a
to stay with
far
the girl
funnier
that I did not
punchline
even
than
like that
anything
night.
I could ever come
This
up
kind
with.
of
Who had
reminds me of
such a
like
bad
Attack on
personality that I
of
did
the
not even
last
have
Bible
faith
universe
to try.
that we're
Well, I'm
about
not
to
gonna lie,
kill
I was also scared of
is
the
a
giant
Kemi
at the time.
Nakajima
But
from Digital
I
Devil
would have had a better chance of messing with her had her personality
You
not
can't.
been
that was
You know
but yeah,
creepy as hell. The smile room, there's literally a
was like,
demon in
yep,
the
it was all my
floor.
fault.
My hormones were
Finding
high.
Minotaur everywhere is one thing, but this
That's pretty creepy.
shit nearly sent me spiraling into
Going there.
insanity. What an absolutely mind-boggling twist.
What is going on?
She
Oh, it's
remains
like
completely
video.
silent.
How did that
Looking
start
at us.
happening?
And then the final boss begins.
Okay, well that is the end of that.
Against the
My
creature
I
of
forgot I had it on like autoplay and it spikes
Amongst
through
the
my
scant
like
videos
videos. about
so
this.
it went up my
I've seen at least one person.
But anyway,
vouch
guys, I
that
hope
this
you
is
enjoyed this
truly
video. I definitely thought a lot
but
of them
it
were
most
pretty
assuredly
and really bizarre too, and I feel like
the
that's what
name
makes
of
these
Hideo
images
Nakajima
so disturbing is that they're so unusual,
simply referred
and the
to as
creatures
creator.
are bizarre, weird,
They don't have to say
and I don't know, I love the way, I know it's not subliminal speech of words, like he just found these images from around the internet, but I love the worth of these style images, and I like how he goes from it's like he knows what I'm afraid of more than I do. Because when I watch these, I'm like, I'm freaking out. Just look at
There it
these
is,
images.
a
It's
flaming
crazy how it like
in
makes
his
me
hand.
feel.
And if that's
Some of them are really triggering.
there's plenty more to unpack.
But I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let me know in the comment section, did any of these images freak you out? Which one did you feel the most uncomfortable with? Smash a like on this video. I would really appreciate that. And I'll see you all in the next video. Peace out and chase your dreams. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, so go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Without feeling that the other provides, you at least have a shot at taking it. And of course, Nakajima, he can hit the whole team with powerful Indra arrows and can deal upwards of 900 damage to individual units with his sword, which contains force energy. If he hits Lucifer with the sword, he flat out dies, which I think is very funny in a meta way. Like, they were arch rivals in the Digital Devil Story novels. Of course, Lucifer is the final boss in the Digital Devil Story Famicom game. You can seal many of Nakajima's abilities, so try and do that once you've got the left side wing put to sleep. If you can finish off the right wing fast enough, your chances of survival are greatly boosted. But in my opinion, it's a pretty stiff challenge to get to them. Even if you're healing first every round, you can still get caught up in some bullshit that just ruins your attempt. Say perhaps the sleep spell not working one round and throwing everything off. My heart has scarcely beaten harder in my life than it has during this fight. It's a very fitting challenge to the end of this wild ride. After a brutal battle, Nakajima eventually collapses. Finally, he reveals to us. Recognizing us as the true successor, he offers to tell us a little story until his body fades away. guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that, every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, so go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
And then says that really nobody knows the answer to that except him. He says he's looking forward to seeing what kind of world we create, and then gets down to business. Avon puts a favor. The interdimensional path back home is now infested with demons, perhaps because of all the crazy shit we just did to upset the old balance. If we're willing, Avon would like it if we'd go on down this staircase and clean things up.
Really, Llama Heart?
He's asking the fucking
Really?
Will to clean rats out of his basement. To be fair, we are warned of a very powerful creature lurking within the furthest depths.
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today we're going to be taking a look at another video, and this one is uploaded by Burton, and the video is titled Unnerving Images with Minecraft Cave Sound. That's right, guys, we are back looking at some liminal space type videos, more so scary ones. You know, unnerving images. Alright guys, here we go, and if you haven't seen my other liminal space videos and like phobia videos, reaction videos, I've got the playlists at the bottom of the description, so check them out. Alright guys, here we go.
And you just have to find the stairs. When I say this fucker's huge, I mean huge. Big, big. The stairs aren't far from where you start, but with hardly anything to navigate with, they might as well be thousands of miles away. Fuck this place. If you can track
This is like a
down the
nightmare.
then you have to deal with like trying to run corridors that repeat themselves endlessly unless you choose the right path. And finally, what are you met with after all that? A boss
That's like an
who beats your shit sideways. In that same dimly lit cave room we saw at the very start of the game,
I don't know
the
what it
mysterious
is,
beast,
and I'm not sure I want to know.
It hungrily asks if for food, and then here we go. It's Sathagwa.
Oh my god.
The design
Can you imagine like walking through this like alley
what
with
an
that
ancient evil lurks in a horrific dimension should look like. It's hard to even know where to
Oh,
look.
he's right there in the top right corner.
The original video is in the link in the description down below.
Sathagwa
Make sure to go
has
subscribe to
over
Llama Heart.
40,000
Makes great videos.
which is like
We'll blast
$4,000
HD,
not G.
and Merry
It just
Christmas.
goes cuckoo crazy on your ass.
Unfortunately.
He's got attacks that can do over 1,000 damage.
We got some
He can do
stuff to
status
talk
effects
about.
on your party.
What the fuck was that?
Absorb
Did you see
damage
that?
he deals to you back as health sometimes. It's some shit.
Right now,
Truly, this game is a challenge.
Oh my god. What'd you do? You woke up
Very
bored.
high level that out of here on 3. 2, demons with the highest agility stats you can find. And 3, constant
It's like executor.
really helps.
What's that Pokemon called? The eggs that are
Don't
like
ask me how. There's no time to explain. Just click the subscribe button, and it'll save the entire universe. And
You know
yeah,
what?
comment down
Just
below so
beating
you
him
can travel anywhere.
If you can
Where
do
would
it,
you go?
Would you go to
Japan?
Or
Or would you go to
there's a challenge
Mexico
out there
with a
that's sick
sombrero?
and
Or would you go to
godforsaken,
Afghanistan?
if that's not enough. If you can beat Sathagwa
Let's visit an
in
abandoned
10 turns or
ruined
less,
farmland in
there is a brief secret cutscene in which you retrieve Avon's book, which our guy here apparently swallowed. 10 fucking turns tore down 40,000 health.
Is that fucking
With post-game fusion,
It's literally its guts are hanging out too.
Jesus Christ, I mean, good fucking luck. You know what? If any of you do it,
Oh,
go
that's
ahead and
crazy.
tell me.
That's like the face that was
Married.
Just one of
All in all, while this post-game chapter isn't something super serious plot-wise, it is a bit of fun, and I think it's cool they even made it in the first
Okay,
place.
well that is the end of that. It was pretty
that's
spooky.
really
I love those
the
type
end
of
of
pictures.
Justified
It's
Protest.
I don't know. It feels so realistic when you see
so
these
many
type of images
It was
and
more
the
fun
creatures
than I
look
expected.
realistic. And
The
you
story
see, it's
had
really
creepy
weird. I get really weird
than I
than
expected. The battle sequence were
it's
crazy.
not like Minecraft
Pretty good.
in the background. I don't know. It just feels like because there's a lot going on. You got like a normal setting, which is like a normal photograph of a normal face, and then adding an alley, something like that. And then then you got something really bizarre, like a really weird creature, or even that one at the beginning with like the guy hanging in there, like floating in midair. I thought at first he was like hanging from a power cable, but not. He's literally floating in midair, and it's like really weird because it just looks like a normal picture of a street, but then there's that one abnormal thing in the image, and the music, and it's just really crazy, and it gives you like a really uncomfortable feeling because it's like reality mixed with something a lot more serious. Guys, let me know in the comment section what did you think of this video, and do you like these videos more than the baby ones? Let me know, and I'll check some more of them out. I have got a bunch of them lined up that I'm reacting videos too. But let me know in the comment section, did any of these images freak you out? And that's pretty much it. Smash a like on this video, I would really appreciate that. And also, you can like use the thank thing. I got this thing, an email from YouTube saying like some things and donate or something. So if you want to do that, I'd really appreciate that. There's like a button down there or something. I don't know. But anyway, guys, I'll see you in the next video. Remember the most important thing, chase your dreams and keep on fighting. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
I've always thought of Last Bible as one of the darkest corners of the Megami Tensei franchise.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be taking a look at another liminal space video. And this one's uploaded by Paper Mood, and the title is Strangely Familiar, Place Exceedingly Strangely Nostalgic. So that's right, guys. Today we're going to be taking a look at this one, and I'm really excited for it. Hopefully we will see some And also, guys, if you haven't seen my other videos reacting to these, then there is a playlist at the bottom of the description. Actually, there's 3, so if you want to check them out, games. Alright, here we go.
United States, and the rest having full fan translations. So what's the deal with these games getting a shoulder? Do they suck that much ass? I mean, come on. Even the name sounds like a bootleg version.
Oh man,
Last
you guys know it.
Do you think she's mad that the light won't change?
At a glance, this was mistaken for thinking that some of them look like a game grandma Megami for like $10 music. Megami Tensei is known for its modern technology.
That's literally
The only problem with the Last Bible series that they're ready to tackle is how quickly it'll make you fall.
You see this girl freaking out?
Sure, the basic DNA of the franchise is still here. Demon negotiation, turn-based combat, powerful gods. But the presentation is about as generic as it can be. The mechanics and storylines look simplified, to put it lightly. To me, that sounds like a death sentence that strips away everything that makes the franchise unique.
What the fuck? My
Look at all this
sister
shit.
had that exact
There must be something here that kept people coming back. What?
This is creepy.
Well,
and this
that's exactly what we're going to try and find out. In this video, we'll be starting our journey through each and every game in the Last Bible series to find out what, if anything, makes it worth checking out this present. In this episode, we'll check out
Oh my god! Like, I
and
see
she's
this
now
exact
next
thing. I'm
two
savage.
additional games, a strategy game and a dungeon
This
crawl,
is kind
that
of
are standalone titles disconnected from the others. Finally, the last episode we devoted to Last Bible 3. The climax of the series
You know this
also has
church, man? Like, I know where the church is. It's on Main Street. There's a scary.
Last
Why
Bible
is this a scary thing happening?
and the potential future they hold for the series. As always, I'll be discussing plot, mechanics, and general flow. Heavy spoilers are going over to make progress deeper. Using these videos to preview the opening chapters and gameplay in particular entry. Let's get out of here. Or feel free to join me all the way to the end if you're so inclined.
Are you serious?
My
You're
intention
telling
here
me
is to
you
provide
got
an
these
easily
dang
accessible
homeless
listening for
people
the entire
that swimming in the
Feel free to use it
dang
as you see fit.
creek? That's nasty.
Well, I got
Somebody
a
needs
long-
to.
That's all.
So,
Oh,
let's get
okay,
to
well, it was a very short video, but like, I gotta say, I think this one was the most familiar one I've seen. And I hadn't even watched the film beforehand. Sometimes I watch like a little bit and just together for like a good picture for a thumbnail. But this one, I just decided to watch.
There, it's up to you to
This, like, it actually blows my mind to the point where I
build up
actually
an army of all kinds of horrific creatures.
where do you live? Like, are we in the same town? Like, everything that you showed is almost identical to where I live. Like, it's crazy. But it's probably like that for you guys, too. That's why these pictures are strangely familiar. Because you feel like you could swear you know exactly where it is and that you've been there before. But in reality,
Get two people with copies of this game in the
woo,
same room.
so scary. But anyway, guys, I hope you had a fun time watching this video. I know it was kind of short, but hey, it can't all be long. I've never had to say that about mine. But anyway, guys, I love you all. Hit the like button. And also, let me know in the comment section if any of these images feel strangely familiar to you. Let me know, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
I imagine this would be an easy way to sort of like a read by a little something of maybe the drop of the Game Boy was way more popular than the Game Gear and the Web, so it made the platform a natural choice for bringing a series of international markets. But it's regrettable that the only last viable game we ever got was in essence.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to
Now, believe it or not, today, the Game Boy Color version also got a Japan exclusive release for 3DS Show. In 2020, the Game Gear version made a triumphant return on the Game Gear Mike. A stupidly tiny gimmick handheld that boasts a screen with 1.15 inches. If you ever want to enjoy some classic Atlas gaming on the screen size the X-Path Advanced G, well, look out for the now. I know what you're thinking. Holy shit, Marshall, we get it. This game was printed more times than the actual film. But if you're good at what I want, that's
Try it out on my video.
you really don't try to
Also, you guys know this Annabelle topic.
sound good, and you gotta
We have toilet paper, and now we'll get back again. And just, there's something going on. You already have a ghost. So what you do? If I trigger the first shit you run, and I'm not shoot out the laser, and I'll wait. I'll try for 4 days if I have to, and I have done that
in the early years
one
of
time in Vegas. I'm not proud of it.
being that
If I pee, no problem. If you could shoot it, but if I got Annabelle more than that,
possessing supernatural power known as Gaia, being using your calculator to weigh the
no.
This is real ancient aliens territory. Click through the main menu, start a new game, and the good old-fashioned text scroll to keep the ball rolling. Presumably many thousands of years later, the people who sprung up these years by the ancient every 14 child is brought to a place called home, where some are then chosen to become Gaia Masters. Our view switches right to the mountain, where this saintly-looking dude prepares to make his choices. He orders those who feel the power of Gaia within to state their names, and it's time to get started with our main characters. These guys have game names, but considering the ancient words of sight, I'm just gonna make it right. Naturally, I named the protagonist after myself. For our male ally, I decided to give nut-grabbing Charlie a break to go with the
I'm sorry. I gotta protect
I spent about 12 hours
kick
trying
her
to
in
think
the
of a
side
cool
of the
name for
neck.
a female
Really
partner,
gonna try to sneak
but
up on me, and it's not even a Halloween girl.
Another exciting tech sprawl explains that as the three began their Gaia training, the old masters gradually began to disappear, and the world was heading down a dark path. Not exactly the best plot I've ever heard, but hang on. There are some pretty interesting turns to the story, and the final act is actually quite hard. So we get plopped on our ass in the town of Leroy in front of our teacher, Cody. He reminisces over the past few years spent training with him and urges us to head to the temple
We can't actually
receive an official proclamation of our new status as a Gaia pairing. Yet another step.
But anyway, guys, today, also I need to say this before I do
The priest is all piped up to give us
the video that we're
but
going to watch
all
right
the
now,
demands
yes,
we
I
can
don't
let you
think it's
do
going to be
years ago. But the guess what right we got anything else out of that happening in the first 5 seconds.
I have this problem right
After
now.
making things official, you get a cheap sword, some
It's okay if you guys want to try out
And then take your
Really?
best buy.
that one.
Do I look like a fucking caveman? Let's see if the shops have anything.
But anyway, we're going to check out the video today. This one is called
Outside,
Images with
some guy lets
Strange
us know
Yet
while Zodiac
Familiar
gets knowledgeable,
Vibes, and it's
he
uploaded
doesn't
by
really measure
Private
up to the likes
Vera.
of Lucifer or Michael, the Gaia
So
Master.
it's again, it's kind of like the familiar.
Well, no shit. That's like saying your McDonald's manager isn't quite as iconic as Jesus Christ. What do you expect? So anyway,
Here we go,
Moira
guys.
is a pretty small town. You get a handful of houses and fruit shops.
Or
From left to right, you got items, art, and then food. Basically, every town is going to have each of these, as well as a need to restore your party's health. We can't buy much yet since things aren't supposed to get fighting for a few more minutes, but we can help review the stuff. You're going to want to upgrade your equipment ASAP, because that fur armor might as well just be a fur coat, and the sword is like a rolled up piece of tin foil. Our protagonist is capable of using many types of weapons, but I generally stuck with simple blades. Depending on what you choose, you'll have different accuracy and power stats. Each human character has their own limitations on what they can use, so it can be fun to experiment and see what works best for your party. A handful of mana seeds from the item shop to restore your health will be pretty nice to have until you've got yourself a party with a dedicated healer as well. Feel free to poke around and talk to people if you want, but otherwise, you need to visit the training center, this big building here. Back to Zodiac. He says that this year, we'll be the ones to escort the children to Mount Polly, until the screen has a seizure and a guy runs in screaming about a beast's invasion. Well, guess we'll see if that training paid off. Zodia rushes off to the mountains to rescue those who are already on the way. But we decide to head back to the priest. The guy's kind of in disbelief about this attack and says that we should head to the nearby town of Lemuria to see if their priest knows anything. Without Michael and Lucifer to protect everyone, things aren't looking good. And so, our adventure begins. About 95% of this game is traveling between towns, grinding out battles, and recruiting people. So, we better get started. While it may seem a bit daunting at first, the overworld is actually quite small, and generally pretty linear. The geography tends to steer you exactly where you need to go. If there's a branching path or you have a choice of destinations in front of you, you'll know pretty quick if you chose the wrong one, because the enemies will either rip your asshole out, or you'll be missing a key or something. It's very hard to get lost. The battle system is simple, reminiscent of the two Digital Devil story titles from the first Shin Megami Tensei. Considering the last five came right after those three, I guess that makes a lot of sense. It's a system that might have been getting stale at this point, but I can't help but enjoy it. Your options are to fight, set the battle to auto, run, talk, manage your lineup, and view your stats. Pressing fight allows you to assign orders to each of your team members, whether that's just attacking with your current weapon, casting a spell, using an item, or defending. I'd recommend leaving auto battling off until you get a few levels under your belt, because you can die in just a few hits. There's some good team established with some decent equipment, however, it's a godsend, because while the battle system's alright, it does get pretty repetitive. Managing your lineup is where you'll call demons in a battle if you have any, and you can also move around the order that your party is in.
There's a guy
A
in the
good general rule is to keep the weaker guys at the back of the party, but honestly, I couldn't really tell if it made much of a difference as to how often they got hit. You can't have to stick with it. If you choose to speak and attempt to win demons over to yours, you might find that the negotiation system is sour as part of your experience. The format of negotiation takes a class 5 as every game it asks you a series of like 4 yes or no questions in a row. And throughout my entire playthrough, I only saw maybe 12 different possible questions, just presented in a different order each time. There hardly seems to be any logic to it. If you're success seems to be just determined by guessing what combination of yes and no that particular demon wants to hear. Once you figured out that demon's combination, provided you remember it, you can repeat it again instantly if you ever lose in confusion or on subsequent playthroughs. You can also have recruited demons speak for you, which forgoes the question and answer process and simply leaves things up to the dice roll. Either way, be prepared for repeated failures. It's not like other Megami Tensei games where you can barter with money or exploit personality-specific questions or mood phases or something like that. It's just trial and error and the same old dialogue. This is one of the biggest problems with the game. Demon recruitment is a core part of the franchise's identity, considering the other aspects of boss fighting aren't as original as the mainline series. You can see why the whole thing might start to feel bland. Some may enjoy the guessing game of finding out each demon's secret codes, if you will, but I much prefer the systems featured in other games, even if they are. Throwing shit at a wall and throwing sticks just isn't that fun. As for Demon Fusion, well, that's hard.
It just looked like a really weird
Series staple of combining demons into a stronger form is as fun as any other. Though this time it's all done through using a spell recruited by your male partner. Visiting some sort of building and the other one was like the thing in this game.
That one definitely got me.
Spells, you pretty much do whatever. All in all, the gameplay mechanics are kind of a mixed bag.
But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section for question of the day. Did any of these videos sound any of the images
art is pretty damn cool though.
and also let me know what
Jizz Puddles and Lizards, but you also got demonic quadrupeds that eat your eyes out and whatever this is. It's different enough from other Megami Tensei games.
Let me know what you guys think. But that is it for today, guys. Thanks for watching. Smash a like on the battles. See you back here in the next video. So you guys got to look forward to it. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys and chase your dreams.
So you can just tank hits and pound everything into a hole. But speed is useful too, especially when it comes to healing before a boss can attack. I don't really know what luck does. I'm a Gaia master, so I don't need that shit anymore. Lemuria can be found by heading east from Mura and south. It's the one surrounded by trees. The townspeople mentioned that beasts have besieged the village of Eru, which is like 10 feet to the east of Lemuria Desert. Apparently, the only thing that can save the place is the water of Lenten, which can be gathered in an oasis deep into the region. We also learned that some Gaia masters are in town. Belial, Ball, and Mephisto.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today I have Major Stingray. Well, you know how I did that, the sourest candy in the world challenge yesterday? Well, let me just tell you, what burns going in, burns coming out. But we're not here to talk about that. And my tongue, just a little update on that, my tongue is still numb, still sore, it's like really rough, and my teeth are extremely sensitive. It's been awful. I wouldn't recommend it, or at least I wouldn't recommend eating 3 in one go. Like, if you're gonna do that challenge, just have one, trust me. But anyway, guys, today we're gonna be taking a look at something that might be a little spooky. It's different. It was recommended to me, and it is called Weird Images with the Yum Nikki soundtrack. I don't know if I said Yum right, but it was like Yum. So I'm just gonna say that. And it's uploaded by the channel Wow. So I've never heard of Weirdcore, but as I've been looking into it, there does seem to be some of them, and they're kind of like our liminal space videos, but there's something, liminal space is something that looks very familiar, because it's something that we've experienced at some point in our lives, and it's usually a place that you pass through to go to somewhere else, somewhere that you don't stop and pay attention to your surroundings. But this Weirdcore images is supposedly like that, but it's got something really weird in the picture too. I don't know, but we're about to find out. Alright guys, here we go.
We just gotta touch the pond over here, and then
wow, that is a lot of chairs.
With the water in hand, head on over to Eru. But be sure you're rested up and have a healthy party. As we touch the village, a barrier preventing entry constructed by the beasts is all removed. Inside, we immediately see Akira, who's about to pass out after being defeated by a terrible creature.
you want
So who is
control?
it?
Yes, maybe.
What terrifying, disgusting
yes.
thing put this town at
I would like to have control.
state?
Oh, I hate
Working in
carousels.
Java
What does that
using a
say?
goblet made of
Come on
butter.
in, little
I
lady.
killed him in
Give
2
me a
shots.
smile.
Granted, I had a beefed up sword, but come on, this was no demons.
The fruit
Even if you didn't have a weapon at all, you'd go down just as fast with a handful of demons assisting.
I'm gonna cry. This one makes me reminds me of my
Thanks
childhood.
us the heads back, letting us know that the town should be returning to normal soon. Well, the only thing truly notable about Heroes is that it has a posse. If you head back to Akira's house, his mom gets pissed because he hasn't made it back yet, and we kind of just left him on his own after being beaten within an inch of his life.
Is that real?
I mean, it was his idea, but I get it.
What
Turns out he's back
now?
in the dog's place.
There's an alien, like, in the
Akira
cornfield, like,
decides to join up with us after.
put your hand up if you're an
Finally,
alien,
with
and what that
access
one
to
guy's
demons
like,
and spells.
hey, over here,
Be sure to make use of that consistently as you gather.
stay here.
It can be easy to forget sometimes, considering
I like
it's
the way it's
just
got
a
like
spell on the list.
that's like the windows.
After assuring his mom that everything is all good, we're free to continue with our
Walmart top brand.
So, the priests of Maria are in a back room behind the 3 Gaia masters. Talking to them reveals that Zodia has been wounded and help is needed at Mount Apollo. We still don't know why all this is happening, but at least we got some clear direction on what to do next. Mount Apollo is just to the northwest of Maria. It actually looks more like a cave with no roof. Up the stairs and we find Zodia, lamenting the fact that he couldn't have children. The guy leaning over him asks us to defeat the monster that did this and steps aside. This is essentially the first real dungeon of the game, but it's really small and only has a few simple branching paths. Of course, there are encounters out the ass to ensure that you're here for as long as
Because I
possible.
feel like I know what
Aside
kind
from
of
that,
kids
it's nothing to worry
live
about.
in those
You might as well try and nab whatever
reminds me
demons
of
you
like
can
my
here too. I managed to get one of these big satanic puppies and I was pretty happy. When you reach the edge of this
And
place,
there's a
you find
door over there,
vampire
you guys
hanging out on a ledge with the lost kids behind him. He looks a lot more threatening than the first boss. Again, goes down in just a few turns. There's no advice I can give other than to just use everything you have, or maybe investigate to real good. When the vampire dies, the kids each do a 360 ladder jump straight out of a Call of Duty montage or something.
oil and smoke coming out
All
of
in
it. That's
all.
literally what happens to me when I
Back in Lemuria, Leo, Ball, and Mephisto have some new dialogue. They all do their best to downplay your accomplishments. These are the same guys who are about to give up their Orichalcum because some weak demon named Java asked them to.
That's kind of
massive
disturbing,
my
even though it's just a blue.
The priests encourage you to continue investigating the source of the invasion and give you a permit needed to enter a nearby passageway. Before heading out,
Damn smiley
briefly
face
stay at the
again.
inn.
There,
You'll see a vision from a goddess urging you
not
not to
scared.
pursue Gaia. Interesting.
And there's a bagel.
Coincidentally, some dude in a bed lets us know that Zodia lived and is currently pursuing Gaia. Thank you, Last Bible. That's very subtle.
I guess this is the reaction that these kind of videos
Let's go get some music out of our new
just like
Our
pure.
destination is literally
I mean,
right
it was
next to Mount
interesting. I thought it
the
was
Western
like
Shrine.
you just kind of
Talk to the
didn't
guard,
really know
head
what
on
to
through,
expect. It was going to
we're in
come
a new
next.
section of the open.
A rather bizarre
Immediately to the
ending.
west,
Don't be
surrounded
scared.
by
Here, have a
backwater
bagel.
shit.
Especially when they're like
Animals
most of
standing
those
around.
pictures are pretty creepy.
We learned
And I
here
feel
that
like there was
Ray,
some
the
kind of
Gaia master
message
candidate
there
to train with,
because each of the
and
pictures had like some of them had a
Maybe
smiley
learn
face,
more
some of them
nearby
had writing on them, and
This Ray
they
happens to
didn't
be
really
the
make
daughter
sense.
of
But I guess if I
Raphael, its
read
high
it
priest.
through, I'll do it your
Also,
way.
apparently the people there can talk to you.
But I feel like
There's not really much else to do
I don't know,
yet,
man.
though one of the houses inexplicably...
Let me know in the comment section, did any of these
something
images
else,
freak you
that's
out?
pretty
What
fun.
did you feel? Did you
Maybe
get
we can
any
check
kind of
him out
message
later.
from this
Believe it or
video?
not,
Let me know in
you
the
can
comment
actually
section.
wander into a
Smash a
basement
like on the video, I would really appreciate that, and I'll see you right back here in the next video. Peace out, guys.
You can't really get far into the place.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Links in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Just don't think about it too much. Yet another villager tells us about a dude named Hardo who's working to understand the beasts on a deeper level. Finally, we can also nab a couple of treasures from a house. One item of note is the magnetite. Now, if you've played a few games in this franchise, you know magnetite realize it's kind of the same thing here, but mechanically it couldn't be any more different. And by that, I mean this game just has you use it to trade for items at a handful of locations.
Hey guys, what's going on and welcome back
Granted,
to
some
What
of
Shall
these
We Do
trades are
Next? And
integral
today
to
we are
game
going to be taking a
ending,
look at a
but
video by
that's about all it's
Dreamscape.
doing.
And this
No
video is
resource
called
management or anything else like that.
in Your Nightmare.
So
as you guys know, we've done a
under
few
the
of these.
impression
They're
that this
usually like
little
little
shrine standing
space
in our
or like
path
really creepy
would
places
be
that have an
something like a
odd
dungeon.
feeling to them.
So I got
And if you want to see the other videos, there's links to the
New
playlist in
equipment,
the description.
several
My those
level
reaction
ups,
videos,
fusions,
or my
all that
phobia
good
videos,
shit.
or my
Except
space
it's
videos.
not a dungeon at all.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's do this.
Or do teleport you to the next area. Well, hold on to your dicks because we're in a whole new continent. Nearby, you got the village of Geralt, another cookie-cutter area where we can restock after that arduous 20 step
I'm not really
journey.
feeling creeped out by
One
this.
guy in this town clues us in that Lucifer and the others are supposedly trying to create life in Gaia before disappearing. We can also finally meet Hardum, the guy studying the beasts. He wants to help the creatures live better lives. Better watch out, man. Don't want to end up like Lucifer, right? The fairy next to him has one line of dialogue, and it simply says, "I'm afraid of dying." What a hauntingly simple piece of character building from which to engage in meaningful existential contemplation.
My bedroom.
Anyway, if you
where I'm
want to
gonna be
save the
in
girl and
the
talk
future,
to
guys.
animals,
Where
you
I'm
better get to remove, so let's blow this shithole and get on with it. It's to the southeast of our position. A bit of a lengthier walk from the past few places, but the encounters shouldn't bother you too much. Predictably, the place is in disarray. Raphael has gone alone to the Tower of the
I thought
Dark
that
Guy,
was like
which
in
is
the
the town
clouds for a
still
second, but I think it's
unaccounted.
underwater.
Shit, I mean, Ray's missing, or Dad's missing. What a goose
I thought it was like so high, it was
One
in the
step at a
clouds.
time.
It's like it's in water. It's
Before
submerged
heading
in
out to
water.
the tower, you might notice
God,
there's a
some
girl near the back of
mechanical
the town who claims she can talk to plants.
Oh,
And
and
there's
this
a
one too.
suspiciously
It's like
tall tree next to it.
Titanic feels like. I
Keep
feel
this in
like
the back of your mind. The Tower of the Dark Eye sounds pretty scary, but damn it, it kind of sucks like all the rest. The dungeons are so easy in this game, and I'm not saying that as an exaggeration. They're short, like basically any puzzles or anything, and just feel like minor obstacles at best. The place is off to the east of Remote. It's just a handful of boring empty floors. There's some treasure you can get on the third floor, but it is placed so lazily out in the middle of the floor that I almost felt insulted taking it. At least make me work for it a little, come on. Actually, aside from another magnetite to carry around, you can also find a dragon. Last Bible has 3 special demons integrated by implication of their bones. You need to visit a special NPC to do this, which I'll show in a bit, but as long as you're at least partially conscious while playing this, I'm sure you'll find a way. At the top of the tower, you have to fight a zombie. Oh my fucking god.
This one's pretty
Are you serious?
I'm getting like Silent Hill vibes.
A Minotaur. If this place had 8 floors too, I'd probably commit myself to a mental institution. He's a bit beefy, but I doubt he'll kill you unless you show up to the fight heavily injured. At the opposite end of the room waits Raphael, who had been kept captive by the beast. He and his assistant are shocked at how easily we brought him down. You know, I kind of like the idea that the last Bible protagonist is just that fucking cool. Nothing at all matters to this guy. He's just a silent machine. With that, the day is finished. The Orc Halcom is back, the town can go back to normal. It's a happy time. Back at the shrine of Remote, Roth gives us the soul ring so we can talk to animals. The world is now teeming with specks of additional human advice. Every animal is a potential source of information. So remember that dump of a town that was filled with them? Let's hit that up and see where Ray is. This nice dodo bird tells us what I figured out in about 2 hours ago. The Zord took Ray to their cave to the north.
But I dreamt I was like lost out of place.
Well, the bird gives us like an key to get further into the place, so let's check it out. As you blast your way through the Zord hideout, be mindful that these guys are a bit tougher than your average mobs. Keep an eye on your health. If it comes down to it, don't be afraid to throw out a buff spell or two to help yourself out.
Imagine if the lights just started.
Grab up all the treasures, beat back all the bandits, and soon enough, we find Ray. He's, well, less than happy about how we've been killing everything in our path. Not like we had much of a choice in the matter, but
You're welcome, Dreamscape. I
he
enjoyed it
basically
very much.
calls us murdering pieces of shit and runs off. Luckily, she is.
But anyway, guys, that is the end of
chilling
that.
in
I
the
think it was pretty
kangaroo
good. There was a
back
lot of.
in
In fact,
Canada.
I've never seen any of those.
Ray calls us a guy
They
on
were all
mask
new to me,
fraud
and
asks
with a
if
lot of
we
these
enjoy all
multiple
of our
space
killing,
or like
then decides to join
places
with
you've
us
seen
to
in your
monitor our
videos.
activities.
You tend to get a lot of
God,
like people
pull that
pissed
stick out of
when
your
you watch another video and
Well,
they'll see the same images.
this is our
But this one was like they were all unique. I
Ray
haven't
boasts
seen any
good
of these
recovery
ones before in
spells,
any
so
other
enjoy the
videos.
added safety
So
net
I
she
gotta
provides
give him
to our
that.
team.
He did
After
find some
assembling the
images
full
that
squad,
not a lot of
I headed back to remove.
But guys, if you want to check out the
Raphael
original
saved his
video,
daughter.
go down to
I
the
figured you
link
might
in the
wanna know
description. Check out Dreamscape's
Then
video.
I
and,
followed the natural
yeah,
curvature
let him
of the
know that I
lane
sent you there.
and
But
ended
anyway,
up
guys,
in
thank
the
you for
town of
watching.
Sylvan.
Let me know in the comment
Oh,
section for
for the
question
record,
of the day.
I
Did you
killed a
feel
handful of
creeped out at all
monsters.
by any of these
So
images?
much
Have
for
you
Ray's
had
wife.
any of a nightmare?
Anyway, as always, this
any
place has an
places?
issue
Let me know
only
in
our
the comment
dumbasses
section.
can
Smash a
fix.
like on this video. I
town
would really
priest's
appreciate
son,
that.
Triton,
And I'll see you
supposedly
right back
plans
here
to
tomorrow
elope.
for another
And he's
video.
left
Peace
town
out,
and brought
guys,
along a
and
special
cheers.
magic staff.
Thank you guys
Not
so much for
exactly
watching
our
this
problem.
video. If you guys
These
enjoy
guys
my
have a
videos
cool
and you would like to
dolphin we can
support
ride,
me
so
and my
we're gonna
channel
have to help
more
who
and
use
also
it.
be featured in my
You can find the
videos,
dolphin
go
right
check
at the
out
top
my
of the town.
Patreon. Link is in the
You need a
description. I
permit
would
to
really
use it,
appreciate
so
any
step
help
back
you
to the
guys
priest
have
and
to
his wife,
offer. As you
tell them
can
what's
see, we
up,
have different
and
tiers,
I'll let
different
you use it to
rewards.
go
So
find
go over
them
there,
something.
check it out, and I would
Heading
really
out, there's
appreciate
a
that.
couple
Every
neat
little
things
help.
to take
Thank you
note
so
of.
much. And also,
First,
guys,
this
don't forget
random
to
ass
subscribe,
Australian
put the
mentions that he saw
notification
a
bell
guy
on,
named
and also
Zodio
follow me on
leading a
all
bunch
my
of
social
shops.
media. I have
It says
Facebook,
that
Twitter,
Zodio
Instagram,
is
and
the leader
Snapchat.
of
So go
the
follow me on all of those. And remember the most important
That's a
thing:
hell of a
I
way to
love you
find out a
guys
pretty
and chase your
critical plot
dreams.
detail. So, Zodia's up to no good and abuses his guy. We're definitely going to be running into him again. Also, just outside of town, you can visit Sage Mountain. This place is pretty useful. If you got 3 of the same variety of bone, you can get yourself some pretty beefy demons here for free. Be sure to return here and grab those as soon as you do. At the top of the mountain, the sage will teach Ray the Rekarma spell for free, which offers you a way to revive fellow party members. It actually doesn't work during battles, and it has a chance of failing altogether, but it's an alright recovery.
Hey guys,
outfit
what's
for
going
out
on?
in the
And
field.
welcome back to What Shall We Do
Finally,
Next? And
one
today
sage will give you
is
a
Saturday,
rest.
and that doesn't mean
Asks us to give it
anything.
to Zodia
Today
if
we're
we
going to
see
be
it
doing the
now.
same thing we do all the time,
When
and
you're
that
ready to
is
save Triton, hop on the dolphin back in town,
And I know I
brought
look
to
at the
Baker's
babies.
cabin.
Don't let's not talk about
Triton
that.
is
Okay?
camped
I'm
out
trying
in back
something new.
and summons Orthrus himself to fend us off.
I'm going through a
Thinking
crisis.
if Resort
I feel like
members
it's getting
come to
cold.
capture.
It's my
So,
birthday soon,
yeah,
guys.
the dude never eloped
So
at
if
all.
you're looking for
He
gift
was just being
ideas,
hunted down and
anything's how
apparently
to.
used that as an excuse.
But anyway, guys, today we're going to be
Orthrus
taking a
hits
look at a
hard,
video called
but a few
Places
sustained
You
turns of
Remember
damage from a
but
full
haven't
party
been
is
to
more than
by
enough to bring it down.
Primavera.
If you're worried
529.
about losing
So
a
this
protagonist
is
or something, just have him defend and you'll be fine.
This
After
is a
nearly
different one
beating
that
its
we've
dog
never
to death,
really looked at before.
Triton
They
begs
usually
us
have
to
the
help
same
save
title,
it,
like
and you need a rune item to revive him. You can find these in some shops,
This
but
one
you probably already have one
remember,
handy from
but
Loaded
haven't
Treasure
been
Chests.
to. So this one
In
is
return,
specifically
we get
telling
Triton's
us
staff,
that we will remember.
which is
So
equipable by
let's see if
Ray,
it's true or
and
not. All right, guys, here we go.
Not too bad. Back in town, shit's all peachy again.
I literally
and
have
another
the
dolphin's
feeling
ready for us to ride to the next spot.
That was creepy. Like,
This
that
little
was so
guy
sad.
drives you straight
I feel like
into the
somebody
belly of the
committed
beast.
suicide in that
It
hotel.
shits you out right at the docks in Zord Castle, which is predictably crawling with soldiers and other formidable enemies.
Definitely been in this.
Guess it's
before.
time to give old Zodia a visit.
Child.
Make your way through and check every room for treasure. Amusingly,
I mean, it's a
the
bathroom.
guards posted
You
at
know,
some of the doors want you to go through and meet Zodia and step aside without any issue. If that's the case, why don't you guys turn off the random encounters too? After a while, you run into the guy in a fairly average-looking hallway, and he marvels at how strong we've become. He also casually drops the fact that Ray's father, the priest we talked to like 20 minutes ago, has been killed. After saying this, he tells us to come find him and runs out of the room faster than a woman does when they find out you played this game. Alright, Zodia, I'll play your little cat and mouse games. Suck my nuts. Blast through 100 million encounters,
I don't know,
and there he is.
Wow,
Didn't
it's
get too
like-
far, huh? He tells us that the whole point of Zord
We
is
seen
to
this one just
annihilate
the other
the
day.
beast. He says
7-Eleven.
that Gaia is the one and only thing people can trust in.
seen this
Gotta
one.
have that raw power. Then we gotta fight Morgan, this majestic gold knight that 100% does not match the character's generic pirate sprite on the opening. His His attacks are like worthless, nothing to scoff at, but he just can't keep up with a full party. You hardly need to buff for anything because it's just that unlikely that he'll outthink.
I mean, these. What what the heck?
Random encounters are much
There's a
more
bed right there.
threatening
Imagine you roll off in your
because
sleep.
they can spawn in groups.
Especially if you're drunk and you
Anytime
don't
it's a
even wake up.
one-on-one fight, aka basically every boss in the
This
game,
reminds me of like
they
being a
just
kid
cook.
in the 90s. That's like a 90s camcorder.
Zodiac says that another Gaia master will by hell. Everyone that we've been looking up to as heroes the entire time are actually shitheads out to grab as much power as they can for themselves. Zodiac says
One
we
thing
need
I've
to go
noticed
to
in all of these
Atlantis,
pictures,
where we
though,
can
and I
witness
think
the
what gives
meeting
it
of
that
the
eeriness
gods,
is that
and
there's
then
nobody in
exits,
them.
where we can then pass
It
throughout
feels
the
like lonesome.
kind
You're
of
the
a
only one.
complicated guy, honestly.
That's weird.
Trying to
I would love
murder
to
us
live
while
here.
also giving us the deep behind-the-scenes details on the leaders of the
I've
world.
seen this one before.
Okay, Atlantis it is.
Calling out all of you.
Head west across the bridge, and you'll end
This
up on a
reminds me
big
of
stretch of land with a lone inn
Little
finished
Lucy from Friends.
Here we have another vision from the goddess, who encourages us to seek out the harmonious power of force. She says that true strength comes from realizing that Gaia and force must be united. Let's see. Ahead of here is a big forest filled with little caves that we can stop and trade in. Each of these caves house friendly monsters we can trade with. This is where that magnetite comes into play. You can get some
But I would
useful
definitely
item
get lost
trinkets
in
for the
those
battle
tunnels
here,
and let it
but I'd honestly advise saving your magnetite for later, unless your pockets are overflowing with it. We're going to need 3 pieces to trade with Heart of the Beast Investigator later, so keep that in mind. One of these
feels
beasts
so
explains
familiar.
that
Just
more
like being in the
cowgirls
car.
is needed to keep them alive, which means beasts and people would
That
be just
door
fine
is
living
freaking me
together
out. What's
if
out
they could
there? I
just
wanna
learn to
know
share
that.
or some shit like that. There are also
Big
actually
empty
some
room like that
hidden
with one
caves you can
single
find
door.
by walking into certain sections of the forest. One towards the western
Imagine if
end
it was
is
like
a fairy cave,
a closet.
where you can get a couple pieces
Like,
of magnetite
you go out
and
the
a
door
bit
to
of
get out,
redstone.
and it's actually just a closet.
Another one is a Cerberus cave.
Ah!
This
I just gave
treasure,
myself chills.
as well as a freely recruitable Cerberus who's happy to see a friendly human.
I kind of want to do
Further
the domino
northwest
effect.
is yet another inn, oddly, and
Push
a
one
beast
and watch them all go.
Here,
That'd be
Hardin asks for the 3 magnetite shards to help out his monster
This
buff.
is kind of cozy. It's
Give
like a
these
little
over as
cabin.
soon as
A
possible to
little
get it
big
over.
cabin.
In return, he gives
This
us
feels
the
like my
ability to
bedroom
speak
at my
with
mom's
plants.
house. Literally exactly
So at
the
this
same.
point, we can talk to every living thing in existence. That might sound cool, but seriously, imagine how fucked up that would be for a second. You'll never have a moment's peace again for as long as you live.
I noticed a lot of these have
Birds,
like dates on the
grass,
bottom, and it's like usually in the
all
late
that shit,
90s.
just talking
So that's why it feels so
non-stop for all of
nostalgic.
eternity. What a nightmare.
That's why it feels like
Fortunately,
you've been there
gameplay-wise, we can actually only talk to a
Whoa, where
handful
did
of
the bridge
figures,
go? Is that a bridge?
like the one in the upper left corner of this area. This guy,
I've seen
the
this
Tree
one
of
many
Life,
times. I'm
gives
actually
a new
sick of seeing
spell to
this.
Akira as a blessing from the goddess. The spell is called Ronka and deals heavy damage, though it takes
Oh, how
a while
cool
for
was
him
that?
to
Like,
cast.
he literally used that one at the end and called
We're
it
finished
the
here.
end.
Another
That was pretty
one
cool.
of those
I like
shrines
that.
to
I
the
like
north.
what he did that.
Takes
Or
us
her.
closer to
I don't know
Atlantis.
the spoiler. And I also
First
noticed
place
like a
you're
lot of
likely to
these
run into
images
is
from some of the
Rotunda.
like houses that
It's
look
about
really
as
dingy and
run-of-the-mill
the
as a town
wallpapers
gets.
like
Restock
very
and
like
upgrade,
1990s. I'm willing to
NPCs
bet
for
anything that a lot of
One
them
guy
in Russia
claims
because
Lucifer
Russia
and
still
Bel
has
are
the
about as
90s
insane as
style
a sword,
or
and that
even
he's
before
always
that, like
hated
70s, 80s style
Couple
wallpaper.
kids talk about
And they still use that to this day. I've seen it in a lot of like Russian people's videos and stuff like that where it's like they, because I, you know, I'm into tattoo. Don't know if you know that or not. But a lot of people who I watch are like Russian and their houses just look like that. And it does, it reminds me of like my grandma's house.
I don't actually have anything else to say about that.
90s, like when I
I
was
just took a
growing
clip
up.
of it for some reason,
It
so
gives me like
I
these
must have
weird
thought it was
nostalgia
worth showing
feelings.
it
I
to
don't
you.
know. Maybe I should move to Russia.
I ran
I
into
feel like
her by
it would
going
be
through
there.
these immediately after
As long as I get to find tattoo. But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you drop a like on it and let me know in the comment section your question of the day. Do you remember any of these places? Even though
So
you
much for a long
they
journey.
feel familiar. Let me know in the comment section. But that is it for today, guys. Thanks for watching. I love you all, and remember the most important thing:
Yeah,
chase
so
your
if you thought
dreams.
Atlantis would be some underwater city,
Come to mama,
well,
baby.
it's
Come
not.
on.
But it does have a sewer system we can explore. I guess that's
Thank you
close.
guys so much for watching this
In
video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go Go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Outside, the guys all frantic about how beasts have invaded Atlantis' sewers. To reach those, we just gotta leave town to the top exit. So, let's put on our plumber shit and take a look. The last wave is Anubises that show the entrance, then jump down into the food. Something moving around down here is actually pretty terrifying. Can you imagine seeing these in some drainage pipe? My god. There's some pretty decent treasure down here, including a Muramasa sword and some stat boosting charms. So, give it a good once over and make sure you don't miss out. I guess it's fair to call this place a proper dungeon. Unlike those caves or the Evil Eye Tower, there's something of a gimmick here. It's pretty scary.
Today, I thought I was
Basically, the entire underground is scattered with different
Anyway, today we're going to take a look
and you're bouncing around between them trying to find your way to the path forward on the surface. I recommend just
Now,
checking
this
out
one
the
is titled differently because he's usually on because he's specifically telling us that we will see
gives Akira a spike.
and it's a very short video, so what I've done is change the speed of it.
So listen to a guy masters of beast.
Those out there who really pay attention to the video. So yeah, this is
So,
going to be a pretty short
nobody's surprised.
kind of tight,
Yes,
so I don't want to
supposedly
too much
multiple
of the
radio
video.
leaders are
But
actually
anyway,
scheming.
we're going to check it out. Okay, here
The
we
guy
go.
also reveals that Lucifer, Baal, and all the others created the beast. Shit. Well,
I feel like
moving on, we end up in Hero's
a lot of the
life.
abandoned houses.
It's actually some sword guy who says that Hero has been imprisoned in a town called Dawn.
It would be pretty creepy
Kind
to
of
actually
actually
there.
He gives us the key to his cell. Guess that's our next destination.
24 hours.
So much for the meeting of the gods, right? Atlantis was just one big letdown. We're getting really close to the end game now, which coincidentally is the coolest part of the entire thing.
The dog.
Let's see what's
I
out
always
there.
out there like this.
It's actually just west of Hurtown.
I don't know if you guys got
Another
that
short journey.
something.
In the shrine, the priest claimed that the Zord have already been beaten back out of the city.
Ah!
Only their boss Zodia needs to be defeated to do away with them entirely. So that was fast. This might sound like good news until you remember that this is exactly
Usually when I
what
diarrhea.
I mean, Zodiac isn't exactly the most noble guy, and the group did resort to kidnapping and violence to keep Ray away from the masters, but they were about the only
Wow,
ones
when this
capable
image
of
came
putting up
on,
some
I
resistance
literally
against them.
hallucinated.
Sure, both sides rises to power, but the Zord were
This is probably like inside the house. I feel like this is very
It's gonna be awesome.
This isn't even a familiar Fisher's video.
In the same room, we can unlock Hero, who explains that the Zord had him building arcs for him. He decides to head back to Atlantis and offers to build
This
a
one reminds me of
We're gonna need that shit if we want to bring the world back around.
but it's also kind of scary because why is
Themselves, Gabriel Zord guys ask us to save their headquarters.
maybe that's not snow, maybe it's
Priests and Gaia Masters have already left to destroy it. They give us an item called the Bird, which I don't know if it's actually a
I think
bird or what.
the thing that makes this one
Apparently,
weird
it'll get us
I
to
can see
use
the emphasis is on the
as for
wings,
saving them.
but the branch, this gives me like sinister vibes where the family is like hanging at the very beginning of the movie. In that found footage, the family is like all hanging on that one branch. That's the worst movie I've ever seen.
Stop by Atlantis, drop off the
Well,
stone.
that was it.
Begins constructing us a video.
I mean, they were
Take a while
good.
to run them, so
I feel like it is the kind of place that I would need to see in my nightmares.
the northeast of Dawn,
Especially that
snowy
bathtub. I don't know. I know I was joking around with that, but I don't know what that was. It didn't really look like
Party
blood,
raises the bird
but it definitely reminded me of like The Grudge. If you guys have seen The Grudge, remember that one scene where like the pub is black.
As you make your way past the places,
So black it looks like ink. And the guy who's like the real realtor, real estate agent, what it's called, and he is showing
Where shouts about how he saw the
family
Gaia
house
Masters bring all the roaming beasts with them. And it was two priests who scattered around.
he's like got his hand in there trying to find the plug.
Masters are gone.
To
They did
pull
what
the
you
plug
were
out, I just literally
At the end of a massive
suddenly,
haul, we find
and
Zoe,
suddenly,
who's accepted
and suddenly,
vows to bring down
I'm not going to tell you what happens. If you
someday.
haven't seen the movie, I don't want to spoil
And
it
as
for
one
you.
final
Have seen
meeting
the movie,
session,
you know what.
decides to challenge us
Yeah,
to a
it's worth
battle.
watching. But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you drop a like on it. I would really appreciate that. And I will see you right next time in the next video. See, I am trying to make it all across.
Consistently topping
But anyway, guys, let me know for question of the day.
While it is
Have you
still
ever
hard for Zoe
diarrhea
to
in the
vacuum a
bathtub?
decision he can't get out of, he can surprise
Oh my
you
God, that
with
scared me
party
so bad.
members who are sitting at about half the house.
freaked out.
You can also hit you
Oh,
with some random
hold on, let me
status
get my
effects like
bearings.
sleep or poison, though they are
It's always there, but for some reason, out of the corner of my eye,
Ours are
I thought I
powerful
saw
in
an
final
actual
time.
ghost.
It
It's not. It's
insists
just,
that we
hold on,
use
it's the
one
life-size Samara.
You created the beast, you can stop the control. Then, all of a sudden, Mephisto
Whoa.
and Khalil evolved. Laughing at Zodiac.
How creepy is that?
To kill us off, too.
Oh my
However,
god.
makes a fatal mistake.
What is this?
He decides to leave the job
This is
only
heavy
to
heavier
Mephisto,
than I remember.
meaning another
This is
single
here.
fight against humanity.
And it's life-size.
They might have had a better chance of getting away with their plan. Mephisto is even easier than Zodiac.
You want to know what's under there? You have to
He
watch.
dies cursing our name,
The 7
and
days
then back out in the snow.
Okay.
The Zord are gone. The Gaia Masters have officially
Yeah,
declared
that was
all
freaky
out.
though, for real. Like, out of the corner of my eye, I totally forgot you
Kira
were there.
is glad to
Always been
present
there.
the art to us after returning to Atlantis.
Does that look really creepy on camera? Do you remember when I used to pull in the background?
Got our final journey. I decided to stay at the inn and ended up receiving a goddess. She
But
calls
anyway,
on us
guys, I'll see you in the next video.
all the
Remember,
power of
the
the Force to receive light
Peace
from
out.
us.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Our first order of business should be a return to Sage Mountain and finally assemble those bones you've been looking for. These demons are strong as shit and have massive numbers. My favorite was the dragon, just because its health is so far above everything else. These demons aren't farming or anything like that for completing the game, but it does make the final stretch a bit more manageable, and they're just fun to use. Afterwards, we're out to find some new lands. There's one big island you can reach that has a mountain range coming up. There's no other way to get here except by flying, and it's a good place to start. The top structure on the left side is a sage shrine, where a robed man asks for help. After giving it to him, he says that
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to
and
another
now,
video, and today we're going to be
fortunate
returning
enough to defeat him.
Dr. Dog.
Man tells us to
That's right, guys. Today we're going to be taking a look at a video called Strangely Familiar Images with American Music Part 5.
Let's check out
This one is uploaded by Dr. Doggo himself.
This one's another sage shrine, where the guy just gives
Here's
her
what
statues for suddenly being possessed by Mephisto. Bro, we were just talking about you.
There was a band right next to here. That's the other end.
Mephisto's second form
Something that ain't
attacks
quite
very
right.
frequently.
Okay, guys, let's get
It's
on
out
with the video, shall we?
It was common for about half my team to just miss every round, but he's not the sturdiest guy around, so every attack he landed was pretty
Doors
serious.
always get me,
Takes a
man.
lot out of himself.
I don't know
The
why.
effort he must have gone through to revive himself, I have to say, I thought he could do better. All that's left after this is to check out the right side of the island, where we have Peter Cavern. Come on, seriously? What kind of goofy ass name is that? Inside, you got some treasures, a series of ladders leading downwards to a dark gathering of wizards'
Wow, this locker room kind of
I'm
gives
not
me
even
like
fucking around. These guys will take the demons you built out of bone, giving them skin, making them even more meaty than they
I
are.
have a bend in my and I'm
The
not
dragon's
even
health
guys
shoots up
I
to
hear
999, and the bonuses gained by the others are impressive as well. Finally, one of these guys will give Ray a spell that gives a guaranteed revive to full health. Alright, now it's time to use our brains a bit. Where were all those times?
I mean, this one feels familiar, but I think
Also, there's one in Carta's bee settlement near that big forest. This tree passes along a message from Mike. Turns out, Carta actually is Michael, who knows we're seeking the power of force. He sends us to Ramu to talk to that one tree I said to take note of way back when we first got there. Told you it'd end up being really important. Known as the Fraxinus tree, Peter blesses us with light dew, which unlocks yet another somewhat cryptic area where we can meet Mike. To get to him, you have to capture light dew in your inventory and fly over this little island with a lake in the center. where it begins to
There's a
glow
lot of
and
lag
whisk
in
you
this
away.
bit.
This shit's a bit
I
huge,
will
but
get
it
through
can
it.
kind of be forgiven because
I know
the
that
world's just so
realistically
small that it doesn't take long to figure out whether it's on purpose
You
or
know
by
what?
accident.
I've noticed a lot of
An
like
NES game,
the
Change the.
places are
I'm going to change the
this game
resolution
struck a
to
better
the.
balance between way too
It'll
much
take a
direction
load off.
and not quite enough.
It'll
We
take
end
a
up
I've
load
noticed
off.
a lot of these like children
an almost heaven-like realm full of animals and
they kind of remind me of
Carta, aka Michael, stands waiting, glad that we've made an effort to
birthday
seek out
parties
her.
where nobody showed up. You know, that kind of
Teaches
thing.
us the move Stardust, damage spell. The tree above him teaches Akira yet another free spell, which takes multiple rounds to conjure up, but does insane damage.
Well, this one actually does
Inside
have
of a structure nearby, you can meet the demons safely off if you're carrying around Cerberus and Arcturus, fuse with them, and join your party.
Played them a little, but
Inside the center room is the goddess herself, who commends our efforts and
This reminds me of
teaches
like a
us at
commercial
long last the force of
about like a
She again assures us that Gaia is strength and force is peace, and sends us on our way with the blessing of the universe, hoping that we will bring the
I'm
two
still gonna
forces
try
to
to lower it
Jerusalem.
though.
Nearby, you can also find a forest of Persephone, naturally the best. Okay, so God's a woman. We have the best
like
demons,
I feel like
weapons with armor and
because
spells in the entire
that's
game.
terrifying. How
And we have the blessing of the universe to bring things to an end. There's
I
one
feel like it's
area
because
left.
we've seen these places, but usually when we see this,
There's a zone
it's like, whoa, the back rooms, guys, check it out.
Talk about
in the
different
caves nearby. One fairy explains the masters decided to steal the orichalcum
Like this one.
and murder Raphael to ensure their beasts would live a long time.
But it
Another
reminds me of like
I'm
the,
not surprised that he did it as well as he did.
like I feel like it's because a lot of them is like stores at night and it's closed on random or something. And obviously we've all seen a store, we know what it looks like. So it's gonna feel familiar but a little strange. Because usually when we see it, there's like a bunch of people there, it's like lively, you don't really think there's like
We end up
the other
further through
environment.
space with no control.
It's like bright lit.
Another ship piloted by Cleo
Oh, there's all
into
these.
us and immediately
They
attacked.
don't
like,
suck.
First
Some
turn,
lots of
two of my guys were
absolutely
steel, but I was able to keep up the offensive with my supremely powerful demons.
some of them.
Will has a pretty substantial amount of health, so it'll take a minute or two to wear him down. But honestly, he's just a little warm up for what's coming next. After he goes down, you'll end up
I mean, they're going a little
mountains
fast. I really wish they would be slower.
in out
Kind of
very
straight on the
screen. There's a free way to restore your entire party.
Can't really do that
Game's
without
final
the
ship.
2 seconds.
To the west is a strange, almost alien-like structure known as Lucifer. The place is filled with challenging encounters. As well as a series of ladders to climb around. As you find your way to the top of this place, you'll have to make your way through one more Gaia faster before we meet the boss. He
That's what I
starts
love.
yelling at us about his desire to use beasts to
I actually weirdly find
and then
that
challenges us. How
and I think it's because there's no
All has the ability to paralyze
so
party
there's
members.
I don't have to
Keep an
deal
eye
with
out.
social anxiety because I'm the only one here.
Speed on him as hard as possible. You don't really have to worry about burning through magic or anything because you're free to just head back
Well, that
out.
was the end of that, guys. I really wish they would slow it down. I guess I should have done that myself.
Fixed it.
I don't know.
As he dies, he starts
find a lot
talking
of
about
them
how we don't know what it means to live life.
And I think I've cracked the code. I think it is because these places that are in the photograph, a lot of them is like a place that we all see before, like a grocery store, like a gas station. And it's stuff that we are, we've all seen. So it feels familiar. But like I said, there's nobody there. It's usually dark or abandoned. Whereas in real life, when you've seen these places, it's usually light and there's people there. So it does feel strangely
One shot in red,
not quite,
leaving me without
not
a
quite
This
realistic.
snowballed out of control gradually,
But it
and
definitely
I
gives me
died
those
not long
feelings.
after.
This one wasn't really like creepy, but it's not really a creepy version. This one's just like you know, feel familiar. I guess it does because I did. And then some of them didn't really feel familiar. Like some of them just felt really weird. Like especially that woman being part of the building. Just why isn't there? You know, it's like in the middle of a cornfield. Just doesn't make sense. But anyway, guys. guys, that is it for today. Let me know in the comment section, did any of these images feel strangely familiar to you? Smash a like on this video, and I will see you right back here in the next video. Peace out, chase your dreams. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Compare this to the Game Boy version, Lucifer just returns the immortality, and the game ends. Fuck it. The goddess begins to enter a human performance. It blesses us with a spell to be cast. What ends is at its climax. That spell is called, Coquito Elcos.
So this is the
That's a weird name, right?
lowest
I mean,
resolution. It'll go.
just keep it in mind for now. Our
I'm
art
still
fades away,
going to
and we've got no choice but to book it back in the direction of the healing spree.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today we're going to be taking a look at another video uploaded by Dr. Doggo. And this video is titled Strangely Familiar Images with Unnerving Music Part 6. And yes, I know, I shave, and I'm very
Well, it is.
Mike was
Just God, like in every other.
I'm always like, I don't know.
It's the Lord
I either love myself or I hate
the
myself.
universal will, the fabric.
And I have slowed down the video a little bit, so this isn't its original speed. Because as you guys know from the other video, just like the images were sprayed out, I didn't really have enough time to analyze the scene and, see how it made us feel. Okay, here we go.
In any mega title.
This is what my actual birthday turnout is going to be like. It's my birthday, like,
Hardly ever serving
like I
cable.
said, you're looking for gift ideas, anything tattoo.
This is some really neat shit. It says that all gods dance in the palm of his hand. It flat out says we will not be allowed to create a new
Look at that big pile of blood. Do you see the blood?
That was written into the universe.
Get a load of the blood.
Cannot be undone. Unless, of course, this was all to lead us here and have us become the next God. It challenged us to fulfill the labyrinth and fight to determine who was better fit to be a leader. And now, it's time for one hell of
I'm
a
not spending the night there.
As you navigate the maze, tons of beings
This reminds me of my childhood bedroom, my childhood mom's bedroom, my childhood house.
fucking Zarathustra
Closet, it's like an old house.
to a new version of Michael the Archangel, and even Loki.
Let's just
It really goes on for quite a while, and is a fitting challenge to cap off the game.
Freaked out. I mean, it's not a freaked out type of video.
Each of the gods that you possess the courage, knowledge, and willpower to create a new universe until there's nothing left but, well, the universe itself.
What's up,
A lot of them make me want to like, like
Really
band
classic
all night, stuff like that.
voice introduced us
If I were there,
and essentially
Guys, we're about to check out 5 chilling photos of people before they went missing. I want to give a big shout out to Rising Tomatoes, I think is their name. They left a comment that says, can you please react to 5 chilling last photos of people before they went missing? Love your channel. Rising Tomato, thank you so much for the comment. And if you have a video you want me to check out and you check my channel and you've never watched it before, just leave a comment down below. Maybe I'll give you a shout out, or maybe I'll check out your video request. But again, shout out to Rising Tomato. So we're going to go ahead and check this video out. This video I'm about to react to is on the channel Much Green. I'll be linking to the original video down below. It's a little longer video, it's about 30 minutes long, so if you want to pause my video quick, go grab a soda, go grab some popcorn, go grab a snack, whatever. A little bit of a longer video, but we're going to check it out. Chilling last photos of people before they went missing. Alright guys, let's not waste any more time. Check it out.
this was only one small piece. Slowly wears you down, fight by fight. Machiavelli goes down, what if figures begin moving all around us? Then, another generic one emerges to speak, talking about how weird it is that everything in the view of the energy universe
Don't tell me you got like stranded at sea or something. That's like
My mom has a
like
figure in her current house. I'm like,
Without a doubt, stranded.
whoa, it was
Bad
weird
ass
because
fights.
a few images ago I was like, whoa, this reminds me of CBS. I can't CBS.
Nothing worse gets at least remember those magic words from the goddess. Just that really stumped me
he got lost. He got lost.
this is like right now this game. The floor is just randomly pops into my head. Only by
In a
examining
freaking kayak? Bro, what are you thinking?
figure it out. And I think it's pretty
Whoa, I've been at this exact location. I'm not even kidding, guys. I've been here like
the protagonist of the building want it home. We need want it out of here.
this is like the mental hospital
Getting them
of the child.
absolutely desperate to win.
It's a long story.
That translates to, I think, they're right. Now, please do it again and say it's
I couldn't do it.
as in Cogito ergo.
He earned that.
I think that's so sick. So, cast a spell, and as it costs the protagonist's life,
Oh, yeah.
childhood down. Getting
birthday
this
Dang, this guy did everything.
actually does. So yeah, by sheer determination, our guy makes the universe win he breaks out in a blaze of glory.
Looked like he had a wife and
Team is shot
a son too. A younger looking boy that
fighting
gave a hug to earlier.
finally
freaking
all
sad.
the universal will was a
I kind of want to go play there. Like,
you
every
need to
time I
be
see
on top of your game here and playing your
I actually want to
I actually used to
hopefully
do
you brought to them
even though I'm a grown man, I still want to play for a child.
it's a long game. Individual blows to your team can deal damage. If it's on your healer, you can quickly get
I actually really do
for a slow
appreciate
death
those
zombie
because they made me much
You'll
better
be glad you
skilled.
have the
I
time
feel
to
like I went to South
because having a heal every turn
those
prolong your victory.
people, God bless them, God bless
Oh,
people.
Damn sure you're buffed up.
Most of those skills and a whole bunch more that I don't remember.
Always
Guy,
A lot of them do actually believe in Jesus Christ. That's pretty cool.
setting the screen into another
So, before I watched like Seth and stuff,
vast
I
span of
actually
eternity.
debated who would win
Always be
between,
conflict. Of course,
Bugs
one day
Bunny
they will fade away.
and,
Bugs
I gotta
Bunny
say,
and Goku, and
we will walk our new path
I
to
would
winning.
it's like bringing back memories that I
Did
did
you
forgot I
say
had.
farewell?
and say that
Reminding me of specific times in my life where
full tournament
Our character starts talking to them from beyond death, saying that
oh no, is there like a hole in the kayak? Did my kayak freaking sink?
so it's like I would go
knock your
around and
ass
say
over
that because like
with the right reply
on lounge forums it was like a lounge chair, lounge, something lounge forums. And there was a lot of debates saying, are you really Goku and Bugs Bunny? Goku versus Superman. This was actually back in like 2012, if not earlier.
Did they never find him?
despite the tragedy
And I didn't say it, but he would win other than he would win only because he has two kids. And that was my argument. I would say
I gotta say,
Bugs
He got
Bunny
that
would
close.
win because he's a cartoon
What happened to
fan.
him?
things
Goku
remind me
did
of my
that
childhood.
allows Bugs Bunny to win. Of course,
Look anything like
this
oh
was
my gosh,
before I knew about higher dimension scaling and how to properly interpret context, fruits and stuff that based on other themes and
well, that is the end of that, guys. This was definitely getting on more emotional.
I couldn't find a deal for a while now.
It's just like they were reminding me of certain aspects of my life.
For not knowing
Or like the memories are really that important, but it's bringing it back to me. But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section the question of the day. Did any of these images feel
me know in the comment section. Smash the like on this video. I will see you right here in the next video. Peace out. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Links in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
The game is getting better. Just anything around the What's gonna happen? You're in for it.
Got a lot of people that want
It's
that.
time for the last one.
Got a great
Megami Tensei Gaiden Last Bible 2 was first released in 1993 on the Game Boy. It got an updated re-release on the Game Boy Color in 1999. Each of these versions, just like the first game, actually supported multiplayer battle.
Right now,
The game was also ported to 3DS.
Well, I know it's not Mrs. Jones or Mr. Reynolds because I buried
Last
him.
Bible 2 never received
rest
a
in
Game
peace.
Boy like its predecessor,
Would you be surprised?
and it never left Japan.
That's my son's
Theoretically, if I were ever on the news one day and you just saw me, and like, this guy had like a bunch of bodies in his house, I'm like, seriously, would you really be surprised? I mean, you're probably gonna like play the one that's really cool.
I remember the story
So,
of
is Last Bible 2
somewhere in South America.
anything better, or is it just a
Camera
mediocre
found
ship
it.
to shiny?
Mystery solved. But anyway, guys, well, that's
See
it.
whether or not this middle education game
By Dr. Dodger.
start up a new game.
This one is called Strangely Familiar Images
And
of Seven. And I have slowed the video down because, as you guys know, those images go by too fast. You can't really analyze them, so I slowed it down just a little bit. Okay, but let's jump right into this, guys. Here we go.
Our main character's name is Yuri, and our female ally's name is...
This is like you're on the ground dying,
You know what? I like
and the last thing you see is mine.
Sophie is on time way better.
That is true.
Finally, our male ally's name is Ethan. From here, we get some background on Kara, how this game picks up from the previous one.
This is a very interesting story. I think to this day they still don't know what happened.
The text largely explains what you already know.
I don't know why this isn't even scary.
Long ass time ago, life came to be on the fifth planet. The power of Gaia, they possess the abilities of gods.
That's
Nation,
Oh no. Oh my god. And it's enemies.
Mass Enemy's power was naturally known as Gaia Mask.
I didn't know how to properly
Despite the impressive knowledge of
characters and stuff. I kind of just got along.
Oh no. This one is strangely familiar. It's not even
to absolutely nobody's
A lot of times in the day, it's not
Yesterday I
about,
was like almost crying.
it's not really about what you know, it's just about who you can connect,
Just knowing what happened.
and it's about
Eerie.
you can also get away with, if you can get away with rhetoric,
Medoc brings with him
For you guys that don't know, South America is a
child and Magoka.
completely
This child will be the reincarnation of
rhetoric,
Canada
or
in ancient
UK, wherever you would
you
like
can actually, you can,
frequently
I
go
don't
out
say
when it comes to the natural
that,
history of violence, having all
you
newborn
can just
children
say
executed.
that,
Then the game jumps
I'm not saying it's all
one
bad.
character beats
you wake up in
another,
a forest
Mexico,
and
South
if it's not
America,
good or bad,
That's
I
right.
mean, if
a lot
you
more
know
game
that's not true,
reincarnation of King
you
Riot.
can just say it was
Looks like you
rhetoric.
have lucky this spot during the healing
I
sequence.
could just say,
The game only flat out says that your King Riot at the very end is treated like a passive spoiler,
stronger.
but
Of
the
course, I
secrets
don't
about
think
Ronald's
Goku
having your dick
would
smashed
lose,
are
because
now
even
I
if
actually
we
think
want
the
to
story
argue
has
from
a different
Dekamok
motive
and
to
say,
it if you
well,
compare it to the
there's a
first
case
one.
for,
In the original game,
there's a
you
case for
become a Gaia
women
Master.
being reversed, and due to that, you can
This
say
game is
that
essentially the exact opposite.
different characters
It's
too.
going to be a beast fight. You can raise your vile vacuum agents.
You can say that
You need to take
about
basically the
Goku as
same
well.
backdrop as your game.
And this is carry
Unlock
Goku, this
enemies
is
from
a CC Goku,
but start
this
you
is
out
a Mana Goku, this is jump force Goku, it's not God forbid, God fusion Goku. It's just regular Goku.
I
You can
always
get
was
it
trying
in
to
Via or
like
Rally
big
scaling.
windows to blend in a lot of
You can get
stuff.
a Via or Rally scaling.
That would be pretty out.
If you get a Via or Rally scaling, you can actually, because Rally is infinitely transcending her own existence,
Oh,
a
man.
infinite number of times, makes you universal, at least low ladder. And the difference between low ladder versa and weaker ladder versa
What is this? This is like the
is that
like right
very
here.
low ladder, if you're low ladder versa, you exist beyond dimensions, you exist beyond dimensions, but you don't, you're not conceptual, you're not above the concept. Being above the concept of something
I'm
is
telling you, 1,000
way different than being above. It's way different than being above just existence. So you can like physically exist above all the dimensions, which is high hyper versus,
You don't know what's in those woods.
versus wiki versus battle and stuff. And if you're high hyper versus, they would just say that you're 12D, but if you're higher than 12D, you are actually universal, because you exist.
Wait, did they just say 10 meters? Hold on.
If you exist above the dimensions, you're qualified universal, because you exist
right behind the chair.
as a physical entity. But if you, for example, if you exist higher than
It seemed
that, so
very
let's say, for
isolated
example,
over here.
if you exist on a higher, if you exist on a higher plane of existence,
Oh my God.
if you exist on a higher,
Oh,
you
hell
exist on a higher
no. My mom
plane,
has something like that in her house, like shrimp in the attic, and but it's like
I'm
in the
going
attic,
to
so the house like
Tyson versus Tucker, Tony Tucker. But going back to guitar scaling, if you say that,
What happened?
okay,
oh my God.
if you say that, if you say that, Goku scales above Hawaii, infinitely scales above, he infinitely scales above Hawaii. And she was able to run backwards in time, given her,
Something very sinister happened. I don't know what.
she has
Something.
something like,
It's not even like scary.
I don't know if we'll ever know what happened.
you can see a return, so it's
Wow, well, that was that, and it definitely hit more speed than this time. Like, I feel like I'm literally kind of freaking out a little bit. I don't even know why. Maybe it's yesterday's video, like, had a similar all that stealth stream, but they felt very familiar.
At the same time, it's not adapted to what is you, it's just that you're so fast, and you're doing it from sheer speed. So the speed,
But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section, what did you think this video? Did any of the images feel hit the like button down below, and I'll see you right back here in a minute. Peace out. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Legendary city of Atlantico. Regions were green. Sure enough, he saw it. He doesn't say much for now, but as we know, he's fated to go on the journey with us.
12 hours.
The item shop can find some shit that says, offended by this, I hate peace. You know, the intent for this world, Terra, the third planet from the sun, was for it to resemble Earth. I'd say they got the amount of assholes just right. The guy across the table complains about certain creature known as Bell, who steals the town's food supplies. He might actually get the sounds like a bright spot for our first venture.
I think it's kind of hard to argue
I feel so bad for the parents and the family.
Gums and they're going to school for split concentration days.
being above space is kind of difficult necessarily.
It might come up out of that. Maybe it's just maybe someone I can share on
Space and time for a particular dimension. So
I didn't want to be
3D
connected to the
is
distance.
Where's the
technically
real
above
food? I
space
need a
and
Big
time.
Mac. I need something that's not acceptable to you. Salad? What the fuck? No wonder I feel like vomiting. Sorry, anyway, we're going to be taking a look at a video. This is a very special video because it is again on Dr. Dago channel. This video is called Strings
Because it's relative to
That's right, guys. This is the final one.
Yeah, so why would you delete photos based on your memory card still?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not the same as the first game, but
I am technically above space and time from a 3D perspective, but you're not above space and time
Instantly, I get text strings on that.
being above the concept of something is more impressive.
you can even react.
That's why it feels
It's more impressive. It's more impressive to be above, to be above the concept instead of being above the concept. Being above the concept physically is louder, but
With nothing better to do, Larsa joins us. We
being
decide to head
above,
on
I would
and
say
slay Bell to
existing
save the
above
town's food.
dimensions
Be sure to equip your weapon and armor.
is
Stock up on
impressive.
healing items.
It qualifies for
I feel like
universal.
again, it feels familiar, but I feel like every
The
neighborhood
concept of
has a building.
dimensions is a different beast altogether. Because they're not just being above, you're not just above something physically, you're above something conceptually. Being above the being above something above the conception, being above something conceptually is way bigger than just being above something.
This cute guy asks us to protect him. If you summon him to your active party, you'll notice he only has one HP.
It's way above, it's way more impressive because being above something, being above the concept of something is way more important
That
than
is
just being
weird.
physically above something. They're both above something, but it depends on to what extent. The law of universal being is above dimensions, but it's not above the concept of it, at least physically. Universal being is just above the concept, and so they're not even in the same playing field, they're not in the same stratosphere.
Were they like attacked by an animal, or was that done by
Universal being is
Leveled up enough to
cute?
magic.
I don't know.
That
hyperversal being
without any
and universal being is way higher than a lower universal being. Then you have high hyperversal, and a high hyperversal being is to the same extent that a universal being is to like a 3D game. So if you're high hyperversal, it's very strong.
Were they murdered?
Just being like baseline universal.
Whoa, what the fuck? Did you see the look over there on the house? There's that.
Medoc tells him to head north to meet up with some other soldiers way north.
If I was ever on a trail like this, especially in another country, I would
I don't know if this is part of the video.
some sort of weapon. You don't know who's out in these jungles or forests.
Oh, dude, I'm getting the
Have
craziest chills right now. Whoa,
something
what's
on
happening?
YouTube defending.
There's like ghosts. What?
Why the lone guard scolds us for capturing Let's take him down and try to save our friends. While he doesn't possess nearly as much as Aaron himself did, he doesn't take any damage from magic. So it's gonna come down to beating on him. Unfortunately, Larsa has pretty high strength.
We just glitched this part of the video. Like, the videos are not normal. You guys know. It's just picture after picture after picture of like streams of helmets. This is gone.
Damage is about all you need, provided you have your
Something. What the hell happened?
guy.
I think we're going to this experience. I think there's a waste of time for him being out of
As we would leave, Larsa goes his separate ways. Remaining our friend, but
I'm kind of like waiting for it to like do something else even though the video is
so
but
what do we do now?
that was
Well, you might recall
that
seeing
took me
Very strange.
It was important somehow, so they let's go see what he's doing.
also because of
You don't have to wait for long because his ass
like-
card went in town.
it started off
After
on the show.
saving the face,
Okay, I don't know what's going on guys. I had those crazy chills. It started off normal. That was like a normal video at the beginning, you know, showing kind of spooky, a little bit familiar places that we have seen
a better chance of getting
but then I thought like something was going wrong with my screen. It was like the lines and it was glitching.
In my
And then
feeling,
it just got
somebody
it's, I hope that was part of the video and it wasn't like some kind of hidden interfering. Like,
could have been
so whatever it is, this is not how we jump.
forest there. Never know.
I usually say
Sadly.
I don't know. And you know what's weird? Earlier today I was playing the house over. It's very scary bottle.
takes us over.
Kidnap. If this doesn't show up on camera for you guys when I can see it, then there's something wrong and I just have to know. But anyway guys, that is the end of that. I feel like I can't stop looking at it, even though it's just like stopped when I like that literally felt like something was going so there, like it felt like
I don't think we'll ever know.
so different.
That's sad.
I hope that was part of the video. If so, that was. But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section for question of the day. Did you feel anything weird about this video? Did you feel like? Did it suddenly make you feel like I could tell it was like glitching out and something about it's gonna happen? Just like that. So that is the end of that, guys. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go throw up smash the like video, one like and one prayer.
I live in Illinois. Great.
There always is. This is graphic, but have you ever noticed, like, no matter what you do, grow up, there's always like little chunks of carrots. How did they get there? I haven't eaten a carrot in like 4 years. How is there chunks of carrots? It makes me I don't get it. But I'll see you guys in the next video. Remember to cheat and stuff. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. It's there. Check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
For any
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to another video, and today, check this out, my sister got this for my
Timothy was last seen on security camera footage around 10 a.m. on 13 to 11. His phone checked out
which is coming up this Monday. So, like I said, guys, please forgive ideas.
Family Dollar Store, Winnebago, Illinois, Station.
Oh gosh, but anyway, check the shirt out, guys. Woo! If you're a Hocus Pocus fan, you know exactly what this is. It's epic. Oh my god. Look at that, guys. Check it out. Oh.
At some point, Amy had written 2 letters.
But anyway, guys, today we're going to be taking a look at a new video on a new channel. This one was recommended to me, and I'm super excited to look at it because it looks terrifying. It's the type of video that I would like to see. And this one is called Unnerving Imagery. Unnerving Music. Uploaded by Unnerving. So this one looks like it's going to be pretty scary just by the thumbnail. Okay, guys, here we go. We're about to hit play.
But in August, being on Apple
listen to another
police revealed there was a concerning amount of Timothy's blood in the backseat. However, investigators later concluded hopes alive. Timothy one day different.
That's actually oh yeah, we've seen this one before. Remember the guy with the giraffe? You can expect a better deal.
They run away from the school.
These sounds always freak me out.
He said the family had been arguing before Timothy's
So like,
because Amy took a cruise with a friend for her birthday, James.
oh my god, that headless titan's got a bear boobies. Look at the boobies, guys.
Had mentioned to Timothy
Hold up.
There it is. Biggest city on the
Dude, she had driving down the street and saw this time.
That's a red flag.
She would attempt to like go around the river.
No, it's not the father's
Oh my god, is that a peen on my screen? This monster's literally got a penis.
You can also grab it.
He's literally got a penis.
It's a little bit of a red flag.
It's a boy.
years after her friends and family speculated in a CNN special that Amy's behavior was based in fear that her history with wolves might prevent her from
This one kind of reminds me of that. Do you guys remember that show hundreds of years ago? Way back in the 1960s. There was a show on Cartoon Network called Real This reminds me of that one that looked like, it was like, it had a pair of lips and it was like full of black and white stripes. Ah! Oh my god.
It kind of looks like it.
Why is that
Has a spider web tattoo.
coming out of my bed?
Had a snake tattoo on his arms. He said he had escaped the home, driving a car with his Wisconsin license plate. He ran across the bridge in Kentucky. 24 hours later, the FBI announced that DNA tests showed the boy was not
I don't think it's real.
that. The person claiming to be Timothy is actually 23-year-old Brian Michael Green.
Oh, I get it now. I thought it was like a cloud.
Still,
Why would he claim to be Timothy if he wasn't mentioned? Attention? That's the dad probably heard about that. The dad got some hope for reaching this area. Still alive.
And with that, Brown and Zodi is moving up into the state. Eager to do their part to save nature.
That is messed up.
Oh, you've seen this one before.
He's got a bad
They can honestly hold you back a bit, considering
That kind of gives me like
but otherwise, you know,
but an
to the
unexpected
west of
find.
Esau,
Years
base,
later,
east of
Timothy's
Ebwa,
glimpse
the cave
his
Oh,
son
we've seen this one before too, guys. Remember this one?
Gary with their deception.
I specifically said it was like execute the eggs that are all like stuck together.
Did not seem to have the day of the attack. His body was never recovered. The surface of his death.
Enough for that.
He left Hawaii.
Oh my god, this is really
On September 11, 2009, Gary's
scary. Imagine that.
an employee asked her
to the west, and
This must be what a
she
titan
mentioned
is.
her Gary, and the employee
another incredibly similar
firefighter
my attic, like the steps going up to the attic, and then there's like the gate that leads in here. That's what it's like. I've seen this one.
Exasperated, ground Zodiac standards.
When you think of Spider-Man, you don't think things like this. When you're like, I wish I could be Spider-Man when you're a kid. You just be careful what you wish for, kid. You want this shit turning up. Oh, God. Oh, hell no.
She showed him a photo of the firefighter.
These do remind me of places, like, you know when you get wet, I don't know if you guys have seen the back outside, but you always get, like, really weird, like, bizarre looking items. This is, like, terrible.
And an attempt to track down the photographer. Several months later, the museum gave him an email address of very
I don't even understand how this one is working.
stranded in a tunnel on his way to
It just looks like an upside-down sperm with the face at the end of the tail.
Wilson was unaware of the tragedy that was taking place outside. Suddenly, the girl that far in front of us got out crying.
It is literally a big mouth.
Let's just go here and save him.
Soon after, the fire truck started racing through the tunnel. Blown out tires jammed traffic. Some of the bigger trucks got stuck. Guys started walking briskly past it.
Here are using metal mined from Sipar, that tower around the thickness we heard about before,
That's deep.
and using it to construct
I
strange
don't even know what
Tyrell?
clearly
It's
a
a
giant
big
sperm.
slave mining operation out of or inhaling toxins. Something like that.
See, you should have more
Sampling
this like that.
small line of
I
statue.
remember watching that.
Joy dressing up as.
Nobody here knows
On
what
the
they would
11th
do
of September,
some
2007.
big secret on top like this. In the furthest reaches of the cave, we find the two spies who complain about the place's toxic air. One stands next to a particularly dangerous
The
owl.
purpose of the visit was to see
Turns people's skeletons to
house actor
that would explain the paralysis in Sipar. The spies
On
are just
September
informed
11,
the king about the
2014,
Goku's
at
fucking
about
plan.
10:30
On the way
a.m.,
out,
Will
we're forced to take down a soldier.
Hey, September 11th? Yo, what's up with this date, September 11th? Did I hear that right?
Imagine you're on a
On September 11, 2014,
Everybody brace for impact.
Bad day, apparently.
Continue our little investigation for after taking the place.
front and backyard.
This time, he wants us to head further south to Sipar itself and see if we can learn anything else.
His mother left
By
him
the time
briefly
this
to make
shit's all
himself
over,
inside.
the king is
But
probably
we
going to
didn't
be
learn after the
I can't see the because is it that thing in the bottom of the slide?
all around south. Past
He was kidnapped. He was
You'll see
kidnapped.
Sipar nestled
000
comfortably on the
emergency services.
Things go bad in the days.
So yeah, I think move
This depressing village is just filled with sick people.
depicted as
Even the kids are feeling like total monsters. They're like to shut this mining operation down for good. Thankfully, we don't have to go very far to find them. Yet another soldier blocks our path. This is like the 700th time we've fought this
Oh,
battle.
I feel this one.
At the back of the mine, you find a pile of Beckles.
I kind of want to hug him.
Person, just in case the village
Maybe he just needs out. I don't feel like I don't feel like he wants to see me.
I wonder if the protagonist just
Terrifying, especially as a parent.
you have to be fucked in the head to get me to come down into this
It's like
mine.
the worst that could ever happen.
The lone soldier gutting the cave is now
Seriously.
missing.
That William was imitating Tiger's
King
wolf.
says that only the Magret can feel sick and asks us if we're going to Fulton to find him. Who the fuck? I mean, clearly we have to say yes in order for the game to continue. Yeah,
Why?
I guess we'll find out what the hell he's talking about.
Oh God, that's so
The
scary.
ship headed straight there from Sedona.
That's my concern. That's like
Despite all this, within the first
okay.
5
Well, that was
days,
the end of that. This was
In a tower outside the town.
these type of videos where it's like the unnerving images, but they're actually unnerving because there's like a weird
This town is run by the aforementioned guy or so strange and so weird.
wow. This was awesome. I can't wait to check out his other videos. Definitely check out other videos. But guys, let me know in the comment section, did any of these images make you feel?
Momentarily free of our
Let me know in the comment section. smash a like on this video, and I'll see you right back here in the next video. Peace out, Chaser. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing: I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Sick people.
See if we can catch it before it gets too far. The tower is literally pissing distance from town, so take two steps and we're in. I don't know how serious it is to make a rain tower numbers have been pouring.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today we are going to be returning to Thunder channel. Check out one of his videos. Now I am really excited for this one. I checked out one yesterday and it was pretty terrifying. Stuff like that. So I'm really excited to see how this one's going to go. And this one is part 2. That's right, guys. This one's called Under Images Under Music 2 by the channel Thunder. Alright, guys, here we go. Let's do this thing.
After watching this clip,
It's already happening.
I don't think they're going to be playing outside of nowhere.
Man, I love you. Like, and they also some of them are so real.
It's just I couldn't imagine.
Like in that movie,
Guys, this was 5 chilling last photos of people before they went missing.
what the actual
Like I said,
hell?
there's a video down below if you want to go check out Lucky Green's channel. And shout out to Rising.
This is like something I would have to
Thanks
make
for requesting these videos.
This is just like
And leave a like, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Leave a comment down below. Anyone else support the channel?
oh
Become
god,
a channel member. Click the join button down below.
this ain't it.
Thanks for watching, guys. And I'll see you next time. Peace.
I feel trapped. I feel like I'm gonna have a panic attack because in this situation I feel trapped. Like what would you do in this situation? There's a big fucking human series like it coming up toward you and you're back in town. Oh my god, it gets worse. This one's terrifying. Like whenever I'm in a place, like if I'm being like at an abandoned hospital, this would be my biggest concern because they have doors just like this, with like the window. Seeing something like that. Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today we are returning to the that's like I am back with another reaction video. We're going to be taking a look at one of the captions waiting in the she says, you guys remember it didn't end too good last time, so I'm really excited to see how this one goes. Last time I remember, it ended in a pretty bad spot. Like in the dark, bird, chicken, like it was whole yellow gold. So I'm really excited to see this one. Pterodactyls. So this video is called exploration footage, and I actually Matt Studio, and I will put the link to Matt Studio channel. Okay, enough beating around the pussycat line. And the super monkey too. Like,
listen to it. So
what's to say? Actually, this is something right. What does he say? Something like that. How do we know something like this?
It's not that dangerous at all. I mean, I guess the only reason something can run down lights and not leave it with you do while you're walking. I imagine
you're just out for a nighttime walk at night. And then you see this, and I just realized the head upside down makes it so much scarier. Ugh.
Apparently, one child survived.
Okay,
figured that out about
I feel like this one had potential to be kind of scary. I don't know why he's like floating above the fence. It would have made so much more sense if they made him smaller, the character, and put his face like looking through the gap in his face. That would have been so much scarier.
I mean, maybe you could start by guarding
What the hell? What in the holy sweet name of hell? What is that? Like a one-legged bird with a human head and a tail through the eyeball?
You know, the guy they work for. This place is fucking hilarious.
Oh, it's the Mickey Mouse thing. Gosh, you guys, I said this in the previous video that I was like, oh, it's like a Mickey Mouse, but like a scary version. And some of you guys knew what it was and corrected me. I can't remember right now, but I remember you guys were fairly scared.
But as you can see, his influence doesn't quite extend as far as you want to believe.
I mean, all I see is like a really happy dolphin with his mouth open and his tongue.
Guarantee you, everyone in the castle.
Unless you look at it like.
I guess there wouldn't be much of a game in that case.
No, I literally can't see. I can't unsee that. All I see is a dolphin that's very happy. Oh my god.
Maybe I won't like it chicken because it's too small.
Yeah, one day, guys, Titans might be a thing. Something's gonna go wrong. An experiment is gonna go wrong. Probably the COVID vaccines are gonna turn everybody into Titans by 2025. Oh god.
Sophia confronts Medoc about the way
This world, man.
demands
Never
he
know
goes
what.
back Soleil.
Nothing seems to surprise
Find a way out of this
Exists.
back.
Those are necessary to defeat Dryas, and growing impatient,
That's like me when I was giving birth to when my
he's
mom
sitting on
was
himself
yelling.
for maybe 1 second before Gonzo lets us free. I guess locking up
Hey
random
world,
innocent
here I
people
come.
was a straw on the camel's back that inspired him to truly switch sides.
Oh,
The
cool!
other guy he
Dragon!
is some poor man who says the key
Kind of want
to
to
go.
go.
Children actually escape from the king's death.
Ready, ready, ready.
Like me, but who could the other be? Could it
Ah,
be the
this
one
is like something I
hero
would
who
never
shares our
I'm
birthday
lighting
is going on a parallel adventure to ours?
I see it. It's right in the door. It's right there. I didn't even notice. I was listening up the stairs and it's right in the doorway.
I
The end of
think
the hall.
the thing
It's like a three-eyed monster.
that
That's
small
gotta be
thing
record
is
time
like
for the fastest.
That scared me, even though it wasn't animated or
It's so frustrating
when I knew it was
the
different.
small thing above the ring is like
This was just like a giant jellyfish flying through the sky, and there's like fighter jets all around it, like cars.
I keep thinking that's
Town he went to
And like that other one that we saw
easily
yesterday.
by just going to the Sedona Harbor and taking a ship. It seems the
There's
talk
so
of the
much
town
about
is
this
the tower
town. It's like realistic. If I had nothing wrong with me, like even the way the chairs are situated, so I would do them diagonal away from each other. And then there's you just got that thing that was like one of those things that like when you were in school, all the teachers had one in the classroom. It's about this big, and it was like a human body made out of wood, and
still
like
intend to
weight
take
body
care
parts
of
up.
the video.
Here's that fucking mini
There's a
mouse,
handful of
or whatever it's
place.
called.
It's like some that comes back at the end.
Oh,
Now that's what I'm talking about. The top of the
you guys
dungeon
know what it's
boss.
called. Somebody in here.
This naked fairy in Lake Strong. She can take quite the beating and is immune to the geoline spells, aka electricity. Depending on when and how you do this quest, Esau will actually show up to fight and help you, but it didn't happen for me.
I can't even
I
understand
actually
how
kind
many
of liked. I mean, even
I thought
some
that was
slight
gonna be like,
quest
I mean,
also appreciated in a full game like this. I think to make
There's
it show
the
up, you just have to chat up
Okay,
with
I'm
it.
curious because
So, once you visit NPCs,
turn on the flashlight.
you'll
This.
because the flight is perfectly managed now. With this
I honestly
arc,
think
taking care of it yourself still MIA.
It's like a
Emblem,
siren head
all the
sound.
stuff we've been up to with the key.
Siren head.
If you don't
I
push
hate
the
that
tower,
sound so much.
just skip it, so that you can go to the prison stuff. I figured it was worth showing because it's
That is
really
literally a
isn't
fight.
totally empty. Back at the castle, surprise, everyone's gone.
Ah, okay, well that was being back,
Left
guys.
says they
Yikes. Okay, well, this one I feel like
has been turned into a miniature
I
base.
can't really remember the first one. I feel like this one was equally as bad, or maybe even worse. This one was a lot more creepier. Gosh, I love this channel. Thank you so much. I can't remember. I know who you are. I see you comment all the time, and I really appreciate you showing me this channel because it's terrifying. But anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Smash a like on this video. Let me know in the comment section, did any of these images freak you out? Let me know, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Guess what?
Aside from running that, there's one other thing to check out. Playing in the town square, singing a pretty weird song that ends up being relevant later. Alpha and Omega meet in Dover. Omega drank till Let's Hit and forgot about Alpha. Four little friends, they all come together to dance. It's pretty cryptic shit, but they spell it out for us later. For now, try and piece together what that might be.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to the Shall We Do Next. And today, we are going to be taking a look at Unnerving's channel once again. But this time, we are on part 3. That's right, guys. This video is called Unnerving Images with Unnerving Music 3. Loaded by the channel Unnerving. I feel like we haven't done one of these in a while, so I'm really excited to see this one. I remember the other ones that we watched the first two were actually pretty good. They have really disturbing images in them, so let's see if this one matches up with it. It's previous. It's the only difference there we go. That was pretty good. Okay, here we go.
All those are bots. Everyone is a bot except for me.
Wow, it's random little
screaming boxes. Yeah, they're
inside.
What would you think that was? If you were scrolling or sharing I think my oh my, there's a fucking being right on the face, guys. Look, I'm drilling everywhere. So crazy. I didn't even see the face. I thought it was like a dead body in the hand.
You saw now. And then
that was fucking scary. Again, saw the face. I mean,
listen, we could have just bought this shit.
Oh, if there's a chair. Oh, I do it. Kind of
we kind of got sidetracked with his ass.
Oh, say it ain't so. Oh, I see it. It's in a car mirror. Oh, well, yeah, you get dropped off right there at the bottom of the stairs. There's something going on. Laptop in one hand, a cup of milk in the other. I feel like it could be. Everyone's dead.
And if we do win, it's going to be the skin of our teeth.
I'm pretty sure if I had a camera set up this morning, but anyway, guys, that is the end of that. I hope you enjoyed this video. It's pretty expensive.
He's a big ass dragon and compensation like wizard. We should go move the castle. Just step over the wounded and take a shit, but it's all good.
Oh, we actually won.
Ways away.
It's fine. I
never thought it necessary to place our rangers without any of the you get a venture getting
what am I looking at? Where is the
enemy?
That's the black. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, smash like.
If you haven't done so,
Appreciate that, and I'll see you guys in the next one. What do you do? You look at, you're like standing on your front porch, just watching the stars, or having to smoke on your bed, and you see these things rushing down the street. What would you do?
It's a little cheesy, but
I think I would stay still in silence when it was clear about what I did.
You're in a prison filled with beasts.
Wouldn't want to couch any of
Says
this.
Solon has been calling our name the whole time she's been here. As we reach her cell, Mars says,
Even this is
it's too late. Solan's last words have her reminiscing of her child. She remembers the day she took our cell.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back. I snapped this. That's right, guys. Like you said, there's a fucking video. That's the same Weaver Spider. This is that one.
The textbook says, God, no one made for this. It's just us.
Take it to the channel. Lost in the
This, we
hype.
get a quick flashback of our
Alright,
childhood.
guys, here we go. Let's do this.
We get into a little disagreement playing out in the fields, but Soleon reminds us to play nice.
I'll
Like with the,
probably
it's pretty sweet
tendrils, or what are they called?
Says distraught. It says what I believe are the
I
first
think, is that what
words
they're
I've
called? Those
ever
things
seen
that
in a
come out
game.
of his
He
back.
vows to prevent genocide.
getting
He vows to use his local guy to change the world. Nothing good came of that last game, but
Wait a second.
in the next room over, after the
But I
Lord's
feel
giant,
friendly.
we've got
I don't feel
Fox.
He can
intimidated.
stream
Go
for this
figure.
one without
They can actually clap some shit.
Oh, this is quite pretty much
Crap.
that.
Just quickly outdamage them, and you should be okay. I wouldn't even waste time with buffs or anything like that. Just go all out for a couple of turns and get it over with as soon as possible. As they fall, Medoc screams shit, and calls demons useless trash. I guess we're getting to the edgy portion of the story now. He quickly raises two more demons, Meachew, and makes his escape. It's kind of the same deal as before. They hit hard, but don't have much awareness. The Akirama spell didn't really do anything pretty solid for this fight. He threw in a couple of points to a dramatic extent. It was doing over 150 per hit for me, and it was enough to end the battle in like 3 or 4 turns. Medoc's naturally good by now, but he can't find the dragon egg that got him and a few spies from Ebla mentioned that some arena battle taking place in the town.
I find the bigger things tend to freak me out the less.
Fucking Tenkaichi.
They just don't seem realistic enough.
It's the only lead we've got.
No, the
So
smaller
it's
ones
what
like
we do.
oh my god, that is my fucking literal nightmare. That is what I feel. This right here is the image that's in my head when I'm coming up the stairs.
Also,
The music and everything is horrifying.
Finally, Gonzu, still trying to get his dick wet, is considering quitting the army. The arena actually isn't even somebody here. It turns out you have to scale Salem Class Hill Dragon. It really had to be negotiated out. When you get there, everything is burnt down, and there's half of the people lying around, along with some skeletons. This is starting to get
I'm not scared.
while this place is clearly no longer arena in the traditional sense, it does have like 3 million encounters per second, so we'll be doing plenty of fighting.
That is
Broken into the place,
Look it up on
across the Magoku King and Medoc up on a balcony, shocked that anyone here is still alive. Medoc decides to throw out the demon that has made up a mess of left behind.
Oh my god,
So
it's
show
a little,
it
if the creature itself was
this
a little
time
darker,
against a big ocean.
but I get it. Like whenever
They figure
you know, a mirror like that,
hitting
you
back
don't want
with
to wake up
fire
in the
is a
middle of
good way to deal with
the
something. These guys can inflict you with mute, which stops you from casting spells.
This is one of the ones that's big,
The big
but it
stick
is actually
is also protect your strategy. By now, your
like
dragon
it's giving me Titan vibes. It's a very
comes
silly
out.
Titan.
Tiny Gun was a favorite of mine, as he boasts high health and decent damage. Before long, you'll emerge victorious. You might have thought this was going to be some kind of boss gauntlet, but it isn't. Medoc says the exact same line verbatim that he said last time.
Everyone's based on, I hope there's none of it. Consensus are based on movement.
Stopping for a rest back in Goku, you hear about a village called Eridu to the south, where everyone vanished. Head to the port, ship head to the place, and, well, there are some people here.
Okay, that's kind of cool. I kind of want to go
Nearby forest is like never seen back.
It's just a big
This is filled with decaying trees, and there's a small abandoned settlement there. Prowl stands waiting in front of the well, letting us know that all the kids are down
It's on the roof. It's on the roof, guys.
It looks like a murder scene. She goes in as well. She's gonna club me in the back. She's not gonna murder us, but according to Zodiac, who stands guarding the children at the bottom, something down here has been fighting for us. Well, then turns out
This
big
actually,
ass
I think,
is hell with the bottom. It's a manifestation of Gaia itself, gone mad with the desire to absorb more power. Wow. Just lurking down here, leeching off the earth in some unassuming hole in the ground. Kinda creepy, but hopefully beating it safe for trees and some of this messed up world products. Gaia's got some challenge, but give it that. Most magic is ineffective towards it, which makes sense considering it is magic. So if you like the design of
or like one of those silent
you've
foggy effects.
got any size of pool to burn through, so be sure you've got as much ammo as you can. As you'll have to withstand attack from the entire group.
But I feel like oh, it's okay. It was just Snapchat.
Just being stared at by this gamey face. It looks like it wants to resurge from the shit. This might seem like a little something.
Oh god, it's okay. It's fine. Woo! Thought he was never gonna leave. But anyway, guys, this was fun. I know I haven't done it in like but I think it was good. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was just good. So that's all I have to say. I can't wait to check out more of them. The thing I like though is he doesn't reuse images. Like a lot of them are like recycled images. On this specific channel, they're all focused on creatures in a liminal space type setting. And there's always a creature but I really like how he does like these images. But anyway, guys, thank you for watching. I love you all. Remember the most important thing, I was trying to make sense. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys, and chase your dreams. Oh my god, it's giving this house a oh my god, it's got fell off. What the shit? What the fuck? Get out of there! Run! Run!
And then sail south from there. We'll come across a place simply called Small Creek. Actually, shop sells a weapon called the Star. Some of the villagers mentioned it's not just a suggestion for new equipment. You're actually going to need.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today is Saturday, which is a very special day because it is the day where I take a shower. But what's going on, you guys? Welcome to another video. Today, at another video on Unnerving's channel. Now, this video is called Unnerving Images with Unnerving Music. I've literally just lost my shit. Alright guys, so we are about to do this. I'm really excited. These videos have been just beautiful as of now. I'm really excited to see this one. Anyways, here we go. Let's do this thing.
Check this out. I'm in two caves. One is the Agasha. There's a big boulder block on the way, so just go up and smash it.
I feel like if it were a little less overexposed, it would look more so. It's a very bright area.
Or if you have the star knuckles yet,
just turn the exposure down.
Find it.
That's like what I imagine what I would see if I sleep with my closet or bedroom. I can't sleep with any doors open in my room. I feel like this is what I would see at night. I will wake up and
known as the Black Gaia has been behind the scenes of all human and beast conflict over the years, including those on the first knowledge of the events of
it's true what they say. Octopus Man does
something that even the universal will couldn't.
Imagine all the
sort of corruption inherent within the energy of tentacles, something called tentacles. Tingling like the Ghost Gaia earlier, so that must have been a nascent fruit of something.
Oh my god, you better run. You gotta run. That's right now. This is like, man, get out of there. It would look a little more real. Just to make the audience look better.
Remember, the place Lucifer and the Gaia Masters fled to in that game was the before anything itself.
I never played it. You know what the one stairs?
And now it's just random caves.
Oh, yeah, well, I never thought about that. Just we're never safe, guys. You hear me, kids? Demons are everywhere.
Isn't much, but I'm a sucker for some loose connections between games, so I thought it was pretty neat, especially because it's relatively subtle.
This is kind of scary.
Just a bit further south, and we reach Selma. Yes, the guy that told us about Selma couldn't remember the proper name. Wow. There are more partners of an airship.
Oh my god, what just happened? Oh, did you fall down the hole? subway and you see this, what do you do?
Alright, don't allow ghosts. Powerful spell called wrong.
It's fight or flight, and I feel like you're not getting far. What in the fuck? Hell,
need that shit,
you gotta fight.
She
Or
randomly
plus,
tells us to go to
this is the
Goku,
reason why I don't go in caves or mines or underground
Gonzu
crevices
still
like other
flirting with the locals. Asks if our friend media will
Oh, say, you didn't learn anything from
Oh my
the
God, you
descent?
darn.
Visit the port and we find out
One thing I learned, never fucking go underground.
how totally random.
And then 14
Why did that
bullets.
magical
That's from
So you still got
I guess
that
if
is the end of
anything
that.
shows that Narset has become consumed in its
These
power.
monsters are very
I mean, you'd think she'd be around trying to save
It
her
reminds me of
son.
like the sewers more the system.
Let's go stop some pirate kids. Gonzu joins up. We hop on our ship.
I don't know.
The pirate fortress is a good 10 feet away from the city on a
I don't feel scared. I don't feel intimidated by this place.
First off,
Sometimes I feel like they just some
He's got lightning magic.
I like
Tank a lot of mountains.
very big.
This guy doesn't even look like a pirate. He's clearly a giant pink guy.
That kind of looks like the left side of the giant. You guys liked it? I enjoyed it very much. That guy always
Pirate. If you're wondering why I'm not describing the dungeon, just take a guess.
But anyway, guys, thank you for watching. Smash a like on the video.
There's like back in here.
No puzzles.
This is a very, very vulnerable situation. You're not getting far. You can't just like run left and right. You gotta
Because
run.
this one goes down so fast, it's almost fun. He stands up to fight us and just immediately gets his head cut out. Finally, we got the ship. Looks like a lone wolf.
Can't. Clearly can't.
Capable of using
Like,
spells
bots
and
can
can't
just,
use
they'll just do the same stuff.
Or
If the odds to
Like,
hit you with
even
just a
when I'm
standard
at a
physical attack,
disadvantage,
you can usually
okay, we have some
you
ways to
kind of know where they're
hardly does
going to
anything.
go.
Behind the chief, you can find a pendant. That guy was given to us and Larsa by media at the start of the game.
This is Cappy.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to the show. Next, and I am really excited because today I have a one battery, and not just any battery. I'm talking about like literally battery. Turn down the price. That's right, guys. Today we're I mean, I guess this was turn down the prices of lots of the like solar in the channel streamlines and the height. Now, if I remember correctly, no, I'm not happy. This is not okay. This is not okay. This one's not okay. This is fucking okay. Here we go, guys. And the music too.
I'm about to go fucking insane.
Okay, I love when it's like a 90s style
How many kidnappings and goose chases in this game for away? Like in the span of 3 fucking seconds, he got
You're
kidnapped.
coming down the stairs.
Okay.
Now, usually I would get triggered by this. There. But in this situation, I feel like it's one of those harmless ones that just love.
Once you find the kidnapped person, is a base
Came
on
into
an
the house
island
in the
by
90s.
itself. It's right next to the city. Is the dungeon good? Well, here's a better question. Are you fucking stupid? Actually, this one's worse than the pirate hideout.
Again,
I believe that. It's worse. It's even smaller.
I've noticed the ones that I feel less scared of is the really
This is the Magoku Super Mega Evil Fortress.
this is fucking
Like 3 hits, you find Gonzu in a cell. He's so mad
I
he
know
doesn't capture him. He challenges you to a 1v1 to prove that he's the king. Literally fight him solo in his cell. It's not hard at all. If you can heal, he can. So beat his ass a little bit, and he's like, well, Larsa's still stronger, and he's gonna use that power to form a younger form. How do you even know that, Gonzu? Okay.
Oh, I see that. This, you guys told me what this was. Some kind of horse. But I don't remember.
These random guys from the Leisure Party, he has to go find him and have his again given. Right? It's over.
Okay, this one's kind of scary.
Back in Magoku, the castle is full with people.
But yeah, I do feel like the ones that are like really skinny, I could probably I could probably take them. Like I could probably fight them. But it's like the really
Cringe the views
to a shocking area or initial losses.
like this thing like half a person. I
Very pleased if you die here.
or not. It's like 1/3 of the person.
Then when you hit the throne room, he's gonna be better to get mauled to death by two of the He's dead too. You don't even get to fight the guy who's been bothering you the entire game.
And Jesus says you shouldn't
$0
always
to CC climb
probably
orange
one
soda.
reason or another is
They made him
because
die in a
there's
Or a Snickers
that
bar.
lasted a few
people or
seconds.
things that can't live up
I guess
to
I shouldn't
God.
expect as much. So yeah,
Jesus
the
didn't
only
have to
villain
say,
we've
I'm
really
God,
seen at this
worship
point in the
me,
game
to
is dead.
be that thing
Congrats,
that I
guys.
think.
We did it.
Yo,
As
what
I've
the
said
fuck?
before,
If we can find the address for
many
the
hours
cosmic
ago,
energy behind all this, we'll be done.
Very
that
famous
The demons that killed Bedok are even stronger
saying
than the
that
ones
Jesus
downstairs.
has to
Don't
say
bother
he's
with something
something to
says
be
This
that
just makes
thing,
me
I
feel
think
fast,
spider.
bring them down
is a
ASAP.
misnomer.
those
It's
big,
a
nasty slap
non-sequitur,
fights.
as I've said before.
King
Well,
plays
non
dying,
sequitur is
and
more
Larson
that,
stands up.
Turn around.
He thinks
point
the
A
murderous demons
does
are a
not,
perfect reflection of true human
point
nature,
A
and he pities the poor
Why
does
does
demons.
not
He lights the living
I didn't think there was
fire,
gonna be like
and vows
the
to gather the
conclusion
world's
guess so.
hatred and
does
create a
not
new one.
make sense.
Not feeling afraid of this one.
Outside,
I feel
they make
kind of
guns that
bad
the
for
king
it.
would
Doesn't
go
make
to
sense
because
for
That
them
was
to
definitely
replace.
scary. This one's kind of scary. You guys saw that too.
if we want to stop
It
Larson's
looks like somebody
project,
really tall.
we got to
Okay,
know
kind of
where
New
it
That
York.
makes sense for the
Thankfully,
conclusion.
if you sleep in
I
an
don't know.
inn,
Why
you'll have a
people
dream
should
in which
not
you
rush
reveal
to
its precise
conclusions
location.
so
It's
early,
pretty funny
as I
and
also said. But
unnaturally
yeah,
so.
Jesus,
Like, yeah,
he
Oh
loved
my
the
God,
Jesus,
this
he
is the
loved
worst
the
one of all.
stranger,
come on by when
he
you have
loved
the
the
chance.
stranger,
Okay,
he
this
loved
could
the
Anyway,
outcast,
it's South Guys, there's
Jesus
salvation.
loved
As you
everybody.
arrive,
He
you'll
also
find it
loved
Oh, it's so close
self-improvement.
to it. I
He
feel
called
like
out
it's right there.
self-righteous
It's
hypocrisy,
real
which
easy to
I
explain
think
that. Surprise,
many
surprise,
people
it
think
is a
they're
ship, and it
more
needs the
righteous than
Lapis to
they
be able to
actually
fly.
are.
Just like
And
the
I
first
think
game.
that's a big problem
You
with
can
a
also
lot of
find the
people
sealed spell Ron
because,
came from.
you know,
It's a southern exit
it's
of the
like
town.
even
This one, like,
failed
he
to
looked
Jesus
happy
is
as
saying,
He
you
likes
know
to give
what,
it to us.
or yeah,
Look at that
because
face,
Christians,
guys. How can any...
and as I said before, it's like what constitutes
Finding the
a
Lapis
true
just comes
Christian.
down to searching for
You know,
But anyway, guys, that is
just
the end of
because
that.
you're a
Thank you
Christian
for watching.
does
Wow,
not
this video was
mean
good. I really
you're
like this
Christ
one.
either. I think being
And again, it's the
Christ,
same as all of them.
there's
But
no
I really
people
appreciate
could
how
just
he
be a
doesn't recycle
Christian.
images. He uses different ones in each video. So that is very, very hard to come by with these like liminal space or unnerving images types of videos. But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section. Did you enjoy this video? Smash a like on it, and I would greatly appreciate it. Peace out, guys, and chase your dreams. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Go against them,
High above everything else.
to feel safe too.
Any other town, but it's just like the Bible. In the temple, he begged the wise men to invite his family. They just refused. Against the ways of life. Defying fate is something they will not participate in. He's so called, they say, quote, sanctimonious bullshit
his
in one's
mercies,
honor.
and yeah, some people say, oh,
Proud Zodiac
why
chilling out
is he
here too,
crying on the cross
discussing with the
instead? He's
sages
not a
how
man.
to combat the
And it's like,
approaching
no,
flood god.
Jesus
They
says,
explain
shows
that it is the tainted
men,
essence
and
of
basically
God
saying
being
it's
corrupt by
okay
the
to
source of
cry,
his sorrow.
even God's cry.
Hey guys, what's
Because
going on?
Jesus
It's all
says,
back out. What shall we do next? And today we are back on Unnerving's channel. We're going to be taking a look at another spooky video. And this video is called Unnerving Images with Unnerving Music Part 5. So as you guys know, we've been looking at these videos. They've been really good, so I'm really excited to see this one.
I don't think it means what people think it means. How could God regret his actions? I don't think
Believe it or not,
that means what it does.
I mean, this one's not really
What it
big.
does because it's
This feels like
translated.
it's just like
It's not going to be a
outfits.
one-to-one match, even if the words are a one-to-one match. The
entrance to the underworld
Bible,
has appeared,
for
and he's
example,
ready to swallow
may
the
not
world
be
whole.
able to
Let's
English
check it
may
out.
not be able to
Consider this our first
properly
little excursion into
convey,
The encounters are appropriate for the name.
Some kind of like
be able
weird
to
nature
properly
base. Hold on,
convey
turn that big.
something,
Take the time
even
to
if
view
it's
solid demons
word for word the
with
same.
armor if you can. And of course, venture around to the shops and
I
get the
think
best
that,
stuff for the rest of your
There's like a
Proud Zodiac
get
find
over
myself
it.
soon coming.
This is triggering my
Money save and take care.
Get over it.
Ugh.
You can find laying
Biggest
around
spider ever.
Get over it.
Does that have a
quite enough to
human
protect
face?
everyone. So
It's like smiling. It's haunting you guys.
the first part of the underworld
Oh
is
shit.
figures.
Whoa, that reminds me. This is like the exact same thing in. You guys remember in Silent Hill when they just arrived at Silent Hill and they come across their first evil when the after the darkness is coming, and then this thing like comes and this woman starts to shit. It's that.
Too much darkness makes you can't see, and too much light means you can't. You are blinded. You're blinded by your own.
This entire time,
You're
he thought it was
people
his
who get
destiny to be the
blinded
king of
by
the
their
beasts
own
or
light or self-righteousness
now,
or
Larson realized
because
us.
they don't
Not only
apply
that,
the same
he realized
standards to
now
themselves.
Darius was
They're
actually not
applying
someone
it
to
to
be feared.
everybody
That
else.
Menach's
That's
orders
This
why
one's kind of
Jesus
sweet.
was
not
also
that guy who was too
frustrated with
updated.
the Pharisees, and that's why I think he would be
Pick up another friendship
frustrated with
as well as
people who
El
are
as well.
self-righteous.
El is actually the
Jesus
canon
and the
name for
chosen
the
is
first
awesome.
Velociraptor.
I like how he stood up to it with a human instinct.
Our boy
I'm
found
gonna
a way
go
to help
down,
us
but
out
that's okay
thousands
because
of
he's
years
human.
later.
I think it's just because
Also
like you
God.
can just
So
He seems to remember this thing too.
100% God.
it gives you an idea of
Even Proud remembers
I'm
it.
not
size of
orthodox,
these things.
but I do believe in something like the hypostatic union. And people
They
will
were all
use the
friends in a
verse like,
past life.
well,
So
if Jesus is
we
God,
decided to
how come
gather
he
up the
didn't
others
know
and
the
share the
hour?
news.
And it's like,
I mean,
well, you could
obviously,
see that
I just got
plainly.
upside down head.
Even as a human, says he gave,
Why is it
he
in the car?
emptied
Why is that
himself.
guy not
You
able
could
to
just
tell?
say
The song
that
those kids
What
were
as a
happened to the car?
human,
Does the car make the person travel that we're
he
having?
emptied
I need
himself,
answers.
and
He
that
suddenly remembers being killed by the bad guy. He knows his
as
mission
a
all
human
those
he
years
emptied
ago
himself,
was to defend the entire
but that
planet
doesn't
against evil
either that
and
means
to wear
he
that guy.
emptied
I'm having a hard
himself
time
and
with
he's
this one.
Esau
using his
explains some of the meaning of the song to us.
I see now.
godlike
Oh my
abilities.
shit!
That was right where
Building.
it's sitting.
Yeah, I see. But
That doesn't
And
mean
Omega
that
beat it.
he's not God,
Omega
or
drank the
he's
latte.
being hyperbolic,
Forgot
or
about
he
the
doesn't
alpha.
truly know.
Or the
probably
The
friends who
problem
play out
with
come together
this,
to
people who
oh,
get
use
it?
this argument that
Sophia,
even if you
Zodiac,
want to say
Dawn,
that
Dawn,
Jesus Christ
we forgot our
fully gave
past.
up his
As Esau
divinity or
says,
his godhood
the
or
dolmen
something,
mentioned in the song is a place surrounded by stone.
in Philippians, even if you
that
want to
same
interpret
horse thing,
that
but
that
bigger.
way,
I guess
the
that one's like a
thing
giant.
is, you could just say
And
that
Skinny
God,
horse.
Jesus
You can't
Christ,
see it, but
was doing
without
good
the
in
frames.
him,
But however, that was
as
very
God
good.
he does.
When it came to like
And
his
if he,
society, I definitely felt it.
We all
knows
gather around
as God,
and very
if
officially
he
remember
as
that
God
he's king
like
Christ.
knows the day
The entire
and
party
the
learned his
hours,
force
but
ability.
he's being
And the voice of
hyperbolic,
ancient Christ
then
kind of
that
all
makes
the
sense
advanced
because
mysteries.
Jesus many times in the
Back in
Bible
Esau's
was
days,
I mean, that was
hyperbolic.
kind of.
surprisingly
In the
tender
scriptures,
I
for
feel like he just
example,
wants
when he
something
says
He says
to
the
cover
light
for
is
the
like
right hand
everything.
because of
All
the
this
sins,
makes it so
everyone
precious.
sins.
Like
This doesn't have any of that.
So
This just knows we're all
I don't think
man.
it's about he's saying, it's just saying that
Heads
as
outside,
a severe, he's saying that
sees his family.
Again, these like skeleton ones don't really ever
it's
follow.
meant to be severe. It's meant to be a severe thing. Doesn't mean he wants you to cuddle for right hand. He's
No way down. Except dropping
he wants you to take it seriously. Not that he actually wants you to do it. It's the same thing with, it could, well, you could argue.
Anyway, guys, that is the end of that.
There's many ways to say why he didn't know. Either he truly
you guys
didn't
right
know
here.
as the human incarnation, which wouldn't take, wouldn't take away his ability to know before or after he, before he was God, after he retains his godhood, or godhood powers, or whatever, he has it. Or, he still knows it. So technically, he always knew it, but like, you can say he always knew it, he always knew it.
I guess we're just gonna have to go through this. Deforestation is bad. Anyway, guys, we are back. This time we're getting out because, as you guys did yesterday, you got pranked by the party. You get an upside down head. The guy right before you with the back and the car's also the crash. What is with these upside down heads in the channels? That's right, guys. I is hanging. Oh my god, like that part 2 is fucking like, never mind, we're gonna have to watch it. Alright guys, here we go.
Even if he was fully human,
Except this one's wearing
that still doesn't mean he's not God wasn't God. He just showed up. And when he came this after, which actually, I honestly think if he was like, if he was like God and he gave him whatever he wanted to
This one looks like a malware.
etc. All powerful, all knowing.
That spider lands on me.
I think that makes him more special than anything else.
There's no rebuttal.
Because then it's just, wow.
I mean, I can see the picture
So
itself.
I'm still praying about this is the scene.
But it looks like it has like a human face on some kind of giant weasel.
That's cool. I like it. Yeah, I hear the 6 arms dude. I hear the 6 arms dude.
Alright, so this one would typically scare me a
I see
little
the 6
bit more.
arms dude.
Why you're looking so big, it just feels unrealistic. I would find nomination a lot scarier getting smaller, like normal human size.
No, that's why I appreciate it. It also seems to have more bass in it. A deeper bass, maybe?
First, I thought it was
Yeah, see, that was smart.
white.
I give this one a D plus for just a flat D. Alright, that's two down. There's one more in the main tree.
Except I'm having a hard time thinking of
I think we have side
It looks
games
like
again.
I have a pair of pliers that
You didn't think the payment stuff back,
Oh, it's not.
right?
It's like
In the movie,
it looks like a giant pair of pliers. Oh, we're sliding down. Mothman. Instantly, I think of Mothman. Everyone knows the story. I just in Point Pleasant,
Besides for kids. Before the fight, Dolly unlocks us for coming in here unarmed. If only she knew it, nuclear bombs inside. After a few rounds, she's done for, and we catch a memory from her. Heroes Johnny is inside the karaoke club right now. Haul your ass up there, because once again, this kid threatens to kill us at the entrance. But now shit's gotten real enough that we can just move her out of the way. You might get shot here a few times, like with a real gun,
turn down the bright.
but it doesn't hurt that much for some reason.
But anyway, guys, that is the end of that. I hope you enjoyed this video. I did. It was my favorite one. I feel like a lot of these are not so scary or
The Johnny scoffs at the idea, and mocking says that if you take him back with
let me know in
us,
the comment
he'll be
section
able
if
to
you
meet
enjoyed
some of
this
his
video. Smash a like on it, and I'll see you right back.
stunned to hear this, and Johnny takes advantage of silence to explain.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to help me. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
It's just raw damage back and forth until one of you goes down. Running through the whole ass city before getting here kind of pays off because we know where all the shops are. If you have trouble, feel free to stock up on beads and spam the hell out of those, or just load up on as much medicine as you can afford and get to it. When Johnny finally goes down, we're left with nothing but the uncomfortable truth behind the words inside. The church elites have been stringing us along the entire time, and our cover's been blown citywide. For the player, I think it's a fairly obvious revelation, but Allura still has faith in the organization that raised her, and decides to warn
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to What Shall We Do
Around
Next.
here
And
is where
today
some
we're going to be
things
taking
change
another
in
look
this
at
location.
Unnerving's channel, and we're
If
going
you're
to be
interested
taking a
in
look
some
at a video called
backtracking.
Unnerving Images with
Now don't worry, it's not bad backtracking.
So that's right, guys, we are on episode 6
First,
of
there's a
Scary
partially
Weird
closed woman who shows up and shouting.
Alright, here we go,
She's
guys.
obsessed with black insects. She
Anxiety.
claims Lucian is filled with
Oh, I
bugs. and it's
Oh
all
my
her
god, I
fault.
think I saw it.
The woman is
Big ones
clearly
don't really
unstable,
freak me out.
and you have the choice to mind dive her or just leave her alone. I decided to dive in because nobody else is helping us get a hold of the gun. Her mind projects
Oh my
a bold
fucking
grayish
god,
color.
run!
Scattered characters slowly float in and rotate, revealing that she's in a lot of pain, all alone, and that The darkness inside is growing brighter. Allure compares the experience to mind-bagging a corpse, and we're told that we now have the bugs too. Lucian doesn't come out or anything, but we will see this woman again now that we've met her.
Oh god.
There's also a short fight you can do in the food
Gosh,
niche.
the sperm
The
guy.
nerdy guy that works there created this device that he's wearing on his head. It's designed to block out negative thoughts, and he wants to test it out in a real battle. He puts up solid resistance against it too, which in universe is an absolutely insane feat because he has no power at all. Allure is shocked at how effective the device is, and the guy explains at the last second that the church commissioned it. So they're trying to mass produce assassins then? Well, that's great. Okay, before we report back to Alpha, let's just take a break. Feeling alright? It's been a lot, so I just want to check in. Now, I'm not trying to be some kind of hype guy and scare you away or something, but now is when things really start to veer into pitch black games territory, and it doesn't slow down until the game's over. If you're not ready for it, I'd say the next scene in particular is pretty shocking, and the events only escalate from there. If you've watched this far, I imagine you're along for the ride. Just in case, it does get intense. Back at base, we arrive to a total bloodbath. The walls, floor, furniture, everything completely soaked. Thoughts left behind confirm what our eyes were seeing. A group of people came in here and brutally massacred everyone, including
I've seen this before when I was
maidens were dismembered and killed, and bits of dialogue suggest they were tortured for a long time on top of it. I'm going to spare you the full details of what exactly was said. Let's just say I haven't played too many games that go with it. Allure somehow maintains her composure, but she's definitely shaken, and just can't understand why the church would allow the maidens' identities to be leaked. When we go outside, we're then ambushed by one of the perpetrators who came back to look for survivors. The assassin tells us that our faith is worthless, and that Isla was forced to pray to him before she was executed, as a vision of her face melting flashes onto the screen. With that, it's time for another tough fight. Poke your head. So, the reason the assassins were able to overpower the maidens is because they have mind-blocking devices. Sounds pretty familiar, right? It's the ones the church commissioned from that guided store. In theory, you think the church can use this technology to protect people somehow. Actually, they gave it to criminals and facilitated a mass killing of their very own servants. You know, if the church wants to sell drugs and manipulate the population so badly, why not just assign the maidens to bullshit cases that serve no purpose? It's not like they had to put us on the right track when they cut our throats when we got close to figuring it out. It seems poorly thought out on their part, but I guess figuring out who didn't pay their parking tickets would make for an interesting game either. I digress. The assassin can use his mind-blocking device at will, and if he does, your performance goes straight to trash. You can mitigate this by attacking with lighters or needles, and just be slower than that. After you've beaten down the assassin, Lore decides to retreat back to the mission and tell Martin that all hell's broken loose. Rushing back through South Central, you'll be stopped by the bug lady if you met her earlier. Her thoughts seem much more desperate than before.
Oh my god, we found the death! Run! Run, bitch, run!
Oh my god. Part of her brain eyes that died along with everyone else.
Literally just found
At the same time, she wishes someone would know how much pain she's in.
Are we still
At
in
the
there?
end of the
Come on,
dialogue,
get out of there.
Spider guy. The screen becomes filled with text. It mentions boredom, worthlessness, love,
Imagine you're like,
it's like her mind's on fire. After this, the woman becomes incredibly violent and says that her sadness has gradually morphed to intense hatred for everything. Then, like her
oh
face
my god.
it's another fight.
Is this
This one is
scary? I can't even tell.
The devs really try to rub it.
What would you do?
She is more about
This is time to get out of there.
This lady's not a bad.
You're like,
She's just like
think
she
being
must have used spirit.
That's society.
And it needs to be fatal, like we've seen so many times. When it's all over, to make us feel even worse, Allure confirms that we caused this woman's total collapse by diving into the mind of the chapel. I'm not sure what happens here if you don't do that. I would assume she lives or disappears. The black bug she mentioned felt like more than just a delusion. That's why I did the dive.
Oh my God, go! Go! Oh, that
I
scared
think
me
there
so
really
loud.
is something to what she saw.
I say, I don't know.
When we
He
get
made
to
it.
Martin's kids, he tells us
Shut
about
the door!
a
Oh my
friend
God, shut the door.
announcing the Midian massacre. Once we take a second to tell him that actually happened, he's at a total loss for words and leaves to pass on the message. A few hours seem
I think that's why
as Laura explains.
you know how I tell you guys, like,
council.
some of them are like too
From
bright,
now on,
and it just
all enemies of the church feel like officially subhuman beings that have no protections whatsoever. Now I think I'm actually starting to pick up on what they're doing here. Fill the city with drugs and create crime. Send all your people to take care of it in a big-ass operation. Then get your own people killed. Then blame it all on church enemies for the perfect excuse to kill or imprison anyone who causes the slightest problem. Maybe they're a little smarter than I gave them credit for earlier. Now, since literally nobody is left to investigate things here except for us, Shawnee gets called out for some.
I don't know.
Now, in case you didn't hear me right,
I guess
crack team of the city's best investigators were all murdered in the most violent ways possible. And the backup we get is a 15-year-old girl. I'm not even trying to hate on her. She has 3 doctorate degrees. I feel bad. She should just resign right now. Just get out of here and use those degrees any other way. Just don't be here. It's not worth it. If only we had the option to tell us. The plan now is just keep going to the best of our ability. We did take out Johnny.
This one's got
We have a lot of other suspicions. So there is still work to be done. Johnny's plan is to head over to Billy's office, and that does seem like a decent idea. So let's go over with it. If you're wondering if anything has changed in the main part of the city while we've been busy, yeah, there's some stuff to see, and some new people working. Over at Wilcorp, they busted out the model an advanced android that's capable of scanning its environment and using the information in its software. The android scans us and displays assorted information, like how old it thinks we are, and our
Anyway, guys,
emotional
that
state.
is pretty much it for
The
this
really
video.
weird part of it is it says it can't find anything on our vocal cords. That sentence is flashing by. Nobody says anything about it, and Lord doesn't explain it. The game actually never makes a distinction between our internal monologues and what we appear to say out loud. What this could be implying, then, is that we don't say anything out loud. That gets confusing when you remember that there are times when people respond to us. You could argue we speak to people telepathically or certainly capable of it, but you'd think at least one person would have shown a reaction to it. The other possibility is that it could be a tech thing. Maybe implanted devices that let people communicate without speaking are commonplace in the future. I mean, who knows? Given that there's no explanation for it, part of me wants to write this off as meaningless flavor
Hey guys,
text.
what's going on?
Maybe a joke about the game not having voice acting, but it is interesting to imagine the implications of stuff like this. There's a guy in here watching the monologue who looks like a textbook definition of a smart guy. He talks about how he'd rather see scientists revive dogs than develop programs. I didn't really make the connection earlier when you said that fresh food doesn't exist. They didn't just mean my stuff, they meant everything. Over at the restaurant, there's another guy who looks a lot like this. In real life, if I said I was fixated on 2 suited men in a massive city, I'd get my ass thrown out of the cabinet. But you know what? This time, I think there's something to it.
Turn it down a little feature only to the channel.
When we get to Billy's office, Johnny's
a lot more real.
Billy
Alright, well that was the end of that, guys.
You can actually catch up with him over towards the channel.
But it was a little disappointing.
Billy again warns us to get off the streets, but not for a different reason. The infamous Yo symptoms have returned. These 2 were dangerous assassins that ruled the church for years.
But anyway, guys, I will see you in the next video. Smash a like on this video.
If you go into the chapel after
Peace out, guys.
finally, after 10,000
Thank you guys so much for
hours of
watching
hyping
this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe, keep the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dream.
To me, that's like recommending meth rinsed in someone's dirty toilet for staying up late and getting your work done. Like, yeah, Seems residual thoughts suggest he's struggling deeply, but once again, he's shut himself away, and there's nothing we can do. I guess we can take another walk. That always seems to work out. The Midian area is kind of falling apart at this point. The church had to bring in Toko to evaluate the crime scene at the